Assassin early game assassin burst. They form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
This should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next-level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
The double Beloy goes down 1 by 1. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite. The Kite-Kite combo complements Aurora's methodical playstyle, leaving fans to wonder how will they fare in M6. Spearheaded by superstars in Kelra and King Kong, Fnatic Onic PH made MPL PH history with a 13-match winning streak. Known for his insane mechanical skill, Season 14 has seen King Kong perform at peak confidence with aggressive and assertive plays throughout the season.
It's a battle in the mid lane. Domain for Kelra.
While Kelra has proven to the world why he's the gold standard. Making his M-Series debut and ready to shake the international stage once more is Selangor Red Giant Skies. Known for his signature fanny, Skies is able to switch it up with fighter junglers, enabling SRG to deploy many different playstyles to surprise their opponents. These rising stars have claimed the spotlight, but which player has what it takes to emerge greater than ever?
An Indo-MY rivalry over at the cornhole game. Two has to enter the hole. Okay, salam dulu, salam dulu. Salam dulu. An MYID rivalry at the cornhole game.
Okay guys, right now I am over at the basketball arcade machine because we are going to see a 1v1 situation happening, which is going to be Miles from Fnatic Onic Philippines going up against Tarzan from Twisted Minds.
1v1 going on. Who is going to win? Once again, we have a 1v1 going on. Hades and the one and only Domeng.
As you can see here, it's a very tight game. Very, very tight.
If you guys can do better than them. Here we have
And that is Skylar. Nice one. Mantap. All right. very good at because Malaysia and Singapore we pretty have very similar childhood. Oh, nice one.
Just for your information, there's an official merchandise for M6 and TLID Gold Trophy of 2018. Let's come on with TLID.
Terima kasih Malaysia. We are ready for M6. Kita siap untuk M6. ML Kitchen Hazardous.
Kita udah ready buat M6.
We are ready for M6.
Handa na kami sa M6.
We are ready for M6.
M6，我们准备好了。
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ。明治。Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. I'm forced to behold any way to unfold. I always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to behold any way to unfold. I always come back around. Better lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every challenge, we push with all our might. For we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride, make it, break it, hate it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around, always come back around. Lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just starting my run. Through the darkest of nights, I will find. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. A force to behold and it waits to unfold. I'll always come back around. When worlds converge and dreams ignite, there are millions to witness the champion arise. With every every challenge. We push with all our might, for we have only one goal, the ultimate prize. When hope seems so far, I'll reach for the stars. In the heart of the storm, I am reborn, I am reborn. You won't get me down, you won't get me down. I get back on track with a peaceful attack. I'll always come back around. I'll never back down, no, I'll never back down. Forced to be whole and it waits till we fall. I'll always come back around. Battle, battle, taking the ride, make it, break it, hit it, I shine. You won't get me down, no, I'll never back
The 8 best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams in the world now have this shot, this final journey to being called champions of the world. Swiss has gone and passed. That was legendary. Now this knockout looks like it's on the road to becoming greater than ever. Welcome back to the M6 World Championship. It's me, Renmar Santa Cruz, here with Husky and Gideon Q. And it's knockouts time, baby. How are we feeling, gentlemen?
It's time to ring the bell. Ding, 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 ding. To throw some KO punches. It's time to get down and dirty. And today is the only day we got best of 3s. Afterwards, it's just long, grueling best of 5s. But I'm excited. I'm ready to see who will be the team that has the best shot at becoming champion.
I love it that the fact that, you know, Swiss stage was a good appetizer until we got to the very end of it. And now, even before we completely set the brackets of upper and as well as lower for the following rounds in knockouts, oh, we're getting another appetizer just to see.
I mean, I feel like at this point, like, wait, really? Those are just appetizers? Not even like glimpses of the main courses yet? Like, that's how fantastic our World Championship has been so far. And of course, it wouldn't have been possible without the help of our partners and sponsors from all over the world. Of course, if you want to experience the thrill of gaming in real life at Kadia's Gaming and Esports District, where every detail is a celebration of play and entertainment, go online, search for @Kadia Gaming for more information. But yeah, gentlemen, as we said, we are down to the final 8. SRG, TLID, Vamos, Team Spirit, Falcon Esports, NIP Flash, Fnatic, Onic Philippines, and RRQ. That is a stacked top 8.
It is a stacked top 8. Some of them are even unexpected, right? And I think for example, Falcon Esports, I think some people don't even have them in the top 8. They probably had teams like Aurora, who unfortunately didn't make it, fell in the hands of the cavalries of TLID. So we say that we got a glimpse of what the main courses are be. I feel like this is an omakase, right? It's a free-for-all, right? The teams are surfing up their signature dishes.
Yeah, and hopefully we do get to see a lot of signatures today. We have a majority of our top 8 teams are champions of their respective regions. While, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, in the case of Team Vamos and RRQ Hoshi, they are the runner-ups of Malaysia and Indonesia respectively. This is the long road to December 15 and Axiata Arena. It begins on December 7th today with the first set of best of 3 matches. Well, first and only set, because as we mentioned, once we get to the lower and onwards, it's BO5s. But yeah, we got 4 ones coming up today. Getting Q, where are your eyes at right now? Is it just SRG, really?
I mean, obviously it's going to be SRG, but I'm even excited for the RRQ Vamos, and as a Calvary fan, I think that it's a little sad to see that it had to be drawn in Team Spirit versus TLID, but at least nobody's going to get knocked out, right? We're going to get a taste of each and every single one of these teams, and then once we get into the best of fives, that's when we really know, hey, I've outplayed you, and not yet a marathon, just enough of a sprint.
It really does feel like it's a teaser, right? Like they had to give us just a best of 3. It's not enough to sate a lot of our appetite, but it really depends on like whether you want the long road or you want the shorter road. Because if you go down to lower bracket, after today, you have kind of a 3-day break before you have to play on stage again. But from that point onwards, it's just games after games after games.
We got a little switcheroo, folks. The very first match of the day, if I'm not mistaken, should be Falcon versus NIP Flash. That is the opener for today. Our second match is Fnatic, Onic Philippines and SRG, followed by RK Hoshi and Vamos, and Team Spirit versus TLID. Again, we will repeat it because I can already sense there are people still commenting, hey, what are the matches today? They're there on your screen. And number 2, how are people getting eliminated today? Nope. Whoever loses today are going to the lower bracket matches. So yeah, we're set. But I still think, I completely agree with the thought that even if you could say, yeah, we got 2 lives, after this you still got another best of 5, still a good amount of chance. I don't know. With how stacked our top 8 are, I will be very scared for the teams that make it to the lower bracket, like after day 1.
It's just longer games, right? Best of 5 all the way, and some days you have to play 2 best of 5s. You have to think about it. If you make it to 14th of December, you gotta play 2 best of 5s potentially at Axiata, and then you have a best of 7 the day after. So I don't know. I prefer to be on the winning side and just go through upper bracket.
I mean, keep in mind, at the end of the day, these are not only new squads, but squads who are looking to build a legacy of their own up against teams who are, like, again, really, really fresh in the next generation, which I've been raving about all up from the beginning of the year all the way up till now. It's going to be an exciting time to see because it's a struggle, a real struggle, because we're not talking about teams who are, you know, slacking behind. These teams are hungry for this championship win.
Yeah, if you have just joined us for this World Championship, if still after everything that's happened in an unforgettable Swiss stage, you are just joining us now, it's the dawn of a new legacy in MLBB esports. So many new names in terms of organizations and individual players. I mean, Swiss stage was full of just absolute chaos because of the best of 1 format, a lot of the surprising picks, strategies, a lot of upsets and intense storylines, and yeah, legacy building. I feel like now, with everything going around MLBB esports, how this is being branded as a dawn of a new legacy, definitely good performances in the knockouts will lead you to start building that from the moment you get that first win.
Absolutely. Not to mention that this is one of the championship that we don't have any previous champion organization, so whoever takes the trophy is going to have basically a new name, right? And if I'm not mistaken, only Curtizy is a 2-time hopeful with NIP Flash. And can you just imagine that thought? That NIP Flash not only has a chance to win it all for Singapore, but also give Curtizy his 2nd trophy.
Look, I know a lot of Filipinos in the community itself are going to be like really critical with Aurora already dropping out. And again, Aurora was one of the teams that I was hoping to make it into that top 8. So I've lost a lot of guest coins building up to this very moment. But at the end of the day, it really feels that each one of these teams, and especially with the imports that have been going around, there's always going to be some kind of Filipino representation. It'd be really awkward to go into the grand finals without one of them, whether it be a team or an import.
Yeah, but then I feel like if ever a team that our grand finals has no Filipino player or organization presence, that just hammers in the point in that idea of, yeah, it's the dawn of a new era. There goes the PH era. Here comes whatever we are going to end up labeling this new era to be, if that does happen. I mean, the Filipinos are still here. Excuse me. I almost kind of lost my cool there.
But like that fire under you, everyone. Yeah, stop the flames.
You guys just know how to like, get under my skin, you know? All right. I think it's time for us to highlight some key faces and some key names up on your screens right now. The top 5 in their respective roles. So, Salmo, Super Friends, Diablo, Skylar, and King Kong.
Yeah, and I think just to give a disclaimer to people who might have different opinions, this is just based on statistics alone, right? It's not like, oh, he is supposedly the best player or the MVP candidate. And to be fair, all highlight players of the Swiss stage were gold laners, so we can't just fit all 6, 7 of them on the screen. But for me, I think the standout is Sawo, right? Like they call him the godfather of EECA. He's been here like what, 5 world championships, 4 or 5 world championships, one of the most veteran ones from the region, and the fact that he's still able to put out this kind of performance and kind of shot call his team to victory is very impressive.
He's literally grown up in MLBB competitive environments, right? It's crazy to imagine from a region that basically didn't have a competitive scene to playing community tournaments to now showing, hey, there is a scene that is alive and kicking. But then I gotta point out, Diablo, out of all the KDAs out there, number 2, number 3, number 2, number 1, and then there's Diablo who's like 5th in KDA, 4th in DPM. Does this not say that the EXP lane in this current meta kinda sucks? You can't measure the impact of EXP with stats.
Yeah, you can't really just base it on stats alone. There are things you really have to look into in other aspects of the game and within the game itself to really judge it. Speaking of, this is how we selected what's on your screen right now. The selection is based on stats, gameplay, and gameplay impact to their team. So those things that we can't really judge by numbers solely alone. Doesn't mean that they are the best player in the role though, folks. So it's just there to mainly also highlight players in the Swiss stage, give flowers to players who maybe might get overlooked. Any close contenders for the same roles here? For Sawa, I think you can also put Idok up there from RK. In the EXP lane, I mean, my brain immediately goes to K-Bomb, but for Skylar, there goes to Kelra. So even though that's just a small a snippet of the top players in their role, there's still so many arguments you can toss out for other players in the respective positions.
I mean, the youngest player we have in the tournament is literally 16 years old, right?
Hiko-mania, baby!
Yeah, delivered our first ever Savage in the M6 and the 3rd in the M-Series history. You cannot have asked for a better performance from this young gun.
I mean, not only that, I would say that I would make an argument for Yehezkiel, because I think Yehezkiel at this point of time is a little underrated. People don't see his impact in a game, but his stats are actually ridiculous. He's currently number 1, holding the lead in terms of KDA by a very large margin.
And of course, if I'm not mistaken, that Innocent is also 2nd in that ranking for the top KDAs. And of course, with his performances up against CFU Gaming in that final match of the Swiss stage, I'm pretty sure he's definitely up there. So all throughout the knockouts, as we've done in the Swiss, we will be updating you with stats, numbers, and of course the storylines coming into, well, the upcoming matches. On to the next one though, I think it's time for us to put a little bit more focus in our upcoming match between NIP Flash and Falcon Esports. Singapore versus Myanmar and their representatives is the Flashy Ninjas versus the Soaring Falcons. So, start with you, Gideon. What are your favorite qualities of the Singaporean NIP Flash team?
Wow, really, putting me under the loaded gun here. Oh, I would say that NIP Flash has definitely impressed me compared to all the other representatives. I mean, obviously, a majority of them are going to be repeat representatives coming in from Singapore, but coming in this time round, I definitely feel that there's a new energy around them. I thought their weakest link was going to be Vanix at the beginning of Swiss stage. I think he was one of the big hitters coming into this particular game, especially when he's up against Benny, who's also been doing a phenomenal job here for the Team Falcons.
Yeah, and I think on top of the NIP Flash also has evolved over time. You look at individual players like Diablo, right? Some people used to say he's a lot more selfish, he likes to play his own, but right now, he's a big team player, big fight setter that really allows the rest of the team to kind of function as a unit. And I personally like the growth of teams that go from one highlight player to just the whole team is now a highlight reel. And I think NIP Flash has achieved that over time.
Yeah, again, if you're not familiar with the story of NIP Flash, there was a time they were pretty much called Hades Esports.
That too, yeah.
Hades' impact on the team, but then eventually they've outgrown that, and each player you can say from NIP Flash, I gotta agree with y'all there, you can really make a case to say that, no, they're the ones carrying the team, because they all know how to do that at the right times, right?
Oh yeah. I think a certain level of Hades Esports has influenced the rest of the players, right? Because again, the big issue was, do you have enough mechanical skill to keep up with this, young import coming into Singapore and really just gapping a majority of junglers in that local scene of MPLSG. Now, I would say that every single one of these players play a really, really good push and pull, heavily dependent on that draft. And let's not forget, out of everybody there, JPL has always been, hey, get on my shoulders, I'll get you over the finish line.
Yeah, like he doesn't talk much, right? Sometimes you forget that JPL is actually one of the big backbones of the team. Like he hates being interviewed. If you get him to talk, it's an achievement unlocked. But overall, I agree, he is very stoic, very strategic, very tactical in his calls. He goes for those guaranteed engages, but when you watch him play, it really felt like he has never really dulled over the years.
Yeah, it's interesting because NIP Flash, with the dominations that they've had over MPL Singapore, it really feels like they're like the old emperors going up against the rebellious young kids in Falcon Esports. When you think of Falcon Esports and what they've done, especially in their impressive win against SRG, it's like I can't just help but paint them as that. You know, the kids going against the narrative. If NIP Flash is a little bit more traditional, you got Falcon Esports bring out, I don't know, a blend of punk and hip hop somehow. That's like MGK fans.
It's the next generation, right? The hyperpop is coming in and it's coming in fast because initially I would have imagined that Falcons, after seeing them for just so long, that they maybe have hit their peak. You know, they hit like a plateau that they couldn't get over. They finally hit their ceiling. This is all this team is ever going to be. But no, they've continued to show that there are new heights to soar and really bearing some true talons here for these soaring Falcons.
Yeah, and the Falcon team, one of the standout members for me, if we talked about JPL from NIP Flash, for me, it's Kid X. So I got a chance to actually chat with him a little bit after their victory over SRG, where it was actually him like telling the rest of his team, guys, just keep believing. So, you know, isn't that very, you know, Naruto fit? To say, just believe, just believe. That's just what he just kept, that's what he kept telling them, to really just stick in it, and eventually they got their win.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you have the mindset of, I feel like when you believe in something so hard, you really feel unstoppable, right? Like, you look back at how Falcons Esports kind of play their game. Even in other tournaments, when we see Falcon Esports like this roster show up, you cannot help but feel that they have a lot to give, right? Even if they don't make it far. Back then, they feel like an aftertaste, you know, after you had a full meal. But right now, I think they are the main course. They are one of the teams that has the best chance to restore the Myanmar region to its former glory. They did say they want to usurp what Burmese Ghouls gave us in M2, and I think right now they are on track to make it happen.
Myanmar as a region has always been very interesting, with all their previous representatives always having a new flavor to them, but the one thing that has stayed consistent with their left and right claws is they know how to team fight, and they do it especially well. We've seen times where Falcon Esports is like, okay, that's a throwaway game. Clearly, it's whether it's our draft that's giving us a lot of issue, or generally the whole team just doesn't seem to be on the same wavelength. But when they are, and they're fine-tuned to each other, it's deadly.
Yeah, their chemistry is impeccable. They have been playing together for 2 years. So I think that's an overlooked story for this squad. Like, it's not just them trying to get out of the shadow of the fantastic legacy that Burmese Ghouls left after their almost perfect run in the M2 World Championship, when, of course, they fell to Brent Esports in the Grand Finals, a best-of-7 Grand Finals. But this is a squad, just a group of friends who've been playing together for 2 years, who just want to achieve what many may deem as impossible for the region of Myanmar and the Myanmar team, to become a world champion. And I think with Benny, Dax, as like the finishers of the team, they're looking very, very strong.
Yeah, when you look at the performance on Swiss stage, you can clearly see that not just Falcon Esports, but I think the region as a whole, right? We talk about the Khmer region, the Myanmar region. The way that they fight is so ferocious, it's so visceral, but it's so nice to look at. And sometimes when you have a bunch of players that just know what to do and they just kept running at you, but they kept getting what they want, it feels like you are so helpless. And I think in this case, Falcons have really sharpened those talents.
Yeah, I think I remember when we would be on the desk together calling for a Falcon Esports game. One of the words that you often use for Falcon is just disgusting, Gideon.
Yeah, no, it really is, because you feel very helpless against this team, especially when they're dominating you that hard in team fights after having like a pretty secured early game, right? We've seen time and time again that maybe the meta is about comebacks, or maybe a 5k goalie just it doesn't cut it anymore for the mid game. But it's a combination of things. I feel like, you know, the draft has played such a big part of it that, and especially with the expansiveness of the hero pools that we have seen thus far, there's too many relationships in the network that you can't have a completely dominating draft unless you really, truly drop the ball.
I think now that we're talking about this, it's a good, again, to highlight what we call the left and right claw of Falcon Esports. It's Benny and Dax. Those two young gentlemen really just do so much for the team. They are carries in the most traditional form of it all. They know how to carry the team. just when you need them to. So of course, that is Falcon Esports, but they're gonna be going up against NIP Flash. Knockouts begins today, and it begins with them. Singapore and Myanmar, two teams who for the longest time have lived under a shadow. Whether it's a shadow of their own defeat or the shadow of a glimmering run of ghouls that have come before, it's their time now to build a new legacy. Greater than ever is what they want to be. Welcome to the Knockouts!
The quest to become greater than ever started with 16 of the best MLBB teams from around the world gathering in Malaysia. After a harrowing 7-day Swiss stage, the first ever in M-Series history, 8 teams remain to spearhead the dawn of a new legacy. The game is never over. That much is true, because the ultimate battle is about to begin. In the face of peril, they stood tall. Selangor Red Giants embarks to complete the Golden Road and make history before their home crowd. No matter how much brain rot they encounter, these Sigma Rizzlers always take the W. They are Team Liquid Indonesia, and that's what they do. Vengeance fueled their drive to extend their lives. Love them or hate them, Team Vamos is here, and they're after that title. The bastion of the Western frontier remains mighty amid adversaries. From dark horse to true contender, Team Spirit seeks to remain unbowed. Myanmar's representatives have always been a force to be reckoned with. Now, Falcon Esports aims to fly higher to establish a new legacy. This stack, dubbed as the Singapore All-Stars, is living up to its name. NIP Flash exceeded expectations. Now get familiar with their game. As the lone defender of their country's title, only challenges await. With the power of family, can Fnatic, Onic, Philippines take home another trophy? After struggling for so long, the King of Kings return. Stronger than they have ever been, they vow to make the world shout, Viva RRQ Hoshi! 8 teams fighting for the same dream. This is where legends are born. This is where history is written. This is where they become greater than ever.
The increased presence of M-Series first-timers, absences of staples in M6, surprising results of the Swiss stages. This all ushered the dawn of a new legacy in the World Championship stage. While lots of questions remained unanswered, only one is certain, and that is we will be crowning a new champion this year. To all the MLBB fans across the globe, salamat datang ke M6 World Championship Knockout Stage. My name is Rose, and I am your host for today. An amazing 4 best-of-3 matches are waiting for us to witness today. And like what I always say in MPL Malaysia, kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. As 8 of these teams are all good friends outside of the battlefield. However, they are the fiercest of foes in the Land of Dawn. And without further ado, the first match that we will be witnessing are the high-flying Falcons of Myanmar going up against the Singaporean All-Star team. So, teams around the world, this is your moment to be greater than ever.
Man making their way to the arena, pushing boundaries and setting new standards for Myanmar. The high-soaring team rises to the occasion. Let's cheer for Falcon Esports!
A powerhouse with a unique brand of gameplay, representing Singapore with pride. The Singaporean overlords take the stage. This is NIP Flash. From the bronze to the brains, arming their soldiers with the best tools possible. Give it up for both coaches and analysts of both teams. Heading on in, fist bumps to show their final last bit of respect before we hit the land of dawn.
And those are the stars for our very first match of the day, the first best of 3, Falcon versus NIP Flash. It's time to get to the nitty-gritty. We spent a good amount of time in the previous, we could call it the pre-show, in the pre-show talking about Falcon Esports. So let's reel back and talk about NIP Flash. Biggest question, what's Diablo gonna end up with playing today? Because I feel like he's been the linchpin for NIP Flash draft, especially that high loss pick.
Yeah, it took a while for, I think, a lot of fans to get used to Diablo on something like a high loss, something that is that's less flashy and goes in the front line as compared to what he was before, El Diablo of the Singaporean region. But part of me, there's this little feeling we might see one of his signatures come out, somewhere down the road, right? That Benedetta has always been a staple of Diablo. If push comes to shove, if they want to take the fight to Falcons, that could be something that they consider.
I have to agree, because I feel like giving high loss over to Diablo, I bet I can understand the sentiment. I agree with Diablo. Both of us have the same wavelength. We think high loss is hella boring. But the Benedetta being shown by Vamos might inspire the team to still go back to their playmaking ways.
Yeah, if I can remember correctly, it was Diablo showing up in MPLSG with a Benedetta in the EXP lane with a Revitalize that made more people start seeing the power for Revitalize for EXP laners. He said that in the past, Singaporean teams weren't a big threat on the international stage, but NIP Flash is a different story. Reaching the knockout stage feels like they are proving their doubters wrong. And yeah, compared to what Flash, Team Flash were back in the M5 World Championship, this is 100% a very different team. Singapore made it back into the top 4, top 3 podium at the end of MSC 2024 because of what NIP Flash did in Riyadh.
Yeah, and you can see that evolution from just a Hades Esports to NIP Flash, right? Like when this team functions as a unit, they were the one that took down, Homeboys, or currently the Vamos, majority of the Vamos lineup back in MSC, and you see that growth, the exponential growth for NIP Flash. If people are still not respecting the Singapore region, you definitely have to look at them now.
But it's not just Diablo that we have to worry about here. Vanix has been a standout for me. I would say that the most important part that keeps this team together is Cartesi. Because at the end of the day, if he's not playing a weird pick and he's playing more of a standard, either utility style mid laner, I'm going to avoid seeing the Martis for now, but that's only specifically against the Loi. Even his Farsa, very deadly stuff. Because of their push and pull, the only way a push and pull works is if you have somebody to fall back to.
Yeah, NIP Flash knows the power of versatility in key roles. EXP, mid, and of course the roam. Although, in terms of the roam, especially for JPL, there are 2 really standout heroes that it's funny because if you take one of them out, you can't always say you can default into his Jawhead because there's always going to be another better option than that. But for NIP Flash, that's like the second best option, but you're not just going to commit a Jawhead ban just to make sure JPL doesn't end up with a hero. So that's one of the tricky things about drafting against NIP Flash. Before we continue our discussion, folks, we just want to say thank you because in Mobile Legends Bang Bang today, in the game client, we're celebrating 1,500,000 registered MLBB players.
Wait, I think that's more than a million.
Is that a billion?
I think that's a billion, 500 million.
Yeah, because there's a...
1.5 billion, right? Yeah.
Can we double check? That is 1.5 billion. Okay, it's billion. Oh, dang. All right, I was way off the mark. But yeah, way more people than I expected there to be. But thank you for being part of our legacy. So from December 6th to December 23, join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free. Thank you for your unwavering support and for being part of our incredible journey in Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
No, very, very little parties can say that they have, what, more than 1/7 of the world's population registered in their game.
I'm doing the math in my head.
Yeah, right. It's like over 1/7 of the world's population. That's crazy.
That is an uncomfortable thought.
Yeah, we can. I don't know. I'm comforted by it. Woo, job security. But no, when you really think about, I mean, okay, to be fair, I have like 2 accounts in the game, so
okay. I mean,
it's not like one person, one account, you know.
But realistically, having over 1 billion players, you know, ready to go for this game has built this community brick by brick from when it used to be such a small thing, maybe even a Southeast Asian thing. Some may say now it's a global phenomenon, and that's why people are excited to see teams like Falcons Esports to kind of bounce back.
Kind of perfect that in our mission to have our greater than ever world championship, we reached 1.5 billion in the game. So thank you. Here's a fun fact about Benny. His dad introduced him to MLBB, but Benny learned fast and had to carry him every match. That is adorable.
Yeah, like what Merkel would say, W Dad.
W
Dad.
Dad. Hey man, it's a scary thing for parents these days to be introducing these types of games over, because MOBA is a very infectious style, a very infectious genre, some may call it.
Yeah, and it's great because in the casting desk we have a story like that too. Naisu and his kids, Ingan and Brigida, he taught them how to cast, and then now here they are on the world stage.
To be able to cast a game it's definitely a privilege, but I think it's time we get into the nitty-gritty. As always, get into the technical side because it is time to draft.
All right, who's gonna go blue? Who's gonna go red? There is an uncomfortable win rate on the blue side right now for the M6 World Championship. It's not as dire as before, but little by little it's becoming a little bit more blue-sided for our current metagame.
I mean, we say that, but like prior to that, that was a day worth of change. On last day of Swiss stage, it was 51 to 49, and I think it's changed now significantly after those matches have been completed. I think by the end of the decider matches, we're probably gonna see a flip again.
Yeah, hopefully it kind of tapers out at the end. I think it also, a big part of it was also Bruno being introduced into the meta, and
that's true.
Just started thinking, oh, now we have to ban the Bruno, right? We don't really get to catch a break, which in this case is something that NIP Flash needs to think about, because we got Benny on Falcon, right? You give him that Bruno, you're going to be taking a very big risk. This Matilda ban from Falcon really wants to take away that fast tempo for NIP Flash, which is something that I want to bring up as well, because over time, NIP Flash's team fight, the way that they move around the map has really accelerated, and they do it so cleanly, especially Hades and JPL with the way they take these initiatives, and Vanix being able to follow up individually has really stunned, I think, a lot of our viewers out there.
I have to agree with that too, but I haven't seen the main staples being taken away. The cornerstones, as we mentioned before, we've seen teams actually ban out high loss or even get more interesting when it comes down to the Suyo Alpha relationship in terms of those styles of bans. I mean, obviously, we got the mid-mage bans, that's totally fine, but if it does come down to it, I feel like Falcon might just go first pick Blue-Yo, or they might just get the high loss later down the line. Maybe R2, R3, B2, B3.
But again, Falcon Esports, it already suffered 1 loss, but the best Bruno is in their hands, but they swerve, and the high loss pick that's been the staple for Diablo is what they take away. They're willing to give the Bruno to Vanix.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a premonition to what Diablo might pick, right? He's been playing that high loss for so long. Even this Bruno is very interesting right now because NIP Flash, they don't really care too much about the Bruno. We've seen Vanix on the Moskov plenty of times, and they are one of the first teams that found a direct way to deal with the Bruno, right? Angela Ling was their answer that time. Angela Ling plus a Bruno. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. I wouldn't be surprised if they just take Hades Hero right now.
I think, well, I feel like either, Suyo seems to be the go-to option, right? Especially if you're going blind to a lot of these matchups. They're going to lock in that Bruno. Now, here's the scary thing. I feel like Falcons were expecting the Bruno at a bare minimum. The Hilda is going to be interesting because the question is, does that mean that Falcons can build a composition that denies Hilda that early game pressure?
Yeah, I mean, though Alpha is still going to be open for them, but sort of like that's NIP Flash telling them to, like, you know, go ahead, pick up the Alpha. We're totally okay with it. So with Hylos already there, that sounds like one of them was Alpha. Oh, no, excuse me. It was Phoveus, interestingly enough. The Granger I get, the Phoveus to me is where my... Not really scratching my head, but it's curious.
Yeah. It's incredibly honest though, right? They are just straight up telling NIP Flash that, hey, our Hylos is going into the roam. We will give you this Phoveus XP matchup. But now the question also kind of pivots to, is this Hilda going to be in Diablo's hand, right? Like, is NIP Flash willing to give JPL that Hilda, which we haven't seen throughout M6 so far. But I suppose the Phoveus is a decent answer to any hero's data mobility, right? If you go for the Suyo, I mean, the Bruno also has a sliding tackle that enables that passive cooldown a lot more.
But here's the problem. When you throw your deterrent so early on in that draft, it tells NIP Flash, okay, just play around it. Just have less dashes in your composition so he can't get proc that Infernal Pursuit as often. And even during team fights, we've seen most of the times that Phoveus gets so deep into the team fight, he can't get back out. And because Matilda is banned out, now the real question stands. Does that mean that Falcons have to play a very heavy dive composition, just charge at your face, chase you down, and try to outlast you?
Yeah, it looks like that's what might be they're leaning into. In a way, it looks like Falcon wants to pick fights. They took away heroes that make dive a little bit more difficult and even the low Yi. With those two gone, yeah, they can definitely opt to just go pure dive. But the picks of NIP Flash, they can honestly go that way too. In a way, it's sort of Falcon signaling to NIP Flash, saying that, hey, we're confident that we can fight a better fight than you.
I mean, confidence may be key, but the mid laner is still missing, right? From Falcon's side, I would have imagined that their mid laner would have been picked up a little bit earlier on, considering there's already 3 bans in there. With the follow-up ban being Tigreal, I'm not sure what would make Falcon's comp really jive, especially in the mid lane at this point. I mean, you could say Vexana, but at the same time, there's a lot of heroes that can just eat that damage.
There's 2 in my mind.
Yeah, there's one in my mind right off the bat, right? First of all, I see the Tigreal ban. I'm thinking Faramis, right? I know PX7 has played Faramis a couple of times before. If you are talking about full dive, that's exactly the hero you want, right? To go straight into the enemy front lines and taking out the Tigreal eliminates whatever AoE crowd control that NIP Flash has, unless they do a Sabo and get that Baleric for themselves, which feels unlikely for NIP Flash.
Yeah, I agree with the Faramis too. The way the Angela. If this is a Valentina ban on the side of Falcon, that's already a signal that high likely they're gonna go Faramis. But no, they take away the Cho.
Respect to JPL.
There's 2 on NIP Flash I'm thinking of, either the Aurora or maybe even surprisingly a Zask for them. Because a Zask presence might actually just throw off the pure dive of Falcon. Because when you have that one big Nightmare spawn, and his ultimate already committed as well with the Dominator's Descent, you're gonna have to recalibrate your team fight just a little bit. Because if you don't handle that big shrimp, you guys are gonna get toasted.
We see what CFU did with it. Yeah. With that nasty Sky Piercer build.
Yeah.
Not fun to deal with. I think both are very valid, especially when you have to deal with the Glorious Pathway. I do feel that it would be interesting to see if they do go for Vexana. Anything that gives you an extra body works well against Granger, because Granger does not pierce through those targets, but instead,
of course,
they show the Jawhead they're going to leave their mid laner for the very last. Single target lockdown and pickoffs, the JPL special for the Emperor.
And I think one problem now for Falcon is that if they take Valentina, there really isn't any ultimates that she would like. I mean, you could wait for the mid laner for NIP Flash, but showing a Valentina in this pick without knowing seeing the first 4 picks of NIP Flash feels like a weaker approach, right? So Faramis should be the choice. They take the Roger.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Find a way.
Who's going where?
It's a Roger jungle, right? Yeah, it should be.
It might be a bit too slow. He's very slow in the jungle now.
He is very slow in the jungle.
Into a Hilda, nonetheless.
I'm not entirely sure where they want to go with this, to be perfectly honest, right? Maybe you can utilize the iframes from Lycan Pounce to dodge away against the unstoppable force, but then there's a lot of disruption that happens in between, whether it be the worldie, whether it just be, Hilda being Hilda. We'll see how NIP reacts to this, because now even for the mid lane, it's kind of awkward to say, yeah, I want to take the Valentina, I will take your Eternal Guardian, but there's not a lot of targets I really want to hit other than your front line.
It does solve the problem of the Granger, right? Like, one of the biggest things about Granger is that he starts the fight, but he needs a finisher.
Hey.
The Roger is the finisher for Falcon, so you have this chunk plus execute damage, this Veil pick for Curtizi. inspired by Stormy for sure.
Yeah.
Talk about anti-dive, that is one right there.
Yeah, it looks like they want to cancel out that dive with winds of their own. Leo, Inga, let's go.
For the first time in M6, it's the Pride of the Burmese versus the Warriors of the Lion City. Jose, Ingan, and Leo at your service, bringing you the opening bout of the knockout stage.
Opening bout, and you could already see from the draft, it's going to be an exciting match. Once again, the Roger is back in M6.
Did not expect to see it this early, but I did hear down the grapevine that Roger might make a comeback. Hey, if Fredrin can rock the Swiss, maybe Roger can do the same for the knockouts. One more look at the draft for Falcon Esports and NIP Flash going into Game 1. Ladies and gentlemen, best of 3, upper bracket, double lives on the line.
Not so much pressured compared to the last day of the Swiss format, wherein the final series went into 3 games. Speaking of the final series, we also saw the Veil perform in the hands of, I believe, Stormy.
That's right.
And it was phenomenal again in terms of disrupting the dive composition that teams can go up against this Veil. It can be a good pick for the side of NIP.
Throwback as well to that Jawhead. We all saw those picks in that series. Folks, the M6 Pass available from the 18th of November all the way until the 29th of December. Complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards, including Claude's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Border, Baksha's Battle Emote, and the new special skin Baksha Dauntless Shield for free. Get a couple more skins for your marksman coming through, as well as an elimination effect, trail effect, and more for you to unlock. That is the M6 Battle Pass. Checking out the map again, relatively mum here, a minute in. More action down in the lower quarter in the XP lane. A lot of our analysts actually gasp at Royal Milk's pick, the Phoveus into the Hilda here.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Milk has been performing phenomenal. Again, we're just gonna assume that he's gonna try and go for the aggressive zones, just trying to keep Benny, Vanix preoccupied to be able to not dish out the damage that NIP Flash needs.
Ooh, check it out. With the Little Wanderer control, Dax able to bully JPL and Hades out of the river. This is odd as NIP Flash's lineup. You want to be the aggressor. You want to be the one moving faster. But look at Diablo, who's getting held hostage in his own lane.
And we've seen this so far from Falcon Esports. Their mid trio, and how Trex likes to call it, the triple X. Dax, PX7, KidX, known to be the aggressors, even if their opponents have supposedly an early game-centric lineup. Because right now, NIP Flash, they have the Hilda, and they also have the Jawhead. But looking at Jawhead, there's an early ejector play coming in, but look at the internal guard to bring down. Royal Milk will get the kill, but KidX on the other hand will also fall down. A double kill for the Phoveus.
Oh no, Diablo gets one. PX7 on the docket up next. Royal Milk catches a triple.
And the triple X rotation of Falcon Esports, led by Royal Milk, gets a triple. They were wondering about the Phoveus pick. Supposedly, he's just going to zone out the members, but he gets 3 kills of his own.
Shades of Falcon Esports versus BTK. Game number 2. Royal Milk went ham with a CC nonetheless, but this time, it seems like he turned back the clock on that Phoveus. Now, once more, these roamers, Kid X, JPL, the Emperor, starts the fight off with an ejector, and the answer, Kid X with the Revitalize. Let's see, round 2. How about we do this again? One more go at the turtle.
Okay, another go, same story goes. Ejector, but the sustain is there from Kid X. Now the glorious pathway for Falcon Esports counter-attack. Here comes Royal Milk, just trying to dish out the zone. Forces to use NIP Flash to walk away, but look at the internal guard connecting onto the back line as Dax gets the turtle. Wants to go for more. Is the Lycan's bound going to be there? He gets the open fire, now focusing his target onto Cartesi. And a strong start for Falcon Esports.
I could have sworn the PX7 was going to go down much faster, but oh no, Diablo's in trouble!
And they're not even done, just ganking up on Diablo. Kid X and Royal Milk will pick up the kill.
Amazing use of the Eternal Guard, as if Phoveus and Hylos wasn't enough. The extra body for Falcon Esports in that clutch objective take. Almost 3,000 ahead are the Burmese. Royal Milk just holding it down. Diablo cannot rotate out. One of the main strengths of the Hilda neutralized.
They're just having a hard time really with the mid and XP lane of Falcon Esports, and we've expected NIP Flash to actually have a better early game considering the fact that they have a Johaid who has early game damage and of course the ejector that he always use to initiate for those clashes. But the problem is it's always Kid X that he manages to throw, and that's why Falcon Esports, they always have a response. In fact, the ejector is actually helping Falcon Esports because Kid X is just able to cast the glorious pathway right on time.
I got a couple of things brewing in my mind. Number one, Curtis is not dealing enough damage just yet. Mind you, it is just about 4 minutes elapsed into game number one. It should just be a matter of time. Second, Vanix and Benny. The fact that it's been quiet for our gold laners, meaning they've been getting the gold lane experience, in farm, in dueling. Is that dangerous? Do you think that Vanix is playing towards an inevitable late game once more? Because so far in a lot of NIP Flash's wins in the Swiss, that's been the story.
It's always the late. You have to rely on your late game carries to actually dish out the damage and eventually get you the win that you well deserve. But again, NIP Flash, with the current aggression of Falcon Esports, we also know that Falcon, when they are in control of the early game, it's not necessarily gonna reach the late game with how flawless they've been executing the macro plays that they're well known for executing.
I hear you. The Burmese, I'd say, are better in the mid, and then I guess the earlier parts of the late game, we have seen them slip up and drop the ball here and there. So with that said, this is a great start. Falcon Esports 6-3. NIP Flash holding on for dear life, trying to get those skill enhancements on Curtizi, trying to make, I guess, ends meet for Diablo. Great decision on the handsome devil, El Guapo Diablo here, picking up the Fury Hammer casually. Because if you played this the usual, just run Hilda into your face way and just build full tank, the whole hostage situation would have been so much worse. So the fact that he's building some teeth on this XP lane sledgehammer makes more sense. Back into the action we go. Once more, about 3,000 gold ahead. Falcon Esports is. Check out Vanix picking up the Hasclaw.
Okay. So right now, NIP Flash, it's still safe to say that in terms of mid-game, they can actually, again, counterattack. We all know the power spike of Hades. When it comes to the Alpha, the third turtle at the same time, when Curtizi is activated, they can disrupt, again, the dive composition of Falcon Esports with the Windblown paired up with the Windstorm.
And that is what NIP Flash are holding out for. One more turtle. I'm guessing with the delay in the first, this might be the count for the second/third turtle coming up about 30 seconds from now. Kid X holding this river brush. Vanix and Benny rotated out already. This fight's just waiting to happen.
Okay, now Kid X zones out Hades. JPL forcing them to back away. No major objective yet for Gods for Falcon Esports, and now they're just going to play the waiting game and wait for the neutral objective to respawn.
Big ticket item picked up. Curtizi, his first built item, the glowing wand, should make Kid X and Royal Milk's life a little more difficult. Diablo bullied out from his lane down bottom. Down a third of his health.
Yeah, up against the Hilda with the Phobias. You're bullying El Diablo, and even up against two, it's like you're unbothered. It does nothing to Royal Milk right now. Just enough for Falcon Esports to get the turtle, but a shutdown coming in from Curtizi to bring down Dax, and Diablo goes in for the kill. Unstoppable kill coming in from Royal Milk. But Diablo picks up the kill as well as Curtizi gets the turtle. Here comes the response coming in from NIP Flash. Windstorm just to try and keep Falcon Esports at bay, but here comes Benny and Royal Milk as well. Picks up another kill again for Falcon Esports.
Right in your face, Royal Milk running through NIP Flash. 6-0-2 on this Fovia, 6 minutes in. Jose, that's a kill per minute.
That's a kill per minute. Falcon Esports just really upping the tempo, upping the pace, catching NIP Flash off guard, and not giving enough position for JPL or even Diablo to make crazy plays for the all-star teams of Singapore.
A turtle apiece. Despite the delay, we will still see one more spawn in the upper quarter. A minute and a half about before this comes through. The final turtle. Are we still on schedule? For all the NIP Flash fans watching, can Hades still hit that power spike?
I mean, it's going to be hard. It's going to take a longer time because, again, 0-3-1. And up against a Roger, in terms of farming speed, in terms of scaling up, you'd expect that Hades would have a much better time compared to Dax. That's why Roger is out of the meta. But right now, JPL goes in with the ejector, countered down with the Eternal Guard. Glorious Pathway is there, but Kid X is the first man down. NIP Flash caught off guard there, but Falcon Esports has a response right away. NIP Flash manages to get Kid X.
A master stroke from the Emperor. The counter engage, throwing bodies underneath that turret. Despite there being an Eternal Guard, hey, nothing stings as much as an early game turret. That was a win for NIP Flash, closing the gap, keeping that lead up to just about a 2,000 gold distance. Falcon Esports, they gotta slow down, but I feel like that's not how they want to go, especially when you have a Roger. I don't think Dax is making the most of it. He's doing all right, but I think in his head, when they were planning this with the draft with Coach Nyocha, with Coach RC, they were expecting more.
Yeah, and you can really see the effect of Kurt TC with the Veil. The game plan is working for them right now, especially for the last clash, because they were able to counteract the dive center again of Falcon Esports, and now starting things strong by taking control and hold of this turtle bit. Here comes Kid X with the glorious pathway, like an it's coming in from Dax, but still Hades gets the turtle, puts the Spear of Alpha connecting onto 3, forcing Kid X and the rest of the members of Falcon Esports to walk away.
Huge movements from NIP Flash, denying Royal Milk the late entry. Falcon Esports let go of their lead, slowly but surely, just 1,000 ahead now. Here we go, another fight. JPL's in trouble.
Here comes Vanix though. Kid X, is he going to be able to take down JPL? JPL walks away safely. Now Falcon Esports, slowly their lead has been diminishing. For some point it reached up to 3K, now it's down to 1.6K.
Not enough of a hold. I can expect in the next couple of minutes, unless something changes drastically, Falcon Esports will lose this lead. Kid X dropping the glorious pathway, deterring the push coming in mid. Check it out. Diablo underneath, defending against Royal Milk. No wave, no dice.
Okay, that was a good play coming in from Diablo. They don't want their mid lane turret to be exploded by Falcon Esports, because again, it opens up the jungle of NIP Flash, and now they're going for more. JPL with the ejector onto PX7, diminishing, deleting him off the mid lane. And here comes the clash. Falcon Esports trying to answer right back. And look at this, Royal Milk will get the kill. 3 kills, a double kill for Dax, and a kill for Royal Milk. And Benny still working on trying to bring down Diablo, but on the other hand, here comes the glorious pathway coming in from Kid X, just forcing Vanix to retreat, and the Death Sonata will bring down NIP Flash!
It's a wipeout! Falcon Esports is eating good, and they wiped out NIP Flash, converting into a turret in mid and in bottom. Dax was just waiting. Who let the dogs out?
Man, when you thought Falcon Esports was behind, again, their macro play was intact despite PX7 being the first man down with a beautiful play, mind you, by JPL with the ejector. They were still able to turn things around with proper timing, proper entries, and of course, Benny just dishing out the damage along with Dax.
PX7, an amazing threat magnet. He knows that NIP Flash needs to take him out. If they don't, then trouble could ensue. The fact that every single time he just is able to let go of the EG, I think that was key to making that wipeout play possible. Now with the Lord spawned, upper quarter, Hades playing footsies. In comes Kid X.
Glorious pathway, Hades has to walk away with the Spear of Alpha, but Kid X just doing a good job keeping NIP Flash at bay, and all of a sudden JPL is gonna fall down. The next man might be Diablo, getting taken down by Royal Milk and Kid X. And the attempt of NIP Flash to try and contest for the Lord has now been foiled above Falcon Esports.
The Burmese are about to put the Lord on lock. Major wins for Falcon Esports in the past couple of minutes. Not to say that they heeded my word, but they suddenly turned it up to 11. They understood how urgent it is to keep a hold onto the mid-game power spikes. And here they are, almost 9,000 gold ahead. Royal Milk, look at the damage he's dealing, man. 40K, 707. All right, about 11 minutes in, he's gone past a kill and assist per minute.
Yeah, and just looking at the lineup of Falcon Esports, technically, you have 2 marksmen. Well, at least Dax is a fighter assassin, but still Royal Milk exceeds every single member hero in the Land of Dawn in terms of damage dealt. Just literally performing out of his mind in the trance right now. 707 for a Phoveus.
Homie is in a state of flow. You could call him Flovius. Mid lane in trouble. Barrages, salvos, assaults thrown out by Benny. They break through. Top lane up next.
KidX just doing a good job keeping NIP Flash at bay as the rest of the members works on bringing down 2 inhibitor turrets. They still have the Lord, but NIP Flash gonna make quick work of that. Now they're set their eyes on the bottom lane turret. No minions yet, but looking at the lead, that's a 10.2k gold lead for Falcon.
Surgical. Falcon Esports understand very clearly the stakes at hand. Around this time, we've seen over and over again in the Swiss, some teams would just let go. Some teams would drop the ball, but no, not Falcon Esports, not like this, not right now. In comes the Emperor!
Oh! JBL tried to dive in the unstoppable force, but Cartesi, last attempt, and Vanix will bring down 2 members. Here comes Diablo on the chase, just trying to cut off the exit route, but Benny answers right back with a Rhapsody, and that's Sonata connecting onto 3. Vanix managed to stay alive. 3 members of NIP Flash left. It's going to be a 3-on-3, but Falcons, they have minions down bottom.
2 for 2 here. Down goes the final inhibitor. Benny picking up that Sky Piercer, making sure that no prisoners are taken. Falcon Esports will wipe out NIP Flash once more. That seems to be the only solution here. The way I'm seeing NIP play Flash, NIP Flash play, is if anyone is left, I'm thinking Vanix, I'm thinking Kurt, a defense is possible.
Yeah, and I do agree with what you're saying. NIP Flash needs to play flashy. With Cartesi leading the charge, we saw what can happen when the wind blow and windstorm connects. They just need to scale up to have more damage and try eventually to burst down the members of Falcon Esports. But it's still not impossible for NIP Flash to come back from this game.
They gotta make the most of the fact that Falcon Esports right now aren't building much magic defense. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out. It's mostly just tough boots that's keeping them safe from Curtisi's CC and damage. So if Kurt somehow just finds the perfect moment, if he's able to channel his World Championship genes once more, ladies and gentlemen, the only player left in M6 to go for that double World Championship run, then maybe NIP Flash can take this from underneath Falcon Esports' nose. 9,000 gold ahead, lower quarter of the map, that's where the Lord spawned. Hades going for the dance.
Okay, Eternal God already casted JPL. Just giving vision here for NIP Flash. No commitments yet for both of these teams. Looking at Diablo, he has control over the mid brush. Gonna get vision again for NIP Flash.
Hades holding on to that pixel brush. Diablo pushing back. JPL holding that river brush. In comes Kid X, there's a throw!
Oh, the unstoppable force got stopped! But NIP Flash manages to bring down Dax as well. Kill spree coming in from Betty, forcing Falcon Esports to retreat. Here comes Vanix, and a shutdown from Kurt and TZ. Picks up a double kill. This might be a green light for the Singapore All-Stars.
Massive win for NIP Flash, 3 for 1. Hades off the map, but that's not gonna stop NIP Flash. Benny going for the back here, looking for that segue play. It's just him and Kurt.
Okay.
Kurt and him. Can he do this?
Can't forget Kurt. He's one of the most mechanical gifted players. Manages to flicker out. That Sonata will not connect as Benny works on clearing out the minions, forcing NIP Flash to react. PX7, one more hit, and Diablo says no and goodbye. NIP Flash, it looks like they're back on track.
I'm still here, amigo, says Diablo, despite having a tough 15-minute game. Keeps PX7 honest. The Lord's still standing. And despite all that, the push and pull, the back and forth through the map, coast to coast, Falcon Esports just checks in and says, hey, Lord's still here, let's take it slow. They've lost the lead, Ingan. 4.5k left, 15 minutes in.
It reached up to 11k, no inhibitor turns for NIP Flash, but one thing is for sure, they still have their determination to come back from this game, and Jackthor gonna bring down KNX despite the revitalize. He might fall down, but in exchange for JBL, body slowly falling down, Royal Milk in the trap, once again, a shutdown for Diablo. Betty's gonna fall down, the next target is Royal Milk, Cartesi with a windstorm, don't bring him down. Diablo once again with a double kill.
Another massive win for NIP Flash, 3 for 2. The numbers don't add up for Falcon Esports. They're losing even more of the lead. They're down to 2,000. And Dax and PX7 are on damage control. They're just making sure the waves don't crash back. They're making sure that there's not much of a backlash on the map for Macro to come get them in the behind. NIP Flash gonna score a Lord.
Oh.
No, not possible. Falcon Esports blitzed it.
They blitzed it. Because again, Hades wasn't in the picture, so there was no reason for NIP Flash to go in for the Lord. Fortunately for Falcon Esports, they got another major objective. But it seems like NIP Flash is ready to defend this. They're ready to trade for this. As long as they're 5-man strong, they can do this. And again, looking at the time, it's 16 minutes. Husky has been telling us that when it reaches this point, the Bruno is going to be activated.
Loki, that's why I was expecting NIP Flash to just have Vanix throw a worldie in there and have one crit steal it away. But Dax, all the more locked in, takes it for Falcon Esports. The first Lord of the game. Second, this time marching through mid. It took a while for them to score that second one.
Yeah, it took a while, took a lot of skills, took a lot of bodies. Kill scoreboard 26-16. Lord sieging in the mid lane.
Check Diablo in the back. Dax on that man-to-man defense. Glorious Pathway dropped by Kid X.
Unstoppable Force got stopped. They're gonna make quick work of the Lord. Royal Mick just trying to go for the crystal damage. PX7 will fall down. Job now working on the back line onto Benny. That's not gonna connect. Hades is gonna fall down once again, but NIP Flash still has 4 members strong. Here comes Royal Milk with the Infernal Pursuit. Vanix with the last effort wind of nature, but Falcon Esports will lock down on the turret!
The Roger puts in the final clause to score game 1 for Falcon Esports. Dax bringing back an old favorite.
First game of the knockouts. Didn't go into Flash, but for sure was hella fun, hella exciting. These two teams are in it for a treat. We might see Leo a best of 3, a game 3.
I just can't get over the fact that the meta is still evolving. Mere minutes into game 1 of the knockouts. I'm excited to hear what our analysts think about that, Roger, because even I was 50-50 on it. Ranmar Santa Cruz, Husky and Gideon, talk to us.
Woo, what a start. We thought it'd be Falcon Esports heavy, but at the end of the day, that Phoveus pick that we doubted, it made the Merlions drown in milk, in royal milk. It spiked up so fast and was just the problem for NIP Flash the entire game.
Yeah, it really boiled down to Falcon just snowballing out of control way too early that it put NIP Flash on the back foot the entire game, because we saw when Falcon had a 10k goal lead, NIP Flash had no inhibitors at a lore fight. NIP Flash could actually put up a fight, and only if they were not that far behind, I think this would have been a closer one. But still, props to Falcon for getting that lead in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that NIP Flash, the early mid-game played terribly at this point, right? Because again, a lot of the macro decision-making was kind of strange. Like at a certain point, when do you stray away from the game plan? It looked like their early game plan was to make sure that this Hylos wasn't strong enough to scale into that mid-game to be that frontline tank that Falcons really need and will have to only depend on the utility from the Glorious Pathway. Second problem that I did see, NIP Flash, unfortunately, when it came down to quote-unquote scaling, once that early game is gone, sacrifice those turtles. Royal Milk is always going to be a problem, and therefore you should be playing to your win conditions, and that big win condition had to be Vanix. And I felt like they put a lot of resources into Kurt, but at the same time, unless you have the right items, then it's not going to drag on. That could have ended had Kurt not missed.
That Veil, I feel like it's a revelation. We saw it in the SRG game. We saw it here again. At one point of the game, it just becomes a big -1, an instant -1 with a full combo coming out from the mid laner of NIP Flash. And they fought back with good pickoffs. And I think Falcon Esports were just surprised by the sheer raw output of a Veil that once Kid X goes down or Royal Milk goes down, you see their formation crumble.
Yeah, it reaches a point where it really doesn't matter who Kurt catches as long as it's one of the big 3, right? Either PX7, Dax, or Banny. You get caught in the knockup, you just disappear. Like, it's either a -1 for FCon or a -1 for NIP Flash if those ability misses, which is sort of what we saw in that end game. But overall, I have to agree with Gideon. I think that the macro decision in the early to mid game wasn't exactly the smartest. I think that's something that I personally would encourage people to look back at how BTK played these macro games when they're behind. They are willing to let it go, but NIP Flash just kept banging their heads into the wall.
Yeah, it's about understanding what the trade-off is. Whether it be gold, EXP, or neutral objectives, you need to be able to get something back, especially with a composition that's so heavy on the economy. People like Curtin as well as Vanix don't come online until they have about 3 items, unless you get like that very early start. But the only person who can technically do that would be Vanix, and they were hoping that Diablo could kind of supplement them. Oh, if Cartesi gets a full combo, especially when he hits level 4, they'll be put very, very low. So we need Diablo to kind of shred them down, maybe even Hades, but his job is too difficult. At this point, I think that Falcons understood if we can stop Hades early, we can eliminate Diablo from these fights, we should be able to dominate the early game. But from that point onwards, we need to be careful not to overextend because again, Falcons need to respect NIP Flash, even in those late game fights. If somebody gets caught off by Cartesi, that -1 on PX7 dragged out this game for the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, and the mid laners were big components of each lineup with how much they respected each other. At some point, it felt like Cartesi just had one mission. Whenever I see PX7 or that Eternal Guard, they're going boom. It's like, take them out right out of the gate. But of course, that also went into Kid X. Looking now at this Roger pick, of course, the problems of Roger in this current metagame, I feel like to me, were evident. Kind of a little bit slower, but it looked like Falcon built for this. You have a strong side EXP laner who was confident he would win that lane, and he did. That takes away one of the biggest problems of the Roger because now he has big help in the major objectives, a high burst, high control mage, and of course, it's not the carry of this composition. It's actually the Granger and the side lanes. Yep. And the side laner, the EXP laner, Royal Milk, definitely did his job.
I'm telling you, man, if you end the if you go 5-0 in the first 5 minutes and you come out with a Thunder Bell and your second item is an Oracle, you deserve to be MVP. Like,
that's how you know you're popping.
That's how you know you're popping.
He also went Rupture. Yeah, the Oracle is just, you don't see it a lot, but it's so smart. At one point, I told you guys, like, oh wow, he built the Oracle. That's why his shields from his enhanced basic attack was so good.
Yeah, Royal Milk is one of those players that some things don't leave him. He used to be the, the one trick, the go-to Yuzong guy. War Axe into Oracle if he's ahead against his opponent. Same thing for Phoveus, but instead of War Axe, it's Thunderbelt. So really smart itemization to make sure that he can not only dominate, but really be, hey, unless Vanix has got 3 items, specifically the Malefic Gun, if you don't have that, I'm gonna just beat you up. I'll be in your face.
Yeah, and as we look at the highlights, I think a lot of what Royal Milk did in this game is embedded in our memories. He was one of the biggest problems of NIP Flash. And even though they get Kid X, they get Dax, problem was they just could not get the Phoveus down.
He's just too durable. This was sort of like the second turtle fight, if I'm not mistaken, but actually the first turtle fight overall, because it got dragged out for so long. But still, I think the fact that Royal Milk at this point of time, like almost 6 minutes in, he has 5-0. If you're NIP Flash, you have to start respecting what this guy could do. He is diving turrets, he is diving your backlines in fight, and no one can peel him away.
Yeah, I think that NIP Flash, but if I had to change anything, a couple of decisions that needed to be done. Number one, when it comes down to early wave clear, PX7 on this Vexana definitely clears the wave a lot faster in comparison to Cartesi until Cartesi gets a couple of items, right?
Yeah.
Just naturally based off of kit. I was hoping that NIP Flash would make these more mid-centric rotations and try to invade the jungle to bait motions out of Falcon Esports. Maybe catch them off guard later down the line, because again, Vanix could easily rotate down for these early fights, especially pre-level 4. But once a couple of things that we did notice, unfortunately for our man Vanix, getting chunked out in lane didn't help. He was a level down in gold as well. The laning phase did not go as well compared to when we saw him during Swiss.
Yeah. Both your side lanes sort of collapsed, right, for NIP Flash. Like, Vanix's lane, okay, right? It's a matchup thing, but Diablo's lane, that one was a complete disaster. It got completely locked down as a Hilda, and when you don't get to leave the lane, you don't get to apply pressure to the Roger, and it doesn't help that every single objective fight, Diablo just couldn't do enough in that early to mid game.
Yep. And that's game number 1. Hopefully we'll get to see an answer from NIP Flash with that Phoveus. I mean, with Falcon Esports, like, they got the hot hand right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they even think about prioritizing the Phoveus yet again for that game number 2, just so that Royal Milk can continue. Wait,
you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it. Oh, Gideon.
Was it that loud?
Yeah, I can hear the crinkle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I felt it in my soul.
Hey, man. Hey, I mean, I would imagine that all Singaporeans are going to need a little bit more fuel in their day with Hello Panda.
Yeah, it's a crunchy biscuit filled with creamy chocolate. Well, in this case, is it filled with strawberry for this one?
This one? Yeah, it's with strawberry.
Strawberry.
Want one?
Yeah, sure, of course. So yeah, this is our ultimate snack to keep us energized, level up your day, and visit Hello Panda's website for more. So Yeah, the phobias should be a problem, and I think if I'm Falcon right now, I just look at Royal Milk and go, "Want to run it again, man? I know you want to."
One more time. Give it
just one more time. It's a best of 3. If it doesn't go well, game number 2, we'll put you in a different hero.
The fact that it's such an honest draft, where they started with a high loss, and then they immediately revealed phobias after that, and it worked out exactly how Falcon wanted it to be. I think just run it again.
Yeah.
Let NIP Flash respond to it.
I think they're probably not going to get blue side this time around. I am interested to see whether NIP Flash wants to take blue side away from the Falcons, or whether or not they're going to stay to the red side and maybe switch up the bans a little bit more. I do feel red is a little restrictive in that particular sense. However, maybe they go back to, comforts. I'm expecting JPL to get a Cho pick pretty early on this time around if they are on red side.
Let's see if that will happen in the draft. But of course, from November 22 to December 29, the M6 support chest will be available for a limited time. You can purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass EXP with a chance to obtain the basic M6 pass if you don't have it yet. So if you don't want to get the pass directly, you can try using the support chest so that you can get that. And by the time you get the pass, you already have the XP already won with that, already embedded in it. So use the basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude's Challenger Spark. That is the M6 support chest available for 50 diamonds each in the game client.
I'm so close to the statue. I'm so close to this thing right
Really?
I am nowhere close.
I am so close.
Look, as an analyst, I live my life in the most efficient way possible. And every single day, if you have enough diamonds already, you don't need to splurge on so many support chests. You just buy one every single time, and then you go into those daily missions instantly to get a little bit more EXP. I'm maximizing to see how big of a discount I can get.
Yeah, don't forget your challenger missions too, because I'm getting close to like 100 games and you get like 3,400 pass EXP.
Oh yeah, it's
like 3 levels. Yeah, there's 3 levels once you reach 100 games. So just keep playing, and you know what? Just like a man who believes in himself, who just told his teammates to keep playing and they eventually won against SRG. Kid X also has some more words about the rise of Myanmar and Falcon Esports. He's going to be coming up on your screens right now, and to him it feels like a fever dream that they've reached top 8 with a different lineup than the old Falcon Esports lineup. Again, the last time we saw Falcon Esports at the world stage, that was the likes of Justin and gang. And now here comes the Databayo We Believe squad of Falcon Esports.
It's always very, very vindicative. The vindication you feel, right, when all that hard work pays off and you're finally on that world stage, you're facing off against teams that you used to idolize, you kind of imagine them hoisting a trophy, and you take them down, and now you're one step closer to that, to achieving that dream. I can only imagine, right, being in Kid X's position.
Or at the very least, at a bare minimum, if people don't know how that feels like, just think about it. Previous Falcons, Justin and the gang, now known as Mythic Seals, you beat them 4-3 at the Grand Finals on home soil. Oh, that's good enough for me.
And of course, here they are now. He's been playing for a considerable amount of time. There was still an MPL Myanmar, the 5th season. And just the development of this group, they were the same, I want to say bloodline, but the same trajectory as Phoenix Esports, if I'm not mistaken, from MSC 2023, when Onic Esports won the championship then. And even then, there were already a few eyes, but people were just like, give it a bit more time. And finally, they got the time, and they're in the world stage, 1 game away from advancing over the Singaporean All-Star team.
Yeah, and getting into the upper bracket, which is sort of like a shortcut, right, to that finals. You win 2 upper bracket, you're in the upper bracket final. You're guaranteed top 3 on the M series stage.
You get to skip so much. It is a huge advantage here for teams who are winning in this decider matches to sort out the bracket. But I think there's still opportunity, because I don't feel like we saw the full extent. We saw a good extent of Falcons, but we didn't see the full extent of NIP Flash, which is, I need to see that first before I can believe.
Yeah, I think another thing that we could tell from NIP Flash is, we pointed out, especially in the early to mid game, the macro decision making, rotating at the right time. It seems like they weren't hitting in what we see as the right points to apply pressure on the side of Falcon Esports. But as basic as you can get in the objective team fights, when we thought the gold laner, the Granger, Benny would single-handedly end the game already up against Curtizi's Veil. That happened because I was screaming at the top of my lungs while that was going on. Guys, just get the Bruno to clear the mid or something first, and then you dance around the objective. So let's see if they'll improve on that. But here's a head-to-head between Dax and Hades.
Yeah, see, Hades is a big farmer, right? Like GPM-wise, the stats favors Dax a bit more, but it also comes down to like how these two teams play in a sense where Dax, he is not afraid to get his hands dirty. He's all for the KDAs. But for Hades, you put him on Alpha, it becomes more of a supportive role for his team. It plays for Vanix and Kurt like we've seen even in the previous game.
Interestingly enough, the average turtles where we see the biggest difference for Dax here. 62%, having a 12% advantage over the 50% coming in from Hades. And considering how the Swiss stage actually played, I'm surprised that he only has a 50% average turtle rate.
Yeah, that should be at around 3 to 4 turtles more than Curtizi, and that's sort of big because when you really think about it, a lot of our games or the games that they fought in were best of ones. You know, it wasn't before. It just had like 2 best of 3s at most. So big numbers, and NIP Flash respecting the phobias. First ban right away. It's like, we don't want this anymore.
I'm pretty sure after that game they went backstage and they're like, please don't. We don't want to do with phobias.
Yeah. Oh, but they also get rid of the Hilda alongside it. That's yeah, interesting. Do they really want to try and shut down Royal Milk at this point, or does this also signal that NIP Flash want to play a traditional assassin?
You think that Angeling is going to be a thing again?
Oh, probably not Angeling. Maybe like Hayabusa, Hayabusa plus X, maybe Hayabusa Farsa with the Granger in the gold.
Yeah. The main signal for this from me is that NIP Flash will definitely first pick that high loss, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, right?
That's easily just gonna be a Diablo high loss pick already locked in. And at the same time, teams that go and ban the Phobias and the Hilda first phase are the ones that say that it's sort of respect. I don't want to say it's fear, but it's respect that they know that they're up against a lane bully. And it's not saying that Diablo's not confident in the lane, but they'd rather just not take that option of trying to outduel a lane bully.
I just don't want a bad matchup, right? Like, I'd rather have a more comfortable time in that lane.
Play it safe, comfy.
I would say that respect demands fear. And I think, unfortunately, in this case, NIP Flash have successfully tried and downloaded what Falcon are trying to throw up. But with the high loss gone, at least the first picks are out of the way. I'm expecting the Cho or maybe even Blueyo to show up.
Yeah, Cho or Blueyo would be good for me. You know what? I wonder if we can see a Phobius pop up. Excuse me, the other purple glue. I thought of Phobius.
Probably not first pick.
Keep in mind that a lot of power picks are coming through. Yves hasn't been touched this time round, allowing it to go through, but as a first pick, allowing Falcons to respond to it. There's still the relationship between Yves as well as the Valentina. We've seen some teams succeed, other teams not so much, but it looks like Joy. That's disgusting.
Oh, brother, that is aggro.
It is disgusting, but holy cow, you are literally just revealing one of your trump cards in the first pick. I had a lot of people ask me like the kind of the pros and cons of Joy. The thing is, as good as a late game, glass cannon Joy is, there are a lot of conditions that needs to be met, right? You have to be able to find a backline, you need to be able to deal with crowd control, which Joy struggles against, and you just break at the slightest of touch in that late game. So the fact that NIP Flash is going to go for Joy signals me that there is an ulterior plan to it. Maybe the Angela might come true.
I mean, sure, maybe the Angela might just come through, but this is so weird. Granger, Lo Yi together straight away. I mean, yes, Granger was doing all right, but when you already see the assassin, especially one that has so much mobility, it's difficult to land these Death Sonatas or even line up the Rhapsody. Not to mention, I get the Lo Yi pick, but I would have preferred single target lockdown, or at the very least guarantee your peel first.
That's a chasing show.
Of course, the power picks, and it's the show. And they need a little bit more macro presence, so they do pick up the Moskov. With the Joy diving in deep, they're going to need to supplement that. So a marksman that could protect himself was the best option for NIP Flash. Well, Falcon will get Kid X's Tigreal in their hands paired up with the Lo Yi. This could be a strong wombo combo centered lineup for Falcon Esports, while for NIP Flash, it's a little bit more individualistic when you look at it.
Yeah.
They don't need to sync so much as a team. They can go off, take their micro fights, and then eventually collapse onto whoever's remained. While Falcon clearly is going to play as one.
We've seen NIP Flash kind of pull off archetype of this comp, right? It's all about isolation, where JPL kind of opens up the front for Vanix and Hades to dive that back line. It exactly feels like it. But again, we haven't seen Diablo's pick just yet, right? That could be the X factor for NIP Flash.
What if we already see it? What if they
show?
And what if it's a Joy in the EXP like what Fried Chicken did?
What would be... I mean, I'm thinking of all the potential counter matchups. I mean, yes, the Phoveus is technically gone, so unless it's like a Gatot or something who just doesn't mind taking the damage, at least you can like fight back in the lane. But it's mainly about priority more than winning the match in the first place. So I'm interested to see whether or not it does get flex. If anything, I would say the Cho is more likely to be flex overall, but then you're taking it away from your boy JPL. The next couple of bans, we finally see the mages start to come through. The relationship is gone now. No Yves, no Valentina as well. Suyo has been banned out by the side of NIP Flash, and I think they're going to double down on getting rid of these junglers. Force them back into Granger Roger?
Yeah, probably ban a Hayabusa. I mean, Hayabusa is also a decent ban because as much as you want to play isolation, Hayabusa is not the easiest one to catch.
But
you do have a Cho Moskov, I agree.
I mean, it's a give and take, right?
Yeah.
As long as somebody is eating those spells, somebody else on the other side of their team can look to apply damage more effectively.
Alright, what's the last man going to be?
Oh, they ban Alpha here.
Could also. Oh no, there.
So they ban the Hayabusa, yeah.
Go with the Hayabusa instead. So yeah, I think us assuming that this is going to be more in an isolated team fight style from NIP Flash that they've shown before, it seems like that's true already with the Hayabusa ban. So for Falcon, I wonder if they're just going to go, if they're going to pick up another chunkier EXP laner so they can hold a solid front.
Make some noise for your
She's not chunky, but she's definitely going to hold front very well with offense. And now NIP Flash are going to have to really decide if do we still want to double down on the isolation style team fight, because CC is amazing at winning that.
You don't want to get caught by the curtain call as well, right? Like,
I'm thinking whether Diablo wants to play something wild and crazy.
Benedetta again?
Maybe not Benedetta. I think this could be an angle for Badang.
Yeah, dude, I was thinking that too.
The good old days. The good old Diablo Badang.
Bring it back.
I mean, it's a possibility, right? You have ways to kind of, knock the implosion out of the way. You can basically one-shot everybody in the back line.
Yeah.
You've got the disruption. The only thing is that you're not providing the utility that you are hoping your team needs. Ooh, Vexana going to get locked in from the side of NIP Flash. It looks like they've really diverted a lot of their attention to the jungle as well as the mid lane.
It's a Khalid.
Oh, yeah, okay. So nothing too crazy. It looks like at the end, NIP Flash, they kind of swerved their priorities. They went now for prioritizing matchup in the EXP lane by saving their EXP laner for last and then waiting to see what Royal Milk was going to pick. Or jungle or gold, because this Granger could still put... No, I don't think...
No, I think it has to be a gold.
That's gold, yeah, it has to be a gold. Against the Khalid and the Joy already. And even the Cho. You need something else in the jungle for Falcon.
Oh, man.
Something that can kind of stem the bleeding. You kind of put a break to the pace of NIP Flash.
Ooh, what if they go Fred?
I think, honestly, Fred might not be a bad
choice, yeah.
Because at this point, if you play Alpha, the Vexana is not going to allow you to play the game. Same goes for Cho. If you decide to go for Ling, it scales up way too slowly. You don't have any targets.
You're so smart.
Good call there, Renmar.
Yeah, well, I saw the Tig, Low Yi, Granger together. It's like, oh, that reminds me of BTK. Oh, they can go Fred.
They can.
Great pickup. And yeah, let's see. You mentioned it's stem the bleeding, disrupt.
That's the tempo breaker right there.
It breaks the tempo. I wonder if they can dance to it. Let's see. Will we see game 3, Leo and Ingan?
It's just a matter of time before we see Falcon Esports soar high and fly high if they do take down NIP Flash in a sweep. But the way NIP Flash choked out Dax, you see that, Ingan?
Yeah, I mean, a while ago, even if Royal Milk was actually performing very well from the start, 7-0-7 start, they were able to turn things around and extend the game to their favor. But unfortunately, it's just that Falcons Esports, they had a lot of neutral objectives to their side, used it to their advantage.
One more look at that draft before we head on into the battlefield. Cloud and Dexter watching from up above. NIP Flash looking to extend this series against Falcon Esports, who is white hot. Bringing back that Fredrin, picking up a thing or two from their fallen enemies in BTK.
The scary thing for me is even though the Joy is a late game here that scales up, surprisingly, Joy has been performing very well in M6, getting a lot of early kills. And with the current composition of NIP Flash, specifically Diablo, on the side of the TLID. You can expect them to be, compared to game number 1, be more aggressive, but at the same time, more calculated and trying to delay the jungling speed of Dax.
And that's the beauty of NIP Flash's draft here. They're super agile, super mobile. I'm expecting Falcon Esports has to pick very specifically where they put their big ticket ults. I'm looking at the implosion. I'm looking at the diversion. Oh, Kid X here, down to a fifth of his health. That's a TKO sent home early.
And you can expect NIP Flash to just continue the aggression, try to gain mid control. For at the very least for the first 2 turtles, not letting Falcon Esports to go for their usual rotation, force them to be reactive and not dictate the tempo that as we've seen compared to game number 1.
You see here the Emperor living rent-free in Falcon Esports' jungle, giving Dax one hell of an early game. A minute and a half elapsed. Benny versus Vanix. How do you reckon this gold lane matchup is going to go? You think it's going to be as quiet as game 1? Like, nobody touched them for like the first 5 or 6 minutes.
I think it's going to go the same way. They're going to all focus on the XP lane matchup, especially when it comes to the very first turtle. But we'll see, because again, as much as possible, Falcon Esports, they want to activate Benny as early as possible, considering that Dax isn't is a utility jungler. So in terms of damage, they're going to bank on PX7 and Benny to dish out the damage early on.
Let's see. First turtle already spawned, lower quarter of the map. Check this bush. I think PX7 and Royal Milk no. And the Emperor will remain calm. They catch Diablo.
Okay, Diablo flickers out to safety. And this forced Falcon Esports to have a better control over this Turtle Pit. Diablo, though, on the other hand, just used the quick Sand Guard. Here comes Royal Milk. With a dispersion rotation, KDX onto the backline with the ultimate connecting onto the members of NIP Flash, but the first man down will be Dax. KDX on the other hand getting caught up by 3. Here comes Hades onto the backline, onto PX7, forcing him to walk away. Another kill by NIP Flash. Oh! Caught in the midst of everything. Will be able to escape though, but NIP Flash executed that to perfection.
Tis but a flaccid collapse. Falcon Esports not quite there yet. Curteasy taking out Royal Milk in the wake of that turtle take. NIP Flash have awoken.
And that's basically Curteasy. We all know NIP Flash in terms of their play style, even down to their draft. They're a really unorthodox team. We've seen a Martis mid, a lot of mid lanes that Curteasy can play, but here comes the save from KidX though. Benny, one more hit. KidX and PX7 working to try and save Benny away from harm's way, and NIP Flash will disengage.
So far, Falcon Esports, all they could do really is put up a wall between their cores and NIP Flash with 1,000 ahead, given that they're waiting for Benny, they're waiting for PX7, even Royal Milk. I'll tell you now, I think it's a very Royal Milk lineup. Oh, Vanix!
They're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike onto Vanix at the 3-man rotation from the Triple X mid-trio of Falcon Esports. That was a kill they were willing to take any given day.
If they weren't going to play defensive, those pickoffs are going to cost them. But if they get it on Vanix over and over again, on Kurt, on Hades, then maybe we got something. Maybe the Burmese are cooking. Falcon Esports down 1,000 gold here. 4 minutes in the upper quarters where the turtle will spawn next. 45 seconds. They aren't checking as much as JPL is. So that means Hades is getting free farm.
Yeah. And the thing is, towards the late game, if ever we reach that part, it might be alarming for NIP Flash. Even if they have the Moskov that has good macro presence, you can't just split push at any given moment, knowing that PX7 in Kid Hex has this Louis integral combination that just can lock you down wherever you try to do the split push.
It's a matter of time. It's not when, it's not how, it's if they can catch NIP Flash. The double Purify actually makes quite the difference. Curteasy and Vanix not going to be as easy to catch. Now, they're prepping up for that turtle take. This Eternal duel down bottom. Royal Milk versus Diablo. This is a very clear decision for both XP laners. Oh wait, there's a kick by the Emperor.
There's an angle coming in from JPL for the kick onto Dax. Energy Eruption is there, but Benny just giving out the damage and gonna bring down JPL. All of a sudden, Falcon Esports in full control of this turtle pit.
That's why Falcon Esports was delaying the whole thing, because they were waiting to collapse on the one Diablo very low.
He has to recall there as Dax gets the turtle. Kid X on the other hand, implosion play. They're going for more. They want all the smoke, extending their lead, and Falcon Esports breaks the tempo of NIP Flash, now invading the jungle.
That was so hot. A kill and a turtle apiece.
Oh. Okay, as they steal away the purple buff, they might get a Sanders play. But here comes JPL just trying to delay the push that Falcon Esports can bring. Vanix clearing out the minions. Benny, here comes BX7 as well. Will they be able to save it? Dax though on the other hand, energy eruption onto JPL. Will they commit? Okay, they're not gonna commit.
Not much of a kick from JPL. That's the beauty of these Fredrin lineups. And now suddenly it's Falcon Esports on the offense. They're the one asserting their dominance. They're the one moving in, proactively pushing forth their tempo. They're up 1,000 now. It looks like this turtle coming up in about a minute should be theirs too.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because of the presence of the Louis diversion, it gives NIP Flash some sort of urgency to try and check all the brushes. You know, make sure that there's no open, there's no angle for Falcon Esports to make a crazy play.
And I reckon it's those angles that they're forcing on JPL that's getting them off time. Because, what, back to back now. Whoa, Curtisi!
Okay.
All day low!
Fortunately, JPL was able to block the Death Sonata. Here comes Diablo to try and force Falcon Esports to disengage. That was one Death Sonata away from a Curtisi takedown. And here comes the diversion! They might be able to sandwich Hades, though. On the other hand, Falcon Esports is taking their time and trying to look for the perfect angle.
NIP Flash's bruisers, the enforcers, putting up a perimeter. You shall not touch Hades. Curtisi back to the front lines after that recall. A TKO by Falcon. Not enough time they bought, though. And this is tough, because look, Vanix is pushing, and NIP Flash have initiative. They can say, we'll fight, or we'll turtle, and it looks like they can get away with both.
Oh, but Diablo, will he manage to get away up against 2 Raging Sandstorm? But against 2, that's not going to be enough. And this is the problem that NIP Flash is facing. Because of the presence of the diversion, they're forced to be reactive. They're forced to try and have the numbers game, have the number advantage, to force Falcon Esports to think about trying to go for the pickoffs.
And they forced their decision. They said, hey, Vanix, all you got to do now is push. And now Vanix, run away. He's sandwiched.
Oh, sandwich! And get caught up by the Rhapsody of Benny. And that's the thing we were pertaining to early game. Eventually, they're gonna cast a diversion to try and look for Vanix, because we all know that this Moscow will just go for the turret pushes, go for the turret takedowns until he scales up. And Falcon Esports, they have some sort of urgency to try and stop that as much as possible.
And they made the decision for the Singaporean champions. They knew that they could only split push. They knew that Vanix wasn't going anywhere without an SOD cross map. No one was down bottom. They've already passed mid. You're seeing here, folks, a soft counter to the Moscow, because the diversion can hide you. The diversion can put you in places where the SOD cannot hit you, giving the Moscow one of its main strengths, coast-to-coast map control. Looking at the items right now, Benny is what? 2,000 ahead of Vanix.
2.1k gold lead. This is also considering the fact that Vanix just picked up his DHS, also has a Purify, but despite the presence of the Purify, Falcon Esports was able to take him down 2 times in the last 7 minutes. So that's how Falcon Esports is when it comes to trying to go for those pickups. They're decisive, and at the same time, it's always the proper timing.
It's a concealed play by JPL, looking for something. Checking that bush. Spots 3 from Falcon Esports. And look at Royal Milk. This is Royal Milk's signature CC. So far, calling the shots. It's as if the diversion wasn't enough to push back and cordon off NIP Flash from their formation. Even the jungle isn't safe.
Yeah, that's why the yo-yo blitz of Royal Milk has been crucial, because we've seen a lot of times that Diablo, you would want him, of course, to get control of the brushes for the unexpected Raging Sandstorm, but most of the time, you've seen him just use the quick sand guard because of the damage that Royal Milk has been expending onto Diablo.
And it's a very similar story to game number 1. 9.5 minutes in, Falcon Esports have figured out a way to make Diablo play to their tune, to dance to their song. And it looks like the Burmese are ready to tango. Lord spawned upper quarter. 9.5 minutes in. Check the bush here. Hades holding that tri-brush. Kid X spotted by Kurt. And we get a reset.
Okay, we're gonna have a diversion. Royal Milk descending. Royal Milk onto the back line towards one Curtisi. Forcing the Raging Sandstorm. Curtisi will fall down. That's 1 member down for Falcon Esports. Vanix on the other hand working on the bottom lane. They're trying to go for a trade. And now Falcon Esports full control of the Lord pit. They might be able to get the Lord away from NIP Flash.
Gets the SOD. No one home. JPL hunted down by Royal Milk, standing there asserting dominance. And NIP Flash just fold. Falcon Esports here, able to play the map. NIP Flash, a lot of their major wins here, Ingan, are just cross-map trades, mainly off of Vanix. And I think the fact that he's keeping himself safe, he understands, he acknowledges the fact that it's urgent, that he gets some level of farm and that the map doesn't completely go sideways.
Okay. Hades will have to recall because he's going to be needed for the base defense for the first lord that Falcon Esports has. But with a 4.7k gold lead, they might be able to take down an inhibitor turret. They're doing their best to try and kite away the lord. Just looking at the damage coming from the death, so now that they have to walk away, KNX goes in with the implosion!
And they find another Hades Force back. Diablo goes down, sacrificing himself for the defense, and they're not done. Holy Shield popped in mid, but Falcon Esports surgical. Unrelenting, they're still here for the push.
They might go for a diversion play right after this, but JPL wants to go for the kick, forcing KNX here to walk away. They're gonna get a kill onto Hades. Now working on the turret takedown, they might be able to burst down the inhibitor up top.
Amazing positioning by KidX and the retreat, the defensive diversion, the DD from Falcon Esports. Shout out to Ruby DD watching from home. Ladies and gentlemen, NIP Flash once more up against a corner. That top lane inhibitor, permanent damage. It's more difficult now for Benny to actually just trade against Vanix, because Vanix is going to keep himself safe. Vanix is never going to show himself.
You know, I was thinking that Falcon Esports might be able, I think they were overcommitting a bit a while ago during the top lane push. If giving an opportunity for NIP Flash to counterattack, considering that they don't have the implosion anymore. But the problem is Falcon Esports with the lead that they established.
Yep.
Even with the aggressive play from JPL, the kid actually connected to KidX
Yep.
down to the turret. They weren't able to burst down any member of Falcon Esports.
Again, it's the worst possible target for JPL, but you can't blame the Emperor. He was going to kick somebody, and it's just Falcon are so good at these tight formations. They're so good at fighting underneath less than ideal conditions. And that's why Royal Milk, this hero, that's what it does. That's what the CC does. He wants you to fight back against him. That's why he rocks it with a vengeance. And looking at the items, oh no, what is that? About 2,500, 3,000 between Benny and Vanix.
Yeah, no Winter Crown, no Wind of Natures. There's a clear opportunity, window of opportunity for NIP Flash to go for the backline, eventually get the pick off onto Benny. But the problem is he has a Purify that can be crucial if ever JPL decides to go and penetrate the defense, go from the back. And Falcon Esports, again, we have to consider the fact that they have a Luyi. Top lane is open. At any given moment, they can make a huge macro play.
So far, NIP Flash have a grocery list of things to do to come back. They have to control the map, make sure it doesn't turn as red as possible, defend from that backdoor play up top, and they have to check bushes, even on their side of the map, to make sure that Falcon just doesn't come up from out of nowhere. So I guess one way to do that is to make sure where PX7 is, but that makes JPL such a easy target. It's so hard for the front line of NIP Flash.
Okay, they might make a repeat of what happened a while ago. JPL with a conceal. They don't know where TZ is. Here comes JPL though. Double man knock-off. KNX goes in with the implosion.
And they go in. That River Brush is going to be a death box. Down goes Hades. Down goes JPL. Royal Milk traded out for 3 for 1 so far. 2 for 3.
And Vanix got demolished in the mid lane. Curtizi is left to fend for himself. A full team wipeout for Falcon Esports. No need for the Lord anymore as they siege in onto the top.
So many bodies roll unrevenged as Falcon Esports can smell victory.
The legacy of the Falcons sourced in new heights, sending NIP Flash down to the lower bracket.
It's a sweep. 2-0 for Falcon Esports.
And a decisive one for this team. Man, just looking at what they went through. They won against Aurora, they won against SRG, they won against BTK, and now they won against the Singapore All-Star team, NIP Flash.
Falcon seems to be the kind of team that just once they find their wins, once they get their bearing, they just soar and soar and soar. I'm getting flashbacks to M2 here.
Man, it's scary, it's exciting, and at the same time, Falcon Esports, a well-deserved win.
Let's throw it over to our analysts to figure out what they feel about Game 2.
Falcon Esports are not haunted by their ghouls. They are inspired by them, and they now move forward to the upper bracket semi-finals. Congratulations to Falcon Esports. What a game.
What a game. Right after the draft, we talked about the tempo breaker. You called that Fredrin. I looked over at our Barca colleagues. Milo looked at me and he went,
He knew it.
yeah, he knew. It was the 2-0.
I mean, it was clear. It was clear. There was so many. It was so difficult for NIP Flash to really get back into this game, right? The only ways that they can do it is to actually punish their opponent's mistakes, or maybe try to make some off-tempo plays, maybe play with some macro feints. But we saw a very honest game from NIP Flash, and they always seem to want to clash head-on against Falcon from minute one until the snowball started to develop.
And now NIP Flash are in this tough position. Any team that loses this first round of the knockout stages has to crawl through 4 series to make it to the grand finals. 4 BO5s to make it to the grand finals. While now Falcon Esports just needs to fight potentially at 2 more grand finals, win 2 more grand finals to make, 2 more series to make it to the grand finals. So many finality to it all because we just saw NIP Flash drop and Falcon Esports move forward. So now, of course, with Myanmar happy, we're going to be hearing from them in just a bit.
Yeah, we definitely, I mean, for me, I had a lot of things I want to talk about NIP Flash, right? From the draft and how they played that game 2. I know we've gone through a few of them in game 1, but I felt like game 2 was a big miss, right? So many missed opportunities. I don't mind a team playing honest, but sometimes you're too honest for your own good. I think the sequence has to really change. I think Gideon told me that they probably woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. I kind of agree, but no, we'll leave it for later.
Yep, that's what it felt like. But of course, let's revel in the victory of Falcon Esports in Myanmar right now, as we're going to toss you on over to Rose to talk with the winning team.
The Flying High Falcons of Myanmar has just set the Singaporean All-Stars team down to the lower bracket with a clean sweep. Right now, I am with Coach Nyo Chao and Dax. First of all, how are you guys?
Thank you. I'm fine.
You're fine? Just now, he was like, happy. Are you happy?
I'm so happy.
You're so happy. Were you nervous? You're nervous? Were you nervous just now in the game?
Yes.
You were nervous. Did you expect 2-0? Or you thought it was a 2-1? Did he expected it to be a 2-0 or was he thinking it was a 2-1? 2-0. That one I understood. He was expecting a 2-0. Okay. Now, Coach Nyo Chao, just now, everybody was shocked that you guys picked Roger. Can you share why you guys picked Roger?
Yeah. In Roger Pit, we already trained maybe 100 matches in screen.
100 matches?
Yeah. Roger versus Alpha.
Okay, but why? Because Roger is the old meta, right? This meta, we haven't seen a Roger jungle. So why did you guys think it will work?
Yeah, I think if they ban assassin or assassin, we need to play one hero, yeah, right? That's why we train outright hero Roger.
Oh, so does that apply to Fredrin as well? You guys like to pick non-assassin junglers?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Dax, since you're the one playing in the jungle, do you like assassin or not assassin?
I like assassin.
You like assassin. Why do you like assassin? It's okay, there's a translator. Why do you like assassin, Dax? Mechanic, fast speed, fast hand.
Because it's joyful when I play assassin.
Oh, he feels happy when he plays assassin. You know what? I agree. Unfortunately, I can't play assassin. Now, Dax, let me ask you, is there an assassin you want to play in M6?
M6 ma play in assassin hero.
Funny.
Fanny! Are we going to see Fanny soon?
Sorry, come again?
Are we going to see Fanny soon?
Fanny will
If they don't ban Fanny, we will
pick Fanny.
I love it. The chemistry of the coach and the player, both of them said it at the same time. Okay, now Dax, Just now, I mentioned to you that before you said you wanted to surpass whatever Burmese Goals has done, which was an M2, right? You guys are slowly getting closer to the grand finals, actually. How are you feeling with that?
Burmese goal surpass လုပ်မယ်ဆိုပြီးအရင်တော့ Dax ကပြောခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့သူတို့ကအရင်တော့ M2 တုန်းကဒီပါခဲ့တဲ့ team ဆိုတော့အခုတဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့ဒီ legacy ကိုလုံနိုင်ဖို့အတွက်ကိုနီးကပ်လာပြီအဲ့အတွက်ကိုဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်တာလဲခံစားရလဲပေါ့
ပြင်ဆင်တာပါအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်တာပါ training တွေကို screen တွေကိုမနာတမ်းနားရမရှိပဲနဲ့အမြဲတမ်း focus ပြီးတော့ train ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးကြိုးစားနေပါ
I have prepared a lot and during the screening stage I have trained non-stop not even one day close and so we are going to be trying the best.
Dax has mentioned previously that he does want to surpass however far Burmese Goals has achieved in the M2, and as we can see, this kid right here has been training non-stop, not even a day off. Thank you very much to Dax and to Coach Nyo Chow. Congratulations on proceeding to the knockout stages. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this clean sweep up against NIP Flash.
All of the hard work and training, the non-stop action that this Falcon Esports squad has been on, looks like it's paid dividends. They've done so well throughout M6, and them defeating NIP Flash in that manner that they did, I feel like it's an even bigger statement. It sets the bar for the action we're going to be seeing in the very first round of knockouts.
Yeah, for both teams that came to the 3-1 bracket and, you know, ended up matching against one another, I didn't really expect the series to go this way. I was expecting it to go 2-1 either way, but Falcon, they really just dominated the playing field.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I think the NIP Flash, they're not playing their A game right now, and that's a little sad to see, especially now that they have to drop down to the lower brackets. They maybe need a little bit of pressure to kind of keep them going. But I gotta give props where props is due. Great drafting coming in from the side of Falcons. It looks like they continue to improve from the Swiss stage. We don't see as many inconsistencies like we saw before, and honestly, it really just boils down to, did I accidentally like whiff an ability most of the time?
Yeah, it was honestly great strategizing by the coaching staff of Falcon Esports. They know how their opponents like to play, and the two drafts that they've popped up here with today just ended up breaking through the NIP Flash formation incredibly well, or it sort of took advantage of some of their lapses when it comes to macro control, and they do just that. Gideon said off screen, Benny, he's a damn good Granger. He is now on the map as one of the best Grangers in the tournament.
I gotta give it to him. He's got really good resource management, right? And when he needs a Death Sonata, he's got shots, but he doesn't waste it willy-nilly. He doesn't open up the map with it most of the time. He's allowing the rest of his team to do so. But I think, you know, even though he's doing really well, there are a couple of things I can't accept. Number one, Diablo, second item, decides to go for the Oracle instead of going for a Dom Ice, which I think would have been very helpful not only in lane, but for the whole team fight. Somebody needs anti-heal other than Curtisi, who gets zoned out, all because Royal Milk package into the back line.
Yeah, then that one credits to PX7, right? Like the mind of a Loyi player, being able to see these big angles and, you know, making the right call, and just delivering FCon kind of that team fight win, right? Like if game 1 the -1 factor was a veil from Kurt, game 2 that -1 factor is PX7.
Yeah, I think a good way to put it also is that Falcon are playing up against a team that they know very well or have researched really well. It looked like the positioning that they were taking in the objective team fights always blocked key entry points, and especially Hades' favorite area, which is just a little bit beside that wall, not the shrub behind it near the lane, but the shrub right behind the wall. We can easily just dash in, retreat, and dash out. It was always blocked by Kid X.
Yeah, I think on top of that was also this Fredrin last pick, right? Like when that Fredrin pick came out, you see NIP Flash, how are you ever going to start a fight? Like who is JPL gonna kick? He tried kicking Dax, that didn't work out. He kicked Kid X, that didn't work out either. Diablo couldn't get into the backline at all. And then those calls, they started getting weirder and weirder. Diablo trying to man-fight Benny without his Radiant Sandstorm or Flicker as a means to escape. Ends up getting solo killed. Vanix trying to shove lane to draw F Continent, but forgot that there was a Luo Yi, so it was just a straight up airplane ride to the top side to take him out. And I think Flash, I don't know, I just think that from the draft to the gameplay onwards, there were a lot of holes that need to be plugged. This Joy first reveal, I didn't like it at all.
It was costly. It was very costly, but at the same time, I like the way the Falcons took advantage of it, right? You see Joy first pick, what do you go instead? Granger straight away into the Luo Yi, knowing that you want to see the rest of NIP Flash's line up within that first phase before you lock in that Tigreal. Because, you know, straightforward answers could have been, I could have locked the Tigreal into the Luo Yi and then wait to see what kind of gold lane matchup, because we're expecting Vanix to either play Granger or Moskov at the end of the day. We haven't seen him play the Beatrix that often, even though they have single target lockdown in JPL.
As now we look at the MVP of the game in what was such a unified front by the side of Falcon Esports, we just got to look at an amazing individual performance from Benny on that Granger. Gideon, what exactly did you like about this Granger that made you go, wow, he's really damn good?
I mean, I like the way that he plays the lane, but also in these team fights, he's not throwing out Death Sonatas without reason. And I think a lot of players who play Granger usually do that. A majority of his damage is going to come down to his Rhapsody, and then you want to hold on to as many charges, if not at least 2 of the charges, to reposition yourself in case your verticality or your lines aren't great with the Rhapsody, because you can cancel it midway and then launch the Rhapsody again once you have enough stacks. Best part about him is that when he's working with the rest of the team, especially when we start thinking about like, oh, we wait for the duality, we want the duality to come out from our Luo Yi, I can set it up for you with the Death Sonata first, so you can guarantee land it, and then I can follow up.
And you can see even in these team fights, he understood the amount of space that he has, right? This one was sort of like a freebie given over to Benny by Diablo. Very weird moves, but aside from that, Benny is just being gifted all these easy kills because he has the right resources, the right team with him. Kid X with big implosions, and then you have the duality from PX7. That's kind of the left claw of Falcon for you, right? In this gold lane. 4-0 on the Granger, completely uncontested the whole game. No one on NIP Flash's side could get to it.
I want to give a shout out to Kid X as well. I think on this Tigreal, he has been extremely comfortable. He looks very confident with a lot of his plays, even though he's sometimes just looking for one person to flicker Implosion on top of. I think that Falcon Esports, if other teams are looking to try and punish them, they have to start thinking about not only comfort heroes, but at the same time, it feels like it's very difficult to punish Dax in particular.
That's Falcon Esports for you, and definitely the team from Myanmar have put themselves on the map as one of the teams to watch out for. The dark horses are starting to, well, at this point, you can definitely say they're true contenders with what they've shown so far in the M6 World Championship. And remember, getting here was them defeating Aurora, SRG, and BTK 2-1. That's how they made it to the knockouts. Again, congratulations to them. And of course, thank you for supporting M6. Your feedback is invaluable in helping us improve future tournaments. So please, scan the QR code to share your thoughts with us. I think that looking back at that last game, dare I say, we might be seeing the legacy that, and I'm sorry to bring in a team that isn't no longer here, but it's very glaring, the legacy of BTK. Falcon definitely picked something up from their series up against BTK and watching them play Luo Yi, Fred, Granger all together, having an EXP laner whose one sole purpose is to split up and mess up team fights for the opposing team. It's very BTK of Falcon Esports, but of course, their own style, you can't take it away from them because as they mentioned, the CC is a signature pick for Royal Milk. The Fred, Dax started making a name for himself as a Fred as well, and the Tigreal of Kid X, which you pointed out. It was just Falcon Esports, it's like they saw what other teams were doing and said, hey, we can do that too, but because we've been doing that too as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Dax, being able to show that Roger, I want to quickly just add on to what Gideon said about Kid X. I think him on the Tigreal, in the early stages, there were some jitters, right? Like his Tigreal, sometimes he was using Implosion, he was doing the Natalia Implosion, but over time, he is getting a lot more solid with his timings. He's willing to use it to catch key targets, and identifying that NIP Flash's draft really centers around having JPL around the map. If we take JPL with one Implosion, we do it. It's very valuable. So props to them. They've guaranteed top 6 at M Series. That itself is incredible for Myanmar.
It is an incredible feat, but there's still a lot of competition to go on here. So I think, the way that they're evolving with the draft, as you mentioned, very BTK-esque, it allows certain team members to become a new win condition, right?
Yeah.
We don't see too many EXP laners kind of fulfill that role.
Yeah.
But drafts like this where at least Dax can say, hey, all I got to do is peel. I'm going to let the rest of my team do majority of the work, and this will be an easy game. If Royal Milk does well, if Benny does well, this game's done for.
It's going to be a long day and important night for MLBB Esports history as we have 3 more best of 3s coming up. But don't forget, you make sure that you're there for the M6 Battle Night happening from December 28 to 29. Enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 Epic Skins trial and all heroes free trial. Whoa, that's pretty cool. So it's a perfect time to tell your friends, hey, help me out here. Join us. Play MLBB with me December 28 and 29. It's Battle Night. If you're asking why it's just one night, guys, it's called Battle Night, not Battle Nights, not Battle Weeks. Magic Chess Go-Go on the multiple player strategy game now actually soft launched in Malaysia and Singapore, where pre-registration is now underway for other APAC regions as well. So it's a new multiplayer strategy game. I mean, if you know what Magic Chess is, you know what Magic Chess Go-Go definitely is.
I mean, I'm on a 25-game win streak, man. I'm still going, baby. Climbing that ladder pretty fast. You know, I'm that new tactician in the ring. Come join me. I'm lonely. I need friends.
He needs friends.
Please.
And plus, it also speeds up some of the daily quests that you need to do. Not to mention the fact that it runs at 60 FPS, which is great. I mean, that's a great technical feat. Like, anything below that feels a little underwhelming, if not extremely underwhelming, because technically you can also play it on your tablets as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have the ROG Phone 9 and it runs at 30 FPS, I'm not gonna play it. So yes, 60 FPS.
You're going to be a Magic Chess. At that point, you're overkilling it for a Magic Chess. I mean, come on. If you want like the best possible experience, you go for the best possible experience. And here's one. Coming up next is a very important matchup. We're going to show the bracket just in case you don't know what the next one is. But now we're going to be seeing the opponents, or if possible opponent of Falcon Esports. It's either going to be FNOP, Fnatic Onic Philippines, as champions of the Philippines, against SRG, the champions of Malaysia, the team on the way potentially to a golden road. Archivamos, Team Spirit, and Team Liquid ID are still waiting, and the loser of the upcoming match is who NIP Flash is gonna need to face.
It's not gonna be
Easy, man. It's either we get the neighbor rivalry or somehow we get the upset of the knockout brackets and take down FNOP, which, as much of a praetor as I am, is a tough task.
It really is. I think regardless of who makes it forward, I feel like overall, FNOP is looking to be the favorites to win the entire thing, right? It looks like there's a cut above the rest. If SRG can kind of equalize the score, it's not like the matches get easier. They will then have to look for revenge in Falcons afterwards. So again, it's just proving ground upon proving ground upon proving out, while FNOP is just like, all right, let's just stay in the upper brackets. This should be technically a pretty easy day.
Yeah, that's the match coming up, folks. A match that maybe we thought we'd have to wait up until later in the tournament to see. On the very first day of knockouts, they're not eliminating each other just yet. They're fighting to see who Falcon Esports will be seeing in the next round. Again, the champions of the Philippines, Fnatic Onic PH against Selangor Red Giants. We are spoiled. We've been spoiled this whole M6. We already saw FNOP versus TLID in a BO1. Now we're seeing it in a full series against our SRG.
I'm getting babied, right? This whole experience, this whole Swiss wildcard to Swiss stage to knockout, I feel like I'm having the best spar experience of my life, but for MLBB Esports.
We're eating good tonight, boys.
Yeah.
We're eating good tonight with the level of games that are going to be coming out. And hopefully we're going to see a fully fleshed out BO3. And hopefully they all slept on the right side of the bed.
IOI City Mall is starting to get packed up as a marquee match is coming our way. Again, congratulations to Falcon Esports for advancing. But now they'll see who they'll be facing in the next round. Will it be Fnatic Onic PH or Selangor Red Giants? Join us for the next series.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治 Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go, it's Sans, who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash!
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sijibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Poppy and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a train as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
The double Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Universe defied them. They wanted more. They wanted to be at the top. But the universe said no. Until something snapped and they started breaking records at home and eventually took it to the stage internationally, where everyone has eyes on them. Which team am I talking about? Well, it's both of them. Fnatic Onic Philippines, the champions of the Philippines against the champions of Malaysia in Selangor Red Giants. It's the second series of the day, and only one of them will advance, with the other falling to the lower bracket. My name is Renmar Santa Cruz, just call me Renmar. Still here with Husky and Gideon Q, and I just realized I'm sharing the desk with two Malaysians.
Yes.
Dude, FNOP have shown such a solid performance, touted as the favorite to win the whole thing. So we gotta somehow outnumber you, right? So I think it's fair, 2 against 1.
Yeah.
Also still odd against us though.
Hey, consider this evening the playing field, at least outside of the game. In the game, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I lean more towards that idea of where this is anybody's game. A little bit more of that later, but of course, if you want to experience it or discover the beating heart of Qiddiya City, the gaming and esports district, the world's first real-life gaming hub, and a beacon of gaming culture, go on over online, search at Qiddiya Gaming for more information. We've been partnered up with them ever since the M5 World Championship. There's always a lot of questions on what Qiddiya actually is, so go ahead and online and check it out. Of course, we just talked about it earlier, but time for you to share it again. Of course, Magic Chess Go-Go, a multiplayer strategy game, is now soft launched in Malaysia and Singapore. Just a reminder for y'all, Magic Chess Go-Go is actually separate from the Magic Chess game mode you have in your MLBB app. This is a whole new separate experience, Magic Chess experience for you. So if you want to put your strategies to the test, outsmart your opponents, and claim the ultimate victory, go ahead, scan that QR code for surprises and for more information online.
It's a fun game. I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
I mean, it's an auto battler, and most people are going to be like, oh, they gave the same impression to MLBB that they do to these types of auto battlers, being like, it's just a mobile game, it's just for children. It's a lot smarter than you think, and it has at least a good amount of depth to it to utilize against your opponents to quote-unquote outplay them.
Yeah, and think about it. With 1.5 billion registered MLBB players across the world, you definitely will be going up against some very crazy minds in Magic Chess Go-Go. And of course, to celebrate our 1.5 billion milestone from December 6 to December 23, you can join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free. That's in-game in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang app. Thank you for your unwavering support and you being part of this incredible journey all across these years. You know what, recently what's come up? A lot of those old screenshots from when the game was so much younger.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm just like flabbergasted with how much things have changed in MLBB.
It's like the glow up, right? The glow up phase,
yeah.
right? You look back at your own photos from a decade ago, you get to see that change as well. Some people have longer hair, some people look aged more, some people look younger, some people change style.
Yeah.
MLBB constantly just glowing up to be greater than ever.
No, I'm just glad that they've updated the graphics and as well as, you know, start changing the land of Dom bit by bit from heroes, revamps, and especially the land of Dom, because good lord, was it really uncomfortable to turn around certain corners.
Yeah, but then now, of course, here we are with it being one of the most popular esports titles in the world, one of the most popular mobile games, or just in general games in the world, sports in the world. So thank you once again from the bottom of our hearts. And thank you to the universe that we're getting this early. Get all of the stress out right away. This is the limit test. No one's getting eliminated. PH era isn't gonna end here. But it's still intense, you know. It's still FNOP and it's still SRG.
It definitely is. I remember back in M1, it was also in Malaysia. That time Fnatic Onic Philippines, before they were Fnatic Onic, fought Onic Philippines. I remember they were playing in Group D and they were playing up against teams like Deus Vote at that time and they were eliminated, right? But Wojski was still on that team as Greed and I had to do the exit interview and now like 4 years later I get to see them opening knockout match against SRG. I don't know, maybe this is what the universe wanted.
It was waiting for you to come back for Fnatic Onic to make it back to the world stage. Are you the lucky charm?
It could be the lucky charm, but at the same time, you know, Fnatic Onic are looking to be the favorites overall. This is why I'm nervous for this matchup, because as much as SRG is going to test themselves against one of the favorites, it could go both ways. And I think pre-preparation is going to be especially key in this matchup. Luckily, nobody gets knocked out, so I can wipe my sweat just for a little bit.
Well, remember, as much as Fnatic Onic Philippines are the favorites, there was another team in their way. The team that is on the step, to completing the Golden Road. The only team to win 2 MPL tournaments in 1 year plus MSC. Now they're just waiting to see if they could win M6. That's SRG, but the gold standard stands in the way of the golden road of the Giants from Selangor.
This is, I mean, it's a crazy storyline, right? Because at the end of the day, nobody has achieved the golden road. The closest we've ever been is obviously with the Onic from the Indonesian side, but even they failed at the very end. Obviously, we want to be looking towards Onic Philippines to win it all. However, it's been a very long journey, and they've been denied so many times for actually reaching the M Series. Because MPL PH, at the minimum, one of the big 3 regions in the world. They get 2 representatives to go on. And because of how competitive their series has been as an overall competition, getting 3rd just feels so bad.
Yeah. In the Philippines now, because of just how much success there has been with the Philippine era, it's like, weirdly enough, for some people, or a good amount of very vocal people are saying it's either championship or bust for the Philippines, which is so weird to say, because achieving a high rank in an international tournament in MLBB esports today is a big enough achievement in itself. This is there's a lot to explain with the story of key players between these 2 teams. So please watch this and join us for the journey.
Rise as one, it's TNC Pro Team.
When I first joined TNC on MPL stage, I cannot handle the pressure. That's why I cannot play really well. And that time, every losses, I always think that they might change players. So I just keep on playing. Then I don't think a lot about if we lose, they will change me. I just focus on playing that time.
As Onic goes for the sweep, TNC, what went wrong?
After my second season on TNC, I already talked to my girlfriend that she doesn't want me to play as an import because I really want to try, but I think I cannot find a team on MLBB that time. That time I just go because I just trust my instincts. If I don't do that, maybe I'll regret it for my whole life. So I just tried to play on SRG.
The one that catch my eye is definitely his mentor and his EQ for me because he's really confident as a person. I think his main motivation is definitely coming to prove himself because everybody was trash talking like 8 plays, clown from PH, stuff like that. He feels okay. He really has a very strong mentor. Basically make the team has a very good vibe.
You want us Roger this time?
We want Roger, coach, promise. Roger
or Ling?
Roger.
So that's SRG taking the Roger route.
Innocent is really one of the top gold laners in the world, so when it comes to the aura, that it's just naturally there.
Slangor and Giants are your new champions of the mid-season cup.
I really don't want to regret something on our game, so I just give it my all. Just all in.
Okay, Innocent goes in! Innocent walks in, Stormy! Goes in for the kill! With a nature from Innocent, detective walking in Innocent! With a maniac!
Ganun pa din, tulad pa rin ng dati. Pero mas confident lang ako ngayon sa...
SRG are still on that road!
Sarili ko, di tulad dati nung unang MPL ko na... Nagda-doubt ako sa sarili ko.
It was him trusting his instincts and the goal to delivering his best that led to SRG where they are now. The play that he committed with the rest of the remaining members of SRG against CFU in that Game 3 as that Moskov ensured that the Golden Road dream stays alive. That is the story of Innocent.
Yeah, when no one trusted him, he trusted himself, right? He trusted his instinct. Came over to Malaysia, instantly became FMVP Season 13, won 2 back-to-back MPL. Got asked for a Roger pick in MSC Finals, Game 7, wins that, and then became the national hero, as the BM broadcast called him, when he beat CFU with that Moskov.
Honestly, I was asking this ever since the new SRG was formed at the very beginning of this year. After winning the first MPL, the question was like, how are these how competitive is MPL PH? Because TNC Pro going basically no wins at all, and these players suddenly, even King Kong from the side of Fnatic, Onic PH is doing amazingly well. Something just wasn't working there.
Let's look at the quote from Innocent on your screen so that we can understand one of the stars of this story that we're about to see just a little bit better. He said he expected to face Fnatic Onic Philippines and it wasn't surprising. In fact, he wanted to go up against them since he never won a game against Kelra in MPL Philippines. During 2 seasons with TNC, he couldn't fully showcase his skills because he was afraid of being judged, especially with so many champions in the Philippines. Facing top gold laners only added to that pressure. So it seems like the pressure that is the pressure cooker of MPL Philippines eventually molded this man into a MSC winning, 2-time MPL winning champion.
It's like fine wine, right? You guys produce the best talents, you know, arguably, undoubtedly the best talents in the world. Like, even we saw in the video, right, he went from being clowned as the worst marksman in MPL Philippines for the longest of times when he came to MPL MY to now regarded as one of the best, even getting credits from people like Super Marco. So that's a huge improvement from how he was back then.
So you're telling me the only way to escape judgment is to get imported to a different country, so even if you do get trash talk, you don't understand the language enough to actually take it into account.
I mean, that could potentially be the play there. But now I think it's time to welcome our 2 titans of Mobile Legends Bang Bang onto the stage. It's Fnatic Onic Philippines and SRG. The stage is a team looking to extend their region's dominance. Good thing they're not just a powerhouse nor a mere family. They are the super family of Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Going up against them, Mr. Pride of the host country. Bumpy as their journey down the Golden Road may seem, they're walking stronger than they've ever been. Malaysia, give it up for Selangor Red Giants! The brains and the bronze, the tactician and the strategist behind the games of both teams stepping onto the stage for Fnatic Onic Philippines and Selangor Red Giants. As both of them take a bow and go for the fist bumps, it's about to be a battle of epic proportions, a premonition or prelude of what's supposed to be a championship match. As scenes go down, is about to get heated.
It may be an intense battle, but smiles on the stage. I don't know if I saw that right. Did Innocent try to give Kelra something there at the start? Was that a sticker? But I think we're going to have to check up on that a little bit later on. They are ready. It's the battle of red and yellow. Actually, no, red and yellow versus black and yellow for these two. I just cannot wait for the draft. And let's check out the M-Chat brought to us by SRG. Are you guys excited to meet Fnatic Onic Philippines? Innocent said, yeah, of course. King Kong and I used to be teammates in TNC Pro Team. Sakai wants to face King Kong for that reason too. And Sakai sounds jealous. What?
Hey, talk about good vibes and a good time, right? We were talking about mentality, the EQ on this guy through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, even from the MPL Philippine League to even our gala night, you know, Fnatic Onic Philippines has been messing with Innocent a bit. You know, King Kong and rough his hair up during his model run. So that's pretty funny as well.
By the way, the MLBB Rising Open, a new game mode, is available to check out. So if you want to redeem it, scan the QR code, or you could use the redeem code MRO. That's the letter O. Bang Bang. You can go to your in-game profile icon setting and then redemption code so that you can go ahead and claim it.
All right, we got a minute before we get into this game. A couple of things that I want to point out here is especially from SRG's side, because again, keep in mind that FNOP are the favorites in this matchup despite everything that's happened. If an upset were to occur here, nobody's going to get knocked out, but I am genuinely worried about two picks. One being the Loyi, the secondary one being in that Bruno. So I don't know if SRG has figured out an answer to one or the other, but this is on the assumption that they are going to be on red side.
Yeah, alongside the Loyi and Bruno, you have to watch out for that big trade-off or big trade of the Cho, Yooms, and even Yooms himself. As a lot of people are already saying Yooms is one of the best Cho users in the world. Yooms himself said Brusco is one of his favorite Cho players that he ever got to play against in scrims.
Some of them say never meet your idols, right? But in this case, you have to. Not just that, I think even when you look at picks that something like as common as a Suyo in this meta, like when you put King Kong on Suyo, it's a completely different from all the Suyo that we've seen in the league thus far. So I think that's something that SRG needs to consider. But again, when we head into the drafting phase, it comes down to which side both teams are on. If SRG's on red side, they got a lot of thinking to do in this first phase, especially.
Let's see who won the coin flip, and it looks like FNOP have decided to, at very least, actually, we're not sure who wins the coin flip, but whether or not, SRG decided to go red, even if they did. But at the end of the day, Suyo has been a very strong opener for the blue side, and especially in the hands of King Kong, it doesn't feel like he ever hesitates on his decision, which is why he seems to be so mobile on this one pick.
It's not just that, it's also kind of the macro knowledge, right? I think a lot of people have talk about FNOP as a team that are so good in their mechanics that it translates into those macro decisions. We saw them with picks like Suyo, like Loyi, and I think the general consensus would be this iteration of FNOP is the best out there, right? Like it feels that they're irreplaceable right now.
So FNOP have respect banned two of the topics of Cram in the Swiss stage, which is the high loss and the Hilda, and the space that it provides while taking away a stable alpha pickup for SRG in the hands of Sakai. So they are signaling to SRG to go ahead, let's play the assassin game. Let's go for the high mobile, high damage heroes that we're known to use, Sakai and King Kong, while for SRG they take away the Fanny of King Kong, and one of the most stable bans you have to commit when you're up against Fnatic Onic Philippines is actually the Jushin. So for SRG, are they thinking of taking away the Bruno, or they actually take away the joy of King Kong?
This is actually pretty smart here, because now I want to see what the opener for FNOP is going to be. Is it going to be instantly pick up the Phoveus to try and deny another pick away from Cram? If they do decide to give Phoveus away and go for Blue Yo once again, which they usually do, especially on that blue side, that means they might have another potential answer to the Phoveus, maybe in terms of just lane pressure or wave clear with Gatot, or maybe some other picks.
If you want to go for first pick Bruno, like a lot of teams do, there is also that choice. The Loyi is also up on the table for FNOP. If you want to first pick it, now is your chance, right? Because SRG, they're essentially willing to go for the trade, but this King Kong Suyo is now going to be out of his cage.
Yeah. So the next possible trades are Cho, Suyo, maybe even a surprise Low Yi steal as one of the first 2 picks on the red side, so that Super Friends won't get his hands on it. Though they did get a loss against BTK with that hero, FNOP are very prideful of that Low Yi pick.
Yeah, they are. And very understandably so, man. Super Prince is one of those Lo Yis where it's hard to imagine Lo Yi without him.
Yeah.
Now, Lo Yi stolen away, but they also decided to take away the Cho. I would have imagined that they would lean into maybe picking up the Bruno alongside the Cho and attack the gold roam support side of the map. But doing it in this particular order now tells, hey, if you pick up the Bruno, that's totally fine, but you must take the Purify alongside it.
That, and also this, I know that we've seen SRG flex that Cho a few times in the local league for Cram. I mean, if they want to go down that route, it's always there, depending on what the roamers are left in the pool after this. But for FNOP, this is one of the few teams that does not mind leaving Kelra's hero for last, right? So for them in this case, they're not really worried about that goal lane matchup. They've won in a disadvantage matchup, but that Bruno is online, so you guys just pick it.
Okay, and there's the Khalid for Fnatic Onic Philippines, going most likely into the hands of Brusco. Now, Fnatic Onic Philippines, though, still need to be careful of potentially SRG swerving and picking up a lineup that does well with Fredrin in the jungle. They were able to play that well up against during the Swiss stages, so I wouldn't be surprised if they might have their eyes set on building that and just playing for a lineup that wants to supplement a long-range hero such as a Granger for Innocent.
I'm thinking about Burst, right? As much as Granger sounds like a great idea, I feel like taking the Beatrix might just be the better bet only because you have the Cho. But if they don't want to go through that route, they can look to pick up Phoveus now, despite Khalid being that flex pick, just to kind of force, hey, EXP side of the map might just be within our control. You're forced to play towards gold.
Yeah, I like a Phoveus pickup for SRG here. And it's going to be the loss.
Wow. I mean, you can't blame him, right? Like, when they asked about his what pick do you want to help us win a knockout game, and he said Moskov, give it to him.
This is a very interesting idea because this feels very NIP Flash, right?
Yeah.
It feels like they kind of want to play with the diversions. They want to sneak into the back line at key opportunities in this game. And as an SRG fans are building up the hype for the second half of the drafting phase, there are still a lot of holes for both teams this side. It doesn't look very lopsided right now.
Yeah. So with SRG playing the map, that sort of shuts down one of the tendencies of Fnatic Onic Philippines. Their signature 4-1 split that sends King Kong into the far lane, while 4 members with a strong team fight by FNOP can hold the major objective. FNOP blocks the Fredrin, while SRG blocks the Sicilian. Fantastic drafting and banning from these 2 teams so far.
Wonderful, wonderful draft.
This is why some people say that you are looking at a potential grand finals match already, right? Like the drafting is just masterclass from both teams. Just good understanding. Like we've seen Super Prince with the Sicilian also. The only difference is that SRG, they're looking for a jungler and a flex, whereas for FNOP, they're looking for Super Prince's hero, and SRG, they're trying to block it out.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what they're going to do to get that level of burst with the Cho. I mean, the Cho can be used proactively or defensively. He's extremely flexible in that sense. I'm curious whether or not, as you've mentioned before, whether this Cho flex into the EXP is a good idea. And I think that's what they're going to do all the way to the very end, as they've already banned out Godthought. Unless they want to solidify what their EXP lane, they're probably going to pick Phoveus, worst comes to worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there goes a Nolan.
The signature Nolan from Sakai's. Just good respect.
Wow. Well, great respect from both of these two. I wonder if that means that they might end up picking something like a Hayabusa for Sakai's as one of his last best options. The Ling is still on the board, but Ling has definitely fallen out of favor.
What about Julian?
I feel like actually, unless if they go Julian here, all they're missing is whether or not they have an EX, unless they go for like a damaged EXP laner, because then it just won't be enough, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to supplement, you're trying to look for, if you play Julian, you're looking for a composition that is willing to skirmish on a drop of a dime, right? At any point of time, let's go for the all-in.
Okay, they get the Terizla, a solid front. So I wonder how solid they'll actually get with this lineup. What if suddenly, now they will need to go damage in the jungle, or they're going to be playing for a very mid, very late game style of play style. Well, Fnatic Onic Philippines needs a little bit more AoE in their books.
Yeah, it's telling Kelra that, okay, you need Purify for the choke kick, hey, if you use Purify, you're not going to have Flicker for the penalty zone, right? You got to pick a poison. This is limit testing Kelra. Kind of put him in a spot where you got to play your best game as a Bruno.
Oh, I wonder if they'll pick up a CC for Kirk. Go for the traditional CC to Rizla matchup.
I was thinking that as well.
Tamus?
I feel like Edith may make a little bit more sense here, only because you want to keep up pressure, but at the same time, I still don't know who's going to go into the EXP lane. I feel like Khalid can technically go there as well, but when you have Farsa on your side, it makes a little more sense to have Edith as your support.
It feels like it's a Brusco Khalid. Like we've seen him play like Khalid roam plenty of times.
And Edith is a signature pick of Cram in MPL Philippines, so that's going to be the lineup for FNOP. They needed just a little bit more magic damage, so they paired it up with the Edith as well. Good damage distribution and profile for FNOP, while for SRG, they have the choice. They can either go Assassin in the jungle, or they're just going to go Sturdy again and just play for a mid to late style play style. I'm leaning towards a Hayabusa right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking that it doesn't feel like there's much choices right now with the Fredrin and Nolan banned out. If not Hayabusa, Julian is probably like the riskier pick, but Hayabusa is definitely feels like that one.
It's Julian.
Oh yeah, they went with Julian. All right, okay.
All right, yeah, they want to be able to fight at any point of time in the game, pre-level 3. If they will get some kind of an early lead, it'll be interesting to see, but both sides very team fight heavy. This Farsa pick is going to be dangerous.
Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Selangor Red Giants in the very first day of knockouts. Make some noise, IOI Cinema!
The Philippines' last hope clashes with the Immortal Giants at the end of this best of 3. One of these tournament favorites will be forced to go on an underdog run in the lower bracket. Jose Ingan, Leo here at your service, bringing you a Fnatic Onic Philippines versus Selangor Red Giants.
A possible glimpse of a finals matchup between the champions of their respective regions, and man, looking at the lineup, they really choked Sekai, like as you mentioned before, with the draft in bans.
Choking him is an understatement. I think they really ran the Sky Prince out of his jurisdiction and said, you know what, throw back to about 6 months ago when Julian was good. Let's get into the battlefield as we watch these two champions, these two titans of MLBB esports clash for our entertainment. Wherever you're watching from, at home, here with us in the arena. If you are at a watch party, one of those from all around the world, thank you so much for making us part of your weekend. Let's check out these early rotations. Is this the first time we're actually seeing Super Vince on a Farsa in a year? Maybe in a couple of years since his debut.
I think so. We've used to seen him use Luyi, the Valentinas, even the Faramis, but right now, an artillery mage. You know that Super Prince really wants to give out the damage. Just looking at the emblems, he's ready for war.
The monster mage here, putting up quite an effort. Malaysian Goat pushing him out. Fumes, in comes the beast!
They're going in for an early aggression onto Cram. Same like what we've seen during the first series, wherein they want to target the XP lane. They're going to keep the gold lane safe first. They're not going to mind that. All eyes are on the XP lane.
Look at this multifaceted attack. The assault on the senses by Fnatic Onic Philippines. Selangor Red Giants, we've yet to see them pull any proactive moves here in this early bout. Again, 1.5 minutes in, and for the first time, it's Yumes crossing the river.
I actually like that you point that out, because if you're gonna watch out for the games of SRG, we've seen Sekai in his local scene, you know, be the aggressor, go for the invades. But right now, so far in M6, we haven't seen the aggressive side of Sekai. Maybe it's because of the draft, because they're trying to choke him out like what Fnatic Onic Philippines do. But right now, if SRG wants to go up against a Titan and bring them down, Sekai needs to be proactive.
Brusco coming in with those hot scimitars. Quick check on the gold lane for League mates. Both MVPs, both MSC champions at that, and now Brusco jumping in.
Yes, and Kelra already pops his Purify. Brusco on the other hand, quick side guard, here comes Yuns. G2 Crab goes in with a penalty zone, and the first one drawn onto the bruiser of Fnatic Onic. Crab picks up the kill.
And that was a trade. Fnatic Onic happy to get that out of the way as King Kong secures the turtle. If you ask me, 4 out of 5 times, that's worth it. King Kong overshoots.
Overshoots, but now focuses his eyes on Sekai's. Here comes Yuns though to the rescue. He doesn't have his level 4 yet. But on the other hand, Super Prince brings down his reign of terror over Stormy.
The Mage Prodigy didn't see that coming. Again, that is what's so elusive. That is what's so odd about seeing Super Prince on an artillery mage.
Yeah, this time, we've said this a lot of times. Super Prince has been the unsung hero of Fnatic Onic Philippines. He has been a team player, but it looks like this time he's gonna be the star that the Super family needs to bring down the Giants.
Amazing how they have relegated core status to Super Prince. And I'll tell you now, I'm seeing where it's coming from, because King Kong, he's playing more of a utility Suyo, as weird as that sounds. So far, this has given Fnatic Onic about 1,000 gold ahead, 3.5 minutes in. Second turtle spawning in the lower quarter, so expect a little bit more action there, a little bit more of a commotion around our gold laners. More on Kelra, more on Innocent. I believe the score is X and nil. Not a single game Innocent has won when he's faced off against the gold standard.
Yeah, but this guy, in this case, Innocent though, his mindset has changed. It's shifted. He doesn't think about the player behind the hero. This time, he just thinks about the hero matchup, when in this case, it's Bruno. And we all know Bruno can be a lane bully, especially with the fast rotation from the mid trio of Fnatic Onic Philippines. So they're gonna play it safe. Again, they have a huge advantage when it comes to the mid to late game. They still have Stormy on the Louis that can play a huge role when it comes to the macro gameplay.
And we've yet to see those diversions come into play, given we are in the early game, 4 minutes in. Huge rotations up top. King Kong and Kirk making sure the coast is clear as they rotate back, using the waves, using the current to rotate in. The flicker away.
But on the other hand, they're going to go for a counter-attack though. Defender Dare Strike is there. Selangor Red Giants still has the numbers game advantage. Scram still has the penalty zone plus the flicker. Let's see who's going to set up first in the turtle pit.
Yume's here down to a fourth of his health.
Oh, penalty zone! Connecting onto Brusco. Raging Phantom is there, but it's not going to be enough to sustain the damage. Coming in from Selangor Red Giants. Fnatic Onic Philippines on the other hand, answering right back. Brings down Yume, brings down Sakai's, and it looks like King Kong has a clear path to this turtle. But Kirk says, we don't just want the turtle, we want 3 bodies. 3 giants will be taken down.
That was hot.
It was.
2.2K now, 5 minutes in, suddenly the snap. Ladies and gentlemen, the clutch has been stepped on, and we're going into 6th gear as Fnatic Onic go into Selangor Red Giants jungle. Even Yumes can't stand the heat.
Honestly, at this point, it's not the 6th gear, it's the 7th, 8th, 9th tempo on Fnatic's side at 2.9K gold lead. You rarely see SRG on the backseat, having a step back on the aggressor side. So Fnatic Onic Philippines, they've studied what SRG can do again, utilizing their knowledge down to the draft, preventing Sakai's from getting a good hero, but here comes a diversion from SRG.
All right, it looks like Kirk saw that coming. So this relative mum, this silence, this calm before the storm allows for us to catch our breath, you too, Ingan. So with that said, 6 minutes incoming, a minute until another turtle spawns. It's a crapshoot. It's a dice roll here for Selangor Giants if they want to fight that, because if anything, right now they're going into what we usually see in the late game for these high-octane teams, these well-oiled engines. They would rather go for ambushes. You saw that diversion.
Yeah, we saw that diversion again, but Fnatic Onic Philippines, they're 1 step, 2 steps ahead. Even Super Prince, this is one of his signature heroes. He knows where the diversions will be casted, even down to the specific time. As King Kong trying to dish out and kite away Kram. Kram has to walk away, but this time, they might overcommit onto King Kong.
He goes down, a clean pick-off by Selangor Red Giants, and here's a clapback. Yumes gets flipped over and burnt out. Super Prince gets a kill.
A roam for a jungler, that might be a favorable trade for SRG. That's why SRG wants to extend their lead. The Spear of Destruction will connect along with the penalty zone, but Kirk though with Earth Shatter catching SRG off guard, and they're gonna halt the clash, but Stormy says, Super Prince, it's my time to shine, brings him down.
1-1, the score between the Mage Prodigy and the Monster Mage in mid. And they're man down. It looks like Selangor Giants have found the window.
Okay, but Brusco though has a good opportunity here. Yumes on the other hand has to conceal. Now it's gonna be a turtle. That's Yumes was able to just undo.
And they find one. Ikram in the middle of it all, taken down by King Kong, Stormy, and the Yin Yang.
King Kong delivering the Sever to bring down Stormy and take back what he did to Kelra, as Innocent has to walk away, getting chased down by Brusco and the Kirk. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm.
The Bruiser finds one. Innocent is down. Sakai's the only one left. Onic Philippines are fanatic about this as they take the last turtle. None for SRG.
The Super Family displaying excellence, displaying their chemistry. You said that Brusco found one. Well, Super Friend says, I'm gonna take him down, brother. 4.6k gold lead. And even if Selangor Giants, we do have to commend Yums. He has been performing relatively well. The Jeet Kunduz has been connecting.
He's my goat.
Wave the Dragon as well. But the problem is, Fnatic Onic Philippines, again, always 2-3 steps ahead.
From minute 0, I think Fnatic Onic have found their way in to SRG's camp. They, some way, somehow, made Sekai struggle even harder. Critics, analysts, fans would say this is not the Sekais we saw in MSC. This is not the same Sky Prince from Riyadh when they won MSC. And now they put him on a hero that isn't even meta. And now Yums is in trouble. In comes Brusco.
Kirk with the Earth Shatter. Here comes the Feathered Airstrike. The artillery coming in from Super Fringe just to bring down Innocent. And that's the proper target the Fnatic Onic Philippines wanted. He went for Yums, but now Brusco, trying to go for Sekais. As Sekais tries to work on his purple buff. Here comes King Kong, dashes in. Tram still has his penalty zone just to counter attack, but SRG will have the discipline to walk away and just let Fnatic Onic Philippines get the purple buff.
The Sigma Junglers Riz, Ohio Phantom Tax pushing in. They're not done.
Oh, Yums though, in a very good position. Crab goes in for the penalty zone.
Kelra in trouble, taken out. Yums gets his man, and that's a pickoff. Selangor Red Giants finds one.
Wow.
Like a needle in a haystack.
Leo, Fnatic Onic Philippines initiation, they got Innocent. What's a better way to answer right back? SRG, Yums with the conceal onto the backline to take down Kelra. They know their target, and they're hitting their marks.
He got that without a flicker, ladies and gentlemen, so he got it the hard way. Now suddenly, since Fnatic are a man down, Selangor Giants are standing their ground. They're pushing back against Fnatic. Sekais dashes on out, gives us a few more moments to breathe and figure out what's happening. 10 minutes into game number 1. All right, a little bit of a recap on what exactly is going down in the battlefield. Kelra just respawned.
Yeah.
4 men circling around from Fnatic Onic. Selangor in a better position. The Giants are actually pushed forward a little bit. If anything, it's Sekais who looks like he wants to dance. Who's gonna start this? Because Yums has a flicker.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You mentioned Yums has a flicker, and we also, prior to that clash, Kirk expended his. So where's the initiation coming in from Fnatic Onic Philippines? They do have the Raging Sandstorm, but is it gonna be enough though to catch? Because again, we've seen Sekais and Innocent. They're not necessarily grouping up. They're spreading out along with Stormy.
And what's worse is Kelra's Purify has been used up already. So the Super family is in super danger right now. This Lord, despite them being up by about 3,000 gold, isn't looking as yellow and orange as a lot of Filipino fans would want it to be. So now, I'd reckon IOI is slowly going to come back to life here. SRG is on up and up.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that, because if you were here yesterday, with a CFU SRG game.
That was yesterday's yesterday.
Yesterday's yesterday. 80% of the time for game 3, the crowd was mild. And when Innocent Sphere of Destruction connected, everyone went wild, up their seats, screaming at the top of their lungs. And SRG is looking to replicate that. Again, Fnatic Onic Philippines, they do have a gold lead, but that's misleading. As you mentioned, the kit that SRG has right now and the availability of their skills.
That's right.
Can be is advantageous actually for the Red Giants.
Yeah, you give athletes as talented and as committed, as clutch as these champions are from SRG, and even a 5-6k gold leading, and even that will not put them down.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And so far, what I've been seeing for SRG, Yums and Cram and Stormy has been doing their job well. Sekais, on the other hand, though, we need to see the Sekais that we saw back in MSC. The aggressor, the mechanically gifted jungler for SRG. He needs to be able to out-retreat King Kong during this first Lord fight.
Despite the comebacks, you know, these small jabs at Fnatic Onic's lead, I think you're right. I think the retry diff, the jungle diff here is going to be key. Lord here down to a 5th of himself, down to a 10.
Okay, here comes the Raging Sandstorm coming in from Brusco, and Stormy gets the Lord! Innocent on the other hand, just to sing down to the knees. Cram, in the midst of everything, will be taken down in exchange from Brusco. Sekais also falls down. Lord. Here comes the counterattack coming in from Fnatic Onic Philippines, but SRG, Stormy gets the Lord.
Oh, in comes King Kong, the beast finds his target. 3 for 1. The Lord now looking like a bad deal for SRG.
Now Fnatic Onic Philippines turns the tide to their favor once again. SRG not going to be able to use up this Lord. Keller's going to make quick work of it. That's why SRG, I think they want to go to look for a pick-off here. They know that Fnatic Onic Philippines is scattered.
And just like that, Kelra and Kirk make quick work of the Lord. That's a negative gain, if ever we've seen one from a Lord take. Very expensive, very costly. And folks, that was off of a turn from Fnatic Onic. You could have sworn that SRG got away with it. You could have sworn it was worthy of the trade. But the mechanics of communication, the synergy of Fnatic Onic, who would have thought that was possible? King Kong show himself here. River control by the defending champions from the Philippines. SRG back to square one. They're trapped again on their side of the map.
You know, the way that Fnatic Onic Philippines has been grouping up, it's like that they're the ones with the diversion. It's like they're the ones confident and in a better position to make a play compared to what SRG has been doing. We haven't seen so far a diversion play.
Ikram pushing back. It makes sense though, the way they're moving like this. And there you go, Brusco, no one home. Up to the wall, and the conceal.
Penalty zone coming in from Grab Super Prince. Even in the midst of everything, gonna cast a feathered airstrike. Gonna try and bring down Grab. Kelra picks one kill. Here comes King Kong, dashes in, forcing SRG once again to retreat. And Fnatic Onic Philippines, I mean, that wasn't a perfect executed initiation. But for some reason, the guts of Super Prince, even though SRG is literally staring at him, he still casted the feathered airstrike.
Must have been bittersweet, popping those spells on his former teammate. Nothing personal. 4,000 gold here. Fnatic Onic is ahead, 14-7. The Lord spawning up top. They catch Humes. Forced him back. Another feathered airstrike. That's a warning shot.
Warning shot to make sure Yums doesn't have the comfort of going for those brushes. Again, they were... this is actually Fnatic Onic Philippines' adaptability. A while ago, when they were able to take down Kelra, that's what Yums did. He went to that brush specifically and eventually concealed to try and be able to Jit Kundu then Way of the Dragon Kelra despite the Purify. So you can see already the adaptability of Fnatic Onic Philippines.
This is Fnatic Onic freestyling and changing the tempo, changing the measures. They understood what SRG was trying to get at, so they changed the beat and they pushed Humes out of that bush, and now they control even that lower quarter. Once more, they catch Humes, forcing him to dash back into that purple side brush. And now the conceal. Where's Fnatic Onic going? Who do they spot? Ikram pushed out. Brusco. Sand walks in, and they realign. Again, a scrum here. Looking for the engage.
Good use of the conceal to try and get SRG out of position. Just looking at damage coming in from Keller. Here comes Cram with the conceal. Stormy though, diversion plays. Spirit Destruction also connects. A lot of isolated clashes happening right now. But still Sakai's gets the Lord. Bang! Keller answers back with a volley shot to bring down Sakai's and Stormy. Again, same thing happened. SRG with the Lord, Fnatic with the kills.
The jungler in the mid for a Lord and nothing to trade for it? I think Fnatic Onic had this planned out all along. I mean, sure, you could have retrieved, but King Kong made the call. He said, I'm going to go on Stormy, and we're going to make him pay. Lord spawns down bottom, but mid and top are for Fnatic.
At this point, SRG, that's more than what they wanted. Preventing Fnatic Onic Philippines from getting the Lord and getting an inhibitor turret down. 4 seconds before Stormy responds, Sakai's response. They have the diversion, so they can make a play actually, since Fnatic Onic is preoccupied with this Lord.
Humes, Cram, and Innocent on the aggression here. They're on the offense, they're looking for targets, and seems to be a feint. They're pushing him back, unless in comes Brusco.
Connecting onto two with the Raging Sandstorm. Here comes the diversion. Cram with the penalty zone. They're working on Innocent. Innocent is going to fall down in exchange for Brusco. He ums as well. Cram caught in the midst of everything. Last man is Stormy, and Sakai's wasn't in the picture. Fnatic Onic Philippines takes 4 down.
The Sky Prince running solo, and he can only push mid. King Kong to the rescue, clean in-house. Selangor Red Giants reeling right now, 1 for 4. I thought it was the worst start when they lost Esan, when Innocent fell. But when Ikram followed, when you followed, when Stormy followed, oh no. Ingan, I think they're going for the end game.
One card minion is here. Sakai's desperate desperately trying to burst it down. He will do so successfully, but Fnatic Onic Philippines, they have minions onto the middle lane. They're going to be disciplined enough to disengage, and that was enough time bought for Sekai's to save Selangor Giants.
Not quite the end game just yet. Fnatic Onic Philippines reading the room. With a minute until the next Lord spawns, finally they might score one, and they'll take it slow, deliberate, surgical in their approach. Approaching the 16-minute mark, Innocent is actually in a better shape than Kelra.
Yeah, because again, Innocent, although he's at 2-3-1, still with the space created for Innocent, specifically from Cram and Yums, he's still able to do a lot of things for SRG, but the problem is Fnatic Onic Philippines, they have a lot of engage.
That's what you call a funnel, and it's all in on Innocent. Fnatic Onic, they have their eggs spread across many different baskets. There's one in a Swiss bank account somewhere else waiting, because that's what Super Prince's Feathered Airstrike is. It's such a long-range artillery spell that even if you start the fight with it, fight goes long enough, he's got another coming.
He's got another coming. I mean, looking at the battle spell, it's just a flicker, not even a purify, but still, one death. Despite there being a Yums show, so far Super Prince's super positioning has been doing wonders for Fnatic Onic Philippines. So SRG, let's see what's their play.
Brusco coming in, conceal, spots Innocent. Does he force it? There's the Feathered Airstrike. There's a jump!
Winter Crown's not going to be enough to try and delay the push Fnatic Onic Philippines is doing. King Kong on the other hand is going down. Innocent on a rampage right now. Wind of Nature is going to be there for the two gold laners. They're working on Brusco. Might be able to take him down though. But Brusco has his immortality. It will be popped. Crown on the other hand goes down in the hands of the gold standard. A 2-for-1 trade. King Kong for Sekai's and Cram.
With Innocent, Yums, and Stormy here, what's the call? Do the Super Family blitz this Lord? Can they afford to do that?
Man, plan A should be the Hail Mary Innocent Spear of Destruction. They don't have, both teams don't have a Retribution holder, so it's still possible for SRG.
Watch out. Innocent does have an immortality. That gives him more of an advantage, a larger margin for error compared to what Kelra's working with. Just raw stats, sheer mechanics, instincts. That would take decades to perfect, that the gold standard has done through his years in professional play. Fnatic Onic finally just respawned all in. Selangor making them work for this final Lord.
Okay, looking at the items, Innocent just pick up a Wind of Nature. On the other hand, Kelra has just the Rose Gold Meteor. So Innocent can still swap the Wind of Nature later on for the immortality. Let's see how Kelra's micro mechanics will save him up against a Titan like Innocent.
Lord here, down to half health. Fnatic Onic urging, taunting, provoking SRG to dance. Cram up to the task. SRG taking control of this river brush, and a sneaky push by Innocent up top.
And that's the thing. That's what you're going to do if you're Innocent. Play the macro game. Play it at your own pace. Again, you did lose 2 inhibitor turrets, but that's the thing. You still have Moscow and Stormy with the Lu Yi.
So far, it looks like Selangor Giants have Fnatic Onic's number. The macro, slightly better. The map control.
Oh,
Kirk down to put to a fifth of his health. Forced to use the ult.
Forced to use the ult, and he still gets the Lord away from SRG. Penalty zone will connect Stormy on the other hand onto the back line with the diversion. Winter Crown play. Here comes Innocent onto the top lane. He takes down an inhibitor with him. Sekai's doing his best to work on Kelra. 2 bodies will fall down for SRG. There's a Winter Crown, but look at the base coming in from Innocent. He already used up his Wind of Nature. King Kong's immortality will be popped. Now they're on the chase. They on the revenge onto Innocent. Kirk with Earth Shatter. Immortality will be popped, and they will shut him down.
Flashing back to his days in MPL Philippines. A failed segue. A backdoor denied. Esan falls. Fnatic Onic Philippines on the offense. Cram flickering away.
Cram and Sekai's left to defend. There's a Lord sieging in onto the mid lane as King Kong works on Cram. The rest of the Super Family works on the push, works on game number 1.
Fnatic Onic Philippines taking the first game here, threatening a sweep. SRG up against the ropes. 20 minutes. Definitely a grand finals preview. If you ask any fan, 5 minutes into the finish, you could have sworn anyone was gonna win. Let's throw it over to our analysts to break it down.
that is exactly what we wanted for a first game in this series. Surprisingly close, tense, and just filled with damn good, sometimes messy MLBB.
God damn, I didn't expect this first game to be that explosive, right? SRG, so many times from the depths of certain defeat, they keep pulling it back, and it really came down to the most minute of details. SOD going wide, right? Not being able to get the Lord at the end that allowed FNOP to win. Gotta give props to SRG, man. They put up a fight that I didn't expect that they would.
Yeah, me neither. Especially with the lead that Fnatic Onic had. Like, I feel like Fnatic Onic could have ended this game a lot sooner, but there was a lot of overthinking happening because of the divergence, because of where the SOD could be coming from, which is why we can clearly tell that both teams respect each other to an uncomfortable degree.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. The sheer amount of respect they have for each other's capability to turn things around just extended this game to a length that we didn't expect because of the lead that Fnatic Onic Philippines had.
I mean, think about it this way. King Kong had a 4-level lead on the guys on a Julian of all things. Now, Julian struggles to get in on the Lord pit, right? Everybody knows that unless you are committing all your abilities to jump into that pit, you're basically sacrificing yourself to try and give your team an option, a chance at it. But I don't know. There's a lot of moments where Fnatic Onic probably should have just taken a fight instead of going for the Lord. Just push SRG. Even if you get into our flanks, who cares? We've got a whopping lead against you, and as long as Super Prince's positioning isn't compromised with his feathered airstrike, majority of these fights should fall into their hands.
Yeah, the craziest thing is that throughout this entire game, we saw 3 Lords. King Kong got none of them. It was 2 SRG. The last one was secured by Kirk. And King Kong had a level lead the entire game.
That's hilarious.
You're right. Like, a lot of his farm really just came from sheer farm and even the kills alone. But that's one of the signatures of Fnatic Onic Philippines from MPL PH Season 14. They are willing to lose the Lords, but they're not willing to let go of their leads. You can get the objective, but they're going to get the kill trades after. And then every Lord that SRG got through that way led to them getting taken down and actually losing turrets.
I mean, you get a second Lord and you still end up losing 2 inhibs, right? Like, who would have thought of that as a possible scenario?
Yeah, it's definitely a scary place to be, especially when you know that these clapbacks are so hard from both sides, honestly. But I will give it a FNOP. The early game was played especially well. They had a lot of tempo against SRG and forced SRG to actually respond to them accordingly. Initially, we were expecting the re-gank on that top side after, I mean, unfortunately, Cram getting put down to 1 HP. He didn't die, but that initial recall, he lost 1 minion off of that wave, and after that, Kirk played it really, really well. I mean, give the man props. Yeah. If he doesn't get MVP, I mean, sure, but that Edith is disgusting.
9-0, 9-0, 10 Edith. What's the last time you seen Edith have that stat in this meta?
And the MVP of the game is the gold standard. A lot of highlight on Innocent, a fantastic gold laner in his own right as he is on the road to potentially achieving the golden road. But you gotta get through the gold standard first. 6, 2, and 14 on this Bruno.
Yeah. Dude, my man Innocent almost repeated the CFU 1v4 in that top fight.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like, it's a scary moment, but up against Kelra, we even saw in the early game before the first turtle that Innocent tried to get an 1 extra minion. Kelra willing to trade Purify just to make sure that Innocent instantly loses that lane.
Yeah, I mean, that early game was really hard for SRG's side, right? Each lane was already struggling. Their initial coverage towards the top side of the map didn't really prove much because they forced Cram to recall anyways. That isolated island, Kelra did a great job in lane, but even Super Prince finding that solo kill into Stormy is why they had such a perfect transition into mid with a whopping lead. And this made King Kong's job super easy, right? Just power farm, show a little bit of presence, make SRG respond to you, then hop to the opposite side of the map and clear the entire wave.
I think we also see here one of the tendencies of Fnatic Onic Philippines, or excuse me, this draft. Everyone can do their job right. From Brusco to Friends to King Kong, Kirk, you could say they did their jobs and what they needed to do with each sequence and with each fight. But if Kelra didn't step up and help finish that job, if he got taken down too early, if Fnatic Onic PH lost their main source of basic attack damage at the worst possible time, then they wouldn't have been able to get this win. This was one of those moments. I was looking at that thinking, Kelra, no way, bro, you're actually gonna go down here. But he survived. Innocent tried, but FNOP were able to clear the minion waves first. King Kong hard focused each minion in that wave that Innocent had.
And it only happened because Innocent missed his SOD, right? Like that could be a completely different event. If there's one thing I really need to kind of, add a bit of salt on, it's just kind of the micro mistakes, right? Mechanical mistakes from Innocent. Few times he decided to step into a crowd control, like that bot lane fight, Cram gets ganked, and then he steps into a Brusco Raging Sandstorm, which forces Purify, and then Kirk kills him afterwards. But aside from that, I think SRG put up a very good fight, despite being so far on the back foot. It does make you wonder what that game 2 is going to look like.
Honestly, it's probably going to look roughly the same, right? Punishes, whiff punishes in this particular case, and for those who don't know the fighting game trial of a whiff punish, if you end up missing your ability, and let's take for an example, Cram, in 5 people, hits Flicker, penalty zones in the middle of it, it hits absolutely no one off of the initial whiff coming in from Brusco, who hit nobody as well with a point like 1 foot Raging Sandstorm.
Oh, man.
These whiff punishes are really important. The execution needs to be at a near perfect standard because both of these teams are great at pushing back against each other from these types of mistakes.
I can already see MLBB esports page memeing that moment, right?
Yeah.
It has to be a meme moment. Like, they meme everything, so that has to be the highlight.
All right, so we're going to take a quick little breather, of course, from this amazing action that we've seen. We're going to eat up some Hello Panda while we go on over to Rose and one of our favorite pandas in Michelle.
Thank you very much to our panel. Hello, everybody. My name is Rose, and I am with Michelle right now. Welcome to the Courtside Report. And right now, we are with somebody whose name is Fuego, all the way from the Philippines. First of all, hello, Fuego. Welcome to Malaysia. Maybe you could introduce yourself to our global fans.
Hi, guys. I am Fuego Gaming. It's nice to be here, and good luck, Philippines.
Welcome, Falcon. So, tell us which team you are coming for here.
Of course, I am supporting Onic!
Now, just now was a very intense matchup. How are you feeling? How do you feel like the crowd is here in Malaysia?
Sobrang active po ng crowd sa Malaysia. Like, pati yung mga taga-Malaysia, grabe sila mag-cheer. Pero kahit na wala yung Pilipinas sa kanilang sariling bansa, grabe pa rin mag-cheer yung mga Pilipino.
He said that actually the Malaysian fans are really, really active in cheering. And as much as there is no Filipinos here, a lot of Filipinos here actually, there's a lot of Filipinos here in the crowd, still cheering for Fnatic Onic. And guys, I was at the talent room just now, and oh my goodness, the cheers from both sides just now, I personally felt like it was grand finals, Fuego.
Ako din. Ganun talaga yung nararamdaman ko. Pati yung labang kanina, grabe yung kaba ko, feeling ko finals na. Ang tindi.
He said he also feels like it's the grand finals because the crowd is wild, the games were just as wild, and you know what? It was really heart-stopping just now.
Okay, sure. So, compared to other teams in the knockout stage, how far you believe Fnatic Onic is supposed to go?
So 100% sigurado ko yung Onic mag-champion.
He said, wow, okay, Michelle, I don't think I really need to translate this, but you know what? To really set in stone what he said he's 100% confident that Fnatic Onic is going to be champion this time around. Okay, now we know that this is a best of 3, right, Fuego? And we saw that Fnatic Onic just took game 1. In your opinion, what do they have to do in the second game to guarantee that this upper bracket slot is still theirs?
First of all, sa drop pa lang, nakita ko na agad na grabe yung kalamangan ng Onic sa kalaban, sa SRG. Though ang ganda ng naging laban, pero pagdating sa peaking, sa drop, ang laki agad ng advantage with the Parsa. Yung hero ng kalaban, wala masyadong dash. Hirap makapwesto yung kalaban. Tapos yung aggressive play pa ng Onic, laging nandun. So feeling ko, para magtuloy-tuloy ang pagkapanalo ng Onic, ituloy lang nila yung pagiging aggressive at pagiging consistent. But kahit aggressive sila, ganun pa rin katindi yung kanilang discipline sa paglalaro.
Yes, indeed. Now, Fuego just said that honestly, he felt like in game 1, the draft itself was already a winner. And even though the side of SRG played well, Fnatic's on his side was actually very aggressive, and aside from being aggressive, they still maintained discipline. He thinks that in his opinion, if they want to win second game, they just have to play the same way and draft the same, right? Exactly the same.
Not exactly the same, but the play style will be always aggressive. not passive. Yeah.
Aggressive and disciplined is the key. All right, I do agree with that.
Yeah, have fun the key. So, before we throw back to the panel, any message to our players on the stage here?
Sa mga players na dinayo namin dito sa Pilipinas, alam ko hindi nyo kami bibiguin at papatunayan nyo sa mundo na hindi pa nagtatapos ang PH era sa ML.
He said that to the players on stage, we came all the way from the Philippines to support you guys. We know that you guys will not disappoint us. And we are going to show the world that the PH era is not, in fact, over yet. Thank you very much to Fuego. And with that, let us head back to the panel to start the Game 2 in this best of 3 series up against Selangor Red Giants.
Thank you so much to Michelle, Rose, and Renmar, Fuego Gaming. It's always great to see him in the internationals. My cousin, not actually my cousin, but yeah, I'm in on the joke. I know we both look alike, but yeah. We enjoyed our little refuel with Hello Panda here. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. Did we finish it? Where is it?
It's gone.
It's gone?
It's gone. Oh, are there remnants left?
One more? All right.
Right here.
You got the last Hello Panda. Go ahead.
There's one more.
One more?
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors.
You know, I think I want us to try something we failed at before. Your turn. Say go. Ow! Sorry, I'm sorry. I think I tossed it way too hard. Oh, that was good. All right, don't worry. We'll get into the next one. But
it even smells just like strawberry.
But of course, no Hello Panda will go to waste. That Hello Panda was actually caught by a member of our crew and is currently getting consumed. From November 18 to December 29, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin Challengers Flare and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time.
Honestly, you know what my favorite part? To get these Prime skins, people are gonna have to do a couple of rolls for those who were late the last time during M4 for not getting it. So for all those who are DMing me, when am I gonna get it? At least they have to pay just a little bit more, just the RNG into it.
Yeah, I did a 10 roll and I got both Beatrix's skins.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm so mad.
Why is this guy so lucky? If you missed it in game number 1, Kelra was the MVP against SRG. Now let's hear from him and what he said. As one of the teams expected to win it all, the pressure is always a privilege, whether big or small. What truly matters is how you deal with it. Pressure is always a privilege. I've never heard that come from a pro MLBB player before.
Yeah, I think you look at it from a way where if there's pressure, it means people have expectations, right? It means you're doing something right. The thing that he only just recently won a local league is crazy, right? Considering he is considered a gold standard for the longest of time.
Of course, but at the same time, we should also understand where he's coming from, right? Especially, his story as a gold, not only as a gold laner, and especially with the meta. The meta first demanded of him to be better. And even when it strayed away from him, he said, no, I am still going to be the best. And as they continue to play and not make it to these M series, once they finally do, and now that all eyes are going to be on him for this upcoming matchup, it is a privilege to be not only on that stage, but to have to worry about expectations.
That is the man on your screens right now. The gold standard, Kelra, versus half-man, half-beast in Innocent. And the player head-to-head so far in the M6 World Championship. Keller leads in KDA and in the kills as well, but Innocent, a hell of a farmer. Plus 45.6 in terms of GPM.
I mean, right now, Kara is 7-0 up Innocent. That's not looking too good for our half-man, half-beast there,
Oh boy, poor guy. At least nobody's getting knocked out. Innocent, despite winning in one of these categories, is going to need to bump up his stats for 2 more if he wants to compete against the gold standard so far, because he's already lost lane once in a bad matchup. Let's see whether or not maybe SRG is going to kind of pivot a little bit to try and give him something, their side laners, more of a chance.
Let's see if the Bruno will become a factor here again. If the gold laner picks or the jungler picks, especially with Julian being one of the last best options for SRG up against the Suyo of King Kong. Not the funnest matchup in the world.
No, not at all. I think that game 1 really just boiled down to the jungle having too big of a discrepancy from SRG's side. But they're now on blue side. So they get to kind of dictate what FNOP goes for. We see that Loyi Cho ban out by SRG, going for the classic red side ban of Jusin and Fanny.
I'm curious to see how this is going to play out, right? Because if we're expecting, Blue Yo once again into the alpha matchup, which is probably going to be the case here, actually, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be the case because King Kong does have a pretty deep hero pool overall. It does point the direction towards the mid laners. Because again, we didn't see too many crazy diversions coming in from Stormy in particular in the last match. And honestly, Super Friends was playing a very strong Farsa game. Every time we saw the Feather Airstrikes come out, it always guaranteed somebody getting put down to either 50%, if not 10% of their HP.
The approach from Stormy was also slightly different. With that Loyi, he sends himself in most of the time, right? Instead of his teammate, which that I think kind of also shows how SRG wanted to play that game, and this Bruno ban is to guarantee that Innocent has a better matchup, or hopefully better matchup.
I'm curious about that very final ban for Fnop though.
Alpha is online.
So they deny that Alpha.
Okay. More incentive for SRG to actually go for Blue Yo as their opener for this matchup. I don't know if they want to follow the exact same steps as Fnop though, because as much as I want to believe that Farsa is deadly, it scales very, very well. It works in a meta that's all about burst. Now that Bruno is gone, that might just be the go-to, but at the same time, Fnop could easily turn that around. There are easy ways to actually cancel it out.
There's Hilda and Hylos still up.
Yeah,
too.
Hilda, Hylos, are SRG gonna surprise and take away the joy from King Kong? I think a stable Hylos pick would be great.
Yeah.
Just anything for Cram right now, because it's a very different banning process from FNOP. So EXP laners are much more open and Cram can get on something a little bit more comfortable to zone. But they get the Hilda to take the charge.
Yeah, I can do with this. Definitely not a first pick Joy. I think that one is out of the question for sure. But it does.
Yeah, not in the first pick, of course.
No, yeah, definitely not first pick. It does open up the Suyo for FNOP. If they want to take it again, they have always been going for that first pick Suyo, regardless on which side they're on.
Yeah.
Suyo Hylos?
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah,
Hylos makes sense.
I like those as the first two for them, especially with the Cho'Gawn. Yeah, different priorities. You're not gonna suddenly rush a Granger or something, but whoa, they really want that joy.
Okay.
And they got the Gatot Kacha of that's a signature Gatot Kacha for Brusco.
Wow. Okay. So this is in anticipation of maybe the Tigreal coming into play, right? Tigreal goes for the implosion. You just GOA in to try and deny anybody from actually trying to follow up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. So it doesn't make. You get a skill matchup with the Suyo if you're SRG, but the answer is how do you deal with this Gatot, right? Not only it can be a solution to a Tigreal implosion, but also if you have any backline mages, which is all mages right now, Farsa, whatever, you have the Gatot to cut that battle line.
I'm thinking whether or not. Hylos Matilda is actually a pretty good shout. Because I was thinking maybe going into the Belleric, but with Matilda still available, that might just be the option. Suyo Harith, interesting.
Been a while we've seen this young little hero get prioritized like this. Not the usual gold laner trades anymore, but I think SRG, they're playing for Snowball. Those first 3 picks scream we win the first 6 minutes of the game.
To the jungle.
Your team
Final pick in the very first phase. Granger going to get locked in early for Fnop. Oh, how does that matchup actually go? I mean, to be fair, Harith does need to close the distance first to the Granger. Granger is able to kind of move out from the center of the blast if he does start throwing it out willy-nilly. But this second phase begs the question a couple of things. Both mid laners have not been selected just yet.
Yeah. It's going to be a very small pool by the end of this. So you still have like your classic Valen, Eve. We saw that Super Prince Farah. Sicilian was also banned in game 1 by SRG.
I think the Valentina is going to be the hot contested pick. That it's going to be up to the teams whether to ban it or open it, really, because it can be a good option for either or. I'm surprised FNOP actually banned out the Hylos. I thought they go for that themselves, because usually Brusco, when he plays the Gatot Kacha, he's not the main guy up front come the mid to the later portions of the game. It's Kirk, while he usually goes for more follow-up set with his AOG from the back line.
I was thinking instead of the Granger, they were going to go for the Eve, right? They already have the GOA. They kind of have an easy setup to put them inside that RWM in the first place. And maybe the high loss might have been like a supplement as a way to be like, hey, look away from the mid lane, ban out some random stuff.
There's also one thing that SRG hasn't addressed yet. How do you control this Joy? How do you keep this Joy in place? Hilda is definitely not the solution to it. You need a secondary answer. That's why this high loss ban now kind of makes a lot more sense, right? We stop that high loss that has that law and order that can instantly break the pace, the tempo of this Joy. Fovius is still left in the pool. I mean, if SRG, but then SRG has a Hilda. I'm not sure if you want to run that roam Hilda.
I mean, it's not like we haven't seen Yums play Hilda before, but
That's true.
in the current metagame, it feels kind of bad if you're not ahead with Hilda.
Unless you do the Ohio Brothers Hilda Petrify.
Oh, don't remind me, don't remind me.
Ooh,
okay.
They read into a potential Akai pickup coming in from SRG. They decided to ban it out.
Very deep.
It could have been a roam pickup. Honest. Oh, the Tig is open for them.
Actually, I think at this point, now that we haven't seen any mid lane bans, there's no point really banning out any mid laners at this point, especially with the relationship of Valentina as well as Yves. They're probably better off looking in a different direction here, but in terms of like EXP, it's starting to get really, really rough unless we talk about Swiss army knives like Benedetta.
Yeah, FNAF probably gonna go take 4. Take out the Kali. That's Tig roam, and then the Gata Kacha goes EXP, then they save their mid laner pick for last. That's a working theory.
I think if you're FNAF, you're not worried about a Fovius for SRG.
I think that the safest opening for FNAF, especially if they want to respond at the very end, is to take Valentina now. That way, if SRG do decide to play Tigreal into the Yves, you've got 2 great ultimates to work with.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're opening up the trade. Valentina, Tigreal. And before suddenly we get another surprise pick in M6. I mean, that's been the trend so far. I think later for SRG... Oh yeah, see? Yeah, of course it's going to be the Tigreal.
Nah, I mean, you take it away, right? Like, even if SRG gets the Valentina and you somehow still implosion, you are still relying on Valentina to stop Joy. That doesn't feel good, you know, if you're SRG.
And that's also close range. Your long range wave clear is not good. You're going to have to go long range here for SRG.
Yeah, very, very difficult. I mean,
did they get the bot?
I would imagine. You know? Oh, bots are both are very good options. At the very least, disengage mechanics will be very helpful, especially if you're going to get chased by FNAF anyway. I mean, they've got some like great combinations, and I think obviously the Granger is going to be a large proponent of not only opening the map, but kind of soft setups for the team.
All right, what's SRG going to end up with?
What if?
Ooh,
that's a Yums classic.
Only picked once in the M6 World Championship, and they get the Valentina away. I think FNAF are going to be thinking into either the Aurora or the Eve.
That's a classic Yums pick.
Yeah, just take the Eve at this point, right?
The Eve, right?
Because they've covered both sides from the side of SRG. You go Farsa, it doesn't matter. You still have the Nature's Barrier to cancel it out, or even like the Wild Charge. Either or is totally fine.
And Grok is extremely weak to magic damage, right? If you power on that Eve, it's going to be super tough for Yums to just run up and set up a play.
Yeah, they might even consider that they will need a late game hero, because if they end up picking something like a Sicilian, that might be them going a little bit more conservative route. But yeah, Eve, of course.
I mean, if they go, luckily it's an Eve. I mean, if they go Ceci, it's just FNAF saying that we are gonna win anyways. It's only a matter of time. But I mean, Eve is the safer pick.
All right, that's the Game 2 draft for you. Looking forward to seeing what happens in Game number 2. Will a Game 3 be forced, or will FNAF advance?
SRG have their work cut out for them. Up against the wall, Fnatic Onic Philippines looking to close up shop. Looking for that sweep. Let's see if the hometown crowd will allow that. One more look at the draft.
Man, one of the Yums classic, the Grok. When push comes to shove, SRG is going to go back to their comfort, and they're really diving down in on the early game-centric composition of their lineup.
So far, SRG working with more utility now, in my opinion, than in Game 1. Fnatic Onic, though, individually, such strong picks they ended up with. As we go into the battlefield, Claude and Dexter watching from up above. Let's get into Game number 2. Once more for all the marbles. 2 lives in the upper bracket, Fnatic Onic Philippines versus SRG.
Man, if you're SRG, you really want as much as possible to advance to the upper bracket and keep your golden rose safe. And it looks like it's working pretty well for them, or at least for this draft, because again, Sekai's has a good meta hero right now with the Suyo.
That's what I'm saying. In Game 1, it's almost like FNAF did not allow for the Sky Prince to play. He was barely 3 feet off the ground. So don't even think of the Sky. Think of now, here, and that prio in the first phase on the Suyo definitely paid off. So already a minute in, I'll say it's a better look for SRG. Fnatic Onic, though, what are they looking to do here? Because Ingon, it's very rare that you end up with such high AoE and high team fighting potential picks like the Tigreal, the Eve, and the Gatot in one go.
Yeah, imagine when it comes to the neutral objectives, of course, they're going to have good ground control because, again, the AoE, the CCs, but it's also possible for them to look for those initial pickoffs. Considering that Kelra has a Granger also, and when all those Rhapsody connects, he's gonna have an easy time in taking down members of SRG, especially when he picks up a Sky Piercer.
A little bit of a heart racer there. How King Kong just suddenly jumped out of the bush, sending home Humes. Early recall on that Grok. Now more pressure down bottom. Sekai's pushed out of the lane. What does this XP lane feel like for you? Who's going to rotate out first? Because it looks like Kirk is holding his own.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be Kram first, but they know this. That's why they're trying to go for Kram.
Here we go. King Kong looking for the stacks. Brusco down to a third of his health. And it looks like SRG win the engagement, sending back Fnatic Onic. This is a cautious approach by the Filipino champions.
Yeah, they also lost the Revitalize from Kirk. So the aggression of Fnatic Onic Philippines has been used up against them while Yums just trying to zone out the members of Fnatic. And it looks like it's going to be an uncontested turtle take for SRG. But Kram, though.
Kirk down to a fifth of his health, maybe a 10th. AOG just for good measure.
Okay, just to be safe. Just making sure, because again, Stormy can just dash in and use the Shadow Strike to try and bring down Kirk. Again, he doesn't have his Revitalize during that time, so it's just safety measures for Kirk on the
SRG more cautious this time around. You're right. In most other games, the Mage Prodigy would have already been behind Tier 1, sandwiched between Tier 2. Going for that kill, but this time around, you know, they're taking control of the map. They're going for plays that will benefit them in the long haul. Now Humes gets hit with the Retribution.
Okay, King Kong uses Retribution. Here comes the real Revelation coming in from Super Friends. Draws the first blow in the hands of Brusco to try and bring down Yums. Here comes Sekai's though, with a Sever. Fnatic Onic Philippines, that's the signal to walk away because we know Sekai's is there. We're not going to overcommit anymore.
BJ Brusco Paro is indeed a roamer, but folks, make no qualms about him getting first blood. I remember in the Swiss, man got one in 58 seconds.
58? Is that the fastest?
That was the prior fastest.
You don't call him Bruiser for nothing.
Whoa!
But you don't also call Sekai's the Sky Prince if he's not gonna shut down Brusco just like that with the Queller. And that's the tankiest hero of Fnatic Onic Philippines, supposedly falling down in the hands of the Sky Prince.
Well, Sekai's, we were just blazing up Brusco. Now the answer, the clapback, Kram and Humes versus Kirk and King Kong. Stormy just behind. Has that implosion stolen? What's Super Friends thinking here? Does not have the RWM just yet.
Okay, so right now they're just going to resort to dominating again the laning phase, specifically the XP lane, to help Kram rotate as much as faster, and at the same time give a lot of pressure for King Kong in his own jungle.
For the first couple of minutes, Kirk was holding his own, but now suddenly, Kirk is forced to stay underneath his turret. Now we're truly seeing what this matchup means. What a Hilda into most XP laners, here in this case the Gatot, looks like. Second turtle spawn, upper quarter. This time around, maybe the gold laners will join in. The Harith and the Granger. When Granger was slowly rising, Harith slowly got pushed out. Yeah, so this is a matchup we don't see very often.
Yeah. I mean, Harith also used up when potentially there's a Bruno, but Kram, though,
hold up,
a little bit too deep there. Getting caught up by King Kong while Stormy works on Brusco. Here comes the electrifying beats. Kram running for his life.
Ikram! One more hit! King Kong gets him. The beast went hunting. Turtle down to a 10th of his health.
Okay, already commits the implosion, but the Purify coming in for Stormy is their Super Friends, though. Reward manipulation! Gets an implosion, but is it going to be enough, though? Paired up with the power of nature and wild charge. It's not going to be enough, because Fnatic Onic Philippines slowly slaughtering the Giants. Even King Kong onto the Tier 1 turret gets one more.
The beast is on the hunt, and he finds another. Converting into a turret in mid. Fnatic Onic Philippines are online. The shutdown by the Sky Prince. Not so fast as the gold standard gets one in return.
3 Death Sonatas connecting onto Sekai's. And Kelra once again proving that he is unfazed, unbothered. Even with a team like SRG, the MSC champions, Fnatic Onic Philippines, they're more than enough, more confident to take down anyone in their way.
That's why they call him the Filipino Savage, man. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
He's gonna do what he's gonna do, and farm away he will. Now 2-0-1. Currently on top of the gold rankings. He's about 700 away, and now a fight breaks out.
Fight breaks out, but it's already done because Fnatic Onic Philippines manages to pick 2. Stormy and Cram. Just look at how proactive Brusco is right now. A while ago, we seen him getting scared or getting taken down by Sakai's with the Quiller. And this time, with a huge win for the previous class for Fnatic Onic Philippines, Brusco is now unbothered. The Bruiser in his element, just gonna zone out for Fnatic Onic Philippines.
Oh, dear God! One more time! The Filipino Savage is at work. He's now 1,000 and change ahead. Calra is on a mission.
And that mission is to be the pride of the Philippines. Again, we only have one representative. The Philippines has one representative left. And Fnatic Onic Philippines, the pressure is high, but it looks like they're unbothered. 3.4k gold lead, looking to get the turtle away from SRG.
This is the final turtle of game number 2. Fnatic Onyx jungler way is up top. Cram here in the middle of everything.
But just look at the implosion once again coming in from Brusco, paired up with a real manipulation and unstoppable kill coming in from Kelra. Sakai diving into the defense, manages to get one though. Here comes the AOG coming in from Kirk, but Innocent picks up a kill as well. The answer from SRG is here, King Kong!
Coming in, red free on the Cram. He's not done. Here comes the Beats.
The Beast slowly slaughtering the Giants, paired up with the help of Kirk. Gonna bring down one more. Kelra, that's Sonata. Is it gonna be enough though? There's no charge, so SRG is safe for now.
That's a DZF defensive Zaman force dropped in by Innocent to get out of harm's way. And just like that, the late entry from King Kong scores him the final Lord. 2-1 the score, 2-1. 8 minutes in, Fnatic Onic, 5,000 gold ahead.
Scream his name and King Kong will appear. Even if it's late, it's better than late, picking up 2 kills of their own, plus the turtle takedown, preventing SRG's tempo to regain their best tempo, but Brusco!
He elevates and he detonates!
With the AOG and implosion play, Kelra also working on the back. Even Cram, even Sakai will bow down to the gold standard!
And the Beast shall clean up house!
Oh.
And here comes Innocent from the back line. Super Prince pops him point blank. Fnatic Onic, they sense it, they can feel it. Folks at home, can you smell what Fnatic Onic is cooking?
I'm pretty sure Selangor Red Giant, they don't want to let the momentum of Fnatic Onic Philippines carry over, because so far there are a lot of isolated clashes, and all those clashes are won by Fnatic Onic Philippines. They do, however, get some sort of kills for the trades, but it's not, unfortunately, it's not enough. And looking at the lineup of SRG, you'd expect them to actually dominate or at least have a good time in the early game, considering that they have a Harriet, they have a Suyo, and Fnatic Onic Philippines, King Kong is a joy that scales up perfectly, especially in the late game.
They have expedited the farming phase for the Joy, and now Fnatic Onic are sandbagging into SRG's side of the map, into their faces, and I think that's what's making it so hard for SRG to come back, making it hard for SRG to find a favorable engagement, an entry into the fight, because look, they're gonna throw Cram in here, but he's not so sure. Off camera, Innocent's down!
An off-cam kill, solo kill! King Kong brings down Innocent!
So low!
So low! Fnatic Onic Philippines, here comes the real world manipulation coming from Stormy! Sonata brings down death to Stormy! Yum goes in just trying to delay the push of Fnatic Onic Philippines, but here they are. They have minions working on the top lane turret.
They don't care about Sakai's in the back line. They want to penetrate. They want to come in.
Okay, Sakai's gonna dash out, but the problem is the base has now been exposed. Kelra just really working on the double. And now the recalls are here for Fnatic.
They have many choices. They can push mid, they can push top, they can take the Lord. What's Fnatic Onic to do here? They're about 10,000 gold ahead. No waves. They should breathe, take it slow, Fnatic Onic.
While all the while, the beast incarnate, King Kong himself, gonna work on the Lord. Just making sure Fnatic Onic Philippines can end this flawlessly.
SRG, they're slowly folding to the high-octane engagements of Fnatic Onic. I get it. SRG want to find the slow roll. They want to set it up for Innocent. They want Yums to get that Guardian's barrier into a great power of nature, the wild charge, but they just couldn't. Sakai can only do so much.
Man, how can you set up provide vision, and get the proper angle. If even down to the Death Sonata, you're having a hard time trying to soak up the damage.
Not to mention catch the perfect ult, not to mention catching the implosion or the real world manipulation. Even Stormy is compromised.
Okay, forcing out the Salmon Force already. King Kong electrifying beats. Innocent though, here comes the AOG.
That's 3, pushed back. Fnatic Onic, 12,000 gold ahead. Pop in mid, bottom up next.
Lord sieging into top. Well, Fnatic Onic Philippines working on the last inhibitor turret down bottom. Kelra and the rest of the Super Family in charge, in full control. Will they go for a play? We're all just waiting for Brusca to go in. Flicker in with the implosion play. Let's see how SRG will respond. Minions onto the middle lane. Fnatic Onic Philippines waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike though. Will they go for it? Look at Kelra with the Rhapsody. That's not connecting.
One more, the RWM, the stolen one away. Down goes Sikais, that's one man down.
Kelra just working on bringing down bodies of the SRG. Implosion from Brusca!
They find 3, forcing them out. Down goes Yums, the RWM from Prince. King Kong taken out, traded out for Yums is down. Another one in the way. Innocent pop. And they go for more. The punish, the AOG by Kirk. Point blank, Stormy's gonna fall here. Down to 1. Ikram cannot take it up a notch. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. The base standing. Fnatic Onic Philippines, lakad matatag. The Filipino champions, the Philippines' last hope, march forward in the upper bracket.
The gold standard in the rest of the Super Family becomes the greatest obstacle to date that the Giants cannot overcome. Fnatic Onic Philippines sends SRG to the lower bracket.
One life. One series loss for SRG. Fnatic Onic breezing through the upper. Let's throw it over to our panel.
The Bruiser, the Monster Mage, the Young Buck, the Beast, and the Gold Standard. That's who Fnatic Onic Philippines are, and they advance into the next round, continuing their upper bracket run. What an absolutely gob-stomping, dominating game number 2 performance.
Yeah, didn't feel the same as game 1 at all, right? Game 1, SRG was able to claw back slowly, but game 2 was just execution. Put SRG right at the guillotine and just chop their heads off. So some people might call me a patriot turncoat, but from the start I had a prediction, and oh
my god!
I'll do you one better, right? It was this, and then wait, I pitched my prediction. So it started with a 0.
Yeah.
2-0 Fnatic Onic. Got it right, baby. I got it right.
Got it right.
I'm a statistic man.
Yeah, it is to be expected, right? They are looking to be champions of the world, and they are continuing their route in the most convenient way possible through the upper brackets. A lot less games to play, and it's still best of 5s. However, the raw domination here is just a good showing of what, I mean, I would imagine that the coach told the rest of the team, guys, let's not messing around here. We need to make sure we hit our abilities. No more whiffs this time, Brusco. And Brusco said, yes, I'll hit everything.
No one whiffed, no misses. That was a hell of a performance by Fnatic Onic PH. Again, sweeping Selangor Red Giants. Is going over to the stage with Rose and FNOP to hear the winner's interview.
Dropping the hometown heroes to the lower bracket. Fnatic Onic Philippines with a clean sweep up against Selangor Red Giants. And right now, beside me here on stage, we have Kelra and King Kong. Hi guys, how are you guys doing?
We're okay.
We're okay. I love that. Okay, now, Kelra, we know that the first game, actually, it was pretty close, no? It was closer than the second game. And in the first game, if you remembered, Innocent tried to do a split push at top. How was the communications like that time for you guys?
Wala talaga kaming comms nun eh. Parang biglaan lang din. Nagulat, kinabahan nga ako kay King Kong, kala ko matatapos eh.
Oh, you got scared. So you told King Kong like you thought he was gonna end? You thought Innocent could end?
Akala ko, King, sabi na, yung call lang namin, King, yung base.
Oh, all they said was King, the base. Okay, how do you guys like deal with intense situations like this? When a split push is happening or a potential sweep, a potential comeback? Paano nyo hinahandle yung mga gantong intense na situation? Lalo na kung, like example, kanina nagli-lead na kayo, tas biglang potential makamba kayo, potential ma-split push kayo. Paano nyo hinahandle yung mental nyo?
Di tayo kalmado kanina eh.
Oh, they were not relaxed.
Parang medyo, kasi kami, overhype din kanina. Siyempre, SRG yung kalaban namin. Talagang, malakas din kasi isa din sa tinitingala ng sa MLBB. Kaya, siguro hype lang din kami kanina. Kaya, pag hype kami minsan, mas nakakapag-isip kami na maayos eh.
I see. They said they were actually very hyped going up against SRG because SRG, they said, is one of the team or organization that people look up to in the MLBB scene. So that is why. And also, he said that when they're overhyped, they can play better. So you guys can play better when you're more intense situation. Nakakapaglaro kayo pag intense yung laro? Mas nakakapaglaro kayo pag intense?
Go naman. Mas nakapaglaro talaga kami. Mas nakapag-isip kami na maayos pagka sa mga ganong sitwasyon. Kumbaga nasanay namin yun sa practice namin eh.
I see. He said actually they play best under intense situations. I like that. That is the mentality you need for the World Championship stage. Okay, King Kong, it's your turn. You can't avoid me forever. King Kong, we know that you have a storyline. Same goes to Innocent and Cram. Started from the bottom, now you guys are here. How is it like going up against your former teammate, Innocent and Cram, in the international stage?
Wala, masaya lang sila katapat. Kasi naging kakampi ko rin si Cram tsaka si Innocent dati.
International stage, and he said because they used to be in the same team. Ano gusto mo sabihin sa kanila? Do you have anything to say to them?
Gusto ko pa kayo makatapat sa upper bracket.
He wants to meet them again in the upper bracket. You can't. They're in the lower bracket. The only potential is finals. Okay, King Kong, another one. You mentioned in an interview before with me that you want to meet Sakais, right? Now that you've met Sakais, what do you have to say about him?
Nag-enjoy ako sa laban namin, palong-palo siya.
Okay. He said that he enjoyed the game and that Sakais is actually good. Now, Kelra, as the only Filipino representative left, Aurora has already gone home. Do you feel extra pressured being the only defending champion for Philippines?
Sa pressure, di naman kami na-pressure kasi kumbaga, one game at a time lang talaga kami. Hindi namin inisip yung mga ibang tao. Focus lang kami sa sarili namin.
He said they actually don't feel pressure being the only Filipino representative left. They take it one game at a time and they just focus on it, so they don't really feel pressured. I like that. I really like that. King Kong, do you feel pressured?
Sakto lang.
Just right. Okay, King Kong, you're not speaking a lot. I don't like that. King Kong, what do you have to say to the fans of Onic who came to support you guys? And, of course, to the entire Philippine who are supporting your journey?
Sa mga fans, thank you sa pag-suporta, sa mga patuloy na sumusuporta sa amin. Nakakatuwa yung naririnig namin kayo kanina sa headset habang naglalaro kami.
He said to all the fans, thank you so much for supporting us. And he said it's really nice to hear the cheers of the crowd while they were playing. Even though the headphones is noise cancelling, but they could still hear the cheers. Thank you very much to Kelra and King Kong. Congratulations on continuing your journey in the knockout stage. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down this game up against Selangor Red Giants.
Wow, always great to hear from Kelra and King Kong, and you could get a little bit more of an understanding of their overall vibe as a team. Just a fun interview all around.
Yeah, they are very versatile players, right? Not only in MLBB, I've gotten the privilege to watch them also slap in other fun games we play behind the scenes. You have the experience, Renmar.
Oh yeah, that's true. I need a rematch with Kirk. We're not gonna mention which game that was, but I need a rematch with Kirk.
Look. It's a good time with these boys, but there's a reason why they're so good. They put in a lot of time and energy, even forgetting that we could meet them again in the upper brackets. Nope. Probably in the grand finals. But let's look at the way this game played out, because this is pure domination. 7-22, 12 minutes. We don't get to see that very often against SRG unless they're playing terribly. And I wouldn't even say they were playing that bad, but the draft was such a big proponent to it. I mean, me and Husky were talking about it. As soon as Super Friends got a second item in that Wishing Lantern, this game was basically done.
Yeah, basically checkmate, right? And it doesn't, and it's not even the more in-depth reason why FNAF's draft just kind of destroys what SRG has, right? They get a very early joy for King Kong, which usually, when you review it that early, teams have answered to it. But SRG never really had an answer to the Joy. In fact, they pick a Harif into the Joy. So you see that late game, every time King Kong sees Innocent, Innocent just straight up disappears.
Yeah, it's not just something about the Joy, it's how they play it. There's things that they do in the map that if you have one or two members of your team that cannot stick and needs to farm, needs to isolate themselves to get vision or to be able to get resources, King Kong will hunt you down. And maybe that's why we saw that Joy struggle up against the Loyi Fredrin-centered playstyle of BTK when they went up against each other. But going up against a more quote-unquote traditional in this current metagame style of drafting, there's a lot of easy pickoffs for the Joy.
Oh, very easy pickoffs, right? And even in terms of itemization, the third item deciding to go for a Wishing Lantern, not very common for Joy players, but it's more understandable when you see that you've already built up a lead, you're playing based off of Super Princess ult anyways, and let's not forget, Brusco did not miss this entire game. Every Flicker Implosion was impactful, catching 2 to 3 people at a time, and the counter engage from Stormy, yeah, sure, it's good, even with the Wild Tribe from Yums, but the damage output is just not there, especially since the guys was down 3 levels by the end of this game, 4 building up to this moment.
King Kong was feeling so strong that Blood Wings is not even a necessity, right? It's just straight up raw damage. And not to mention that this whole avalanche happened because of one turtle fight that went wrong, just slightly wrong for SRG. They lose one turtle fight and FNOP balloon that lead to an eventual win.
Yeah, and the two picks that Super Friends played in this series, first the Farsa, then the Eve, it's controlling the map not as a low Yi, but as heroes with such a wide berth, with the range of their abilities, with the vision that you can get, the pokes that you can get as well. And I think that's one of the ways that FNOP was able to control SRG in this one. With the Eve, you have the Tigreal getting vision for it, and of course that sets up your main damage dealer in that Granger. Kelra was deathless and bulletproof. It's just like every piece of the puzzle for Fnatic Onic Philippines just connects so well together to shut down SRG.
Oh, absolutely. And it's also based off of the timings of each of their items, right? When Super Prince finally got his initial glowing wand, that's when they said, all right, now that I have enough to actually deal some form of damage, especially to Grok specifically, let's target him down. And that's what Brusco did. First, one of the first couple of deaths that we did see was him Flicker implosioning on top of the Grok as soon as the power of nature dwindled down. And then when we see Kelra get his second item, oh yeah, I've already finished the Hunter's Strike, we've already done with the Malefic Roar. At this point of time, I want to start gunning, the Sea Halberd. I'm going to start chunking people down as soon as possible and setting up, rather than sending Brusco into the fire, I'm going to scout it out for you.
Yeah, and usually when you look at kind of item progression, right, you would have maybe your mage gets a glowing wand and then your front line gets a Dom Eyes to be the secondary healing reduction carrier. In this case, Kelra was their second man, went for Sea Halber's second item, so Brusco can go straight for an Athena shield into an Immortality. He is just that implosion machine because his damage dealers have more than enough resource to stop the regeneration from SRG.
Yeah, and this was just another game of us seeing Fnatic Onic PH's tendency to really... They're willing to sacrifice 1 or 2 just so that they can keep on the lead. When this play happened, I was worried. But then once I saw King Kong, I was like, oh, they did it again. Just when you think they've won a team fight, SRG, suddenly there's 1 or 2 off members of FNOP who were somewhere else winning the macro that finally they joined the micro and got the turnaround kills.
And this is why King Kong has developed such a huge lead against the guys, taking away resources from him and still clearing his own jungle. It's not like he is, oh, I steal a bit of your jungle, I tell my gold laner to go pick up my farm while I'm, constantly applying pressure. It's the constant push and pull macro-wise across the map, whether the top side or the bottom side.
Yeah, that, and also, you see, King Kong always joins the fight last, right? Like second to last. He lets Kelra do the initial chipping, he lets Super Prince do the initial poke, and then he comes in and just mops it up. SRG, even in fights where it feels like they finally got an edge, Innocent was popping off, and then suddenly King Kong shows up. And SRG are like, well, we don't have anything else, King Kong is going to eat us up, and we just have to face it.
What a terrific game and performance by Fnatic Onic PH. And now for SRG, okay, I think I want to give the floor to you guys for this one because you're you got to witness in 2 MPL-MY seasons this year just how much SRG has grown and changed into a world-class team. Starting with you, Gideon, what do you think happened here?
Well, I think a lot of it just boils down to the way that the draft was being played out. Also, the recovery has not been looking as good as it usually does. They're much better at playing with a lead rather than playing from behind, because when you're playing from behind, especially from SRG side, you need to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes rather than forcing it upon them in a meta so aggressive.
Yeah, for me, I think when we come into this series, we've already established that it's two very macro-centric team, right? But Fnatic on the Philippines just outclass SRG in what seems to be their forte locally, but this series kind of proves that FNOP are just a cut above.
We're going to see SRG return on December 10th, as we will see a reunion between MPL-MY SG with SRG and NIP Flash fighting it out for tournament life, while FNOP's next match will be up against Falcon, who won earlier against NIP Flash. That's going to be happening tomorrow, December 8th.
Boy. I mean, that's gonna be a brutal series. Somehow, MY and SG always get paired up against each other. MSC 2024, it happened.
Oh yeah,
coming back into M6. So it's like we're always destined to fight each other at some point, especially when elimination is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, in recent records, SRG has been able to topple NIP Flash. I think in the past, in the 2-3 tournaments, so they have a good record over and against NIP Flash up to this point. But both teams, they get a few days to breathe a little bit, kind of re-strategize, and then they have to come back for that long marathon from 10th to 15th of December. I think that one's going to be the hardest journey.
Yeah, it's going to be a long climb for SRG if ever they want to continue their dream of completing the golden road in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Be the first team to ever do it. Now let's take a quick little breather, because that one, there was a lot of eyes on that one, so we just want to say thank you for supporting the M6 World Championship. The feedback that you send us is so important for us in improving our broadcasting experience and our viewer experience for you on site and online. So please scan the QR code, answer the survey, let us know your thoughts, your honest opinions about what needs to be changed, what needs to be improved, so that we can continue to being greater than ever. Of course, we also have the M6 Battle Night. Don't forget about that, happening from December 28 to 29. Enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 Epic Skins trial and All Heroes free trial. See you there. I have suddenly a random funny question for you guys. Do you remember the first skin you ever got that made you go, "Oh, I can't believe I got this"?
Oh, Gojo Satoru Xavier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's still currently my favorite skin.
It's your favorite skin of all time?
Of all time.
All right.
I think it was the oh, I remember it now. It was the Alpha Collector skin. I just did one roll and I hit it. That's when I went, ah!
Oh, that was a one roll?
That was a one roll.
That's the, not mecha, it's sort of like...
the Spartan looking one.
Yeah, it goes back to like ancient Greek folklore and stuff like that. That one, yeah. I can't even remember one. I think it would be the first time I ever got a non-normal skin, maybe. I was just so happy. Yeah, I think it was maybe like a Kufra Epic skin that just made me go, "Oh, yeah, I have something." Finally!
The only one I want, but I still don't have, is the KOF one, Iori Cho. That is the one that I want, but I don't have it yet.
That's the skin every Cho player chases.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. Again, if you want to experience what we experience, getting new skins and stuff like that, join us for Battle Night. Coming up next, though, it's another meetup between Malaysia and Indonesia. The Kingdom of RRQ Hoshi will face off against the hometown villains in Vamos.
I don't know. I can't watch this game. I've already experienced one SRG game. I've seen the Swiss stage and watched both Malaysian teams go down before. My heart can't take any more of this.
It's going to be a palate cleanser, right? We are going to transition from two fundamentally focused team to two brawl focused team.
Yeah.
So if the game does now feel a bit slow, the coming up one is just going to be go, go, go until the crystal breaks on one end.
It could be a fun fight night between these two, RRQ Hoshi and Team Vamos. We'll see which one of these two teams are going to move forward to the knockouts. There's going to be a second shift of casters, so on behalf of all of us, we'll see you next time. Stick around, M6. We'll be coming back.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, let's again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find it. Sensui wants more, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see, another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's going to be a lot of damage playing.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese Ghouls, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppie and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a trade as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
It's a double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
We started the day. Falcons was able to take down NIP Flash. And then Fnatic Onic Philippines was able to defeat Selangor Red Giants. Regina, stop laughing, seriously. But now, we have the villains going up against the kingdom. My name is Lafel Pancake. And then beside me, the girl that can't stop laughing. Introduce yourself.
My name is Brigida Corn Dog, and the guy beside me again.
Bless.
That's it? I said pancake, she said corn dog, see something.
He said Bless.
All right, you know what? Whatever, guys. Let me just say the previous casters, panelists, they were amazing. We ran out of budget, so this is what we got. Welcome back to the M6 Knockouts. And let me just set the stage here, because behind the scenes, we were watching the games. Falcon, NIP Flash, Fnatic, Onic, and SRG. Usually, we'll just be like, you know, having our own conversation. But this time, everyone was hooked. Those games were amazing.
I think during the first series, we had some little banters here and there, but during the second, we were just like, woo, on our individual seats and positions. So amazed with all that's happening, especially in game number 2.
Dude, I gotta say, man, watching it on our ROG phone, that was unmatched. Unmatched gaming performance with the ROG Phone 9 Pro, mobile masterpiece that seamlessly blends high-power gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. Here's the thing, you guys can play games, you guys can even watch the games. Say something, T-Bless.
Hey man, I'm just waiting for my chance. I'm just, you know, I'm being patient with it. Yeah, game 1 was insane. Game 2 was I think FNOP, it feels like every time they get into gear, they are just...
It's okay.
They're just built different. They're just built different right now. They're built like an ROG phone, you know?
Ooh, clever. But for you guys at home, from the 22nd of November all the way to the 29th of December, the M6 support chats will be available for a limited time. Well, you know, until 29th December. Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds, which also, by the way, is part of the task to get a large amount of Pass EXP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 Pass. Use the basic M6 Pass to instantly activate the M6 Pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude's Challenger's Spark. Now, I gotta say, I haven't been working with you guys for a lot of times. This is only like a what? Fourth time?
Third.
Third.
Who's counting, right? Who's counting? Love working with you guys, but today's matches is going to be tense. This is going to be the final sets of best of threes. After this is all best of 5, babies.
Yep. And I just want to say I'm expecting it to be intense and both chaotic because we're watching both Indonesian teams for the last 2 series as well. So I'm expecting a lot of people to really be waiting for these 2 series, you know? I mean, whoever loses, similar to the first 2 teams, they get knocked down to the lower bracket and no one definitely wants that.
Hey, if I had a team, I would want that. Just saying. The King of Kings versus the hometown of villains. You know what, Vamos, they're just like, they just accept it. Like, yeah, we're the villains. What are you guys gonna do about it? They're embracing it. Your thoughts, Brigida, King of Kings against the hometown villains.
I just want to say, if you asked me like prior to Vamos' last series, I would be expecting them to clearly be the underdogs heading into like this matchup. But then after they've shown us how ready to adapt they were, I'm expecting a close fight. I mean, I think for the past 2 series, we've seen sweeps, but I'm not so sure about these last 2 series that we're about to head into.
Hey, don't do that. Don't be the curse. Don't be the curse that makes us go back.
Okay.
I think Vamos, every game they seem to be getting a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. They seem to be getting cleaner and cleaner, and they're bringing a ordered chaos to the land of Dawn, right? And honestly, I think this game could definitely go the whole way. I think it could be 2-1. And I am not, it feels like a coin flip for me. It definitely feels like just about anyone could come on top in this match. So we'll see exactly how it goes.
Now, we were able to meet with some of the players behind the scenes, and the player that we were able to catch is actually Chibi. So we have a code coming in from Chibi where we asked, what's a new goal? He said, although this is our first time making it to the knockout stage, we're far from satisfied. Our goal is to break into the top 4 and compete at the Axiata Arena in front of our fans. We're also rooting for SRG to secure a top 4 spot alongside us. I'm excited to face RRQ because of Syzygy. He used to be part of MPLMY, and now that he is with a new team, I'm eager to lane against him once more. So yeah, honestly, like Syzygy has fought against Chibi and has been with Smooth. So we got a love triangle here.
but that history, if we were to go down or look back a bit at their history, it wasn't entirely that great, especially for Syzygy. But now Syzygin's in a completely different team, and he's had a really great record for the past few months. So I'm assuming he's a lot more confident facing Chibi once more, now that they're about to face each other once again.
Yeah, but now we got to look at some of the highlights here coming in from Chibi, and I got to say, even though, yes, they won, I understand why he say he's not fully satisfied, because knowing Chibi, he feels like he didn't do all that great, especially game number 1 against BTK, where he got kicked by the choke quite a few times. Game number 2, without a lot of crowd control, he was able to do a little bit more. But knowing Chibi, he understands going up against RRQ. Every single match after this is just going to be more and more difficult. And if he gets caught a lot, then he's not going to be able to help out the team when the team really needs him.
But you know, there's a trust between him and the team, right? Because even when we see Chibi not play as well, the rest of the team can pick up the pieces. It is, you know, if FNOP is the super family, Vamos is the chaos family, right?
Yeah.
Even though they're, you know, they like to push the boundaries, they seem to, yes, they're able to pick each other up when the next player is going down. They're able to make those moments happen together. If Chibi's not having the best game, Zorn and Warlord are playing amazing, you know? So overall, they do have the cohesion there.
Yeah, I mean, even in terms of like the kinds of heroes that they show us, the changes in the heroes that they show us, I mean, they stuck with the Sicilian Carmilla for 2 games, right? But then that's one. You see the adjustments just in terms or based off those 2 heroes that they decided to show us, and they seem to work together a lot more compared to like when they were using the fighter mid lanes, the Hellcourt roam. Like everything seemed a lot more coordinated and cohesive, as he mentioned. So this is something we're definitely going to look after in this game up against RRQ, because if it's cohesion, if it's about coordination we're talking about, they can pull off the team fights at the most unexpected times, but at the same time still be coordinated too.
Something to
to note, where there's a media interview where they were asking Vamos about the Carmilla and Sicilian pick, and they understood the matchup going up against BTK. The chances of an assassin is extremely low, so having those combo pieces worked out very well against that team specifically. Against RRQ, Suzujin has been popping off with many different heroes. Heck, even a marksman. He brought in a Granger jungle, and it worked very, very well. So I feel like this time, Vamos will not have that great of a time getting a very good draft against RRQ. That's definitely going to be the challenge. Suzujin is very versatile in the jungle.
Oh, now that you mentioned that, even the one-ones, even all that, there's a high chance that we're about to see that in action for Skylar, who we're seeing right now in front of our screens for the ping test. It's nice to recall
ROG, by
the
the way.
history.
Shout out to ROG.
Yeah, shout outs to ROG.
That's the ROG. Looks clean. Looks great.
so
Look at
clean.
that. Even through a camera, it looks like I'm playing right there.
Cool.
But no, I like the idea of the versatility that Suchijin can bring to the field. The whole team on RRQ feels like they can bring something. You mentioned the Wanwan. He's played, what, 2 or 3 times at this point. And first phase picking it.
Yeah.
Like up front, there's a comfortability. There's a confidence with that hero right now with Skylar. It is... I mean, we're a lot of times when they're on that second pick side, they pair it up with the Cho and the Suyo. So it's something that we definitely have to keep our eyes on. But the fact that Vamos was able to look at BTK, realize their playstyle, see that they like to bring this grouped up playstyle, bring this playstyle that wants to stick together, and find the perfect piece to counter that with the Carmilla. It shows that their coaching staff, the team themselves, are always looking for those kinks in the armor. So right now, if there's a team that can find something, it's definitely Vamos.
I like that, especially for Coach Pams and like how long he's been part and representing Malaysia for how many international tournaments now. He definitely got a lot of experience just in terms of adapting and
M4, M5,
all of-
M6.
So how that's
He went to 3 M series with different teams.
He's got more M series than a lot of players.
Yeah. Team Hawk, Homeboys, as well as Vamos.
Right?
Yeah.
He's doing something right.
He's doing something right, but now we got to talk about RRQ here, where, again, a lot of star players are in. Suzujin as well as Skylar are the names that you guys have brought up. Skylar, one of the thing is, going up against Nets, I would not say that Nets is a laner. Nets basically is the weak side of the map. He just holds his own lane, make sure he doesn't die all that much. But Skylar is very aggressive, especially when he gets a pick like the Iritel, where he can move forward and apply a lot of pressure. So that might be very uncomfortable for Vamos, getting more pressure to goal than they really want.
And the thing is, it seems like Vamos or RRQ as a team, it's like they're just so confident in Skylar and his capabilities to perform in the gold lane that even when we mentioned the 1-1 earlier, they tend to not even ban the Iritel in the second phase of the banning phase, right? So they just like, oh, it's okay. Even if the Iritel comes out, we'll have other ways to answer that. I think one we would also have to watch out for would be the glue between these two XP laners.
For sure.
That's one pick that could be contested in this series, right?
I mean, we'll see. Like, if the EXP from Vamos is not picked up immediately, then start thinking of cheese. Start thinking of something like the Benedetta.
Actually.
Or the Arlot. We saw a little bit of Arlot early wild card from Chicken. I could definitely see some other teams picking it up. We even saw FNOP countering that Arlot by picking it up and putting it in the roam position. So definitely a lot of possibilities, and we're in a place where the meta could just about go anywhere.
Oh yeah, for sure. The meta can go anywhere, but I'm really just looking at that damage, because especially when Vamos plays, they have a tendency, they want to fight. Is it a good time to fight? Hell no. But will we do it? Hell yeah. Right? So that's something that maybe is dangerous, because you're fighting fire with fire. You're going up against the Brawl server. You're playing their style. Is that really a good idea, you know?
I mean, I think it'll boil down really to the decisions that the roamers make in the series. I think they'll have a huge role when it comes to choosing those fights, especially for like Sorn. He's the guy you wouldn't expect to take all those calculated setups, right? All those calculated initiations. But in contrast to RRQ, that's something they definitely have to be wary of, I think.
And let's be honest, right? Let's be completely honest. I know Indo has been coined as like Brawl server right now, but who is the first Brawl server? Malaysia.
No,
if you go back to but if you go back to like M4, man, you guys were the ones that were ready to just get in the face, flip the coin, let's see what happens. You go back to like Todak days and things like that. It was definitely they were definitely teams that we're brawly, we're scrappy, we're ready to fight. And if I think of any team that's always willing to fight, like you said, it's definitely Vamos, right? So, I mean, I think if that's the type of game that RRQ wants to bring, I don't know if they'll be able to trump out on top. I think they need to maybe play this a little more systematic, right?
So, gentlemen, yes, including you, Brigida.
Oh, yes.
Let's start talking about predictions here. This is going to be a tough one. It is going to be a best of three, so this is stuck with my mouse. But all right, I'm getting all of my numbers here. I'm getting all of my numbers. Honestly, Brigida, before we even go into the predictions, let me just say I don't trust you.
Oh my!
But Trex has been on point.
Oh
Trex has been on point. So I feel like between you and me, ours don't matter.
Ours don't matter?
Ours kind of don't matter.
So do you want to show ours first?
All right, we show ours first.
You hide yours,
I don't know
okay?
what to do.
All right.
I need a second.
Okay. So we say our piece.
Okay.
And then we try to convince you, and then you give the final verdict.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, ready?
You first.
3, 2.
Wait, what? Who's counting?
Me.
Oh, you. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Wait. I hit it behind. Okay.
We're both saying RRQ?
Okay. Should I defend my answer first?
Sure, because for me, I'm just cursing.
Okay.
I'm just cursing at this point. What do you want?
I don't know what to react with the audience in the.
Why? Give me your argument. Your opening statement.
Okay. No. Okay. So let me tell you. Vamos, they play with emotion. When people doubt them or say something bad about them, they get stronger. So the more doubt you give to Vamos, the more energy they collect.
Okay.
The stronger they become.
The negative spirit bomb.
It's like that's why they're the villains. If you're nice to them, they're like.
I think for me they're the anti-heroes.
Anti-heroes, whatever. But
they're the villains you love.
They're like Deadpool.
Okay.
Yeah. Venom.
So mine's also. I'll connect your.
Sure.
I'll connect your supposed.
Opening statement.
Anyway, mine's RQ because I think. Why are you laughing at me?
No, I'm okay. Hey, I'll say RQ too.
Sorry.
Nah, you're cursing. Okay, so I think honestly, so we've
I just like
seen.
the way the logo looks.
Wait, I can't.
You're stalling. You're stalling. Give your answer.
Okay.
You're stalling.
So here we go. I think it's RQ because she's stalling again. No, really. Some teams
Your face is
like
getting red, by the way.
it should be. I'm kind of
job.
nervous.
Trax,
saying
do you
my
want
answer.
to say it?
No. Let me say my answer. Let me say my answer.
Okay.
So like how we've seen Fnatic Onic get cleaner and cleaner just during the past few days where they've had enough or more than enough rest compared to other teams. RRQ Hoshi, they're also one of the teams who advanced first to the knockouts. And if we've seen a very clean performance from them back then, there's a high chance that they've refined it a lot more heading into the knockout. So that's just my personal opinion on why I voted for RQ. So let us know if we convinced you or not, or if you have a different
Which is weird, because she said RQ, and I show RQ, but I'm kind of for Vamos, so you still got a 50-50 shot here.
You guys are doing great. I'm going to continue this this Yap Mania right here. And any guesses on what I'm going to vote?
Oh.
Vamos. Because you always go against us.
Yeah.
2-1.
Uh-huh.
Oh no!
T-Bless goes to Vamos.
There you go.
Yay! The audience are happy.
Listen, in my heart, we go way back. I've always kind of been a Malaysian fan. I just want to say, I've always been a bit of a Malaysian fan.
Thank you.
There's just something about it. There's just something about you guys are fun to watch. The MPL's a lot of fun to watch. The teams are a lot of fun. I enjoy the chaos of it all.
Do you like our
know?
toilets?
It's a little different than NA, but hey.
We have water hose.
Yeah, I do like that.
Yeah, right? That's great.
No bidets.
The bidets are
America.
unique. No, the bidets are unique.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it.
So yeah, Vamos. I think like I said, I think they just keep getting better. I think they're continuing to get stronger. We're on home ground. We're on holy ground right here in Malaysia, and I think they can pull through. I really think they can pull off the dub. I will say the last night in an interview, I gave my vote to RQ though.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. So far for today, we've definitely seen sweeps. But while we're here, okay, because right now the players are still getting ready, you guys want to know why I feel like it's actually a good thing if you lose today?
Why?
Because you said if you had a team, you'd want them to lose today. I was
Exactly.
wondering why.
It's not, because they have to meet SRG in the bottom bracket.
Practice makes perfect. So here's the thing. I've been in this industry for years now, about 5-6 years now. And the team that has more playtime, they are able to discover where it went wrong so many times. For example, watching the games for today, NIP Flash as well as SRG did lost. The bad thing is you risk elimination. That is bad. That is very bad. But the good thing is, if you keep on winning,
very good,
then the chances of when you already arrive at the finals, like whoever from the bottom seed goes
gets
over,
to play 2 games.
They
in Axiata.
In Axiata, exactly. The one in the upper bracket doesn't get to play in Axiata until the grand final itself.
So there's no comfortability.
There's no comfortability.
It's like trying to get in a brand new car and you've never driven it before, you know?
Yeah. So that's personally for me. I really feel like playtime is important. Even though you give information to your opponents, but I think playtime is important. But right now, we got to look at the head-to-head here between both teams, both RRQ going up against Vamos. And if we're looking at the numbers here, this is why, again, I say like games, playtime matter. Because if you look at the numbers, it looks like it's pretty even. It's back and forth. Yeah, win rate RRQ is a little bit more if you look at the goal as well. Most of it is like 4 RRQ, but not as much as I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's actually.
And the fact that Vamos essentially lost a few more games than RRQ did shows that they at least were able to not have their stats be too skewed, right? They were still able to kind of keep themselves in the game. And like I said, I truly believe that Vamos has continued to get better. RQ, I feel like the problem with RQ is not a lot of information on them still, right? They only played 3 rounds and a total of what, 5 games? That's all we've seen from them. So one of the advantages they could have here is a few more pocket picks up their sleeves. You know, we've seen the Carmilla combo now from Vamos. We've seen some of those things that maybe those ideas they've had. We haven't seen that RQ strat yet. Whatever surprises they may have from us. Hanabi Lolita.
Would be very, Why are you laughing? That's super serious.
We saw Layla.
It's been a while since I've seen the Hanabi Lolita.
It's been a while since I saw Layla.
We have, in competitive, we still haven't seen Nian, Zilong, Freya. I think Freya still gets banned. We haven't seen Freya just yet.
Yeah.
And etc.
Etc. I
haven't heard of that hero.
Even the Mia, I think. No. Like they're.
We've seen Mia, but hasn't been picked in M6 so far.
Yeah. Okay. So like.
I mean, we get a lot of Mia because we have the beautiful fairy Mia jewelry. That's all the Mia we need in this world.
Let me just say, you look absolutely beautiful, and for DGY, I apologize. For those that know, they know. Again, very nice jewelry.
Yes.
I don't think it fits me though.
You will have a size, especially for the.
No, I'm talking about the necklace.
Oh, the necklace.
Yeah, I don't think I can wear the necklace.
I think you can.
Yeah, zoom in on Brigida. Look at the fairy necklace.
That's the Mia. That's the Mia collection. The ring. You can put some UV light too.
UV light and it glows.
She even brought the UV light on stage.
See? It glows.
They give it to you for free when you buy the jewelry.
Yeah.
It's with a box. It's with a pouch. It's with everything.
What would be your next collab? Any hero with the jewelry? What would it be?
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, I like the.
Need something. We need
I
a
love
guy
Kagura.
hero. We need like a guy.
A guy?
Yeah, like a guy ring.
Dude,
you know, like a cool.
A beautiful guy is Lancelot.
Suyo.
Suyo
He is a beautiful guy.
He is a beautiful guy. Lancelot is a beautiful guy.
Right? Build.
Yes, he is. He is.
Oh, we found out.
Wait, what?
You like the Lancelot type.
Okay, right now, let's move on from this. We have a trivia question here. So let's see what is the question. Let's figure out if we can actually figure it out. Who holds the record for most unique hero picks in M Series history?
In M Series history, it's probably
I'm Few.
Few is a good answer.
You think it's a mid laner?
I'm going with Few.
I think it's an EXP laner.
You think?
Or it might be. What if it's like
I'm
a
Malaysian.
roamer, like Oh My Venus?
I'm Malaysian. I could be wrong, but people will be mad at me if I just don't say Chiku.
Chiku, guys.
Oh.
He used Hayabusa Gole. Let me just tell you. He used Hayabusa Gole.
Okay.
It didn't work, but he used it.
So yours is Chiku.
I feel like in MPL, he used the most hero. In M Series, not really. but I'm just gonna put his name out there.
Okay, I'm gonna put Few.
Few makes sense.
As my answer. What's your?
Wait.
I was thinking Venus because he used to play mid too.
Wait.
There was the
wait,
bounce
wait.
back and forth, like the Yves.
Let's think about this. Edward has the most M series appearance.
Probably Edward.
Right?
Probably
Think about
Why
it.
you change your answer so quick?
Sao has been around as well. Sunset Lover. Right? So like for like people that has been here for a long time.
Yeah, that's been through all the different metas.
Right?
Can they just? All right, drum roll.
Can we like put at least 2 answers?
Okay. So Malaysian answer, Chiku guys. I'm just gonna put Edward just because.
Okay.
Philippine answer. Few. I'm still gonna go with Few.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
ready.
Few.
I already said I
Edward.
All right.
Edward.
All right.
Sure.
Let's see. The answer is 3, 2, 1.
Yes. W in the chat.
Chiku guys in Malaysia, heck, even Fnatic on it, they're like, hey, tribute to Chiku guys, we picked the Layla because of him. Shout outs to Chiku guys. He made the draw happen. He made it so that SRG went up against FNOP.
Big ups.
Big ups.
W.
I mean, like, here's the thing. He made RQ going up against Vamos as well, which again is gonna be a good matchup. I don't like if Vamos picks up the Sicilian, that's gonna be very interesting because then Suzuki would just pick up an assassin. So I feel like in the draft, Vamos might delay their EXP and mid just a little bit, get priority over the jungle as well as the rogue position.
In terms of assassins, though,
There's not a lot. It's like just Hayabusa.
Hey, Suzuki could go crazy.
I feel that, but I'm saying they could, like, if we see like a Hayabusa ban, it could preemptively know that we're getting something like, the Sicilian. Yeah, there's not a lot of assassins that, I think all we've seen is Ling Hayabusa and the Ling
Joy.
So Suyo.
Joy, yeah, Joy's technically an assassin, yeah. Suyo, I don't know if we put him in assassin category.
Well, Chibi on the Hayabusa and the Suyo have a 100% win rate so far.
He does?
Yeah, so they'll probably be confident with that. But I don't know. Could we really be seeing like a different jungler for this series?
Let me just put it out there. As long as Warlord uses a mage, I'm happy. I don't care if he uses a Harriet. As long as he uses some kind of mage.
Something with magic damage.
Something with magic damage.
Okay.
Phobius.
No, Phobius is physical. Phobius is physical.
Oh yeah.
Natan.
He has been changed. Natan. Maybe not.
Maybe.
Hey man, you said magic damage.
Okay, you know what? I take it back. Okay, Natan, I'm fine with. Right, I'm fine with. I feel like for everyone, the Malaysian fans, they're saying the same thing. For RQ, what if RQ is the one that does something crazy? What if they pick up something like a Matilda mid? I don't know.
if it
I'm
goes,
okay.
If it goes,
okay.
yeah, that's doable.
They did the Kadita,
They did do the Kadita.
They did do the Kadita.
but it's not like.
It won, but that was it wasn't even Rome Kadita. It was just
Yeah.
Mage Kadita. They've been known to pick a few things like as their last pick. Like I said, they're really comfortable with the Wan, and for them it doesn't feel exactly like their cheese picks. It feels like comfortable picks, things that they're ready for. I think if we get to game 3 here, we could definitely see things get a little crazy.
If we get to game 3,
Why are you checking?
the last game might be on 8.
Oh.
On what?
On 8?
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Yeah, 8 o'clock. I'm just
8 o'clock.
I'm just trying to see the future because if we go all 3 games, because I am a watch kind of guy.
You like to keep time.
I'm Green Fairy. I'm Green Fairy. Hey, Blue Fairy. Yo, Blue Fairy. Virgo, show your fairy. Come here. Right? I'm Green Fairy. I gotta be really good with time.
That's
Blue
White Fairy.
This is Blue Fairy.
No, but he's White Fairy.
Why you gotta be like that? You're Blue Fairy, right? Yeah, you're Blue Fairy. We got Green Fairy, we got Blue Fairy, we got Black Fairy. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I'm
Fairyless. It's okay. We'll try to sort it out, Trex.
You want the ring?
No, I'm alright.
Okay.
Cool. Whatever.
But I just why?
Can I fit your ring?
You wanna? Maybe
don't think
it'll
I
fit
could-
your pinky.
Nope.
It did.
Hey! I can fit Brigida's ring. Hey, there you go. Oh.
But I just want to say,
I might have to consider.
like Renmar and Gideon, they usually always max out the series, but earlier they didn't.
They always what? Max out the series?
Yeah, they always go all the way, 3 games,
They
but
go all
earlier
the way.
they didn't. What if it's
Renmar and Gideon.
What if
every time.
it's What if it's different now?
I'm trying to follow your logic. I'm not following.
He's saying that whenever they're on desk, it goes all 3 games. For some reason.
But just now it wasn't.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
So what if it's different now?
You know what? For us, we're even better. You want to know why?
What?
The game hasn't even started. That's how long we are scratching it out. You know?
And of
So,
course, we control that.
Like for people say like, oh, when they're on the 3 series, we haven't even started. That's the level we are now.
Haven't even kicked it into gear yet. We're still getting the engine going. In the jeepney.
What's that?
What?
What did you
say? A motorcycle? Do you not know what a
what?
A motorcycle?
They have motorcycles in
I don't think
Philippines.
she's ever drove. I don't think she drives.
Nah, I haven't.
Do you drive?
No.
She's not allowed to have a
you
license.
don't drive.
Not yet.
Have you ever driven?
Not yet.
All right, so you've never been in an accident before.
Good.
Not yet.
All right, good. No, I feel like everyone will experience it, and then it's a life-changing experience. I had my accidents before, and then I'm like, oh, so this is how it goes, how the procedure is. With insurance, going to the hospital and everything. Like it's a learning thing. It helps you grow, Brigida. You need to grow. You're small. You're small. Look at her. She's small.
Yeah.
Look at her.
What do you think?
Nice. Nice. What do I think? Nice. Sure. I don't know.
Did you not get the memo about the blue?
No.
Oh.
No one told me.
It's a telepathy kind of thing. I thought we worked together so many times. You should have known.
You're wrong. I have
wrong?
blue.
Oh, the necklace?
What a reach.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
kind
It's
of
more
blind.
like
so I-
turquoise.
How about this? It's blue. Is this not blue? This is blue, right?
It's yeah.
It's blue, yes. It's blue. It's blue. Argue about it. At this point, we might as well do it. At this point, we might as-
Let's bring it back. Let's reel it back in. Let's reel it back in.
Let's just make this into a pocket.
Let's reel it back in. Let's reel it
Why
back
not? Why not? Is there any favorite here that you've seen so far? I've been loving the Granger. Win or lose, Granger is awesome. Do you like Granger? Well, you want to give me what? Oh yeah. Let Trex wear to watch. Here you go. You can have a blue fairy.
You can have a blue fairy.
This is white fairy.
It's blue.
I also think it's white.
Look at this.
I've checked the website and it says it's blue.
Oh, like because the watch.
It has
itself.
blue accents,
Will you help me?
but it's mostly white. But anyway, I liked the Savior.
You like the Xavier? Yeah, Xavier's cool. You guys like the Xavier? No? All right. So
I'm just saying,
it does look good on you.
Yeah, with the glasses.
Blue does look good on you. Like if they consider giving it to you, that'd be great. You know what else is great? You guys want to know what's great? What's great? A break would be great. So now we're actually going for a quick break while we're solving things, and then after this, we'll get into the match. See you guys later.
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, live again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
This should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppie and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a trade as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
To double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite. The Kite-Kite combo complements Aurora's methodical playstyle, leaving fans to wonder how will they fare in M6. Spearheaded by superstars in Kelra and King Kong, Fnatic Onic PH made MPL PH history with a 13-match winning streak. Known for his insane mechanical skill, Season 14 has seen King Kong perform at peak confidence with aggressive and assertive plays throughout the season.
It's a battle in the mid lane. Domain, but Kelra!
While Kelra has proven to the world why he's the gold standard. Making his M-Series debut and ready to shake the international stage once more is Selangor Red Giant Skies. Known for his signature fanny, Skies is able to switch it up with fighter junglers, enabling SRG to deploy many different playstyles to surprise their opponents. These rising stars have claimed the spotlight, but which player has what it takes to emerge greater than ever?
An Indo-MY rivalry over at the cornhole game. Two has to enter the hole. Okay, salam dulu, salam dulu. Salam dulu. An MYID rivalry at the cornhole game.
Okay guys, right now I am over at the basketball arcade machine because we are going to see a 1v1 situation happening, which is going to be Miles from Fnatic Onic Philippines going up against Tarzan from Twisted Minds.
1v1 going on. Who is going to win? Once again, we have a 1v1 going on. Hades and the one and only Domeng. As you can see here, it's a very tight game. Very, very tight.
If you guys can do better than them. Here we have
And that is Skylar. Nice one. Mantap. All right. Listen, again, Singapore, which I'm assuming they should be very good at because Malaysia and Singapore we pretty have very similar childhood. Oh, nice one.
Just for your information, there's an official merchandise for M6 and TLID code dropping on 28.
Terima kasih Malaysia. We are ready for M6. Kita siap untuk M6. ML Kitchen Hazardous. Kita udah ready buat M6. We are ready for M6.
Handa na kami sa M6.
We are ready for M6.
M6, 我们准备好了。
And now we're back. Thank you everyone for your patience. We're about to jump into the game between the King of Kings, RRQ, going up against the hometown villains, Vamos. Looking at the players, everyone is getting set and ready for this match. It is going to be a best of 3. And so far, all the games have been a sweep. So whoever has the first game for sure has the momentum here, Trikes.
Yeah, I mean, momentum is always huge, but at the same time, we saw a lot of reverse sweeps in the past couple days. Today, yes, we followed the pattern of 2-0, 2-0, but like we talked about elaborately before that break, you know, the possibilities are endless with these two teams. The chaos is there, the Kings versus the anti-heroes, the villains. I think there's a chance this could go best of 3. This could be a best of 5.
Oh,
might as well be. It's like, hey, we already got a 2-1, but want to go for one more?
We could go for one more.
It's like the other team can wait.
I absolutely agree. I mean, it already feels as if we're heading into a very, very long series anyway.
Oh, yes.
At the same time, I'm also watching out for this draft. I mean,
So for you, it's about the coaches, KSQ as well as Pops here.
No, actually, I think I'd think of it more for the last series that it's about the coaches.
Every series is about the coaches,
But then this two, yeah, I agree.
Either ways, let it be the coaches or the players. Right now, both teams looking to be ready. So now, let's introduce both teams onto the M6 stage, the King of Kings RQ and the hometown villains, Vamos.
There's no better way to mount a world stage comeback than being the first team to qualify for knockout stage. Led by King Skylar, they grace us with their presence anew to remain unbeaten. Viva RRQ Hoshi!
Going up against them is a team branded as a villain, but ended up as one of Malaysia's heroes. Now, return looking to the throne, another king. Everybody, on the count of 3, say it with me. 1, 2, 3, ¡Hala, vamos!
And now with both teams being on stage, we introduce the coaches for both teams, KSQ as well as Pops, as well as their analysts, where this game is set to be looking at that draft. Can they execute it? That is going to be the question. And now, fist bumps coming in from both teams before we officially start the match. This is between the King of Kings, RRQ, against the hometown villains, Team Vamos. And now, looking into the crowd as well, everyone is properly hyped for this match. By the way, good walkings, guys. Congratulations, you know, pat on the back, pat on the back. But now we got to talk about the teams here, where the dynamic is going to be much more different. I feel like for Vamos, their draft is always the reason why they win and lose tracks.
Yeah, I mean, down to the draft is going to be key. With the way the meta is right now, there's so much opportunity to do so many different things.
And now we got M chat here with RRQ Hoshi, specifically Syzygen. Syzygen, do you miss Smooth? He said yes, only him. Out of everyone else, only him from my ex-teammate in MPLMY, but not my other teammates. The Smooth, we will not ban your Benedetta because we will beat you still.
Oh.
And then Dyron said, Smooth's Benedetta. Better of mine. And Syzygen says, Smooth's Benedetta. Wow. Toxic Syzygen.
I mean, that's what I like.
Although, I would say Syzygen's not really toxic. He just says it as it is.
He's just giving him, he's just telling him how he feels.
He's a chill guy.
Chill guy.
He's a chill guy.
Just honest.
This is not going to be a chill game.
Oh, actually, I mean, if we were
your T-Bless, I want it to be a chaotic game.
hello.
I don't want you know, slow, methodical. Yeah, I want
bonkers.
We gotta
bombastic.
Let's give it to the masters, you know? Like, and I mean, if they will really go for the damage XP lanes, that might happen. That might happen.
It's possible.
The sanest EXP lane that does damage is probably CC.
Yeah.
Which I guess counts, you know.
Yeah. We did see, unless the Arla comes out, I think the Benedetta is still very viable. Like, it is a possible pick, but I think it needs a much bulkier jungle. Like, if you see something like the Fredrin jungle come up, then you could see a more damaging EXP lane because you're at least making up for that lack of frontline tankiness.
Or if we kill them first, we don't need to be tanky.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right? So the Haya Benedetta again. But now we're jumping straight into the draft here. Vamos is going to be first pick. RQ Hoshi going to be on the second pick. Vamos instantly ban out that fatty. Now giving it over to Sisajin. And you guys were talking about the glue. No contest here. Immediately banned out.
Yeah, another thing to point out here is RQ has loved the red side so far. They've drafted great on the red side. They like to try to get the pick. They're willing to give up a power mage. They're willing to give up the Bruno. They're willing to give up certain things if they can get the Suyo and something else. If they can get two strong heroes. So we're looking at the bans right now. Vamos has already taken out the Bruno. Hayabusa ban from the side of RQ.
Even the Hayabusa. So now it's like mostly for Vamos, if we're talking about the comfort junglers so far, it's just the Suyo for Chibi. I mean, the Joy, he uses the Joy, but it hasn't been as successful as his other junglers.
I think a lot of teams have fallen for the bait of RQ, you know, giving them the Jushin or giving them something like that, the Bruno, so we can get the Suyo. But I don't think Vamos is going to fall for that trick. I think if Suyo gets left open, most likely Vamos is going to snatch it up because that's been a key thing for RQ in a lot of their winning games.
I feel like here in M6, the skills have definitely tipped. Before this, you feel like first pick is definitely superior because one hero feels like three.
Yeah.
Right? You get a Suyo and you feel like you got someone tanky, someone with damage, someone with mobility. But now it's more like one hero equals to one or two. So so you don't really get a lot here. And they're banning out the Joy as well. So this is very interesting. Chopping down jungler picks as well as we got to think about this. Warlord and Nets might have an easier time without the Joy in the game.
Yep, and I'm thinking if they really want to prioritize one of Warlord's best mages so far, the Valentina, considering that they were also, or they previously did that as well. But there are other available options too. If we're talking about Flex, the Hylos even, but it seems like they're still gonna go for the Suyo.
Yeah, they steal the Suyo. RQ now, they don't have to pick the Alpha or anything like that up front. They can save it for number 3. They love the Cho. I think it's definitely a possibility. And then paired up maybe Jushin.
Yeah.
Eve. They get to pick one of them either way. The Eve does kind of outrange.
Yeah.
We've seen the Eve do really well today. So they could honestly wait on the mage for third pick, but then you have to pick up your jungle. So they're in kind of a weird situation. I think the Cho's definitely a possibility, at least for one of these, though.
Cho Hylos then, Cho Gatot.
Hylos.
Right, just get your beefy frontliners first, and then pose the problem to Vamos. But they pick up the Jushin as well as Gatot. And my theory here is Vamos is not a team you want to pick up a Hylos, because they love that carry.
Yeah, I think Smooth would be happier going in for an aggressive type of XP laner here, though the Gatot is no longer part of the options. So I feel like they don't necessarily need to rush Warlord's pick either in this kind of situation. So
I mean, if you don't pick up an Eve now, it's probably gonna get banned out.
Yeah, actually. It's best to actually go for the Eve up against the Jushin at least.
The Cho is open as well. Just pointing it out there.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. They do lock it in. Cho Valentina.
Still go for
now, I do like the Valentina. You have some movement, you have some ability, you have the stealing ults, of course. The Eve has kind of been hit or miss for some teams, right? So, I mean, it's good, but also your comp needs to be ready to play around it. I think this might be a little bit more comfortable for Vamos.
If they don't pick up the jungler here, it's going to get banned out. If they want an alpha, this is the time. If they want something else, say a Nolan, then they can save it. They can save it.
At this point,
Granger.
I think that's a...
Now we don't know where... No. I don't... There's a history that...
Yes, Sujin could use it.
That's definitely a possibility. But they lost that game. They lost that game. That was the one game that they lost. It did look good. He looked good losing. But there's something important here is there's going to be this ban off now, right? Vamos gets to ban out junglers now, unless, of course, this ends up being a jungler. Either way, RQ, it's a power pick because they have the flexibility. They can ban out gold laners now. They have, I feel like at this point in the draft, they kind of have the advantage, at least in terms of bans. I still really like Vamos' Suyo Cho Valentina, but second phase, RQ's coming in strong.
They ban out the Irrital. If they ban out the carry as well, after this, RQ can just pick up a Hylos. And at that point, there's not a lot of answers.
And even the 1-1 possibility, if this is going to be a jungle Granger, because we don't know just yet, but the Irrital being taken out, right? It kind of makes you think. So
I mean, to be fair, Irrital does quite okay. Yeah. Honestly, in most matchups, in my personal experience.
Other than the Nolan and the Alpha though, there's a Fredrin still available.
They could.
They could
definitely still go for a Fred, and then they could pick a more damaging EXP laner if they want it, if they want to go something a bit more hybrid. Vamos, you can see they're taking their time on these bans. It's like, man, what? Because they're wondering just like us, what are they doing right now? Is this going to be a jungle Granger? They go for the EXP lane, target down onto the Phobius, someone that can definitely punish on these dashes.
Does that
I think
mean
right
they
now
want
it's
a
just
Moskov?
covering your bases.
It kind of does seem like they want either a Harif or a Moskov, something with a lot of dashes that makes it so that you really don't want to go against these phobias. I mean, to be fair, their whole lineup has a lot of dashes right now.
So will they ban out the Hylos here, or will they just allow it and focus on the carry? So they could go with the Hylos later on, because that's also one of Net's like best picks so far in this tournament, considering like they're a really teamfight oriented team so far. So will they double down on the heroes of Nets, or will they just take out another potential XP lane?
To protect
lives.
They take out the Hylos.
Oh, interesting.
They take out the Hylos. Now, you mentioned them with the possibility of them picking the Wan. I think if they go for something, it's definitely last pick.
Yep.
Vamos still needed a gold laner though. The Beatrix still open.
Carry too.
Carry's still open.
Harif is
if
also,
they want to create that box. The thing is, the carry kind of needs a little bit more tankiness. They need something like the Hylos. It needs something like the Gatot, something that can really create that box around it. The Cho's not going to be able to peel that good for it. The Suyo's going to be off doing his thing, so Terizla could be a possibility.
Because even the glue is out, so you don't have a lot of options here.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's there is the Khalid is still there.
And the thing is RQ could still go for EXP Gatot and be comfortable. They've got so much flexibility.
Tigre's open still
right now.
Yeah.
Tig's still open.
And although there's a Valentina, so
maybe they just take the Tig right here on the side of RQ and still leave the gold.
Oh, they pick up the Ruby.
I like Ruby.
So now Vamos can't pick up the Harif. Like if they want to pick up the Harif, it's gonna get disrupted by the Ruby as well as the Gatot.
Yeah.
So we saw them use. They were one of the few teams who have picked the Ruby. They last picked it in I think second day, and they used it against the Cho, right? They used it against the Cho so that because again it's like the stiff arm. It stops him from being able to come in. It slows him down for that split second to where you can get the Death Knot off. You can get a little bit more time for that Lantern Flare.
This has to be a much more successful version of that though. When they last used the Ruby, it kind of it wasn't that easy as well.
Sand
but
rises when I give the
I
word.
think, so they get the Khalid, the Harith into the Ruby and the Gatot.
Still pick it.
So
that's a tough pick against a Ruby.
Like this is one of those like it's my comfort. I know it's a bad matchup, but hell, I'm still gonna try.
So where's the Granger going then? Are they looking for a gold lane or like a jungler? We mentioned the Nolan Fredrin.
Alpha is still open, by the way.
But we also mentioned the one, but this is kind of.
I mean, they can
there though.
Yeah, Alpha's still open. They can go for it if they want. It's easy. Like I said, their draft works so well. They can put a lot of things in their jungle and still feel pretty good right now. I feel like the fact that they have this Ruby and this Gatot, it answers so much of what Vamos has. I feel like at this point, Vamos just has to press the gas immediately and get whoa!
Wow!
A little bit of spice in the pot right there, just to. They didn't even have to do that. They didn't even have to. They didn't even have to.
Well, we can definitely say that the draft is interesting. Like it or not, that's what it is. Thank you very much, Rex, as well as Brigida. Now we're giving it over to Naisu as well as Mirko.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down for us. Welcome to the English Desk. I'm Naisu, and this is Mirko. To bring you the action between RRQ and Vamos ahead of us in this best of three. It's a jam-packed here in the convention center right now. Mirko, what are we feeling about the draft so far? You called something here.
Yeah, we called the link here on the desk. It's something that RQ really like to go for, and MPO Indonesia as well in the playoffs. That Ling, it always comes in the end, especially when you've already banned out the Hilda and there's no pick on the jungle in the first phase. That's something that RQ really like to rely on, and it seems like they're going to rely on Subsujin again.
We'll see if he can pull it off. Again, the Kingdom up against the hometown villains. We jump into the land of Dawn. It's game number one, fighting to stay in that upper bracket. As we get through this, once again, we're going to take a look at how this is going to work. Whoa, Zor.
Whoa. Forced to flicker.
Early. Yeah, that's so early. I mean, not expecting him to take that many shots from the turret early on. He's going to have to go and reset from that, of course. Whoa, hold on. Zorn, you want to get back to base, man? Okay. He's going to learn his lesson here, unless Yidok.
Wow.
Really delaying this, man.
You know what's not delayed though? That's the M6 pass.
Yeah,
You guys
M6
can
pass.
still get to this day. Maybe if you get it today, it's a bit delayed, but you guys can still get it. There's so many more skins you can get. Purifier Rins able to lock them up. Smooth the flicker forward, gets first blood. Warlord though should be traded down, and it's Edok who trades it for RRQ.
Again, good trade here early on, and yes, make sure you guys get the pass while you can. Level 75 for free. Now, looking at this, I really want to talk about the interesting draft that came through. I know you called a couple things here, Mirko, specifically for RQ Hoshi. You know them very well, but that's the thing. You know, that last pick, Ling, typically, what have we seen mostly? Just, is it always the Ling-Angela combo?
Yep.
For the most part, but this time around, you know, you've got the fact that you have Edok on this Ruby who, like Trex mentioned, worked out really good for them earlier on when they played it into the Cho. It's a great disruptor and able to just be enough crowd control alone in the Ruby that can slow things down or even cause these fights to not go in favor just because of that disruption.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, when it comes to the Angela Ling, it makes it way more one-dimensional, right? You know who the real damage dealer is. It really becomes a kind of hyper-carry situation with the Ling. But what RQ really likes to do in the regular season all the way to the playoffs is the fact that they can play for many carries. They can play for Rins, they can also play for, obviously, the Ling, and they still have Skylar, who becomes the backup in the later stage of the game on the Granger, or whatever pick he gets. This time it is, indeed, the Granger. And for RQ, the neutral objective isn't really the main win condition. They can give it away. They can just farm up, wait for Sutsujin to get to their item power spikes, and the fact that Vamos isn't going for the neutral objective means that right now RQ are actually playing it really chill. Vamos need to get that early lead to shut down whatever RQ is planning.
All right, now, too, a little bit of poking happening here for this first turtle. It's going to be started up. There's the jump in, though.
AOG from Dyron over to Chibi. Sutsujin popping attempts to blade, and Chibi wins it. Severed soul already. Sutsujin picks up the kill. Rins picks him up too. Warlord gonna be caught on the bad spot. Edok walking forward, forcing the Crimson Beacon defensively. And RQ will still continue the chase in the bottom lane. Sword very low. Dyron almost getting it. Sutsujin wants to get this assassination, but will just choose to go for the camps in the jungle.
Very disciplined, I'd say. You know, they get a couple kills. Yeah, you exactly called that out. You give up some of that objective, but you get the kills and you kind of build up on this. Again, it's the small wins that build up that gold lead that we see often. And, you know, we also just took a look at Kelra's Granger previously. If you caught that matchup against Fnatic, Onic versus SRG, you know, Skylar, same thing. The Granger in the gold lane, it could have been flex. You know, we have seen it flex in the jungle a couple times, but in the gold lane is where I feel like it can really shine, depending on the matchup, depending on how the rest of the game goes, and the set potential, too, with your roamers. Okay, Zorn taking a couple shots again. He's going to get dragged around here, but he should be fine to get away unless they actually decide to go. So Unbreakable is going to be charged up by Dyron, but still, it's RQ Hoshi taking their time, slowing things down. Honestly, if we look at the Swiss stage, that's where teams had a falter. You know, it was when they got a little overzealous or they weren't disciplined enough. I mean, we even saw the preview of that in just the match with RSG before with CFU Gaming. The discipline is so important for these teams to have success throughout the M6.
It really is. I think right now it's all about control in the early game too, right? We've seen that most teams who have to control in the early game just snowball out of control. Edok, great G Kundo on the way to Dragon. Off-centered a bit. Chibi gonna be able to lock him down. Edok still able to get the Donut Wolf King in. Nets very low. Wow. I'm surprised Edok got away from that.
The sliver of health, man, just barely escaping. And we've seen this before, you know, he didn't even have the flicker available. He's gonna get it now, so surprised that, yeah, that kill wasn't capitalized on. Turtle's gonna be up here, though. Could be the choice of Team Vamos to get in position, set things up to get their favor. You can already see it happen here, too. Even with that, you know, that Way of the Dragon isn't available just yet, so maybe when Zorn does have that, they might try to make a play for this and try to get the 2 out of 2 for the Turtles, but right now it's just kind of zoned out by RQ. Warlord given the information, and Zorn is just around the corner. Smooth, too, might look for his own window to go in.
Way the Dragon over to Edok. That's going to be the knock-up from Warlord. Chibi walks up, gets stunned up. Chibi still wins out the retreat battle. They're trying to run away, but Skylar guns him down. Tempest ablaze from Sutsujin. That's Sonata over to Zorn, but he's still able to escape. Smooth in that bush, looking for more.
Oh, Smooth. He's going 1 versus 3-4 here. He does get away, though. Just barely, again, utilizing the ultimate to get out of that dodge system, because I'm telling you, man, it's not looking good for the team fight potential when Team Vamos doesn't have the tools in the right place. They've got all the tools they need, but the timing of it is not in their favor. Tyrant goes in with the Unbreakable. They're going to pull him in. They know he can't escape this time as Smooth goes down.
Good pickoff from RQ Hoshi. The only thing that... Oh, Sky Piercer early! Is that his first item? That's Skylar's second item, ladies and gentlemen. Very confident on the Granger. Second item, Sky Piercer knows that he'll probably get most of the kills, and so far he's gotten 2 out of the 5 kills for RRQ. Edok opening up things again for the team. The only thing that hasn't gone RRQ's way are the red trees.
Yeah, they haven't. I mean, they can just duke things out. They can just battle. They can just go and fight if they want to. Again, you know, the fact that they have a Ling on their side. Later on, they can put pressure around the map, but I think it's just one of those cases where we've seen this from teams before, where you give up. Maybe you don't secure yourselves those first couple turtles, but that first Lord is where this lead, even as small as it is 1.3k ahead, you have that minor upper hand, and then you just go in with the team fighting power that the lineup brings you. So it's up to Team Vamos to kind of catch up here. They've got their first items locked in. I mean, even here for Chibi, you know, he's had pretty a rough start on the Suyo, but he's at least kind of building up, getting to where he needs to be, because he's going to have to be the one to kind of bob and weave in and out of these fights and rely on Smooth and maybe even Zorn, and to an extent Warlord, depending on what ultimate Warlord is going to take from RQ Hoshi. And there's a couple good options over here to actually go ahead and copy with that Valentina. So this last turtle comes up. See if Team Vamos can actually secure the 3 for 3. As RQ once again gets in position. Both junglers kind of just staying on that bottom side, clearing that out. And they'll rely on the roamers to start things up here. Smooth up on the front side.
Purify baited out.
Zorn
goes over to Kundo. Will be caught on the back spot. Wait, the Dragon, but it's only on towards Tyrant, who has revitalized. Someone in the back line. Edok gets in. 3-man don't run Wolf King. Nets goes over to Zaman Force. Now Skylar trying to cut away. Skylar able to flicker off the safety, but Smooth goes in and finds the Raging Sandstorm. Sutsujin in the midst of it all. Tempest ablaze, running away. Nets trying to get the last Synchro Fission. Dyron getting slashed down, looking for the play, but Warlord claims the kill. And Team Vamos, they should be able to go 3 for 3 on the neutral objective.
Uno, dos, tres, vamos, vamos, vamos. They get 3 kills, they get 3 turtles. They win that fight. All in exchange for nothing there for RQ Hoshi. So great switch of momentum. You know, just when you thought maybe they have the advantage with actually fighting, they had a minor lead, they had a couple items on both crucial heroes and lanes here, but it's Team Vamos that comes out with the better fight. Again, it all comes down to what angle does Smooth and Zorn set things up for the team, and that's exactly what they have to do. It was nice too because Warlord, he was very patient on when he actually initiated into the fight with the beacon that he took from Rins. So great usage of just the timings and the ultimates here for Team Vamos. Now it's up to RRQ to go ahead and kind of adjust from that. They did lose all 3 turtles. They're not too far behind though. They actually can still contest for that Lord when it does come up in about a minute from this point. So now the question is, does RQ focus somewhere else? Do they actually go ahead and try to get some of the pressure down? If that's the tier 1s, start knocking in the mid lane or the bottom lane, or maybe go for a pick off. The problem is, who do you pick off from here? Who are you actually going to be able to zone in and take out from Team Vamos before the Lord take?
I think at this point, you really can't look for the pickoffs here for RRQ, right? They have the Ruby, but I don't know about the instant damage, the instant one-shot here. I don't think they have the instant kill button just yet, right? I don't think Skylar's built enough to actually one-shot some people. So for RRQ, it's really just team fight based right now. They have to wait for the team fights. They have to wait for a big combo to land, whether it's from Dyron, Edok, and for sure, they need the purple buff on Sutsujin.
There's a kick.
Wait, the Dragon. Raging Sandstorm over only to Tyrant though. Sutsujin trying to go in. That's a stun as well. Tempest Blades from Sutsujin. Going for the Divine Blades as well. Now Edok terrified in. Good disengage for Team Vamos. They really want to contest this purple buff, but RQ Hoshi will be able to secure the purple buff.
That's just a whole lot, man. I mean, if you think about it, Team Vamos utilizing a lot in that fight where a lot looked like it was happening, but then nothing actually capitalized off it. So ultimately you go, now stall things out. You wait for some of those ultimates to come back up. They've got nearly all the battle smells except for Smooth. He doesn't have his. 2 items also being picked up here on both sides. Even defensively now for Edok, you know, he's got the Antique Harass now available. Skylar just got the BOD, and Smooth just picked up his next item too. So leading into this is going to be an all-out team fight, man. This is what you expect for the first Lord to break out, with Team Vamos having a little bit of lead, but so far showing that their team fighting is going to be a little bit more troublesome for RQ Hoshi to deal with. Lord started up. It's less than half health. They're going to have to force the fight. Sutsujin joining the fight here.
Zorn taken out before the fight even starts. AOG stolen. Warlord goes in over to Enoch. It's a flicker around. AOG Raging Sandstorm connecting over the other Dyron. GB gonna win out the Red Tree battle. Time to blaze over to Smooth. That's a knock up and the kill. Sutsujin picking it up. Skylar gunning them down slowly but surely. GB escaping and they got the Lord. So, who won that trade? 2-for-1 special. GB.
GB in trouble? Is he going to be able to escape? Taking a couple shots from the Rhapsody, looking to clean up. Skylar, does he have enough rage to goes in? Flickers in! And Skylar will get the kill.
The Rhapsody from Skylar gets the kill on RQ. Surely now get the dub in that trade. 3 kills for the Lord. And his Lord advantage is impossible for Vamos to capitalize on. It'll be RQ who should be able to clear it for free.
I'm actually surprised. I was expecting
there's
Team
a tier
Vamos.
2.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a tier 2. I was expecting Team Vamos to actually just like survive a little bit longer from that, but then, you know, great response from RQ Oshi. So ultimately, they at least hold on to the majority. It could have been way worse for RQ Oshi, but you can see this, taking a look at the items too. You're still playing some catch up with Nets, still working on that Holy Crystal. He's about 1,500 down in gold. And so that could play a part in this. All the fight for the orange buff right now. They're going to get control of it once again, and still it's RQ Hoshi. They whittled down that gold lead, as small it was. Oh, Chibi.
It's 1v1. Time to blade. Chibi saved it. Sutsujin gets the solo kill assassination against 3 members that were corralling over.
That's finesse, man. You know, Chibi's been having a difficult time. Is an understatement right now. 0-4, and now they're going to be holding on to the mid lane. But this is the pressure from RQ now as they go and take the tier 2 in the mid, knowing that the jungler of Team Vamos is down and out of the picture. Finally, Nets getting the Holy Crystal, so that's going to help some of the power spike now for this Harith. But still, the question is, how are they going to actually get favorable team fights when jungler is lost in the 1v1, and it's still the same thing? You know, there's still the same thing they have to rely on, which is Smooth and Zorn. But even Zorn, he's having a little difficulty. This is all the reason why when that Ruby pick came up, you can see how difficult it is to actually get those pickoffs now with the Cho. And so far, another turret goes down. The gold lead grows. Here's a conceal, though. They're going to make a play.
Dyron caught all alone. Way of the Dragon, and you can see the burst. Instant kill.
Couldn't even jump.
Nope. No AOG. Purple buff.
Purple buff to fight for it.
Oh, Sutsujin still securing it.
Just kind of swoops on in. Of course, gets a Rechi. He needs this, though. And he's been pretty confident throughout the game, so that'll keep them there. But still, this is what we expect. You know, some of these exchanges, some of these pickoffs, if you will, even utilizing the conceal. But nonetheless, it's still going to break out into a full fight for that Lord once Dyron's up. You know, he doesn't have the Revitalize just yet. Should kind of stall things out. Warlord still holding on to the beacon. And we'll see this time around, Team Vamos, if they can secure the Lord again. They've been doing good on the objectives, but they need to be able to actually withstand some of that overloaded damage being thrown at them and get the setup in their favor. Because right now, Lord is up. You can already see RQ getting in position. Might force a fight. They know Sutsujin was up top.
Wave the Dragon. Oh, that's an I'm offended. Skylar's able to flicker out to safety now. It's going to be time to blaze over the Nets. He should be slain. Sutsujin claiming the 2 blades. Meanwhile, on the back, Skylar dealing with them. Chibi still there. Warlord gets the shutdown on Sutsujin. It'll be a 3-4-1. RQ Hoshi will set their sights on their first neutral objective.
They're going to go ahead and just start it up. You know, who cares if our jungler is down? We'll secure this if we can, but look what's happening. Team Vamos, they know what's up. Chibi might try to get, but he's going to get zoned out. Tyron and Ito.
The
going to grab
tanks
him.
versus Chibi. Revitalize versus Chibi. Skylar gets the Lord. No way they read this out.
Warlord. He's got to go back.
Okay. He gets out.
He's patient.
Warlord. He has the Crimson Beacon. That's a Purify over from Rins. Warlord goes and escapes with the Crimson Beacon.
That's War. I mean, he gets the Purify out, you know, at least. So good patience there, and really able to go ahead and stay disciplined through it. But yeah, nonetheless, Lord taken. So now RQ. We saw just how decisive the team fights are. Even when you think Team Vamos would be okay to fight, they just get collapsed on. And then next thing you know, 2-3 members are already down. So playing into this, Sutsujin also picking up the Malefic Roar now before this push in. You can still see both junglers. They might go in a 1v1 again, trying to maintain that wave in the bottom lane while the Lord meets up in the mid, charges on into the base turret. Edok.
Just with the I'm offended. Oh, forcing the defensive raging Sandstorm. Sutsujin. Top of the blaze over the Nets. Good Purify out. Sutsujin zoning them in the back as Skylar just guns them down. Chibi jumps in. Zorn, Way the Dragon over to Dyron. Only the tank now caught as well. Dyron pops into the AOG, but it's not going to be in time. Deleted off of the Land of Dawn. 2 base turrets though for RRQ, and they'll be happy with it.
That's all they're going to get. Again, a lot of this back and forth, even utilizing the ultimates to set things up, but ultimately Team Vamos is not able to get a team fight in their favor just yet. Maybe if they buy a little more time, another few minutes, you can see the Divine Glaive just being picked up here too by Warlord. But even with that, RRQ Hoshi staying disciplined as ever. They'll get the 2 base turrets. They still have that 1 to get down on the bottom lane. Now for Team Vamos, as they reset, they get kind of recalibrated here. They might look to make a conceal play again. It seems like that's been the trend for them. You know, if they have a conceal available, then they might try to set things up, at least forcing out maybe a Revitalize or a Purify to have favor for the next objective. See Halbert also locked in here now too to deal with some of that healing that's going on when that Revitalize is popped and everything else. So interestingly enough, as it has been for RRQ Hoshi to get these wins in the team fights, they're not massively ahead, and Team Vamos has done a decent job at keeping things from getting out of control. We've seen so many matches where the snowball builds up into, you know, a point where there's no return almost. But now Team Vamos in a position where they bought themselves some time. They have a lot of space that they still need to work against, you know, especially in terms of the fact that 2 base turrets are down. But this is where we see those defensive items start to come into play too. Rose Gold Meteor now picked up by Skylar here to help with some of that magic damage thrown at him.
You can see Sutsujin just trying to delay as long as possible here for the purple buff take. He wants to have it when they fight for the Lord, so he's just waiting for a few more seconds before he gets it. Lord is coming down to, what is that, 10 seconds? Yeah, 10 seconds now, and that's when Sutsujin decides to actually go for it. So he'll have the purple buff for quite a while now. They actually pop in. Whoa, Tyron caught all alone. That's not a good move. He gets picked off. Enoch goes in for the conceal. They try to go for something back there without Tyron. 38 seconds. Those are some long timers. Dorn. Pull back as well, but I'm offended. Another pullback. Storm very low. Sky Piercer to take him down. Sutsujin stunned up. Tempest Blaze still able to run away, dodging away from it. Raging Sandstorm with the flicker. Oh, Sutsujin bites the immortality. Now Net's walking up. Synchro Fish in last base. Gonna take him down. Warlord goes in. That's a stun and a shutdown for Chibi. Only Rin's left standing. Enoch will be slain. That's a 4-for-2 trade.
And there's a win that Team Vamos needed in the team fight. They made it happen. First, they crashed down on Dyron. They felt good, but then Zorn gets taken down too, but they fight the fight. And Team Vamos now in a position to secure this Lord. Maybe they can use this to utilize to march into the base of RRQ. Again, they still have multiple turrets to work against, and managing the waves pushing in. That's a Lord secured for Team Vamos. That's exactly what they needed in that team fight. Now, can this be enough to start getting in those base turrets from RRQ Hoshi? Knocking on the Kingdom walls here is what they have to do with this.
Let's take a look at the instant replay to see exactly what happened. Dyron was down. RRQ Hoshi, did they force the fight from Team Vamos? They went out to Zorn, they got the Sky Piercer, but I think they stayed way too long. That was a phenomenal catch from Chibi, getting the stun, and then obviously the pull from Smooth, the Raging Sandstorm. It was a great immortality buy for Sutsujin, but then Warlord just jumps in and everybody collapsed together.
Yeah, that was about as smooth as a setup that you can get with a Khalid like that from Smooth. And so with this Lord still in the mid lane, pushing in, you can see some of the cutting going on from Sutsujin down on the bottom. They're going to rely on that 4-man defense for now while they try to manage that push in the bottom side. Team Vamos says they get prepped up and ready. Lord's going to go in.
Zorn taunted up. Not a kite. Oh, Enoch gets it. I'm offended. Over to a lot of members. GB with the soul severed. Sutsujin recalling back to base. Jumps into the midst of it all. Now Terrence the Blades finding the kill. AOG to the back as well. Sutsujin getting the pick in the back line. That's a winner crown for Warlord. GB jumps in as well. That's even a mortality. GB claims the killing spree. He's running for his life. There's a minion wave up top. But RRQ Hoshi wants to continue the chase. Diamond trying to find Smooth. He will be able to spot Smooth, and Smooth decides to actually sacrifice himself over pinning out the flicker from Skylar too.
Wow.
Dyron will have to buy enough time. Will have to try to stop the recall from Smooth.
And Smooth is just going to roll on out, man.
It's Smooth.
It's Smooth with it. He's going to get back to base, and Chibi trying to just delay this push from the minion wave.
Immortality almost popped in. He don't want to go. That was a prediction onto the dash. Chibi low. Last shot. Rins is going for the kill. Chibi shut down by Skylar. Smooth, the only left member standing, goes to the Raging Sandstorm. Rins is able to space away, and Skylar gets the double. Nets and Zorn respawning back in the game.
They bought enough time for them. They should just clear this wave, but talk about effort from Smooth and Chibi to stay in the game 20 plus minutes in. Great chance for them. They can still stay together. You know, they're, what, half a minute away from being up here. So is the Lord. So Team Vamos, based off that, will stay in the game as RQ Hoshi gets ready to go for the next objective here. They still want that bottom turret.
Mounting in another siege. Dyron going to the bottom lane. That's the mortality buy from Skylar as he goes over the gun down as well. Great. AOG over the Nets. He has to Purify Warlord. Gun down taken out by Dyron. Purify from Nets. He's going in for some damage. Skylar will be able to space away in time. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Zorn confident as a blaze. He will be taken out. RQ Hoshi with a wipeout and a game 1 win.
Great effort from Team Vamos, but it will not be enough to withstand the march in from the Kingdom. RQ Hoshi takes the game at 21-12. Very disciplined performance from RQ Hoshi to keep things together, but almost for Team Vamos. We'll see if they can adjust from that. But the panel, I'm sure you guys have a lot to say about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, Naisu, as well as Mirko. And that was a game. That was a lot of back and forth. Like,
It was close.
Like, that game was so tough for Dyron.
I know.
It's always him.
It doesn't reflect in terms of like his death necessarily, but
exactly.
like, you know, that he's like took 90% of the way of the dragons from Zorn.
And Chibi, I mean, it was both teams just targeting one person. Chibi was consecutively getting targeted in the early game, and then Vamos tried to get their revenge by bullying Dyron.
Yeah.
But in the end, RQ comes out on top.
And we were talking about how the Ruby kind of shuts down the draft of Vamos. Kind of did. I kind of feel like the reason why you kick Dyron because you don't have any other choice. If you want to kick the Jushin has Purify. You want to kick Skylar. Skylar's so way out of the way. You can't get him.
Yeah, and I mean, it came to a point that they were already well equipped enough to burst down Dyron, even on the Gatot Kacha, especially when Nets was already there, especially when Chibi also went online, because we can't deny that Chibi had quite of a rough start. Not in terms of objectives, I'd say, because they were able to secure almost all of the first few turtles.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one thing I think that was keeping Vamos in there throughout the early game because, and then even some of those turtles, they were questionable. Like, Lavelle, do you think it would have been better for them to just give up maybe that first turtle instead of losing 2 members, you know, or was it kind of their only choice? Because it always kind of ended weirdly for them.
For me, if you can trade 1 turtle for 1 death, it's worth it.
Yeah.
More than that, definitely not worth it. And I kind of feel like this is one of the situations where it's okay to fight for it. But honestly, if you're really confident with Chibi, let him do it by himself. He gets it, he gets it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Everyone else, try to get as much farm as you can.
Yeah, and I think another thing which made the situation a lot more difficult for Vamos was that even if RRQ did sort of take the upper hand in terms of the team fights that happened after every objective, it didn't stop there because like Sutsujin, he was always taking care of the map as well. Like even after those turtles that went into the hands of Vamos, the first few turrets which fell, they were all because of Sutsujin. So like Vamos they didn't notice that their map was gradually getting smaller, and that probably added up to how they were limited in terms of movement and in terms of potential setups. So it's always Dyron, it's always Dyron.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you did want to go for Skylar or something, IDOC was always there ready to block, right? Ready to give him the block, and the concussive blast paired up with Skylar just getting Sky Piercer early. Every time Zorn tries to go in, I think he learned his lesson. He had 5 deaths by the end of there. So it's right, there was no other target for him. And even with that, Vamos hangs on. I think if Chibi didn't get shut down so early, getting those 4 deaths in the early game, it could have definitely been Vamos' game, but it just goes to show how RQ knew what they had to do in that game. Shut down Chibi, give Suchijin a good game, make sure he farms up quickly, and so that Suchijin can actually win the 1v1s. And then once Chibi finally turned it around, we started to see him winning out, but it was a little too late.
I mean, here's the thing. One of the reasons why we don't see a lot of links is because it takes time. But if you have 21 minutes, you have the time. You have plenty of time. But now we got to look at the MVP for this game. And my, is going to go over to Skylar using that Granger. Untouchable, man. Untouchable. Okay, he died once. But other than that, the range on Granger is starting to be a problem. Now that we see the Bruno has been taken care of with the bans, It seems like it's time for Granger to shine. Be like, hey, you're talking about range? Hey, I got one of those.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like Smooth was just so desperate to go after Skylar a lot of times.
Yeah.
Just using the Raging Sandstorm with the Flicker to get to wherever Skylar is. But even then, it didn't really mean that they would be successful in taking the kill. He would have to receive all the damage. And luckily for him, he has quite the mobility. So like it doesn't...
And a lot of spell vamp.
Yeah, a lot of spell vamp. So like... he's able to survive a lot of times, and even up against Smooth, once your bullets connect, that's a lot more rondo skills for you to reposition and just dance around those enemies trying to hunt you down.
Well, the thing is, well, as we're going to see in some of these highlights, RQ Hoshi plays so well into Skylar of having a member of the team that can disrupt, that can hold, whether it's the Cho, and here it's the Ruby and the Gatot and the Zushin, and it gives Skylar just that direct hit all the time. That's why I think he likes to play the Wanwan, because the team does so good at locking down one member at a time, moving through these team fights. It's we get this one, we get this one. It's very methodical, and Skylar's just able to continuously deal damage directly.
Let me just say, that's a tough game for a Cho, but he tried his best. Yeah. Right? Zorn tried the best of his abilities.
Tough game for Harris, Cho.
Exactly. Like, it's a tough draft for Vamos here, and RQ Hoshi, they executed it quite well. Team Vamos, they won quite a few fights. But the thing is, again, Skylar just keeps on alive. She just keeps on surviving.
Yeah, by the end of that game, he had a really good KDA, like apart from that one death. And everything just worked so well for RQ Hoshi here. I mean, props to Team Vamos, really. I'd say they were able to even out-sustain RQ Hoshi a few times in terms of the team fights. But then they knew that they had to rush things, even at this moment when Team Vamos bought so much time already. We were talking about it. How, what is Smooth doing? Why didn't he go home immediately? But everything made sense. But even then, RQ Hoshi just forced their way through, and not even Nets, without the Purify, could do anything to out-sustain all that damage.
Let me just say, let me be a bit crazy here. Judging by how Team Vamos played just now, right? Chibi focuses on the objective, correct. And then Smooth quite a few times try to go for Skylar.
Yep.
Maybe it's time to switch the roles. Right? Let Chibi on a utility jungler and then let the Benedetta shine. Right? Because if he was on a Benedetta, he might, no guarantees, but might be able to do something about Skylar.
Yeah.
Fair. And no matter what it feels like, Chibi, he's very good in that pit, right? He's very good in the pit. He can win out on those 50-50s, and that's just a skill that some junglers have. And sometimes it feels like the junglers that have that skill lack skills in other areas, right? He has a great map sense. He knows exactly when he needs to be there, how he needs to be there. But then some of the other things, maybe some of the very minute micro fighting mechanics, there's a weaker. The power points are a little bit lower. But that could be, I mean, that could definitely be the answer. Put him onto something utility, give EXP something aggressive, and then all Chibi has to worry about is getting into the Lord Pit and hitting that button at the right time.
And I mean, that works all the more better if the jungler that Tsujin decides to show up would be one that's similar to the Ling, one that takes time. Because you would expect Smooth to really apply pressure early on. And that's one thing we've seen from him, especially when he gets his hands on the Benedetta. So if it does happen that we see a similar draft, Team Vamos, they might want to explore that. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, and this is just talking about the possibilities. But before we jump even forward, Green Fairy here to let you guys know. Make sure you guys grab your Fairy Mush because luxury meets gaming with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches. Look at this one, a special
White Fairy.
Blue Fairy, all right, thank you very
Fairy.
much. And look at this, the special Mia collection. Not her, but the necklace.
Yes, the necklace and the ring.
And the ring. All right, brand new champion rings and medals. Follow at Fairy on TikTok and our websites for updates. So we got a full Fairy desk here. Blue Fairy, Green Fairy, Mia Fairy.
We're about to...
About to what? Oh, fly off.
Why did you stand up?
No, because actually it's like,
It's the wings.
Yeah, that's
not
wings.
standing,
Come
he's
on.
flying.
Come on.
All right, you know who needs to fly?
Who needs to fly?
Vamos.
Vamos.
Vamos needs to fly.
Snakes need wings.
Snakes need wings. Then they be dragons.
Oh.
Dragons. And for you guys at home, from the 18th of November all the way to the 29th of December, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claw's new Epic Skin, Challenges Flare, and the Beatrix new M4 Epic Painted Skin, Light Seeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to grab yourself the M4 Beatrix skin. And yes, they'll be dragons. I find it so weird, like dragons, like
lizards.
No, that's like the Chinese version.
Reptiles.
There's the European version. Like there's dragons with legs. There's even like, what do you call it? Wyverns.
Wyverns, yeah, wyverns, yeah.
Wait, is it wyvern or wyverns?
I actually don't know. Is it?
I don't know, but look at this. We're celebrating.
We're celebrating 1.5 billion registered MLBB players from the 12th.
1.5 billion.
1.5 billion. That's a lot. From the 6th of December all the way to the 23rd of December. Join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free. Thank you for your unwavering support and being part of this incredible journey. And there you go. That's going to be one of our intros. No, that'll be our outro. Prayers out.
Okay, that'll be our.
All right.
I hope I get included in the outro.
Hey, you got this.
Okay.
You're one of us.
You're one of us.
But
keep it.
We're going to have to fly out of here because we got an interview.
Yep, we're going to the side interview here and looking like it's at RQ side. So let's see what they got for us.
Thank you, the panel. It's Michelle again with Pretty Clara, and also we are having the IOI still one with us, which is our ex-analyst of the EVO's Legends, right? But I heard that you have become like a content creator, is that right?
Now I'm just start live streaming. Live streamer, just watching the content like MPL and M6 also.
Oh, so that's your work for right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you prefer to be an analyst or the live stream?
I think analyze because it's like more challenging for me. For streaming, it's just for fun, just remembering how before I compete in MPL and M6, M1, sorry.
Sure. So according to your analyst, what do you think about the game one?
I think the performance is very not good.
Not good?
Not
Why?
good. I think it's not enough for the M series stage. I think they have so many mistakes on the mid game and to the late game, especially on Vamos, also RRQ also.
Especially for Vamos. So any players from Vamos, you believe that RRQ Hoshi should pay much more attention to?
I think they need to pay more attention about nets. The gold laner.
Why?
Because
Why
the Harit, you see, even they have like Gatot and have the Ruby, they still pick the Harit, but he's also still playing good.
Yeah, you just pay attention to the game one mostly. So Clara, any fun facts about among all the players for RRQ Hoshi? You believe people are gonna be interested in your story behind the scene maybe?
We have a lot of facts about our QOC because we know that they're new. This lineup is really new, but they blend really well.
Yeah.
And not forgetting that they fought really well as a team. Maybe because of the bonding is really strong with its player. The age gap is only 1 or 2 years, but they show us how they blend to each other and they can have a strong bond. So as we know, we have a name for these players.
What is the name?
It's Animal Planets.
Animal Planet?
Yes,
Oh my God.
they're famous about it because they're wild, they're strong, and they really carry each other. Except Susujin actually. He's super calm.
Yes, they got a good synergy and chemistry right now among the team. So for Adai, we know that RRQ Hoshi missed the M5 maybe, but they were coming back to the M6 and they are getting into the knockout stage right now. So how far you believe the RRQ Hoshi gonna go in this journey?
I think with the first game performance, I think they need to go more consistent about the performance, right? Also on the drafting phase, I believe Cashcute and Eneman, I think they have very good draft. But also the team also need to play more consistency. I think they can play more better in the next game 2 against Famos.
I believe you keep your professional as an analyst, right? Ooh. Okay, so before we switch back to the panel, any last words and any message to our players, to our Hoshi on the stage?
Okay, from Mas Ade Legend. Ayo, ada yang mau disampaikan, Mas Ade Legend?
Buat RRQ semoga mereka bisa bermain lebih bagus lagi. Pastinya apalagi ini udah M series kan yang dinanti-nanti para Kingdom yang udah dari dulu-dulu agak susah, sekarang udah bisa lagi, sekarang ada kesempatan lain lagi. Ini saya rasa sih ini adalah titik puncak mereka supaya mereka bisa menangin lagi M seriesnya.
Di M1 belum? Saatnya sekarang.
Iya kali. Iya maksudnya iya benar.
We need to translate it.
Oke, pokoknya untuk semua Kingdom yang lagi nonton, yang bela-belain ke Malaysia dan ngedukung langsung RRQ, ayo kita satukan suara, kita dukung Indo Pride kita yang lagi berjuang. Dan for RRQ, we believe in you guys. So good luck and have fun.
Thank you, Ada. Thank you, Clara. They're gonna give buff on you. So now let's go back to the panel.
If RRQ is Animal Planet, I feel like we trio, we need some kind of name.
What?
Didn't you hear the interview? It's like RRQ has a different name. They're Animal Planet because they're wild, they're crazy, you know, they're close. Except for Suzujin. He's the calm one.
Okay.
Calm one.
Everyone is like having fun and he's just like,
So
everyone's cheering like they want everything and he's just like,
What is Vamos?
What should?
No, we gotta think about us first. Okay. Like us trio. Like you're already extinct. Trex. Yeah, Trex. While we're thinking on that, we're able to talk to Sisajin. The guy that isn't part of the Animal Planet, we have to see what he has to say and improvement in progress. It's too early to claim that Indonesian teams have improved on the international stage compared to MSC 2024. Perhaps if we make it to the grand finals or win the championship, then I can confidently say we've gotten better. And see, this is why Sisajin is not part of the Animal Planet. He's more chill. Actually, when you're chill, you can be part of the Animal Planet.
Yeah, you're just like, you know, the chill one.
The chill one.
Yeah,
the chill guy.
Yeah.
But this is surprising to me.
So we're Jurassic Park.
Oh,
we are.
They're Animal Planet. We're Jurassic Park.
Like
That's our trio name.
I like that.
Because get it? Because you're Trex, you know, and then she's part Gisun or something. I don't know.
Brontosaurus.
Brontosaurus?
Yeah.
What about you?
The Jurassic Park.
He's our trainer.
Oh.
He's a beauty.
Wait, what? She's the beauty and I'm what?
Oh, I was just saying that's what you.
Wait. No, Trex. That isn't part of the.
It's a work in progress. You guys let us know if we're. You know, Jurassic Park, does it work? Does it not work? Do we have to consider something else? Let us know. We're about to jump into the draft here, and I kind of feel like Vamos, they had a good idea.
Yeah.
It did look like they were forcing it a little bit, though. Like, you know it's a bad idea, but you're like, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, and I mean, they were able to make it work somehow. Just so long as they relied on all the team fights, but Nets has...
Okay.
So let me ask this.
All right.
Let me ask this one.
Sure.
Hey, Nets. Why did you run over to BTK's side after your match against them?
Why did you read it? Okay, let me say the answer. I just wanted to taunt him. It's all part of the mind games. To me, MLBB is about the mental game.
Let me just say, I feel like the M chat is longer. They just had to cut a lot of it. Just to make it, you know what? This 3 is enough. It's enough. That's enough. It's a mental game.
Were you there? Did you hear it? Was it actually longer?
No, I was not.
It's just his gut feeling, too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You too.
You do? Yeah. All right, we're about to jump into the game here, where out of all the picks from RRQ Hoshi, honestly, the Ruby is the one to look out for because it does look like it's not a hero that counters the hero. It's a hero that counters the play style of Vamos.
Ooh.
Yeah. So Vamos needs a hero that can counter the play style of
exactly.
Like they did to BTK.
They need some kind of dive. They need to somehow get Skylar and Sitsujin.
It was there, definitely. But I don't think they necessarily ban it out entirely.
No, I think the Ling was beatable. I think the Ruby destroyed them.
Yeah.
Then they picked the Harith and stuff into it as well.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm a strong believer that if Chibi didn't die 4 times in the early game,
I agree.
they could have won that game. Because even when he did finally come online, it was too late. The rest of the team wasn't tanky enough. If they were all at a point, you know, Sujin would have been able to just clean house at the end there. Like, it was just... It didn't work out in their favor. They need to be able to control early game at least.
I agree. I talked with my dad before when I was about to play the game, And it's like, Dad.
I don't know what that's like.
Dad, like, how do I get better in the game? And then he's just like, just don't die.
Sounds nice.
And then I'm like, you know what? You're right. I started dying less and I started doing better in the game.
Oh.
That knowledge.
I should ask. I should ask other people too.
What did that say about MLBB?
Fight for the
Yeah.
ultimate
All right, first pick on the side of RRQ here. Suyo open.
Oh wait, the Jushin Eve also is
Eve,
still
Suyo.
open.
This time Vamos looking to go for some trades here. Cho also still open. I think RRQ
Yeah, but
though,
you gotta be careful, you know. The Joe is good, but you gotta be careful.
Or the beacon, watch out for Ruby.
So they go for the Jushin.
I think you still take the Suyo if you're Vamos here. Like you keep it simple.
Like almost the same draft.
Unless they want to do a big switch and go for the utility.
Maybe
Boy's also open.
Maybe pick up the EXP first, like a prio for Smooth, because that's also
Like a smooth hero or a flex hero.
Maybe like something you can flex into the
like the Gatot.
Like the Gatot.
Gatot or Hylos, you know.
Yeah.
Gatot, Hylos.
Yeah.
Both would be solid here, and maybe just take
The immortal one chose me
Well,
to
the
think.
Suyo got
honestly, it feels like Warlord would rather really play the Valentina over the
I agree.
even up against the Jushin. So
I mean, to be fair, he was able to survive against the Jushin.
Yeah.
It was just wasn't enough. Yep, they pick up the Gatot. So a little bit of flex here. Can be Zoran's hero, can be Smooth's hero.
okay. So will RRQ Hoshi? They have the tendency to pick
Stop the
Never
beat up.
mind.
Boy,
they're-
Hylos.
This is
Is
so
that a carry?
fast.
That's a
So
valid.
quick.
But this means that the carry might get banned out because this is their way of playing against the Hylos, right? Oh, wait.
Yeah, Joy's already in.
Yes.
So
You should consider Moskov as well.
for gold lane.
Like banning out from, like RQ bans it out from Vamos.
So Kari and Moskov.
Thing is, you don't want to ban too much on RQ side because if Vamos goes first pick, you're not left with much,
True.
right? We could definitely see. We could see the 1-1 pick from RQ here. If they ban Airthel, if they go for the Airthel ban, I think we definitely see a 1-1 pickup. Vamos might try to play the cheeky play and steal it away from them on first slot since they're going to be on the gun. So
Yeah.
definitely going to be some. I think both teams are maybe looking for counterplay in gold lane here.
And it's interesting to see that the Cho, it's actually still open for both of these teams. And now they take out the Ruby, so they might be thinking of getting that for themselves again.
shortcuts in life?
Not unless, because as of now, RQ, it seems like they're letting it through.
So now it's all about the roamers here. Both teams just looking at each other's roamers and be like, what do you think that guy wants to use?
Unless they're both going to put unless they have already picked
Tigreal?
their roamers.
If Vamos picks up a Tigger Hill, it's kind of good to go up against the Joy.
Oh, yeah.
Also can work okay against what Vamos has. I mean, the Tig's just been good all over the board. Like, it's surprising how late it got popularized because every time it's been picked, I'm pretty sure its win rate is pretty decent right now at this point. It's just, I mean, because when it comes down to those lords, those objectives, it has been the answer to so much of this fighter meta, this fighter jungle meta.
The youth
Whoa.
suffering.
Nice.
Okay.
Respecting
No
Skylar.
more Ranger. So will RRQ ban out at least one of Net's potential gold lanes, though? Or do they really want to focus on the Soren here?
I think Skylar wants to fight it. I feel like Skylar would be like, let him have... Okay, that's an interesting ban, by the way. Let him have the carry. I'll just beat him up with my Irithel.
Yeah.
Almost has to save their gold lane for last here.
Yeah,
Like,
don't get
because if they don't pick up the Airthel and the 1-1 gets picked up, they're smoked.
Yep.
So I think they have to save gold lane for last here to look for some counterplay. So it means EXP lane or roam.
Yeah, it's.
I like the Tig. I think, you said the Tig. I think it's a solid pick here. Nice front liner, gives space, creates more crowd control, and gives Chibi some time to lock down on someone. And it's a lot easier to hit than the Way of the Dragon, right? It's a bit more of a straightforward plan.
Though they also have the Valentina, so
hey, better.
Ever
Oh, Jawhead.
get picked up by
More
RRQ.
damage.
More damage.
More
nice
damage.
early game, what they lacked last time.
Yeah, so they just go for the full-out aggressive plays, and the 1-1 shows up for RRQ here.
So they should be an Irithel then.
Has to be there.
Has
so.
to be.
It better be.
Not unless.
Or else we're
Boom,
sending
Hari.
Dad over there.
I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing the Clint even, or like other range heroes, the Grangers even out. So hopefully we see the Irithel. But for
Matilda's open right now, is it?
wait, yeah, it is. They
Oh,
still
but
go
they
for
go
the
for
Chozo.
Now that Ruby's not there, now Edoc's time to show what my Way of the Dragon can do.
Edoc's Way of the Dragon is mean. It's mean. That's the least I can say. It is dangerous. And this is the combo. Now, they don't have the Suyo this time, but the 1-1 Cho combo is like the RRQ combo right now. They've won so many games with it throughout, or what, I think three times they picked both of them together. So this is something that they're comfortable with. This is something that they look for. It's a scary combo. And the Cho does well against the Airthel, even when, like, I don't know, because Airthel doesn't have crazy range, it can catch it.
Carry
instead.
I mean, like, again, this is just about comfort. So I feel like this is just Vamos style. We understand what the draft is, but we know our heroes better than the opponent knows the hero. So this is just trusting in yourself. Thank you very much, Brigida, as well as Strikes. Gentlemen, you did well. Now passing on to the ladies, Mirko as well as Naisu.
Panel, you guys did an amazing job breaking down the draft. Thank you very much. Again, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko on the desk to bring you this matchup. Now it's match point for RRQ Hoshi here against Team Vamos. We'll see if they can bring it to a game 3. It's been sweeps all around today so far. Mirko, I know you went through the draft. How are you feeling about it?
I like it.
You like it?
I love the high-lows, the joy. I mean, it's just a mobile lineup, man. Yeah. For Vamos, they really need to start to lock people down from RRQ Hoshi if they want to get the shutdown or even the shreds from the carry, the Suyo, the executes. RRQ have so many ways to just escape.
They do. We'll see if there's enough shredding to happen here from Team Vamos. Once again, we jump into Land of Dawn. Best of 3. Match point. We're going to wait a little bit. And we'll break it down a little bit more. And again, kind of talking about the draft here, following up on what the panel said. You know, the fact that you have the Suyo again in the hand of Chibi here, I have to agree with what Trek said earlier. You know, in the draft, it was like, if he didn't get shut down so hard in the early game, then maybe they would have had a better time transitioning through, you know, that early to mid to late game. So I would love to see it if this time around Team Vamos, not that that's just on Chibi, but like the team. You know, they took some pretty risky decisions early on in the previous game, and hopefully this time they have the lineup that allows them to go ahead and allow Chibi to have a better time in the jungle to rotate, because we know what's across from him. I mean, we've seen this Joy wreak havoc, man, just so far through even the Swiss stage alone.
Yeah. I think Chibi getting now more setup, I would say, right, with the Gata-Gacha, honestly, the Jawhead too. It should give him way more prio to play with around the neutral objectives. It's just, RRQ Hoshi have so many ways to actually poke out Dairon, actually. By the way, guys, you guys can't see this, but we can. It's a Vengeance choice for Dairon. It is not the Revitalize for the Horse. So he knows that he's going to be opening up most of the times. And the biggest issue for the Hylos when you are up against a Jawhead is the fact that when you get pulled back, even with the Revitalize, it doesn't matter, because your physical defense gets shredded down so much by the Ejector, and then anyone can just one-shot you. So with the Vengeance, it's a way to deal with the carry, at least for the duration of the Vengeance. A little bit longer. And usually that should be enough to actually get nets low, or for him to stop basic attacking entirely to give RRQ Hoshi, Skylar on the 1-1, maybe crossbow Tang, or even Sutsujin to get that electrifying beats.
That happened to last game too. You know, last game, Dairon on the Gata-Gacha was just like, he was tossed around, man. Let's be honest. Like he was and you know, so he was the sacrifice, and it's nearly the same here, obviously, for Dairon this time around too, where, you know, like you mentioned, not only with Vengeance, but part of his usage of the Glorious Pathway is literally just to go ahead and make it a little bit harder for nets to move around. And then hopefully they can crash down on it. But still, they have a lot of tools, and I think that's part of it too, is Edok has this Cho, man, and we've seen what he can do previously throughout the tournament. This is still a solid pick because of the mere fact that, you don't have a Ruby to worry about to kind of disrupt, you know, everything that you're looking to do here on that Cho pick. So I would say for Team Vamos, though, looking at how they can bring it to a Game 3, really they just have to correct what the mistakes they made in the early game. And you know, they showed good fighting. There was glimpses of it, I would say, where they had these team fights in their favor. Remember, even despite Chibi being down in the early game and dying early on, he still locked in the turtles.
Exactly.
You know, objectively, like, they were still locked in. They were able to go ahead and secure those objectives, even down to some of the lords later on. But it's mostly just cleaning that up. If they really want to go against a team like RRQ Hoshi and, you know, rally behind them and get to a Game 3, that's what they have to do. They have to fix those mistakes. And honestly, when you look at the lineup, the biggest glaring mistake or overstep that this lineup could have is honestly with a Jawhead. Like, we have actually seen this a couple times now that it's picked up, where you kind of go in with the unstoppable force, and maybe you're separated too far from your team, or you get carried to places you don't exactly want to go, and it could be very easy for Zorn to outposition himself, because of himself. You know what I mean? So I think as long as that's contained, specifically for this matchup, then Team Vamos' lineup does give them a great fighting chance against RQ Hoshi here.
They just have to be very careful, right, in a lot of these skirmishes. And I agree with you. You know, for RQ Hoshi, I think it's his composition. It's... Yeah. Oh, okay. So I believe we're going to have a bit of a remake.
We might, yeah.
We might.
Not sure.
A bit of remake.
Not sure of the extent of what we'll have, but...
Just have to see. But I guess we can keep on talking about the compositions. I don't know if it'll change.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We're still waiting, ladies and gentlemen, so please do be patient with us. Fair play is our #1 priority, so we will troubleshoot this issue ASAP. I wonder what the issue is, but...
I wonder if maybe it's the Vengeance.
Maybe.
No, you know, we don't know yet, so we are going to wait to hear word on that. But yeah, I mean, the
I do
lineup
think the
there,
Vengeance is a good choice, though.
It is a good choice.
It's the better choice, I would say. I think this kind of composition that wants to shred you down.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, it'll be interesting to see if we do end up with obviously the same compositions for both sides.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I think that's still the main thing that Team Vamos has to adjust from. You know, they made some glaring issues in the beginning of the game, and even when they had some momentum in their favor, they still weren't able to have all the right, you know, moments they were looking for. And, you know, even so, like Smooth and Zorn both did still a pretty good job at adjusting when they needed to throughout that game. And I think this time around, it's, again, you don't want to just get specifically a jungle gap. Like, you don't want to fall behind too much there.
Yep.
And then Nets, like the fact that he has a carry, should be able to shred, you know, that front line pretty well. So I did get word. I think we're going to have a quick video for you guys to go ahead and check out while we settle things out. So let's go ahead and take a look at this video.
It's been 6 years of M-Series history, and years of data have given us a few interesting findings. None of the M-Series World Champions have won MSC in the same year. This means that in 7 years, no one has ever achieved the Golden Road.
Onic, thank you for showing us greatness in your M5 journey.
Will history be rewritten this year?
Your new champions of the mid-season, our first ever back-to-back champions in MPL Malaysia.
Did you know that only EVOS Legends had a smooth M-Series run in M1? Every other world champion has dropped to the lower bracket.
Blacklist International moving on through the lower bracket, the longest crawl an upper bracket team could ever make.
This is the journey for the M4 Echo.
As soon as AP Ben dropped down to the lower brackets, we saw possible turnarounds looking to rise up.
Will the trend of the lower bracket run continue? Speaking of legacy, this M6 will be a clash where past world champions won't be participating. What do you think this M6 will bring? Will a world champion rise from these new representatives to be greater than ever? What do you find interesting about the M-Series? From M1 to M5. What are the memorable moments you remember? There's the outrageous, the iconic. Then there's also the provocative, where things get a little heated. There's also the sentimental, stories of friends turned rivals. Bonds that stand through competition and victory. Then there are the heartbreaking moments, when giving it your all isn't enough.
game. So, biar je lah 5-5.
Gear.
Can you explain to us why gear?
He said that Gear is such a good player and he's a real playmaker for his team. That's what he said.
I think we are very, very excited.
To the unscripted.
You better take that jacket! I swear to God! Hungry to be champion.
These are the defining snapshots that turns the M Series into something greater than ever. What is your favorite moment from M1 to M5?
Love to see that video. Great package from both, and I would say, let's go ahead and talk about that because we are going to have to wait a little bit longer for things to get adjusted here, but that's a good question, man. The lower bracket buff run, is that... Are
M1 all the way to M5. It's been lower bracket.
It's been lower bracket. And right now, what team just went to the lower bracket?
SRG.
Looking for the Golden Road.
The Golden Road, yeah. Hey, man, Onic was the closest team to actually achieve that Golden Road. They were one game away from achieving the Golden Road. And SRG, they're on the road right now. I mean, based on the Swiss stage alone, it feels like it's fate. It's so poetic how they got through from the 2-2 bracket. They had to fight all the way to the end. And even then, that comeback, you can't tell me that comeback was not one of the best. It felt like fate. It just felt like fate. With Innocent coming in, SOD, that felt like a comeback you would only dream of. That
felt like the script was writing, man.
Even if it was scripted, nothing could have been like that. Was the true moment in at least M6 so far. That is the iconic moment from M6 so far.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine if they do make the run in the lower bracket, get to the grand final, whoever's waiting meeting for them, and we actually get to see the history made where the first time we have a Golden Road accomplished here, and not only that, but it's good taking a trip down memory lane, like when you see one of those videos and you get to see all those crazy moments, the heartbreak, just the raw emotions, that kind of go through here and everything else for all the players and everyone involved, even the fans. But we did get word we are going to be heading back into the game, so let's go ahead and jump into this matchup. Once again, it's game number 2. It's match point right now for RQ Hoshi. We got things settled out, and I believe it is still, one thing we were wondering is, was it going to be that vengeance on Dyron? It looks like it still is. We get a good close-up of the junglers, and there it is, right? We still have that vengeance, so things are still looking normal. Everything is as good as it should be. Now for RQ Hoshi, if they're looking to win the series and cap things out, it's a strong start, especially when Edok gets that level 4. And I would say, man, even when we saw that in the game 1 where, that early aggression came out and then Zorn was delayed and the rest of the team was delayed, that was not the start you wanted for Team Vamos. So they kind of take this more slower approach, at least in the early game before this first Lith Wanderer. They just don't want to get tossed up, hopefully, here from Zorn. Not sure if he's actually going to be able to pull this off. So I think this is one of those games, Mirko, where we have to wait for those level 4s for this lineup.
Definitely. It's all about the level 4. It's all about the first neutral objective. We've seen just earlier, in game number 1, or match number 1 rather, SRG versus Fnatic Onic Philippines, how the Joy was able to take control of the game up against a very, I would say, similar composition when it comes to lockdown, right? They had a lot of lockdown. Edok walking up, Jikundo. Shunpu's ready against Tsujin. Just going with the beats. Chibi going for the stun. A lot of damage over to Rins just early on here. Rins will be forced to recall, so it's an early win for Vamos up top, though. Nets. Great dodge away from Skylar, who was looking to get the stun, or immobilize, or rather, there with the Inspire.
Yeah, even utilizing the Inspire. Zorn here. It's going to take a couple shots, though, but still kind of limit testing, of course. The Turtle is now up. Both roamers still waiting for the level 4s available. So junglers will take their time. They'll grab their buffs, and they'll meet up here. Still, meanwhile, up top, the gold lane battle. Nets almost level 4 there. Skylar's going to have to get sent back, it looks like. Right now, Turtle, though, for the taking as both get in position. Edok nearly there. Might actually get it before the fight breaks out. And could possibly go for a kick, but a Warlord also holding on to a Glorious Pathway. Oh,
great stun. Edok gonna be slain. Chibi claims first blood. So Jin walking up, Darren popping Glorious Pathway. That's the AOG. So Jin electrifying beats. Now goes in for the Retribution. Chibi winning it again and slicing him down. That's a double as Rins disengages with the Crimson Beacon. Meanwhile, up top, we do have a pause.
Okay. Man, again, unfortunate there because Fine obviously breaking out, and it looks like, you know, Team Vamos had good control of that too. That was a double for Chibi. So completely different from what the previous game was for them. Not only do they go and get the turtle, the objective, but they also get a good double kill here. So interesting, because just with that pressure alone in a Suyo, that really changes the dynamic of the early game already for Team Vamos. And once we get word here, it looks like it could be on Team Vamos' side with what's going on. You know, trying to read the sign language here, but they had a good setup. I mean, even with the way they utilize Smooth jumping on in with the Avatar of the Guardian, and then the way they collapsed down at the right moment, because Idok, he was waiting for that level 4. He was waiting for that possible window for him to go in and get a kick, but it was a really decisive thing for Chibi to just be like, you know what? Let me just go for the kill. And they end up getting that, plus the objective, plus a double.
A double kill with a turtle to start the game off. That is a fed Suyo, man.
Yeah.
When I mean, we saw Chibi go 0-4 and he was still the same level as a constantly farming Ling.
That's true.
So the fact that he got 2 kills on top of the turtle, this means that they're set up to actually snowball. With someone like a Jawhead in your team, Zorn on the Jawhead, yeah, they're going to be looking for a lot more fights now in the early game. Usually we see teams like these, especially with the Jawhead, with the Gatot Kacha and the Suyo, play more for the neutral objectives and really play discipline up until the neutral objective comes up, right? You want to secure the neutral objectives, but with the 2 kills in the first turtle, I would say Vamos want to just go for random brawls across the map. They have the Suyo, which is great in the early brawls.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, I mean, Zorn, Warlord, all these picks that they have were picked to fight. They were picked to brawl, man.
Isn't that just Team Vamos, though? Like,
that's true.
Isn't that them? Isn't that in general?
Exactly. So they got the brawl Vamos win condition already.
The brawl Vamos win condition. You know, I'm sure some of the people watching right now probably saw some of the graphics thrown around leading up to this matchup, and you saw how Team Vamos was depicted. And I think that is actually it's funny because when we learn about the reception of, like, let's say audiences and everything else here locally in Malaysia, you know, there's a reason why we led into this matchup with the whole hometown villains. It's not like a negative thing. I don't want people to take that like out of, you know, the connotation wrong or anything. It's just that's their play style, that's their kind of personality. Even the crowd. I mean, if you guys got a chance to come out here and watch M6 in person, man, I will say that the Malaysian crowds, especially the Team Vamos crowd,
yeah,
it's pretty intense, man. There's a lot of personalities in the Team Vamos crowd.
Just like the players.
Just like the players. It's actually a perfect fit. So it looks like things are almost fixed here and situated. Did seem, yeah, it is on Team Vamos' side. So even with that, I mean, think about it. They got themselves, what, a 1,000 and some change lead off of that. A massive double kill early on. I say massive because of the fact that it's a Suyo, and we know how scaled up a Suyo early on with multiple kills can get in the jungle. And we know how Chibi likes to play. So there's a whole lot of good things happening for Team Vamos right now that RQ Hoshi's going to have to answer to. And looking at them, you know, when they want to go ahead and actually break out some of these fights, that first turtle, really when a Cho is there, isn't usually their favor. Like, any team that has a Cho early on, you're most likely not going to have the Way of the Dragon available, and then you're going to have to kind of like wait for that. It's always the second turtle, I feel like, with the Chos on those lineups, those compositions, where then you kind of have that advantage. Because we even saw it too, when Idok was trying to get in position, Warlord had the Glorious Pathway. So then we had like 2 Glorious Pathways thrown down, and it was just, they were zoned out from that plus the Avatar of the Guardian. So I feel like for RQ Hoshi, it's just kind of a waiting game with this kind of lineup.
Yeah, this composition for Vamos is very neutral objective centric, right? They really want to get the fights going around those neutral objectives. They have a lot of big AoE abilities, great pickoffs, great stuns, and heroes that want to battle it out at the start of the game. So for RQ Hoshi, especially with the Joy, I definitely didn't expect them to actually contest for the first turtle, you know, especially after seeing, you know, Idok get picked off.
Yeah.
Setsujin still wanted to go for the red tree battle. I don't know if it's after game 1 where he was out red treed almost every single time.
He's got something to prove.
To him. He's got something to prove, maybe. But yeah, they should take it slow, I feel. With the Joy, with the Wanwan, their mid-game power spike is going to be insane, and they already have that front line too with Dairen, and they have ways to actually contest Turtle 2 onwards, I'd say. Up against the Suyo.
Yeah.
Cho is a great tool to actually go for the way to dragon, lock him down, and then get a free retry, right? So it doesn't have to be a 50-50. It really doesn't have to be for Sutsujin. He can actually just take a chill pill, come in very late into the fight, and it's all good.
You just be a chill guy.
He can just be a chill guy. Sutsujin is a very chill guy. You know? Have you seen him? The guy rarely smiles. Actually, he smiles, but he rarely shows emotions, man. He's literally a chill guy.
That's pretty stoic, man.
He's very stoic.
You know, and that would be a chill
Apparently
guy
he's
right
different
there.
in the gaming house, though. Like, that's just him on stage.
Is
On
he?
stage, he looks cold-blooded. He is chill. But apparently, he has a different side to him.
I think we all do.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody thinks LaFell's really like that.
He actually is, though.
He actually,
Like, that's the only guy that doesn't have two sides. That's just him. It's LaFell.
That's true. I don't know where I was going with that. That's just LaFell. You know, but I don't know, man. I think, you know, while we wait to jump out of the game, it looks like they're nearly there. Like, they're nearly ready. And I would love to see, because this little troubleshooting happened right as that fight ended, man. And, like, I don't know if they were actually going to continue to try to follow up, like if Team Vamos was actually still going to try to make a move from that, or they were just happy with the double, the turtle, they're going to go ahead and reset. But I think, like you said, you know, for RQ Hoshi, that's what you want to do. You want to just take your time with it. Second turtle, yeah, I expect them to go ahead and try to contest based off the fact that they will have all the tools they need for that. But I feel like it's a little bit different too, in a sense that this Wanwan, I mean, you know the hero really well. You know that she needs time to go ahead and build up, but this is Skylar also that we're talking about that's had amazing performances. So we'll see if he can do it. Well, we are going to be jumping into the game, back into it. Whoa. Okay. So as we take a look, we catch back up. There is that little bit of lead for Team Vamos. Of course, Chibi doing his thing, grabbing the buffs right now, and we'll see. This time around, this is where you start to see that shift for the roamers. Are they going to be able to go ahead and set things up for those pickoff potentials? Because RQ Hoshi wants to keep things from getting too out of control, and it looks like it might be Team Vamos. Uh-oh.
Stun. Unstoppable force. Oh, Edok flickers out to safety. Team Vamos, like we said, right? They want to go for the pickoffs here.
They want to
After
fight.
the double kill, Rins in the mid lane has Crimson Beacon, will get slashed down. Oh, my lord. Oh, we will have another pause, it seems.
Yeah, it's definitely, okay. You know what? It's definitely on Team Vamos' side. It's something happening again, because you can see even from the players' reactions. So
I wonder what it is.
Yeah, that's a good question, man. Because something definitely, obviously, within game, or you know, something's affecting them to the point where they're having the play they want to right now. All we can do is, of course, wait for it to go ahead and get troubleshooted here. Again, integrity and fairness is the priority here, especially now that we're in the knockouts, man. You know, day one of the knockouts, even though no one's technically getting knocked out today.
Yeah,
people are getting knocked down. And we know what obviously is going to be at stake too. The fact that this is a match point right now for RQ Hoshi, and Team Vamos off to a good start, could be in a position where you got to remember too, a lot of people, I feel like just the sentiment for, even when you looked at like rankings, people didn't rank Team Vamos like super high, you know? I mean, like it was a team.
Where did you rank Vamos?
Where did I rank them?
Yeah, like, you know, we had the top 8 thing.
Yeah,
where did you rank him?
I don't think I have any integrity left aside, because I had BTK at number 3, man.
Okay, well,
so no.
Hey, to be fair, I thought they'd actually win that matchup too.
That's true, brother.
I thought they'd be here.
That's true, but now they're flying home.
They're in the skies. Oh man!
Hey, I had
safe flight, my dudes.
Safe flight, guys. You know what? You know, I had number 1. I think I had Fnatic, of course, and then I had SRG. I think they do make the lower bracket run though.
Yeah. For me, it was Fnatic, Onic, RQ, SRG, and then I think this is where we all kind of failed.
Yeah.
Aurora. All of us. I think all of us had Aurora some way or the other in the top 8. I think that's the only thing that even people who got like 7 out of the 8 teams right, they got one wrong.
Everybody had Aurora.
100% Aurora.
Yeah.
Nobody expected them to drop out of Swiss.
Yeah, so, you know, it's tough to see, and I'm sure a lot of you guys watching right now, you guys can let us know if you were surprised too.
What do you think? Yeah.
What do you guys think? You know, did you have Aurora in your top 8?
Podcast, man. This is the M6 English podcast. Again, please be patient with us, guys. We're trying our best here to troubleshoot the issue. Seems like Skylar is taking a very... He's such a chill guy. Look at how chill he is. He almost looks like Hoon in the NACT Grand Finals. He just needs a blanket, bro.
Get him a blanket, get him a
blanket.
Hey, that's why the Secret Lab chairs are so great. You know, if you guys don't have a Secret Lab chair, grab one because then you can do that. What Skylar's doing here, you know?
You can do what Skylar's doing. LaFell does it all the time. He sometimes flexes on everybody who doesn't have a secret lab, saying, "Yo, what's up with you? Why don't you have a secret lab, man? It's the best comfortable chair in the world."
Lab's amazing, man. Secret Lab's amazing, you know. Shout out to my boy, Merca, Nice. How you guys feeling? How you guys feeling for the game?
You know, I was just talking about you, man.
Oh, you were just talking about me?
Yeah, we were just talking about you.
I love it when people talk about me.
We were literally just saying how great of a guy you are.
I doubt that. But you know what? You guys are greater than ever. Because you know what they say about my name.
What do they say about your name?
You can't spell LaFell without an L. That's my rapper name, Lil L.
Lil L?
Yeah, here you go, Rico.
Hey, it was good having you visit us, man.
That's a whole lot of L's, LaFell. Lil LaFell, that's 2 on top of the 2 you already have in your name.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that guest appearance, LaFell.
Hey, we always guest over there, so.
Yeah, we always guest over there.
It's only right that LaFell guests for us.
It's only fair.
Hey, that's a podcast anyway, right? Like you usually have guests.
We have guests. We have the L LaFell.
L LaFell.
He actually, we actually made this term earlier.
What's the term?
During the Fnatic Onic versus SRG match.
What's that?
Because it looked like, I think it was game number 1 where I forgot who body blocked exactly.
Kirk.
But there was Kirk block. Who shot the skill shot.
Oh, yeah.
Kirk body blocked, and that's what we call Kirk block.
That's true.
LaFell just Kirk blocked DJY. If you guys know, you know.
DJY is in the
building.
In the building. He's in the crowd.
And he's not wearing a jersey. So in case you guys are worried.
He's not? I thought he was.
He was wearing a jersey, but none of the teams that are playing.
That's
jersey.
true.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to have more guests join us.
Hey.
We got just word right now. Let's go ahead and be joined by the panel.
Where are you guys?
The cool caster desk.
Wait. Hold on. Let me turn out your volume, actually.
We got the
Let me turn out your volume.
Hello.
All right.
Welcome to
Hey, where are you guys?
LaFell.
We're right here, right next to you.
They're below us.
LaFell, we're over here.
Where?
They're
Over
below
there.
us.
Right next
LaFell.
to you.
Where?
I'm waving at you, buddy.
You guys gotta look at up.
I can't see him.
Like you look upwards.
How is Nice that big and I can't see him?
I'm right here.
Where?
LaFell. You're right. You're looking to the left.
There you guys are.
Hey, how you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Nice. Let me just say, you look better in person.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
shorter than I
Is that a
expected.
compliment or is that
I'm a
diss
little
to
bit
the camera?
A little shorter than I expected.
We're in 4K right now.
We're in 4K. Yeah.
Brigitte is taller than I expected.
Really?
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Have you met Naisu?
Yeah. No.
We're from
What's
the
there
same.
today?
We're from the same region.
Hey,
You
just
guys are
because
both from Malaysia?
Yes.
Wow.
dude, even if you're from the same region, you're a big region. You guys could have just not met each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
that's true.
from Indo. Indo's huge.
It's massive. I don't even know who my roommate is in Indo.
If you guys are in Singapore, then you guys know everyone.
That's true. That's true.
Your regions.
That's true. Maybe
Your region's huge.
What about Trex?
Trex.
Where are you from?
Where are you from, Trex?
Where am I from, Brigitte?
I want to say his real name, you know?
What do you
Mr. Wagner?
Mr. Wagner.
Mr. Wagner.
Wait, which
I'm
is
trying
it?
to
Which
stop
is it?
myself.
Mr. Wagner or Mr. Fear?
It's
Oh.
Chat.
What's the real name here?
Ask the
I've
chat.
changed my ways. I'm now T Bless.
T
Yeah,
Bless.
T Bless.
He's T-Bless, guys.
He's T Bless.
He's T Bless. All right,
got
T
the
Bless.
man.
Who you blessing today?
Who did you bless today?
I blessed
He didn't.
Fnatic Onic Philippines and Falcon.
No, it's true. He was wearing
What
that
about
jersey.
this game?
This game, I've blessed RQ.
I mean,
What about
he's a bit
game two?
biased. He's a bit
That
biased.
is some
Draft
bias.
do you like more?
Game 2's draft. Honestly, I like Vamos' draft.
Vamos, yeah.
Not because they're ahead right now.
No.
No.
Obviously, that's a cheat sheet right there. They got 2 kills at the start. You can obviously just say it.
That's true. That's true.
Say, by the way, have you guys had dinner?
No.
No.
It's amazing, by the way.
It was
It's
really
amazing. You should really, like, when you have the opportunity, of course.
Maybe.
Are they flexing on us
I
right
think
now?
they're
No, I'm
flexing right
not
now.
flexing.
Are they
Dude,
just
you
saying
guys-
they got dinner?
I think he came straight from dinner.
Oh, why are you
I
asking?
prayed.
Was that why
I
you were
prayed,
late?
I prayed, but then, like, it was there.
No, we should ask someone else.
Mirko,
It was there.
do you want this beautiful fairy watch back?
No, it's okay. You can keep it for now, man.
Oh.
He said for now. Speaking of for now, let's do a trivia.
Let's see if we can get this one. I got the last one right.
Yeah.
So the
All
trivia
right.
is, who holds the record for the most kills in a single game? Single game.
Like in the M series?
In M series, right?
No,
Or
no,
is
no.
this-
In rank.
In ranked.
In rank.
In ranked.
In global rank.
What?
In rank.
Well, it's probably
No,
like
I'm pretty sure it's M series.
it's M
Lafel.
series. Is this MPL or M series? Is this like the entire
M-Series.
MLBB esports?
It's M series. It's M
all
series.
M series. It's all M.
Can you read?
Is MSC M series?
Oh, that's a different trivia
M-series.
question.
Hey, Lafel, you really want me to put? You really want me to say it here?
No.
It's just MSC, guys. I mean, it's just M series. It's just M series. M1's an
So it's
M series.
the World Championship.
Yeah.
Okay.
M series.
M series.
M series.
M series.
That's a world championship, right?
That's a World
Wait,
Championship.
wait. Let's be smart about this.
Okay.
All right.
This has to be
a chaos team.
before the tank meta, right?
Yeah.
Like M3, we thinking?
M2. I'm even thinking M2.
I'm thinking M3 too. The Diggy feed meta.
Yeah,
for
the Diggy
sure.
feed meta,
For
the Diggy
sure,
feed
it's a
meta.
Diggy feed meta.
Oh,
Was that M2?
We're digging.
Yeah.
We're digging.
It's an.
So it's M4.
It's M2.
It's M2.
M2, right?
Diggy,
I was
Diggy
thinking
feed, for
M2,
sure.
yeah.
I'm gonna say.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Carl
say.
Teasy?
I'm thinking of Carl.
Yeah, I
Teasy.
think the
I
easiest
think
answer will be Carl
Carl
TZ.
Carl Teasy.
Carl Teasy?
But
My
since
gosh.
RQ played there too, and they're very brawly, I like their playstyle M2.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's true.
wait, what
actually.
about what about
Carl,
Burmese
probably.
School? What about Burmese School?
No, Burmese schools played the Diggy tank meta. Like they
Yeah.
were the ones
Oh,
to actually
right,
play
right,
it. Yeah. So.
All right, Carl Teasy. Let's go.
Carl Teasy.
Are we all
Carl
locking
Teasy.
Carl?
We're lock. Final
We're all
answer.
locking
Carl
Carl.
Teasy.
Carl Teasy.
Yep.
Final answer.
Who is Carl Teasy?
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Skylar! Whoa!
It's
Wait,
M4?
he got more kills than the Diggy
I had
feed
a
meta.
feeling. I
Wait,
do not
17
trust you
kills?
guys.
Seven. Wait,
No, I
was
mean
it-
like
was it the
DQ
Beatrix
feed.
game?
Yeah,
Is
but
that
they all get
Beatrix?
shared between different players.
Wait,
No,
this was in a
Beatrix was
single
kinda
game, right?
Kind of
Single game.
busted.
Single
Against Onic, 17 kills.
Whoa,
I've had game where I had 22 deaths.
That's not the
That
trivia.
That
though.
must have been lower. That
that's
must
why
have
you're a
been
caster.
That's why.
Or upper bracket. When did they?
You know.
If only you could see them.
Then why are you here?
Because I also get 22 deaths. 21. One
21.
less death. One less death.
I'm 22.
20.
That had to be
20,
the Beatrix game.
She's just trying to one-up us, man. What is
You're a
that?
Beatrix game.
Yeah.
It was a Beatrix game, all right.
It was.
It was a
Beatrix game.
Renner apathy from Skylar kind of moment, you know? You know?
Do we have more
Okay.
trivia?
Shout out
We're
to OG.
going. We're going.
Wait,
Another
we write
one?
it down?
All right.
All right, let's go.
What's
All
our
right,
next
let's see.
one?
The question is, name the 7 unpicked hero in M series history.
Ah!
All right.
Zilong.
No, I don't know why I screamed.
Zilong.
Wait, don't try to take.
I'm gonna
What?
go. I'm gonna go
No, no,
Argus. Argus.
We have 5 people here.
Yeah.
We all can contribute.
Yeah.
Zilong.
I got 3
Argus.
already. I got
Argus.
3 already. I got 4 actually.
Yin,
Freya.
Yin.
Yin.
Yin,
4.
Tylong, Aulus, Freya.
Aulus.
I think we've
Aulus?
seen all this.
Wait,
No way.
I think
It was on.
no. Aulus was meta before.
Yeah.
No,
But
Not
was
in
it
the
meta
M
on
series, though.
series. Listen, they gave us. I'm kind of cheating. We saw these
Yes,
heroes
yes.
like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You did? We didn't.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, just scroll up here.
Okay.
We're cheating the system.
Hey, what is this?
Well, all right, Lafel. We know how you pass school now.
hey.
Hey, just because we take our notes and you don't, it's right there. Go down. Oh, no, right there.
Yeah. Okay. Here you go.
I can see it.
Zilong, Freya, Sun, Johnson, Argus, Hanabi.
At least I got
Yin.
Argus. At least I got Argus. You know. Yo, Zipper just said it's cheating,
using,
man.
It's called using our minds.
It's using your resources.
That's true.
That's true.
When you're in college, you can start using the calculator.
So, what LaFell's saying, cheat in school, kids.
No, that's not what he's
anything
saying.
to get
No?
to college.
That's not
what he's saying?
Anything to get into college, right?
Anything to get, see?
Nope.
LaFell gets me. Yo, that's what we call street smart, LaFell.
Yo.
Street smart.
Dab on it.
I don't know if I can reach you, but
I got you. I got you.
Dab on it.
Oh
Dab
my
on it.
there you go. I got
Oh
you.
my
I got you.
goodness,
That's
Rex, are you seeing this?
this is
sounds
why
great
they
right
don't
now.
put me and
What?
LaFell on the same desk, by the
pandas.
way. I just want to.
I know.
The picture in picture is enough, man.
The picture in picture. We passed
You're
the
out of
picture in
picture.
We're out of picture.
You have that choice, LaFell.
You have that choice, LaFell.
I have that choice?
You want to take that choice?
Okay.
Just do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the table host, I'm gonna call for you. You want dinner?
It depends how long the break is.
Hey, I make the choice.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you 10 minutes.
I'll take any dinner. That's
10 minutes.
You'll
So
take
that's
10
not enough
minutes?
time.
All right. If you want to pray Maghrib, you can go pray Maghrib as well. So we're gonna go for a break. We can do whatever we want. For the folks here, grab drinks, go to the toilet. We're going for a break. We'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find his sense who he wants more, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Irie, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M-Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppi and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage? Returning to the M-Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a trade as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill, and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
It's a double, the Roy goes down 1 by 1. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming, with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
And welcome back. Thank you for being patient with us. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is Mirko. And we have concluded the podcast, I believe, but also we have a gift for you guys for being patient with us, of course. So there should be a QR or a code coming up. There it is. Go ahead and grab it. That's for you guys. Thank you again for being patient while we go ahead and got things situated because, of course, again, integrity, fairness at play here for the players. And just to catch you guys back up before we do jump back into the game, good little picture there. Shout out to them, by the way, Rafael, Brigida, and Trex for joining us earlier on. But we are jumping back into the game here once again. 4 minutes in, Team Vamos. Just before we had that break, grab that double kill for Chibi, plus the turtle And now they find themselves here, Nets.
Oh, this might be a solo kill up top. Assassination, Sutsujin claims it. Solo kill up top. Skylar gonna shove the wave now. Nets should be on track to actually lose some minions there as it gets shoved in. Chibi, though, will stay active on the map, just getting the trade on the map with the orange buff take.
Gets the information, you know. Posing jungler there on the top side. Might as well go ahead and capitalize from it, but that's a lot of extra gold, too. You know, going to the hands here towards RQ Hoshi. It whittles down that goldie that was building up. You can see that now kind of diminished, still holding on a little bit, but this will be the interesting part. Oh!
You're not going to be caught. Wait, the dragon still, though, sniped down by the arrow of Chibi. And now he is on a killing spree. 3-0, a level ahead of Sutsujin.
Good starter, Ren, already. Team Famos should just really get this out. Oh, top, though.
It's going to be a dive attempt. It seems a full dive. Net slain again. Sutsujin claims the kill. How do they retreat? Warlord with the Crimson Beacon. That's AOG. Rin's able to flicker out. Skylar looking for the other angle. That's going to be the ejector to pull Sutsujin back. And Skylar will be able to escape with the help of Tyron, who rotates all the way from XP.
So it looks like RQ Hoshi wanted to go ahead and take a page out of Team Vamos' book and, you know, trade things out. Oh, here's the kick, though.
There you go. All the weakness points already used up as well. Skylar should be able to go and fly. That's the Inspire. Zorn taken down. Diamond walking up. Chibi going to be stunned down as well as Warlord goes in for the Terrify. Only connecting another one as the taunt won't connect to Rinse. Now put the flange of Chibi gets the 4th kill in the game. And now it's Diamond with a vengeance. Still, it'll be the Shred coming down. Form 4 members and Nets will claim that kill.
That's the Shred that we were talking about. Feels a while ago, but we were talking about this carry and how this will work in the lineup for Team Vamos. And even then, again, Edok gonna wait patiently. Skylar just around the corner.
That's away the dragon. He was waiting for that. The immobilization will lock him down under the turret, and Edok takes the kill.
Well-timed play. Definitely needed here. You know, Nets obviously having those 3 deaths now at this point, struggling just a little bit, but this time around, Chibi having a completely different game. Complete 180 from the previous one where he was sitting at 0-4 at one point. So now in control, will take down this tier 1 lane. Top side though.
Skylar will be flying out. That will be a turret trade up top, and it'll just be traded with an AOG. Turret down below though from Team Vamos too, with Chibi taking it earlier.
I can say that's one thing that RQ Hoshi's obviously always good at in the matches that we've seen in the M6 is if they're going to trade, it's usually, you know, cross-map. It's teams not getting anything for free, essentially, you know? RQ Hoshi will go ahead and get an objective or a kill if they can, or even down to the buffs alone. But it's still Team Vamos holding on to a nice little lead. Warlord holding on to Glorious Pathway, gonna get dragged in.
Purify already out. Glorious Pathway, no, kicks him back to the fray right now. Is that's gonna be a trade? Oh no, Smooth actually taunted the other side. Ejector over to Dyron, only tank now. Sutsujin walking forward, has the electrifying beats. As the Glorious Pathway placed down. Nets will take a bit of damage as they RRQ will just rotate towards the turtle. Smooth walking up again.
Walking up again, Smooth. Chibi there, just around the corner too. They jump in, they're gonna have to fight for the turtle.
Skylar wants to go for the weakness points on the Zorn. Zorn with a good flicker out. Skylar still with the chases. Dyron gets taken out. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Now, it's all for the turtle. Chibi wins it out. Skylar to purify. Chibi shuts him down. Rins with a flicker forward. Nets slaying as well. Both of the gold laners falling down. It's a 3-for-2, but Vamos got the turtle again.
3-for-3 for Team Vamos in the objectives. And again, Chibi nearly just unkillable, it seems, at this point. Look at the damage alone with the Soul Sever. He'll go ahead and now take the purple buff. They get the tier 1 in the mid lane. Right now, Team Vamos pulling further ahead. Just with some of these team fights that are going in their favor, this is what they wanted the previous game. They couldn't get it because of how bad the early game was for them in game 1. Well, it seems like they've made the adjustments. Now at this point, they put some more pressure around the map. And it's RQ Hoshi trying to catch their best, trying to catch up at this point. Edok will get spotted out. Smooth keeps him at bay. So now the question is, where does RQ Hoshi go from here?
I think where they go from here is they just played slow again, right? I mean, in the mid game, it'll still be very reliant on Skylar, RQ Hoshi. But the thing is, Vamos actually have many ways to deal with the 1-1. We saw earlier a great usage of the Purify from Nets to bait out Skylar into a bad spot and then to reset the weakness points. That's what you get with the Purify. So a lot of times we will see that. A lot of times, the other times, we will see Smooth just use the AOG to revitalize to soak in as much damage from the crossbow Tang as well. And then later on, there will be Winter Crowns and Wind of Natures.
Yeah, that's going to be a play on part. Chibi already with a massive lead in kills and everything else. Look at that. So Soul Sever alone, he did get BOD, but now he has to deal with this.
Oh, man. 3 members up top. Chibi with the juke. And that's going to be a taunt. Chibi still looking for the damage. Lantern Flare on him. Does he get away? Sutsujin! Oh! Will be slain! Chibi gets the godlike. Down with a vengeance. This is a failed attempt of a team fight so far. Chibi still alive, shooting the arrow down. The AOG will come down, and it will just be another member falling from the Kings of Kings. RQ Hoshi have gambled into a bigger deficit.
This looks like a different Team Vamos than what we saw in Game 1. I mean, talk about just synergy and being able to rely on each other. Chibi was in a bad position, really low, and then able to go ahead and wait on the team and then even get a shot off to help capitalize on a kill. And all that leads into another objective secured. Lord now taken by Team Vamos. They want more.
They do, and Chibi just comes in, retrieves the purple buff, takes it away, now with a 3-level lead. And he is just a camp away from level 15.
Again, at this point, RQ Hoshi finds themselves with their backs against the wall, against their walls of their own base, especially with this push in. This is just a massive lead right now in terms of even the scalability for Team Vamos. Nets already shredding through that front line, just like we saw earlier. So now the mid, the focus here. The shields are going to go down here in the mid lane. A couple shots here from a distance. Glorious Pathway going to be set down just to help clear out the Lord a little bit more. We'll see what Team Vamos continues to take. Susujin will go ahead, cut down that wave. Might get caught out in a fight with Chibi here, depending on how this is played.
That's a 1v1. Chibi waiting for the ability. Sutsujin dashing away. Now another reset as well. Oh, the damage from Chibi! That's a solo kill. Meanwhile, Skylar slain. Zorn will be traded back, but it's a worth it trade for Vamos. They're just gonna holla their way into the base.
That's 4 members down of the Kingdom. Next up, the Turret and Team Vamos. Are they gonna look to close out the game?
Looks like they will. One Cannon in the mid lane. Team Vamos will secure the Game 2 victory to equalize on the board.
And Team Vamos makes it happen in Game 2. A stark difference from their performance in Game 1. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands. Took us a little bit longer to get through it, but hey, we're happy to get to Game 3, and we hope for the smoothest sailing at that point. But man, RQ Hoshi, it looks like the wind was taken out of the sails there. Let's throw it over to the panel to have this one broken down.
Oh my goodness, I don't know about you guys, but number one, that's probably the longest game I've ever seen.
That was a very long, what, 13, that was 30
minutes.
40
Yeah.
minutes, 15-minute game?
No, it was a 11, less than 11.
Felt like 30 minutes.
Something happened to Chibi, man. And is it because the lack of Ruby, Mr. T Bless?
Hey man, Mr. T Bless says yes. I mean, no, there was definitely something there. It could also be the fact that instead of Chibi going 0-4, he went 4-0 in the first few minutes. That's huge. I think this time their draft was just cleaner, and RQ's was not as clean. It felt like they had the answers last time, and this time they did not.
Yeah, something about like not being able to stop Zorn as well really changed things up, and then having a priority for the EXP. We're gonna talk about the game a little bit more here and looking at the stats. But right now, officially, today is not a 2-0 day because we just had a 1-1. So we're finally going to a 3-game series from best of 3 now feels like a best of 1. And I feel like both teams really bonded throughout this experience. So I feel like game number 3, it's mostly going to be target bans. Like, I feel like you can't allow Ruby onto E-Dog because that just stops the way that Vamos play. Not necessarily the heroes, just the way that they play.
And it's not even a matter of like what counters which anymore, honestly, because there were a lot of available picks, but then Team Vamos, they just really chose to go for all their comforts. And I think that also had a huge factor to play in the way they were just able to be so aggressive under the helm of Swarm.
10 minutes, 56 seconds, guys.
Oh, that
10
was...
minutes,
See?
56
That wasn't that long of a game. It's just 10 minutes.
Nets just finished his Trinity build. Man, just finished his Trinity build, essentially. I mean, it just shows how dominant Vamos was in this game, how ahead they were, how quickly they were able to snowball. Everything went perfectly into their hands.
Yeah, and I cannot believe the amount of Chibi versus Sutsujin moments that we've had throughout the entirety of that game. But given this amount of a gold lead, you would understand why Chibi was just wasn't hesitant at all.
Something that I want to request, actually, for the production team, if you guys are hearing, I really want to know Joy's win rate right now, right? Because we've seen amazing Joy plays, like from King Kong, Dax, but I really do feel like Joy is one of those picks that's very popular, but not everyone really gets the formula.
Oh.
41%, actually not bad. 41% actually not bad, but that does show it's less than average.
Less than average. It's still hard to tell on certain things as we're coming out of Swiss stage where things were a little chaotic. But yeah, the Joy, it is, you know, is it truly meta? I think it's still good because I don't think it was exactly the Joy was the problem there.
Oh wait,
I don't think the Joy was the complete issue. I think there was other problems around the board and more Vamos. Chibi popped off, man. Chibi just popped off, and having Zorn with that early aggression on the Jawhead, it just fits so well into their play style that it just worked for them.
Yeah, I mean, having the Joy in your lineup, typically you would really force the reactions from your opponents, or typically you would set the tempo. But in this case, Zorn on the Jawhead, together with the Warlord on the Valentine, like the amount of early game damage, it was overwhelmingly high for Vamos in contrast to RQ, which I feel should have taken a bit more time to go online, especially even though Skylar, right? Skylar, he did a lot during the early stages too, even on the 1-1. I mean, it's seen here in the total damage dealt, it's actually higher than Nets. But even then, when they needed to work together, you really feel the lead that Vamos had in their hands.
Yeah, actually now looking at the drop of RQ, they're actually lacking in damage because for Rin, Skylar, they're doing damage, but they're mostly doing it on the Gatot.
Yeah.
The Gatot is taking a lot of damage, the Jawhead is taking a lot of damage, and effectively Chibi dealt way too much damage in this game. Like, the balance is not really there. But it's okay, we can talk about that a little bit more, but I believe this is actually, unironically, the fastest game of M6 so far, and Chibi went from 0-4 now being 9-0-4 with 9-0-5 GPM. When he has the momentum, he does not stop, man.
High highs, low lows.
Exactly.
Chibi went from one of the most killed players in game 1 to being the MVP in game number 2, bringing us to a game 3. He had some time to think about it all.
Yeah.
You know, he had some time to correct his gameplay. He had some time to figure out how he was going to approach this. And I'm very glad that they still went for the Suyo pick. Sometimes you'll see teams, something doesn't work, we're going to do a hard change. They did not. They knew what the issue was, and they corrected it.
Yeah. I also feel like there has been, we have to attribute a lot definitely to the mid duo because compared to the first game where it felt like Chibi was constantly being invaded and interrupted in terms of the farming, this was different. He could secure the objectives for his team, similar to game number 1, but it isn't as if they immediately lose a lot of members after that.
That was clean, by the way.
That was so clean.
That was so clean.
Clean execution. Like, even after those objectives, they can proceed with the fights and not lose.
Yeah, let me just say as well, like the mindset of Chibi going into this game, like you brought it up, Brigida, where he could go for the objective, but then he's like, you know what, I want some kills. I want to ramp myself up a little bit more. And then the thing about Team Vamos is that they play with emotion. Once they're feeling hype, once they're feeling good, they want more of it. They don't stop. They keep looking for that adrenaline. And then that just makes them a scary and scary team.
This was one of the highlights. I mean, look at this. I don't know if you would say, why didn't Sutsujin recall, like proceed with the recall, but
he thought he was good.
He thought he could get a kill.
Yeah. He thought, and I think he thought Chibi was going to go down there. So it's like, all right, we can re-engage this maybe, pull some damage. Chibi gets away, and that was the final nail in the coffin, essentially. This one, actually, and I love this revenge because last time we saw Sutsujin get the 1v1 with the Ling against the CO, and this time, Chibi coming for revenge. Very well done by Team Vamos.
So let me just say, that was a 3-level difference.
Yeah.
Level 15 going up against level 12. In my understanding, talking with a lot of players, people say Joy against Suyo is very Joy-sided. So the fact that Chibi was able to win that out shows how far ahead he was.
Yeah, I mean, even the timing, it was just so perfect. Like, he knew that Sutsujin just used his electrifying beats. So he had no problems fighting against the Joy, aside the fact that he was 3 levels ahead.
Yeah.
But everything just fell into place, really, for Team Vamos this time. It feels like the T-Bless is actually taking effect.
Yeah, so the Joy could not drop the beat of the Flash.
It wasn't time to drop the beat of the Flash.
Will it be time next game to drop the beat of the Flash?
will someone actually pick up the beat of the Flash?
Do you guys know
the beat of the Flash?
That Ling looks cute in a skirt?
Doesn't he have a skirt on? Essentially, he's got like a.
It's a 1-1 line.
By the way, the fastest match was actually that game, 10 minutes 56 seconds. Previously, 10 minutes 58 seconds by the game CFU going up against Team Spirit, where Team Spirit won. So by 2 seconds, Vamos was able to beat it out by 2 seconds. Can you guys imagine? That was the fastest game of M6.
The part I can't imagine is that they did it against RRQ.
Yeah.
Like one of the first teams to advance to the knockouts, one of the teams with the least games and the fastest games and the cleanest games. But like...
High highs, low lows, man.
High highs, low lows.
High, low low, bye-bye. So.
Go.
Stop.
Yo. Right?
That's clean.
Bang.
Go.
Go, baby. Let's go. Hey. All right. Let's bring it back.
So,
no fight.
Game 3. We talked about the Ruby. We talked about how in Game 3, RQ was like really, it just felt like they were ahead, but also Vamos kind of picked into those counters as well. Like Vamos kind of chose some heroes that just probably weren't the greatest picks. Game 2, it felt like they were in the driving seat completely in the draft. They had blue side? Vamos had blue side last game?
Red side.
Red side. And it seems like both teams have been kind of wanting red side.
Yeah.
So with RQ losing, probably go back to red side. Vamos needs to have an answer for that, right? They need to have some way to be able to take advantage. Now they did get Suyo for free in game 1. So I think in game 3, maybe still take the Suyo, but everything else needs to change after that.
I actually agree with what Brigida said. When the mid duo plays very well, right? Having the Valentina as well as the Jawhead, very aggressive. And Idok couldn't answer to it. Like you said, Trex, no one to really stiff arm. So I feel like as long as they avoid that situation, then they're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, that was even against the Cho, right? One of like Idok's best performing roam heroes in the entirety of the tournament.
Might be the first Cho he lost.
So
might be his first
is
Cho lost,
it?
I think.
I think we should check that. Like they have
or don't.
And just trust Trex.
And just the trust.
Because I'm the analysis.
Yeah. He's the analyst.
I'm the Analarex.
Why does he keep changing names?
T-Bless is good enough.
T-Bless is okay.
We're sticking with T-Bless.
Okay.
I don't change my name to like Lenalis.
We got along.
Yeah,
in terms of the T-Bless, we should just stick with T-Bless.
Yeah, stick with T-Bless.
Right?
Good name.
Oh my gosh.
Let's talk about the coaches because we're talking about the draft. We got to talk about KSQ as well as Pubs just to see the differences because honestly, they are a bit different, especially when it comes to the experience here. Because if we look at both Coach KSQ as well as Pubs, looking at first pick rate, apparently Vamos actually doing quite well in first pick rate. RRQ only 14%. That's I didn't notice that.
Well, almost all of RQ's games were second pick.
True.
Throughout the Swiss stage, and I think the one time they were on blue side was their loss. So it's kind of a right.
Yeah, it was
the one time they were on blue side was against Twisted Minds, and they lost that game. So I think that could have something to do with it. And it could really be their weak point, and it could. I think for the first time in general, blue side's not winning like for a lot of teams.
It's interesting. Even in this game where they fought against Twisted Minds, that was the Ruby in their hands too, which is why it has a 50-50 win rate at least for RQ. But then in certain situations, it really works well. This was versus a Cho as well, so like.
Looking at the heroes as well.
They won blue side there.
Looking at the bans as well, quite interesting here that Matilda RQ bans out quite a bit.
Yeah.
Vamos definitely can use the Matilda, but definitely not one of their known heroes. The Hayabusa as well. Really, I feel like Hayabusa is one of those picks we don't see a lot of, but really has a very big impact in the games that the Hayabusa is a part of.
Yeah, there's this feeling that Sorn just really wants to go all out in terms of roamers for M6. I mean, he started the tournament with like all those Hellcurt picks, even the chip, which RRQ has respected even, I think, in the previous draft,
Phase
right?
2, yeah, they'll
Phase
ban out
2.
the chip sometime.
They didn't want it to go into like Sorn.
He hasn't brought out the Natalia. Not saying it's a good pick, not saying it's coming up, but it's a part of his arsenal. Speaking
Do you
of
think
it,
in Game 3 we see something like that?
there's a condition. There is a very clear condition for when you use the Natalia roam, and it's about the opponent's jungler. If they reveal it too quickly, then the stars might align for you to pick up that Natalia, because I was able to talk to him and he said it's a very, very niche situation. If possible, he wants to see the jungler. If they let the jungler be the last pick, he won't pick up the Natalia.
So there's that possibility.
There's an endless amount of possibilities with Vamos, it feels like. I think when we get into this game, though, I did predict that if it goes to Game 3, it could get a little crazy in Game 3. I do hope that they kind of keep it simple. I think Vamos just had a really good draft, and they stuck with comfort, but they still played strong heroes. They played counter picks from the beginning to the end of the draft. Like I said, I felt like they had their driver's seat, so I think that's how they need to come into this. It's just hard, I think, to draft against RRQ on blue side right now.
Yeah, like I feel like now we got to talk about RRQ. What is their win condition here? And I kind of feel like they got to shut down Zorn, because Zorn is enabling the team. If Zorn is doing well, both Warlord as well as Chibi is doing well. If you can somehow stop Zorn, then all is well.
So should we like not allow either the Cho or the Jawhead even? Should we deny both of those?
I mean, I kind of feel like they were able to fight against the Cho, right? It's just the Jawhead they couldn't really.
Because Vamos, they already learned to respect the Ruby as well. So that was like minus the problems that they had to face. But also, Warlord has been having a great time on like
Valentina.
2 consecutive Valentina games too. Like regardless of whichever mage or whichever mid duo he's up against, but like for 2 games in a row,
He fought against Jushin?
Jushin.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, it's okay, right? Like,
Wait, what's your point again? What were you trying to say?
No. We were talking about how we shouldn't like allow those Zorn picks, but then I think,
No, I feel like let Zorn pick his pick first.
Yes.
And then counter.
Get the
it.
counter
Yeah.
play.
So Idol chooses it a bit later then.
That's what they did with the Ruby, right? And I think they could still slot something like that in. And that's what RQ seems to always want to be looking for. And I think it's why they're playing so well on the red side. They get 2 strong picks. Then they get the closing pick to counter out the first phase. And they end up getting, final pick as well? They get first to final. So it's just a really nice counter position and draft. And I think that's where Kez Cutie's really shining right now in terms of draft.
Yeah, I feel like really where we have to see is that we're assuming RQ goes red side or second pick. I don't know. That's their best bet. Right now we have a player head to head. Looking at all the scores here, except for average turtle, is all for Suzujin. Better average KDA, better gold per minute. And I gotta say, I kind of feel like the KDA and gold per minute, that game with the Granger, again, even though they lost, I kind of feel like he got a lot of stats on that game.
Yeah.
But this speaks so much to Chibi, though, right?
Yeah,
Because even when they were losing, he was getting all the turtles in game 1. He was able to pull through. And it just speaks so much to his playstyle of like objective-based, looking for those neutrals.
Yeah, I mean, on the Suyo, it kind of amplifies your capabilities to really contest the objectives, right? I mean, the Soul Siver, having that, and at least a decent early game, which allows you to not be that much behind in terms of levels up against your the opponent jungler. So, honestly, Team Vamos, they've played a very similar draft for 2 games in a row, and I don't know if RRQ would want to allow that to happen once again for the 3rd game. I feel like that's one of the questions we're leaving to SQ here.
One other thing. If it's hard to go against Zorn, stop Smooth, man. Smooth had a 0-0 in 12 game on that Gatot.
But do we think the real person to stop? Because when in game 1, Chibi was the one who really got shut down.
Yep.
And I think depending on what jungler Chibi gets, RQ needs to get something that can really target down.
I feel like that's the idea, because like I said, talking to players, they say that Joy is the counter to Suyo. But that didn't happen, you know?
Well,
because
the Jawhead's such a good
the Jawhead,
answer.
yeah, exactly.
Such a good answer. Because the electrifying beats is literally I'm going to run around in circles on you, and Jawhead denies that completely, right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
So counter the counter.
Counter the counter.
So similar ban still for both teams.
RQ does take red side.
So half of their win condition in the draft
is red side.
is already executed. Hilda gets banned out, so Vamos wants that Suyo again.
Will they let it through? This is the third game in the row, if ever it does happen. RQ doesn't ban it out. There's the Jushin still, but if they still want to get their hands on that too, they can just let it.
Seems like a lot of teams are letting through the major. Like the Jushin and the Eve that was banned so much in the beginning, a lot of teams are like, no, we're not even banning this anymore.
Vamos doesn't even pick it up. So even if you let it go, the chances of them picking up Jushin is super low. Oh, but they ban it anyways.
It's a throwaway, man.
What?
It's a throw.
You know the Suyo is coming.
I mean, they could have banned Hylos, but they might want Hylos, right? They could have banned Cho, but they might want Cho. And RQ's known for this. They'll give over a pick to get some trades back, right?
What if RQ picks up the Valentina? But then Warlord will pick up the Sicilian. Sicilian Carmilla could come back.
Oh, but then you don't know who Sutsujin will be using.
I mean, I think they could lock in the Joy here and be okay with it, right? I mean,
also,
you mean for RQ?
Even though
Boy Valentina?
Yeah.
Like,
even though they had a little trouble with the last game.
Gatot, yeah. Gatot Eve. So the Valentina is gonna get locked in here, and Hylos is not a good matchup against the Eve, but some teams do brute force it.
and I'm not sure if like Smooth wants to play that. Sorn, I have a feeling he doesn't. The Cho's still available for Vamos too, but they
has lost both
play
games,
it
by the way.
into the,
Cho has lost both games, just to remind you guys.
Yeah, they could just not go Cho. I mean, honestly, RQ could look for something similar that they had in Game 1 and look for that last pick jungle again. Maybe lock in like the Granger here as their third pick, like what they did in Game 1, and keep their draft very open, very flexible. Because they had a lot of advantage in Game 1 when they had that flexible, they had something similar. I don't think it was the Hylos and the, but they go for Skylar on the Wan. So now RQ's falling into comfort.
Yeah, because they see the Hylos, and no matter what hero Zorn picks up, they're very comfortable with this kind of lineup.
So there's a could there be a chance that the blue comes up?
Banned. It has been banned, yeah.
Let's go. It seems like they were able to set this up. Even the Irithel now taken out, although we know for a fact that Nets is really comfortable with a carry for the entire series.
But now Vamos can ban Susujin. Although to be fair, Susujin is kind of hard to ban against.
He is though.
Carry's a little tough against one. I know that they had a good game last game with the carry, but honestly, it's a if RQ is playing well and pressuring right, it could back.
That's a good ban.
Yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah,
I respect that.
And that's what we've gotten to in this point. It's like just targets, like just, all right, this is giving us trouble. Does Vamos ban out the Ruby here?
Vamos.
And then go back to picking something up like the Jawhead or something like that, like something that control mid.
Honestly, that could work well for their last ban. And for RRQ, Nets hero once again?
Something about the Akai.
I mean, Team Spirit used it against them one time, though. It wasn't like.
It was one time.
It was one time.
But this is uno, dos, tres, hala vamos.
Or they go for like, they could always ban out the Alpha here, ban out the Hayabusa if they really think that RQ is going to go something like a
Hayabusa ban.
Oh, Hayabusa is banned, yeah.
If they respect the Joy.
The Joys and it's really just the Joy, the Alpha, the Nolan.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Your team
Matilda.
They ban out the Matilda here. So does Sujin want to go for like another Assassin or the Alpha? I mean, they have the Eve.
I think they're still saved. I think they saved jungle for last pick, right?
Yeah, pick up someone tankier here too. I mean, Ruby's open if they want to go that route.
Ruby and Eve, the Ruby Eve combo is also vicious. You hold everyone inside of the RWM as much as possible. Tig also open, like you said.
Oh, yeah.
Option.
It's just that you don't want to give Warlord.
Yeah.
Oh, Franco?
Oh, wait.
Franco 1-1.
Oh, okay.
This is a skill pick. Yeah, it's an answer.
It's a skill pick. I mean, Franco's always an answer. It's always a possibility. It's a high risk, high reward, right?
Dude, the Valentina will get the bloody hunt for themselves too.
True.
So.
Does the Valentina want to get that close though?
That's.
I mean, it's decent like peel. It's decent like if you're coming at me, but
I mean,
Implosion's worth it.
You could.
Bloody Hunt is a little risky.
If you can get it on the 1-1.
Yeah, then you're.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Although Gato can kind of stop that. Yeah. Like he can taunt you out of it. So Vamos, the last two pick is going to be very crucial here. They pick up the carry and the Jawhead. So whatever worked, pick it up again.
What's the jungler?
Okay.
Last pick jungler.
What's the jungler?
Like Alpha is still open. They could just round themselves out with something like that.
I want to go crazy, say Granger, but I don't know.
Don't go. Whatever you do, RQ.
I mean, additional CC would work, but the...
Time to grab the beat of the Flash!
They're picking up the beat of the Flash. They're picking up the beat of the Flash.
All right, so yeah, this time we're going to see if Susujin gets to dance to the beat of the Flash. We're going to see how T-Bless works. This is going to be very interesting tracks. Let me just say, if this happens, whatever happens in the last series of the day, I respect you. I respect you.
I respect you too.
So thank you very much, gentlemen, Brigida, as well as Trex. But now we have to give to our cousin, Mirko, as well as Naisu.
Well, today I learned we are
cousins.
We're
cousins?
We're all one big family. You know?
To be fair, biologically. Historically, maybe.
Historically. You know what? Well, going down to this, again, we got a preview of the draft. Here's one last look. It's game 3. This is what we wanted, especially now that we're here in the knockouts. Yeah. You know, it's down to one game. Is going to be Team Vamos here, of course, from Malaysia. The hometown villains, like they like to call them, or it's going to be the Kingdom. RQ Hoshi. We've just seen one of the fastest, or the fastest games in game 2 that Team Vamos got a victory off of. This time around, we'll see how this all plays apart. Interesting lineups, you know. I know we had some similar reactions going through the draft as the panel. But yeah, I'm wondering if Susujin's going to have a better time in the jungle this time, because we know how fast Chibi got going. Whoa.
It's a focusing mark on the Jawhead. Zorn, an interesting choice to go for. He didn't go for this earlier, right? I think he went for Concussive Blast in the mid lane. Rin's almost just got a solo kill on Warlord. But everything else is quite normal, right? Dyron not opting for the Revitalize again for the Vengeance. But there you go, Susujin winning out the Red Tree battle for the Lethal Wanderer.
This is so interesting. Yeah, it was Concussive Blast previously, and that's usually what you see, but focusing mark, and it's funny because usually there are those iterations of the Franco where like they run the focusing mark too, but obviously most people now take the Concussive Blast. But if Zorn finds any of the targets early on with a focusing mark, it obviously will help with a burst. We already got a preview even of last time how much damage Chibi was doing, so what more if you throw in a little extra damage, you know, to go ahead and play that part. Now, pretty steady thing so far. Nothing too crazy aside from that almost first blood in the mid lane. So this will set things up really well for a first objective, the turtle take. Hooks as well from Edok. Going to play a part in this fight. Chibi's going to jump in.
Ooh, a lot of damage. Over to Rin, Susujin. Walk up as well. The ejector ready though. Electrifying beats from Susujin under the turret. Now a splash of damage from Warlord. He's going to trade back. Diamond rotating in. Oh, that's a hook. A flick around on the Purify. 2 big resources. Smooth from the top lane. Rotates into the mid lane just to get a little bit more room for Warlord to clear it out. Skylar in the bottom lane now. On the Inspire in the 1v1. Nets has to respect this. Nets actually wants to move forward. It becomes an even trade in the bottom lane.
I feel like this matchup between Nets and Skylar has been one of the most like action-packed, you know, laning like the 1v1s, especially early on. Like they hear, man, everybody's fighting in the mid lane. We want to fight, you know. So that's how that plays out. But this brings us now to the first turtle. RQ is going to go ahead and set things up smooth, dropping down the ultimate.
Good moves from Susujin. Red Tree battle. Chibi again. Real worm inflation. Zorn going to be caught in it. The immobility field. Dyron picks. It's an iron hook and a bloody hunt from Edok. What a hook! All the way from downtown. That was max range.
That was on point.
That's Edok.
That's Edok's Franco right there. And, you know, there's not much you can do against that. Now here, Dyron should be fine. He does have the Vengeance, again, this time around with the Gatakacha. So, interesting how that first turtle played out. Of course, it went over to Team Vamos, but they lost the fight. And so for RQ, they build up. There's a Corrosive Scythe now for Skylar. Going to be the first item he locks in and prioritized. Meanwhile, Net's still working on that first one because he did also pick up those level 1 boots. So this goes back to the thing where Edok just plays around the hook. If they can get it set up, then that's great. If not, then you wait for Team Vamos to try to do the same thing, because once that flicker is available from Zorn, he might try to set it up.
You want to know a fun fact, Naisu?
Fun fact.
Throughout the ages of RRQ Hoshi rosters, we always have a Franco god in the lineup.
Yeah.
Vin. Obviously Naomi. And then now we have Idok.
Oh!
Again, I mean, was that a hook? Was that a solo kill? I have no idea. Idok still has the bloody hunt. Skylar still has the crossbow of Tang. So it definitely seems to be a hook, right? There's no way that would just be picked off randomly.
Yeah,
or maybe over... I don't know.
I mean, he didn't have flicker, but yeah, it had to be a hook. Idok locked in, man. That was, you know, when you look at it, but that's going to give Skylar this advantage that he was already fighting for, and going to get a lot of extra gold now off that gold plating. So interesting thing for Team Vamos is how do they kind of respond to this, because, you know, Prodigy or not with this. Oh, hold on. Bottom lane.
The ejector to bring him back. Wow. Finally, he gets a taste of his own medicine. There you go. That's the pickoff game, and Team Vamos will be able to get a kill over. Rins dodging in for the stun. The real world manipulation will lock him down, though. But he will still be able to walk away. Chibi, a bit more damage with the arrow there, as Rins pops in the regeneration. And now Vamos with the control over the turtle.
All right, they're going to start it up. Again, they have an advantage with this one. They want to go 2 for 2. Holding it together. Zorn zoning out. They might force something out here.
RWM coming down. Retreat. No, it's Zorn this time who wins it out. Sutsujin with Jason AOG from Tyrant to take the kill. He tanks up a bit of the shot. Sutsujin's able to escape. Smooth running him down. Tyrant with a vengeance. Chasing Zorn down. Ejector ready. Zorn just walks away, and Smooth gets the double. RRQ Hoshi just cannot get a turtle.
They can't get a turtle, but they will get some kills. But now Nets finally picking up the turret. Here comes Idok.
That's a bloody hunt. He's all alone for now, but he knows that Nets doesn't have... Oh, point blank iron hook. That's the one you don't expect to miss, but that's the one that Idok misses. Nets gets away.
It's kind of amazing how it works, right? I know all the Franco players know. The point blank ones you don't hit, the far ones you do.
Electrifying beat. Smooth is healing through all the damage. Sutsujin will have to just back away, and Vamos take back the control of the game with this momentum.
Just like that, too, Team Vamos able to go ahead and diminish the gold lead that RQ built up in the early portion of the game. And now it's pretty much even Stevens. You know, they are going to be able to continue to test for the objective, the third turtle that does come up. RWM held on here from Warlord. Will have to go ahead and back off a little bit. Dyran tanky enough, but this is going to be a crucial part why I feel like RRQ Hoshi definitely wants to go ahead and contest for that turtle and make it work. You know, lock it in if they can. But if they decide not to, it's not the end of the world. Team Vamos can go for 3 for 3 for the turtles, and then RRQ Hoshi looks elsewhere. This is also where we start to see where that transition for Skylar, now that he's got 2 items, he's got the Golden Staff now, alongside that Corrosive Scythe. He's going to be a big part of some of these skirmishes and team fights that do break out if he can get the airtime with the Crossbow of Tang. And meanwhile, Rins 2, where he sets up the real-world manipulation, is going to be crucial. We're 10 seconds away from that turtle. Positions already happening here, but Chibi will stay topside, pushed into that tier 1. There's a hook.
Iron hook over to Zorn of Bloody Hunt as well. Skylar will be able to get all the tags, all the weakness points. Crossbow Tang ready with the real world manipulation. Oh, Warlord gets stuck with AOG. Sutsujin electrifying beats. Now it's Skylar dishing out damage. Oh, Sutsujin to fade away. Last hit doesn't get it. Skylar with a double.
Chibi.
That's very low. Able to run away from that, but gets slowed down. Chibi needs one more hit, but he gets taunted by Tyron. Rins a few more shots of the Void Blast, but Chibi is able to walk away. 4 for 1 trade. Chibi. That's a dangerous game because Rins with a flicker forward to take Chibi down, and Skylar gets the turret. Finally, Sutsujin will get a turtle.
It's one of those things where you're like, is this the right choice? No, it's not Chibi. Not only did he go for the wrong target or couldn't capitalize on the kill, but then gets punished for overstaying on his side of the jungle. So they lose a whole lot in that fight. Now RRQ Hoshi, you know, when I said it was even Stevens, they heard that and said, no, not anymore. 3K ahead now, plus that last turtle of the game. Holy Crystal picked up by Sutsujin, so now he's going to hurt even more on this Joy. And so advantages for RRQ Hoshi. Massive right now. Skylar sees 4 from Team Vamos. They'll go ahead and back off here.
Wow, Skylar has actually opted to go for the Golden Staff. So that's 3 item power spike. Almost gets that hook in the bush. Zorn Good read to space out just a bit more. This is actually not the most common build, but it is the build that Skylar has gone for most of the time in the M6 World Championship. He always likes to go for the Golden Staff. Usually we see Windtalker or even Malefic Gun here. Oh, unstoppable. Okay, Horse used up. Dyron just walks up and dashes away. Sutsujin? No, all right, they're chilling.
At this point, you know, I feel like Team Vamos needs to bring it down a little bit. Because of that whole last team fight, it feels like things got a little too chaotic for them. They need to kind of, chill down a little bit. Hook's not going to land there. You always got to catch your breath when that hook is thrown out, you know? And
nail biter.
Yeah, it is. And for Team Vamos, they're feeling it. You know, they're biting their nails right now because of just how much of the scaling is happening for RQ Hoshi, and it's not happening for them. They definitely need to buy some more time, and I feel like this is also where it gets a little bit difficult for Zorn because we just saw it. You know, if he can go in with the Unstoppable Force and get the ejector off, that's great, but then honestly, with this kind of lead, he gets blown up so quickly, too, that he's just kind of out of the picture. There he is. So he does show himself, but that tier 2 does go down.
Yeah, and there's no trade on the board right now. RQ just cruising through some of these turrets up top, getting the far lane control. That's the Malefic Gun we were expecting as third item, but he picks it up as fourth. So that's a Fed 1-1 right now, man. Great moves from Zorn, though, to actually just space away from these hooks.
He's going to have to right now. He's also going to be the one front side alongside with Smooth. We'll see if they actually contest this. Susujin getting in position. It's being held here by Skylar. They could force the fight. A couple flickers available. That hook won't land, but they go in.
RWM already. Sony Warlord in the back. Dyron popping the vengeance, but Nets will be able to deal with him. Zorn caught in the midst of it all. Skylar will be able to jump in. That's a bloody hook. Chibi again with a retribution. But Sutsujin takes the killing spree over. Skylar's on the chase under the turret. Needs one more. It's a double for Sutsujin. But for some... Enoch tries to go for the flicker play. Doesn't get it. It was together with Rins. It was a flicker slow, but it was not enough to take anyone down.
Man, he landed them earlier in the game, but these ones he won't be on point with unless he gets one here. They do hold the Lord. They take care of it quickly. RQ Hoshi, they lost the objective, but they'll win that fight on exchange and really just kind of negate the push that was coming through with that Lord. But Chibi, you know, against it, able to secure that at least for now, but they are going to lose the tier 2 now in mid lane, and they're back to the drawing board to try to find a way to turn the tide in this game, because right now RQ Hoshi pulling very far ahead, 6K up now.
All right, nice. So this is the part of the game where we actually get to talk about the pattern. I don't think it's a pattern anymore. You know, game 1, you could be like, all right, you know, might be lucky. That retry win. Game 2 happens all over again. He got stopped 10 minutes. Game 3, they're winning, and it's still only one turtle. That was the one that was for free. So Sutsujin hasn't gotten a single retry win, this at least on neutral objective, right? He got a Lethal Wanderer win.
Can we count that?
If we do, that's 2.
All right.
Yeah.
We can count that because, you got to give it up. Even when Chibi is down, he's still able to actually go for that retry. You got to be able to respect that. And that's also why they've been prioritizing the Suyo. This is one of the heroes. You know, before it was, you know, the Lings or the Hayabusas that really helped you do that. Well, now Suyo's the flavor of the, I would say, year, month, whatever it is, the patch. And that's the thing. So even if he's down, he's still able to go ahead and contest. And if he continues to do that, it might buy Team Vamos enough time in this game number 3 where they possibly turn the tide. And honestly, for Nets has been able to farm up pretty well. He's still quite a bit down in terms of against Skylar, but as long as he gets the spacing to work with and doesn't get caught out, he's only got a flicker, then they might be able to shred down some of that front line in a couple minutes. You know, they still got to buy some time. They're not really in the fighting form yet. And even with this Lord coming up here in less than a minute, it is still a decision that they have to make. Is it worth us putting the team in danger and an opportunity for us to get crashed down on, especially that there's a Gatakacha across from you? That's, I think, the question that Team Vamos has to ask themselves, because that could change the course, obviously, of the series, where maybe they decide to let it go and then they'd have to defend, or do they want to actually go and fight it out? 2 big items being picked up here for Team Vamos. Divine Glaive now for Warlord. Chibi with that Malefic Roar. Still, Enoch is going to do this all the time.
Yeah.
You know, you miss all the hooks you don't take, pretty much, at this point.
Yep, that's true, you know. So he's going to continuously shoot it out. This is a retry bait, right? But Suyo was actually not there. Skylar just picks up the purple buff. They were trying to go for the retry bait. No one was actually there. So I think they should be aware that the Suyo hasn't revealed himself in a while now. That's an iron hook over to Smooth, the Bloody Hunt as well. Oh, instant crossbow of Tang! He bought the winner quite a bit too late. Sutsujin runs him down. A great angle to get the real world manipulation. And Skylar gets a double. RQ Hoshi, they take control of the game. He hasn't been landing the shots, but once he does, it looks like it might be game over.
Might be game over here. They're going to work on the base turn to the bottom side, and they post up ready to end the game.
Warlord trying to divert the minion waves into the top lane. Throw the flicker backwards. The minion waves will be dealt with, but that's just one. There's another wave in the bottom lane. RQ looking for it. Warlord with a splash of damage. In the mid lane they go. Base turret going to be taken down slowly but surely. Warlord really low. Sutsujin looking for the angle. The iron hook will go and whip again. The glorious pathway from Smooth as he respawns back in the game. And RQ Hoshi will say, we are happy with turret number 3 in the mid lane. We will go to the Lord.
They'll go to the Lord. They'll secure themselves to the objective. And Team Vamos, I asked the question earlier, do they want to go and actually try to contest things out? They got a nice wave pushing up top, but it's that hook that still set things up, started the fight. And you mentioned it, Chibi was in position, but then he got spotted out too and had to respond.
For a second there, Naisu, yeah, I got deja vu to the CFU game.
Did you?
It was a 1-1. It was 2 members. Hey, I would be lying if I said I wasn't shaking.
You know what? I think a lot of people can't count out any Malaysian team at this point, but here we are. Lord pushing into the mid lane. We'll see if they're able to defend against this.
He gets a taunt over to Chibi. Baits up the skill 1. That's an iron hook and the crossbow tang ready. Skylar can wait out the winner crown. Eat up with a flicker route. Now crossbow tang to Smooth. Now to Warlord. Skylar's going crazy with a crossbow and tang. The immortality buy from Edok. Sutsujin buys the immortality as well. Now Nets free hitting. It's going to be Sutsujin to take the kill. That's a monster kill. Even with the shutdown. RRQ Hoshi will prevail 2-1.
And the kingdom rises, cutting down the hometown villains with a decisive strike. RQ sends Vamos to the lower bracket, proving their dominance once more.
A phenomenal performance from both these teams. RQ Hoshi came in swinging in game number 1. Game number 2, Vamos. It's the high highs and the low lows of Vamos. When they get rolling, when they have the momentum, you see a 10-minute game.
Yep.
But when they don't, you see game number 1 and 3.
Definitely a great performance, great series. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down the game.
GG's for both teams, but it's high highs, low lows. Chibi's either the MVP or, you know, he just gets shut down over and over again.
To be fair, he still was able to secure the objectives a bunch of times, but that didn't make much of a difference when it came to Skylar being online and just looking for all the targets and constantly being able to stack the crossbow of Tang.
Yeah, I mean, also Kez Cutie being so strong on that red side draft with relying on the Wan, knowing that the Franco was probably going to come in later, just having, which supplies a very similar thing to what the Cho supplies for them. Same thing that the Ruby Nuke gets the shutdown, it can pull people in. And Edok, man, just showing continuously that he's got something else up his sleeves and is able to make plays for his team.
I mean, just Edok's mere presence on the map, it felt like Sorn wasn't able to do Sorn things. He felt afraid of actually going out. That, I mean, we saw the emotes, yeah, but like in terms of being able to get in the head of the brushes and the positions, it didn't feel the same. They were so restricted in terms of movement, and I think that's one thing. Like, there was a lack of face check in terms of the Team Vamos and their previous lineup.
Vamos definitely has a lot to figure out, and they potentially have a lot of time because they're dropping to the lower bracket, so that's quite a lot of games. But before we even talk about that, before we even go and have a discussion about the game just now, after this we will be having an interview with Rose as well as RQ, where again they did phenomenally well, and Skylar's 1-1 that game. Probably has the fastest Trinity build that I've seen in a while. Like, usually we see it in 8-9 minutes. I feel like he just finished it around 7. But with that being said, looking at the stage, looks like everything is all well and ready. So we're throwing it over to the stage with Rose as well as 2 members of RQ.
The Kings of the Kings have just dropped the anti-heroes to the lower bracket. And with me here from RQ Hoshi, we have Sutsujin and Dairen. Hi guys, how are you? Are you guys tired?
Very tired.
Very tired. Dairen, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine. Are you tired?
No lah.
No, not tired.
Because win.
Because you guys won. You know what? I agree. If you win, you are not tired. Okay, maybe you guys can take me back to game 2. Sutsujin, what happened in game 2? Did you guys actually expect to lose against Vamos?
Actually, game 2 just a lot of misplay, I think.
A lot of misplay.
Yes.
Game 3, how did you guys discuss backstage to bounce back for game 3?
Our coach just tell us to reset. Don't need to think about the pause and just go on.
Just go on. Okay, I like that. I like that. Now, Dairen, I have a question for you. We all know that RRQ Hoshi was the first team to qualify for knockout. So you guys actually had a long break, right? What did you guys do during your break?
Kita latihan aja sih di hotel, kayak nonton-nonton gameplay semua tim.
So you guys just studied and watched all the gameplay. You guys didn't go out and enjoy like other teams? Because I see other teams, they went out, go Bukit Bintang, go eat, go KLCC. You guys didn't do that?
Kita pergi makan.
Makan aja.
Kita makan di Alor Next Street Food.
Oh, okay. They went to a pretty touristy spot to eat. Was it good?
Yeah.
It was good. You ate a lot?
Sangat good.
Makan banyak?
Banyak kali.
Okay. Now, Sutsujin, another question of mine is, why did you guys decide to pick Ling? I feel like now in this patch, we don't really see Ling much. And if we do see it, it's a 50-50% chance of winning and losing, right?
Yeah.
So what made you guys pick Ling?
We already training Ling so many times, so that's why we we confident to play Ling.
Oh, that's why you're confident to play Ling.
Yeah.
Will we see any other like good or unorthodox pick from you in the jungle?
Yeah.
Confirm. Okay, Dairen. Later's match, TLID versus Team Spirit, will determine who you guys will meet in the upper bracket. Who do you want to meet, Dairen? Do you want to meet Team Liquid Indonesia or Team Spirit? Upper bracket.
I choose Team Liquid.
You choose Team Liquid. Why?
Ya, Tim Liquid harus apa? Tim Liquid harus win karena nggak boleh kalah kalau dari Indo.
Oh, okay. Team Liquid has to win because they cannot lose since they're from Indo. Okay, I like that. So, but what will happen if you guys meet them? Will you win or will they win? Bila jumpa di upper bracket, siapa mau menang?
Ya, I confident.
You're confident?
Ya.
Berapa persen confident?
95%.
95% confident that he will win up against TLID. Okay, Sutsujin, before we started the game, right, we saw a quote from you that the only person you miss in Malaysia is actually Smooth. Why do you miss Smooth?
Because Smooth was very nice to me back then at KGE.
Oh, he was nice to you?
Yeah, he was very nice.
He takes care of you well.
Yeah.
So, now that you just met Smooth in the international scene, how was it like?
I'm very proud of him.
You're very proud of him. Do you have anything to say to him? Because now he's in the lower bracket. He only has one life left. Any words of motivation for your old friend?
I think just good luck on lower.
Good luck and just, keep going, right?
Yeah.
Okay, one last thing. Sutsujin, the reason why you're playing extra well today, I heard is because you have a special buff. Guys, Sutsujin's mother flew in from Indonesia. So Sutsujin, what do you want to say to your mom?
For my dad and mom, thank you for coming here, supporting me. Don't forget to come again tomorrow.
Oh, that's so cute. I'm sure your mom and dad is very, very proud of you, Sutsujin. Thank you very much to Sutsujin and Dairen. Congratulations as well. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to talk about what happened in this amazing Best of 3 series.
A lot to dive in for sure, but maybe we should talk more about Sutsujin. Just for a little bit. He was so good.
Sutsujin was
so
amazing.
He was good.
One of the best junglers I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That Joy performance.
Dude, that was insane.
And I think the best part was in game 2, he had a rougher performance.
Yeah.
And then was able to brush himself off and come back game 3 and just played phenomenally. From even securing a few more objectives, to getting those kills, to always being in the back line, to being an aggressive but also supportive jungler.
I mean, Suya was deleted. He just came in and dropped the beat of the Flash.
He dropped the beat of Flash.
It seemed like he wasn't even afraid to go up against Sword or get past Sword even in that entire game of the Joy. Also accompanied by, of course, that Franco 1-1 duo that I feel...
I hit Franco, man.
I don't know. I was thinking like, even if Team Vamos did want or try to focus on the gold lane, it felt like Irok was always there too.
I mean, like, again, they're playing gold lane weak side, so they're not gonna be traveling towards the gold lane that often. Like, if they do, it severely slows down their rotation. And we saw that they do visit the gold lane every once in a while, and that did, in fact, slow down their rotation.
You know, I think where the Franco really shined so much, the Valentina's weak against it because there's no way to really poke and check bushes. They had no way to bush check at all. I mean, there was no long-range poke on their team at all. So pretty much you're either going into a bush and risking your life, or you're just not checking them. And once the fear of Franco gets put in you, once a couple hooks land, then you could already see Vamos was even getting more and more nervous and just constantly giving up space.
Can I talk about the timings here? Because Skylar completed his 3 items in 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Now that's fast. And to put it into perspective, Nats finished his 3 items in 10 minutes and 57 seconds. Over 3 minutes worth of difference there.
Yeah, and I think at less than 5 minutes into the game, or at 6 minutes, we've seen the 2K gold lead between our gold laners just keep on growing. And I really agree with what Trex has mentioned earlier about range. There was little to no range for Vamos, and it felt like they always had to fight against RRQ head on. They always had to put themselves out there. But RRQ were okay with that because 1-1 likes melee targets.
I mean, let's talk about the real manipulation as well. Once Vamos feels like they're in an okay positioning, all of a sudden Eve is there and it's like, you think you have good positioning? Right?
There's no such thing of good positioning here.
Yeah.
When you're up against these heroes. And I think that was definitely, like I said, RQ, their draft right now feels very comfortable, and they're not willing to, I mean, they're very willing, Kescuti is very willing to kind of break the rules a little bit, throw in something like a Franco, and that's where we're seeing so many teams shine, where they're able to throw in that one hero here and there that shakes things up, as long as it works, and RQ knows how to make it work.
Yeah, it's honestly like a very pick-off-oriented composition, or at least for their win conditions in the early for Team Vamos, against RRQ Hoshi, whose lineup really thrives in like all those AoEs, all those means to just zone out and provide the box for their other members. And so they were really able to play around that, just that. So Team Vamos, it felt like their most crucial condition in the early was denied completely by RRQ, simply because they couldn't set things up. If they did go and try to attempt for at least an ejector play, there could be immediate answers. There could be Avatar of the Guardians, real-world manipulations, as you've mentioned, just coming in from
all types
RQ.
of things. You know, we saw it happen at GB very early on when a fight could have gone to them. But before we get to that, MVP is going to be Skylar once again, 5-0-6 on this 1-1. And this has become, I mean, right now I feel like he's one of the only marksmen right now, gold lane players, that can just play this hero free will, like over other things that would be considered meta, instead of the Granger or something like this. And the team has faith in it, and he looks good on it. He doesn't exactly need to play the Bruno or the Granger, this or that. He can pick up the 1-1, and it's still something you have to deal with.
I couldn't count the number of crossbow tanks I've seen during the entire series. You know, and I think against a lineup whose heroes are very high in terms of mobility, it wouldn't be as easy of a task, especially if there's this hero assigned to always hunt you down. But that's another thing, I feel. Like, from Team Vamos' side, you couldn't expect anyone to just penetrate the backlines of RRQ Hoshi and hunt Skylar down, because there are other heroes from RRQ Hoshi who would anticipate that from you and go ahead, just throw out all of their AoE skills to make sure that you gain no access.
Some interesting interaction here. So when Eve uses the real manipulation and then you stun her, she doesn't get stunned. She just can't tap the screen.
Yes.
However, it looks like when Valentina gets hit, she gets stunned.
Oh, she has the real world manipulation up, then she gets stunned.
Because I saw the Gato Kacha land the Avatar of the Guardian. I don't know if Warlord just canceled it early, or that attribute of being CC immune is not registered.
It's exclusive to
Eve.
It's very possible.
I could be wrong. Like Warlock could have canceled it. I haven't played a lot of Valentina into Eves, but I just saw that interaction. I'm just wondering if that is it, then that might also be the weakness of a Valentina, where just because you're going up against Eve doesn't mean your real manipulation is free. Again, speculation I need to test out for myself.
You know, and what's big about that fight right there, that fight was a moment where I thought, okay, as long as Warlord can have the real world manipulation, they have a chance of winning these fights. Because when Franco hooks, everyone wants to close in on whoever he hooks. Warlord drops the real world manipulation, and now we have a good, clean fight where we can actually, you know, go back and forth. But from that fight on, I don't think Warlord was ever able to get it again.
Yeah.
He was never able to steal it. He was never able to really get any big power ults.
Yep.
And that was all due to Franco. Warlord couldn't get close. Warlord couldn't do anything. But yeah, I think that was going to be a big win con for them. And RQ saw right through it. You know, they found an answer. They found a way to deal with it. Kez Cutie, I mean, truly right now, they just, in terms of drafting, at least on red side, they look very good.
And for you guys here, we just want to say thank you very much for supporting M6. We understand that we had a little bit of issues just now, but you guys can scan the QR code and let us know how we can further improve so that your experience watching the M series is further enhanced. Because I believe in M6, the games have been great. We have much more games compared to every other M series. If there's anything more that we can do, we will definitely do it. And I gotta say, even throughout all of that, I'm glad. Because I feel like sitting down on the Secret Lab chair, it makes it so that we don't even feel like working.
Nope.
Wow.
Like this feels just like hanging out, watching games. Secret Lab makes this job feel amazing.
Yeah, it's just like we're just talking to each other, right? The Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
All that.
So make sure for you guys, play better for longer with ergonomic chair design to keep you at the top of your game. The Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures across various activities. When you're playing games, when you're watching a movie, when you're watching MPLs, when you're watching the M series, when you're watching Brigitte going up and down on her chair.
We could be the same height.
Yeah, he can adjust his chair. See?
That's uncomfortable for me.
It's a little strange looking at it.
It's very strange looking at it. Like, I don't know what's stranger, Trex being short or Brigitte being tall. But again, shout outs to Secret Lab. Make sure you guys grab one for yourself. And don't miss the M6 Battle Night happening from December 28th up until 29th. That's going to be after the M6. So we're just going to keep reminding you guys, enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 epic skin trial and all heroes free trials. Again, it's 28 up until 29. So it's going to be quite after M6. So we'll just keep reminding you guys.
Yep.
That was an amazing series, but we have one more after this. It's going to be TLID going up against Team Spirit. So another Indonesian team. And you know what? Both Malaysian teams are in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
At
Gotta watch
least
out
they
for
made it
that.
to bracket.
What?
At least they made it to bracket.
And at least we were double eliminations.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a chance they won't get into Axiata. And that's...
I don't think there's a world where both of them can.
No,
Not anymore.
There's
Oh no, they're on opposite sides.
they're opposite sides. They're opposite sides.
Actually,
They could both make it
To the
Axiata and
to the
then
lower bracket
send
final.
somebody home.
to the lower
Well,
through the lower bracket.
lower bracket
finals.
quarterfinals or semifinals.
After this, TLID going up against Team Spirit. That's going to be very, very interesting. And we heard from the interview where RQ, they want TLID to actually go defeat Team Spirit to stay in the upper bracket. But now we got to look at a bit of the brackets here just to rub salt in the wound, just to see where the Malaysian teams are at. And yes, folks, both Malaysian teams are at the bottom here.
I just want to point out that I think Brigitte knew that they could both make it to quarterfinals and be there. I just don't think she thought that was possible.
Yeah, she feel like they will lose before
there's
that.
no way they could make it to Axiata. That's what I heard from Brigitte.
No way Vamos can beat TLID or Team Spirit.
Well, you don't make me the common enemy here.
No, we don't have to. You just do it by yourself.
I did not say that, just for the record.
So tomorrow's gonna be a banger as well.
Tomorrow's going to be upper bracket. So we know that Fnatic on the Philippines will be going up against Falcon, and RQ will be going up against TLID or Team Spirit. At least the low bracket gets some rest.
Yeah. it's important that they get a lot of rest though and preparations equally. It's unlike today, they no longer have another chance if they do lose. So it's
Stop rubbing it in.
they'd have to crawl all the way
Stop rubbing it
from
in.
the lower bracket up until the lower bracket.
Someone needs to talk to her. She looks nice and sweet. But when you get to know her, you understand that that's not the case.
No.
Looks are very deceiving, folks. Look at Brigitte. You would assume that she's a type of person that would give cats food and stuff.
She's not.
I just want to say it's the lower bracket. They literally have no second lives.
Let's look at the oopsie moment because she's lying to you guys. You know, just looks are deceiving. Now we got to look at an oopsie moment here. What was the moment here?
Oh,
I don't know.
Oh, just missing hooks?
Oh,
It's
okay.
Oh.
I mean, like,
whoopsies.
If this is how you make Vamos feel better, I don't know about that.
I'm sure they appreciate it.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's not the hooks that miss that matters.
It's the hooks
that land.
That hooker.
You didn't have to rub it in.
No, I was just giving. It's like wise words given to the people. You know, it's not how many times you lose. It's about how many times you get up and try again.
I get it. We're going for a break. After this, TLID Spirit. See you guys.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuit Panda. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go, it's Sans, who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find us, hence who he wants more, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
Alright, let's see, another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's gonna be a lot of damage playing.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash!
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery! The god in the jungle takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M Series debut from MPL Cambodia, CFU Gaming is ready to strike. With M2 veteran Oppie and core members Detective, Z, and Wadu. Can the Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja.
Looking for a drain as he finds the triple. Looking for the maniac.
Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies, uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
The double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite. The Kite-Kite combo complements Aurora's methodical playstyle, leaving fans to wonder how will they fare in M6. Spearheaded by superstars in Kelra and King Kong, Fnatic Onic PH made MPL PH history with a 13-match winning streak. Known for his insane mechanical skill, Season 14 has seen King Kong perform at peak confidence with aggressive and assertive plays throughout the season.
It's a battle in the mid lane. Domain for Kelra.
While Kelra has proven to the world why he's the gold standard. Making his M Series debut and ready to shake the international stage once more is Selangor Red Giant Skies. Known for his signature fanny, Skies is able to switch it up with fighter junglers, enabling SRG to deploy many different playstyles to surprise their opponents. These rising stars have claimed the spotlight, but which player has what it takes to emerge greater than ever?
An Indo-MY rivalry over at the cornhole game. Two has to enter the hole. Okay, salam dulu, salam dulu. Salam dulu. An MYID rivalry at the cornhole game.
Okay guys, right now I am over at the basketball arcade machine because we are going to see a 1v1 situation happening, which is going to be Miles from Fnatic Onic Philippines going up against Tarzan from Twisted Minds.
1v1 going on. Who is going to win? Once again, we have a 1v1 going on. Hades and the one and only Domeng. As you can see here, it's a very tight game. Very, very tight.
If you guys can do better than them. Here we have
and that is Skylar. Nice one. Mantap. All right. Again, Singapore, which I'm assuming they should be very good at because Malaysia and Singapore we pretty have very similar childhood. Oh, nice one.
Just for your information, this is official merchandise from M6 TNT Coach Tropical 28.
Terima kasih Malaysia, we are ready for M6. Kita siap untuk M6. ML Kitchen Hazardous. Kita udah ready buat M6. We are ready for M6. Handa na kami sa M6. We are ready for M6. M6, 我们准备好了。
fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ Meiji
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, live again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Go, it's Sans, who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for. Takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
Alright, let's see another fight commences here. Gear goes in, it's gonna be a lot of damage playing.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash!
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery! The god in the jungle takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
This should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, the Dynasty Enders made history, toppling the undefeated RRQ Akira after a 2.5-year reign. At MTC Turkey Championship, S2G Esports rises as a new challenger. Led by Sigibum's superstar performance at the gold lane, Pagu's playmaking, and Begin's rotation, they are ready to shine on the world stage. In their M Series debut from MPL.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final best of 3 for today. It is going to be TLID going up against Team Spirit, where we've concluded the other 3 matches where Falcon won, RRQ just won their match against Team Vamos. By the way, I might as well just introduce the panel here. My name is Lafal, and alongside with me we have Bro Gita and Trucks. How do you feel, especially you, Bro Gita? Do you like your new persona?
I like it. I like it. It matches this emoji I'm holding up here.
Not bad.
I am also doing great. Lawful the waffle.
Lawful the waffle.
Lawful the waffle.
Wait, where's my Cho one? Where's my Wata?
They got rid of it. They said they didn't want it.
No!
No more Watas from LaFell. We got a big match coming up.
We do have a big match. But before we talk about that match, we got to remind you guys, Kadia's Gaming and Esports District unites gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walk of life. Kadia has been helping out Mobile Legends Bang Bang grow internationally. Thank you very much to Kadia. And we also have something very special here. Very special. I've downloaded it myself, but so far I haven't been playing it just yet. Magic Chess Go-Go. We even talked about it earlier. A multiplayer strategy game. Soft launch in Malaysia and Singapore. Pre-registration is now underway. Other APAC regions as well. In this is all about strategies.
Yes.
It's about finding the right combination of your units to have the strongest board to beat everyone else. So I invite you guys all to download Magic Chess Go, especially if you guys are from Malaysia as well as Singapore, where it is available for us to try it out. And let me give you guys a hint. Probably gonna need some professional players in that game as well.
It's the perfect game for me, for an old man like me with like fingers that are moving slow now.
Yeah.
The arthritis is kicking in.
Yeah.
It's very macro orientated and not as micro orientated, right? So if you are having a little trouble in Mobile Legends, then you just go over to Magic Chess
Okay.
Go.
I just don't know why I remember him saying that he was carrying us the other day. Do you remember that?
That says a lot about you guys.
He said it the other day.
That was actually Renmar and Naisu.
Oh.
He doesn't
No, it
remember.
was about us. You said you were carrying us. No.
That was not Renmar. I
No.
never shared the desk with Renmar.
Oh, no.
We
Derek.
remember that one.
You trucks. No.
Who's
No.
Trox?
You said trucks.
Dude, we'll just keep on changing our names, all right? Now, we gotta... Let's talk about something here. Let's talk about something, because for you folks at home, this is the round 2 fight. They fought against each other before, where TLID, they were like, no way One Shot uses the fanny. They let go of the fanny, and Team Spirit capitalized on the misjudgment of TLID. Now, round 2 fight.
Destined.
Oh wait, I should try.
Again.
This is the best poster of the day, right?
Let me try.
Wait.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh.
Not bad.
Imagine a world.
Imagine a world where TLID gets to meet up against Team Spirit in an epic rematch, where this time TLID has figured out that the fanny is a dangerous pick to let One Shot use. However, Hicomania as well has been showing an amazing battle so far.
Yeah.
Will TLID this time be able to conquer Team Spirit?
I think they should. I mean, the last time they did, they let go of the fanny, but it's not just that. They had literally little to no crowd control. They had the Fovies on the XP lane, if I'm not mistaken, and the Gatot on the roam, or yeah, was it the Gatot on the roam? So
Either way.
Either way.
However the draft went, to kind of throw something out there is that's the first time Team Spirit has ever beaten a Filipino or an Indo team. It was a best of one, so for me it's still not completely it yet, but them beating TLID today would be huge. It would be a big statement for EECA. Even though they had wonderful placement back in M5, they were not able to get a big win against a Filipino or an Indonesia team. So that's what I would love to see from them today. I think to really put themselves on the board, to see them really be like big dogs, right?
I mean, they've been improving, right? They've been improving every single time. And now, personally for me, they're a big threat. But we were able to talk to Aaron Shiki, and far from finish, he said, I feel a sense of contentment for reaching the top 8. Similar to how I felt from winning MPL and making it to M6. However, when I look at the bigger picture, I feel like it's just the beginning. Because until I earn the title of World Champion, there's still more to prove. And this is just a winning mentality. You never feel like winning one thing is ever enough.
Yep, and I like it because it sort of reflects the entire idea of TLID or their entire image heading into M6, because they're really, we know them, a young team, a new team, rookies. And if we're talking about rookies, there's definitely hunger. There's definitely eagerness to prove that, or your capabilities, that you can go head to head up against all those teams who have been long holding those top positions, top spots in these kinds of international tournaments. And that hunger is something we've seen from them, enough to push them to even adjust so much that if initially we would think that TLID were kind of stubborn, they still wanted to like keep using these signature picks, these combos, these kinds of drafts, then they show us no. They learn how to adjust. They can also discipline themselves really well.
Remember what Fabian said. King Kong, I will solo kill you. Just substitute King Kong with anyone else, and that's his attitude. Right, Trex?
That's the whole team's attitude, right? And I think the hunger, I love the idea of I'm still not really happy with the position we're in. I want to be a world champ, right? And that's what we see from the best players in the world. That's what we see from the people who become champions. It's not just about being here. It's not just about winning a few games. It is about being the best.
It's about being greedy. It's about always wanting more. Be like, I have one apple, but wouldn't it be great if I had 2? That's the attitude that we have. And now we're going to look at Hiko here. Hiko Mania, having a Savage, being as young as he is. That's amazing. I mean, he lost the game, but still, he got a Savage.
It's a statement right there. One of the youngest players, one of
16.
the players who historically had a Savage in the world stage. It's just that, yeah, you mentioned it. Probably the moment was too heated, but they need to be mindful of those kinds of engages and situations. It's definitely that those should be the fights that would give them the win, and not just for a moment, but in the long run, in the entire game. And this is it. This was the Savage.
Yep, this was Savage.
About.
Yeah, this feels like the lineup that they've been waiting for, picking up One Shot, picking up Hiko, and then even Hiko, he's been on the team since the championship before MSC, when they first kind of got first place with him, and he had it then. A lot of us saw it. A lot of us saw the idea of what Hiko could become then. And then now he's finally, it feels like they've really honed in. They pick up One Shot, and the team just feels like a completely different beast right now.
Yeah, definitely one of the best goal laners. But if we're talking about one of the best goal laners, we got to put Aaron Shiki in the conversation. The wrath of Aaron Shiki. Like, people were talking about the hype, and then TLID didn't do all that well with the best of ones. But now Aaron Shiki is really showing up. With the Bruno, with the Granger, it really doesn't matter. Just give Aaron Shiki any kind of hero, and he'll shoot you down.
And it's literally Aaron Shiki showing us how deep his hero pool is. For the past 5 games that they've played here in M6, he's used at least a different gold laner for each game. You mentioned it, the Granger, the Moskov, the Nolan, the Nathan, I mean.
Ooh, imagine Nolan gold.
We've seen enough, who knows? But yeah, and that's a difference, right? Hiko, on the other hand, is the only remaining player who hasn't played the Bruno just yet. So,
and I believe in an interview he said, "Oh, if I got Bruno, it's over.
It's over.
It's over.
Actually, if he did though, would it? I
It's
don't know.
very
I want to
possible.
see how it. I want to see how he plays the Bruno though. Like
No one else does. His opponents doesn't.
They obviously don't.
They don't. It's like, okay, Matrix, all right, understandable. 1-1, okay, good. Bruno, okay, you know what, this is where we're crossing the line.
I do want to say as well, Hiko was the first one that we saw do the rush malefic gun on the Beatrix. We were all wondering how to deal with the Bruno, and Hiko rushed the malefic gun. It was the first time we really saw it. Completely ran the Bennett almost the whole game, and just we saw how this idea could completely work in a match.
You okay with doing Team in Spirit, and you're okay with doing TLID?
Okay.
You're all good?
All right.
All right, because if you're good, I want to introduce both teams on the M6 stage.
Entering the stage is the remaining team from the West. Can Hiko Mania carry his team a new past, a familiar foe? Roar for the Dragons of EECA, Team Spirit!
Going up against them is a team seeking vengeance. Can the cavalry charge their way into redemption? Let's go! Team Liquid Indonesia!
And now we will introduce both coaches, Brand as well as St. Lucas for both teams. As again, looking at the lineups here, it looks like it is going to be gold lane favorites. We're going to see how does the coaches from both teams make sure that they get the draft, that they are able to execute well. Right now, we invite both teams to fist bump, as this is the moment where they can be friends, but once they get into the line of dawn, they will be enemies. And now jumping in, again, we talked about this. The draft is going to be very, very important. But before that, we do have something to address, and we would like to talk to the audience here, where we would like to apologize to everyone here based on the previous areas. We are working hard to make sure that M6 will run as smoothly, and we will be greater than ever. Scan the QR code to redeem your gifts as a sign of apologies from us here.
It's a surprise. Those are in-game items that you could definitely redeem if you had the time, but I think there's something we should be celebrating about.
Oh, we got a Pachu! We got a new Pachu milestone!
Pachu!
Yes,
3
the
mil.
Pachu!
Whoa.
Oh! 3.3 mil! This is from the previous match. We hit the Pachu milestone.
Oh my
3 million people saw me vote against RQ. Oh god.
Yeah, they felt the longest and the shortest game at the same time.
Oh, dude, like
3 million people saw our picture-in-picture.
3 million people will now know that her name is Brogita.
Back-to-back codes. Back-to-back codes.
Scan the QR code, guys. Make sure you guys get all the goodies. Bro Rex. T-Bro. T-Bro. Yo, T-Bro.
T-Bro.
Yeah,
Bro
T-Bro.
Brofel.
Brogita. LeBro.
LeBro, that sounds like
LeBro sounds
LeBro. I'm LeBro.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, so with the bro.
Oh.
We are the bro squad with Brogita.
I thought we were Jurassic Park.
Oh, well, we'll change. Anyways, M-Chat here. What are your best memories as a team? Fabian said, I remember scolding Aaron Shiki a lot when we pushed rank together. And then Aaron Shiki said, yeah, he always scolds me to play better. And then we just said, as a team, we like to go all-you-can-eat buffets. And Aaron Shiki said, yeah, I would eat a lot of meat for my muscles. Muscles of iron, bones of steel.
That's how you gotta do it.
That's how you gotta do it.
You gotta build up. You have to have a strong body and mind as well as good gameplay.
Look at Brigida, man. Like, she is 70 kilos of pure muscle.
Yep. At breakfast, she eats nothing.
What cereal?
All right, now we're jumping straight into the drafting phase here. And so far, Red Side has been looking pretty strong here, Trex.
Yeah.
It has. Red Side has been the power play. And I think a lot of it, what it comes down to is those bans, right? So many teams are letting so many things through. And it all kind of comes down to the team. Is there a Hilda we really don't want to go against? And as we're already seeing, Team Spirit decides to ban out this Angela, and that is our first, taking up space and letting something else through, which at this point almost can feel dangerous on the blue side, to whereas it used to not, right?
Yeah.
Used to be blue side was the side to target, but now it almost feels chancy to because you're giving two really strong picks over to TLID.
Yeah, and honestly, Team Spirit, they can choose either from the Fanny and the Suyo, who's both still open right now, but I'm pretty sure they'd be careful with that, I mean, this is TLID we're talking about. TLID, they have a lot of possible roamers to counter the Fanny if ever it does show up, but they banned it.
Time to drop the beat and flash.
They drop it out.
The joy.
They ban it out. Suyo open right now. It's been one of the most popular pick ones of today, at least. And I think that could just be the lock on.
Bruno is open too.
One Shot's had a great job on it, so.
Bruno is open too.
Do we see Hiko?
Finally?
What's more important, though? Because I feel like Bruno has been getting dealt with.
Yeah,
but
I
the
agree.
Suyo,
yeah,
you can build around the Suyo. The Bruno's a bit more like if you don't have a decent jungler, your Bruno doesn't matter.
So is it going to be the Suyo here for Team Spirit?
They're taking the time.
Yeah.
High loss.
They're thinking about it, definitely thinking about it, but they go for the Suyo, alright, so...
Then Bruno to TLID.
And then
Cheeky Bruno.
There's
and
the-
then Team Spirit just picks up the Granger.
Yeah, they have the have the Cho, they have the high loss too.
I think Team Spirit is really confident in the counterplay against the Bruno.
So will they... This is Aaron we're talking about, though. I think he has
Aaron.
a lot to
Lord
bring out.
Aaron.
Oh my! It's not the high loss. It's not the Cho. It's the glue immediately.
And it's a nice steal from. It is a very good steal from Kid Bomba because that's been his go-to throughout all of Wildcard. So I think it's literally one of the only heroes he played during Wildcard. So now now we get to see him forced into something else. So I think really good drafting from St. Dela Cruz there. Bruno also in. Team Spirit, do they lock in the Granger immediately?
St. Lucas, by the way.
Sorry, I went full American.
It's all right.
My mind saw St. Del.
Yeah. I should not have called you out. But
it's okay.
I just heard it. was like, that doesn't sound right. I should not have called. It's been a long day. We've been here since 1 p.m., Ergo.
1 p.m., right.
We've been here since 1 p.m.
And we got 3 more games to go, possibly.
Oh my goodness. Okay, do we go for the mage here?
There's the Granger. High
Oh no. So... Does Yehez... it's okay. So if it's Yehezkiel, I'm not sure anymore. Like honestly, Yehezkiel can just pull off a surprise hit anytime he wants. But yeah, actually...
Or they go jungle right
Eve
here.
is still open. Yeah, Alpha straight away.
Alpha straight away, or they try to pull a
but the Eve's
RQ and
still
like
there.
last pick an assassin,
Yeah,
right?
the Eve's still available too for Team Spirit. So would they want to go for a...
Alpha.
Oh, so they still go for the Alpha.
I feel like Yeve's not even prio anymore. Like it's good,
but
it's not always prio anymore.
Yeah, but we saw that Eve is still good.
Yeah, still good. Very
Still
good
strong.
today.
Yeah.
But a lot of teams are willing to like,
Okay, Eve is the guy or girl, probably genderless.
It's an alien, I think.
Right, it's an alien. So, okay, Eve is the type of alien that plays Magic Chess Go-Go.
Oh!
And you know the macro of those players.
Yeah. Big macros.
We're
just like
going,
the player.
It's a
we're
long
going
thing.
everywhere. Yeah, you gotta understand. We've been here since... well, anyway.
Sicilian band.
Okay.
Sicilian band.
So now, honestly, if they do consider the Eve, though, that we were talking about, the Valentina is also still available. So, like, Team Spirit could also have it for themselves.
Wait, let's consider this. This is actually quite a good Sicilian band here because just in case if the Granger doesn't work out well, which it's Seiko, it should.
You have late game possibility, right?
So I wonder if, because it's TLID, I always consider, what if they want to go crazy something like Xavier again, right?
Yeah.
Just outrange the Granger.
Which is why...
Right, they ban out the Sicilian. And they themselves need some kind of long range.
What do they pick for long range? Who was the team? Who picked up the Xavier? Was
It was
TLID,
TLID,
right?
yeah, it was
They went
TLID.
Xavier,
Yeah.
right?
It was them.
Like, dude, the
And they
far
won
side's
with
on
it.
the
That
table.
was against Aurora.
Yeah.
Yeah, they beat Aurora with the Xavier.
Why did you look at me?
I'm just pointing out facts.
He pointed out facts while looking at you. That was a bit sus, I gotta say.
You're my
Right?
co-caster.
Right? Oh, but they're... yeah, I think those mages who would do well in the early stages too are kind of out of the picture right now. At least for Sunset Lover. So Team Spirit, what do they want to take out here? If they're focusing on like the possible roamers, there's a...
Katat's still open. They can ban out the Katat.
Tigreal.
They can ban out the Tig.
Katat, Tigreal.
Yeah, I feel like the Tigreal will not be fun for the Suyo. Like everyone else might be okay, but the Suyo won't have a good time. I mean, the Cho, we've seen Cho can handle the Suyo quite well.
I think the Tig's a wonderful.
Tig's or Gatot, it would be fine.
Tig or Gatot. Okay.
Then TLID's on the gun. They get first pick after all of this. They still need a roamer. They still need a mage. You mentioned the Xavier could definitely be a pickup here.
But now, oh, they go for the Eve. But then that's the Valentina.
I was made for.
I mean, we saw the matchup just now. Eve just outranges the Valentina.
That's true. That's true. So it depends if they want to like play it very aggressively in the early two, or just
if they're loco, they could go Faramis.
Oh, that's
against the glue.
Oh, but
yeah,
that's
because Marksman's already picked. Mages, like there's definitely
it's
a lot
just
of possibility.
Faramis is not good against the Eve, but still, you know, like
just play around it.
Yeah, take your pick.
Honestly, that sounds good.
I think so.
Does
I think
sound
so.
good. I don't know if we'll see him pick it, but it does sound good. Lu Yi's also still open. Lu Yi's here would be clean.
Lu Yi, yeah, and what else is available for Sao?
Where there is light, there are also
so they go
Lu Yi.
Lu Yi.
Your team is picking.
What's
Arlet. Haven't seen Arlet.
The OG.
Yeah.
The OG duo.
Do we think it's going to
so
be
this is Kid
EXP
Bamba?
Arlot? Yeah, Kid Bamba Arlot.
Kid Bamba Arlot.
Which fits his playstyle, honestly, because even I think him and Chicken kind of have a similar playstyle, like an aggressive, putting them on someone that can be get into the back line. I think this fits Bamba very much right here.
That's a nice way to put it. Like how aggressively Chicken played.
Yeah.
If they are able to do that.
M5 TZ, you know, like players who want to try to make plays for the team and not just be a walking Hylos, you know?
Yeah, replicating that up
Yeah.
against this lineup of TLID.
Nobody likes Hylos.
I do.
LaFell does.
I do.
I mean, it's powerful, but it's like...
Yeah, I know. I like it. It's annoying. I get it. I like it. And now it looks like the TLID has been picked up by TLID. So a pretty aggressive lineup here coming in from TLID. And Team Spirit, honestly, their draft can be a little bit more reactive. So definitely can see a difference of play style here. Thank you, bros. Thank you, Bro Gita. Thank you very much, T-Bro.
Thank you, Bro.
Now we're giving Mer Bro as well as Night Bro.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down. I'll say this. I like Hylos. Do you like Hylos?
I like Hylos. I don't know what Trex has against the Hylos.
I don't know what he has against it either. What is up, guys?
He's a Centaur? He's a Centaur?
He's a Centaur. I'm Nisu, Mirko. We're bringing you the action here. Last match of the day. It's taken us a little bit of a trip to get here, but hey, it's Team Spirit versus TLID. One last look at the lineups, of course, to bring us into this best of three. It's game number one. And I don't know, man, looking at this, we've seen a lot of these compositions utilizing some of these big picks, but also the Arlot. I love that it's coming into play. And we're going to be jumping into the land of Dawn here. Once again, the Dragons versus the Cavalries. And this is where it all starts to see who moves forward and who's going to be going down to that lower bracket.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, there's a possible RQ versus Liquid rewind of the MPL Indonesia Grand Finals for Season 14, or a possible rematch for Spirit up against RQ Hoshi. And this in itself is already a rematch, Naisu. We saw this matchup in the Swiss stage. It was a best of one, and it was TS who got the dub against Team Liquid ID. Now, if you guys want to get the dub in-game, go ahead and check out the M6 pass that is still available from the 18th of November all the way to a flicker from Bamba. That's 29th of December.
Yeah, he's probably got his pass filled at this point, you know, and right now with the aggression, another flicker, a whole lot of battle spells.
Great stun from one shot to cancel out what possibly could be a kill angle from Witty. Sao 2 pop and revitalize just in case Witty flickered out.
This is interesting. I mean, nearly in every lane, the health bars are low. You know, the battle spells are popping. They want to fight. They've waited for this matchup now and finally able to break it out too. We get a little glimpse here of the emblems coming into play. Anything standing out here?
Yeah, the Master Assassin for the Bruno. It's interesting to see this. I would definitely think that, you know, he would try to go for a little bit more mid-game or even more defensive. Fabian Goes over the Spear of Alpha over to Kid Bomba. He's going to be able to get some resets here. A bit of sustain under that turret. They're hovering over. Is this a possible dive? Witty's rotating too. There's an angle. Bomba's walking up. Fabian shoots the swing on the other side, and the run just flickers out.
Here's one shot. He might be looking for that moment. They know that they committed a lot on that play to Kid Bomba. Of course, with Quicksand Guard, Witty's going to be fine. Heals back up. But now, this is the interesting part. Turtle's up. Kid Bomba.
Just taking a lot of damage. Nice flicker out. Kid Bomba taps into Vengeance. It was a mistap, and now he gets slain. First blood over to Aran. Now with a split, Sunset Lover won't be able to take him down, and TLID will get the first neutral objective of the game.
So unfortunate there that Kid Bomba, you know, ended up getting a little bit out of position with that Vengeance, but that is objective secured for Team Liquid ID. On top of that, a kill. And that going to the hands of Aran is also going to help him, you know, win the matchup against Kid Bomba there in the XP lane. So we'll see how that adjustment goes. Again, a lot was thrown up there to go ahead and take care of him, but you can see this again. Hiko, man, Hiko mania. After everybody got to see that first Savage, of course, for M6. We'll see how he continues to play against another player, Aaron Shiki, who has, I feel like, gotten a lot of eyes towards him so far. Just in the Swiss stages alone, his performance was phenomenal.
Yeah, he got a Savage in M6, Hiko. Really phenomenal performance on the Beatrix, you know. Changing to weapons that we would, well, normal players would never think of swapping into.
Hiko's not normal.
He's not normal. He's Hiko. That's why I got his jersey. I just got to flex that real quick. But yeah, Spirit are just going to take it slow right now. They know that they can actually scale into the mid game quite well too, and there's really no crazy pressure on them to actually get a snowball. Obviously, it would be great to have, but only the first neutral objective so far. Both of them will still just be waiting for turtle number 2.
Yeah, with this again, it's kind of the, early pickup too. See, Halbert already locked in. Whoa, Saul.
Raging Sandstorm and the real-world manipulation from Yehezkiel. Team Liquid, second kill in the game.
Okay. Again, interesting enough. Diversion going to be used too. Hiko obviously going to be fine. Little usage of the diversion just to see what's going to happen down there. But I think that's the point. You know, he does pick up an early Sea Halbert just because there's so much, obviously, healing that can be done here for Team Liquid ID. Even if they don't have a Revitalize, just the heroes that they brought to this game, you want to be able to go. Hiko.
Great slide tackle from Aaron Shiki. Good usage of the aggression, but Hiko, Detonata. Just kites away, pops in region, and wins out the trade in the end. Aaron's going to have to try to out-sustain him with a Haas Claws. I think that's the only way you win in this matchup against the Granger.
Let's see this now. The Turtle's up. Again in mid lane.
Raging Sandstorm from Witty. I think that should actually stop TS in their approach towards the neutral objective. Arando trying to cut off one shot from the fight. That's a glorious pathway already used up by Sawa. Witty is chugging him low. The final slash only connecting onto Aran. Fabian with the Spear of Alpha. Now the real world manipulation. Oh, Sunset Lover gets deleted before he can take it. Aran with a flicker forward and the slam. Almost taking him down. That is the split to mount him down. Witty with the sword. Bomba still able to survive right now as Fabian dives in deep. Sawa very low, gets taken out by the Void Blast of Yehezkiel. That's not from Hiko. He tried to go for the snipe, but he's unable to find it.
He went in with a flicker, but he couldn't get the kill. Wow. Unfortunate for Team Spirit. A whole lot there just going to the hands of Team Liquid ID. And now down to Battle Spell, he's actually going to be just kind of zoned out from the turret. The information's already there. And Witty will just hold that front line. Turret goes down. Aaron Shiki secures it. So now Team Spirit in a position, you know, just in that last, minute and a half or so, they find themselves now down 3,500 gold. They'll have to go ahead and play around the fact that, yeah, they have a Louis Yeep. They can actually use the diversion to their advantage, but it's been really difficult team fights for them, especially when it's just kind of a situation in the mid lane that was forced by Witty. If he goes in with a Raging Sandstorm, now the top side is where they go. But I don't think they're going to really find anything here from Team Liquid ID, as they're very disciplined on how they decide on what turrets to be able to focus on or just get the objectives. But these little things are really starting to stack up now for Team Liquid ID.
I don't think we expected a shutout like this at the start of this series, man.
Yeah.
For Team Spirit, especially considering they have low Yi, they have so many ways to walk up. This is a 2-level lead from Fabian. This is MPL Indonesia's Usurper. It's Flava Fave.
It's Flava Flav at this point. Really just on point. And he's not even the one, you know, just getting all the kills, but he's enough to put pressure, and then the rest of the team is the ones capitalizing on it. And Witty is deep into enemy territory here, just providing the information as the 4 members of Team Spirit have no choice but really just to clump up actually the entire team at this point. Down in the mid lane now. They look like they want to contest even down couple thousand gold, they might still get in position for this, but around enough too. Also holding them. There's diversion. Turtle's already gone though. So at this point, Team Spirit just sends up top and they're like, you know what, let's try to get something because it's not going to be the objectives. Here's Witty once again.
Wants to go in. I think this is just a bit of a zoning conceal from Witty. Doesn't really want to, you know, force anything here. Again, they got the neutral objective. They are on track to get Aaron Shiki to the power spike way quicker than Hiko. I believe, oh, Bomba! Again, that's a final slash flicker that doesn't land. This is now the third time that, you know, there's a misinput.
There's something, I mean, the R-Lot, when it was locked in the draft, you're thinking, oh no.
Raging Sandstorm, Witty. Witty the Wise on Sunset Lover. The Glorious pathway around with a slam, pass. Gets stunned up and won't be able to use the split. But they're all going to be caught in the skills, real world manipulation. They're all zoned away. Aaron Shaky is just smashing Bomba, gets the double. One shot can't even react. Hiko is low. 3 members down. Only traded for Aran and there's no response.
Oh, yeah, Hezkiel, he's still hunting. Okay, not going to get there in time. Hiko gets out of safety, but talk about just the sandwich play under the turret. I mean, think about it. Real world manipulation, and then of course you had the worldly come out from Aaron Shiki. They have nowhere to go if you're Team Spirit, so it's looking a little dire at this point. Actually, even more so than that. Not in a position to really contest any of the objectives right now, so you still have to start to think, all right, Team Spirit, how do you get yourself back into this game? You already lost so much 8 minutes in, and you're probably not going to be in a position to actually contest the first Lord. So what do you do from this point? And honestly, One Shot, you know, he's got to keep doing it. He's got to keep farming. Maybe he pulls some miracles off that we saw even previously where, you know, if you still have the Suyo like Chibi had, he was still able to go in and somehow get the Retribution off. That might be able to buy them enough time where then they can scale up. But so far, they're in this position where they're forced to stay together here. Fabian, look how, there's a final slap.
That's a 1v5. Fabian just, he wants all the smoke. Spirit Power defensively, and now the rest of the team comes in. Fabian's still alive. One Shot takes him down. Kid Bomba taken out by Witty. Yeah, Hezkiel still alive. Somehow One Shot dives him deep, and finally One Shot gets the shutdown, but he falls as well. That's a 2 for 2 as Zeron goes for the killing spree. Yeah, Hezkiel has fallen.
Both junglers down, so Noah committing here on this Lord, but that might have been a little bit of help to Team Spirit on turning this in their favor if they can. Again, Hiko almost landing that Death Sonata, was nearly there, but better to stay alive instead of taking those risks at this point because they need everything they can. He does pick up a Lift Garor now, so he's getting the items that he needs, but they still have some ground to cover. Basically, at this point, they're just back to this reset here, getting space around the Lord. The Team Liquid ID, knowing the advantage they have, they're going to go ahead and start this up. They can just keep that front line trying to zone out. So this is up to Kid Bomba again. You know, he's got Flicker. He's got the final slash available. He could be the one to help start this up. Sawo might want to wait for that Revitalize to come up. They're trying to stall this out the best they can. Lord will go and reset back and forth until both teams are ready. But look at the back line. Look where Witty might be going. And he tries to put pressure on the backside, gets spotted out. And they might just be getting in formation to go ahead and secure this Lord. But right now, Hiko taking a couple shots with the Rhapsody, keeping Team Liquid from actually fully starting up the Lord.
This is great from Liquid. They're playing the Lord dance. At least a new version. Oh, Raging Sandstorm from Witty. Catching Sunset Lover's Aaron Shiki. Goes in deep. Gets caught by the in-air reaction. Now the real world manipulation will lock Sawo down just a bit. One shot. Goes to the arrow. Retribution needs to be on point. Fabian, resets it. One shot caught in the midst of it all. The Spear of Alpha catches 3. Sawo dismantled. Hiko, the crit. Almost fade away. Aaron might be diving in. He's going to go for the lifesteal. Ooh, needs to slide tackle away. The Death Sonata almost caught him. TLID got all the dubs in that skirmish.
The idea was correct. You know, One Shot was waiting on the side, maybe for that opening to go in and take the Lord, but then Team Liquid ID showing their experience and veterancy, we're like, you know what? Let's bait One Shot in, and then they punish and collapse down.
Oh, man.
So at this point, they get the tier 2. Lord making its way to the top side. It's up to Team Spirit to defend. It's only that first one, so they should stay in the game, but they are going to lose a lot of these turrets now outside of the base.
And you can see Aaron Shiki. He can already hit the turrets from outside of the range.
Yeah.
This is the Malefic Gun power spike in the 11th minute. Oh, Yin Yang reaction. Still does plenty of damage, so they still have to respect the damage at least.
Reaction is still damaging. Hiko as well has good damage on the Granger, but right now they got to defend against this. The shields, whoa! Yes, oh, the last shot didn't go and clean it up. but they hold on to the base turrets. Shields are down, but Team Spirit buying themselves some more time at this point. All shields exposed, but you can see it. The damage is there, even from Sunset Lover. It could just come down to that one diversion play. Oh, they're actually going to go for it. Uh-oh.
Members in the back.
They're going.
Give it to Ovan. Slide tackle onto the Purified Kid Bomba, still going for it. Aaron Shi Hiko left all alone. The glorious pathway can't be taken. 2 members have fallen from Team Spirit. Seems like Liquid ID are the ones running in.
They're going to go for it. Aaron jumping in. Sunset Lover's in trouble.
Raging Sandstorm from Winnie the Wise. Sunset Lover is down. So is Sawo. The Cavalry just keep on charging, and Team Spirit's formation cannot hold.
They can't hold. No minions pushing in just yet. They got to wait for that mid lane. Aaron Shiki.
Wow.
We'll just go ahead and work on it slowly but surely. Slides on through, and they'll get the turret off the exchange. Team Spirit, oh, they might be looking for more.
Mama's gonna be caught by the Spirit of Alpha, and Yehezkiel will just gun them down or drop down that damage from afar. Aaron Shiki is godlike. Hiko tries to go in with a crown from Fabian. Oh, he's ticking down earlier. Hiko still able to escape with just a little bit of HP, and they will be able to keep some of the turrets alive. But in 12 minutes, it's a 10,000 gold lead for the Cavalry.
Massive, massive lead right now, and it's Team Spirit holding on to their spirit, trying to stay in the game. But it's looking really tough for them to actually turn this one around. Even earlier, that started that whole chain reaction. I'm surprised, you know, Hiko went in with that diversion. They tried to make a play, and even when they had that, I don't think he had the flicker. It was still on cooldown after he was taken out. He just burned it again recently, so interesting how they're going to use that diversion. And I was saying, you know, that might be the move that they have to make. But in that case, that wasn't it. So now they find themselves massively behind. They're going to go it again. Witty.
Okay, they're going to go all in onto Witty, but I don't... Oh, Raging Sandstorm, no way! Witty the Wise to survive. They 4-man gank. And that was a very, very costly Gambaran. Split in the back with the Mount. Aaron Shiki just going to be able to ball him down. Fabian comes to the side as they all get caught by the RWM. Aaron's just going and taking everyone down. It's a double already. Sunset's going to be taken with 3 hits almost. The fadeaway, Sunset gets out.
Here's the waves pushing in. They're looking to cap out the game.
Mid lane, Fabian goes in with the Spear of Alpha. And that's the nail in the coffin for game number 1.
A decisive victory in game number 1 for the Cavalry. Coming out swinging fast and strong. 14:08 on the clock. A lot here that Team Spirit has to adjust from if they're looking to go game 3.
What happened?
Very tough. I don't know, man. You know, things just weren't in their favor from start. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down a game number 1.
Is that new music?
There was definitely a nice...
that was different.
There was a beat of the Flash.
That was, right?
There was
time to drop the beat of the Flash. But yeah, we got to talk about that game right away. Relax, chill. So I feel like, okay, number 1 is one-sided, but we have to address that Team Spirit, their initiators, the one that starts the fight, has been heavily punished in this game. Notably, Kid Bomba as well as Sao. It does look like TLID just engages on them and uses everything that they can to make sure that the front lines doesn't get to do work. And then that makes it that the backline, Hiko, as well as Sunset Lover, really couldn't do much in that game.
Yeah, and Hiko, I think he had a great time if it was just based on his laning up against Aaron Shiki in the first few minutes. It was more of like TLID even focusing their rotations towards Kid Bomba. I think we've seen a number of rotations towards the XP lane, forcing out battle spells here and there. But it didn't really matter because even despite all that, Aaron, for the first few minutes, it's like, no, I'm okay here. I can handle it. I'll just have to sustain and play a bit safe, then focus on the turrets. Because TS, they weren't really fighting aggressively.
You know, I want to point something out here because we saw it at minute 9. Aaron Shiki locked in his 3rd item, which wasn't too crazy. But then from then until 14, he finished out everything else.
Yep.
I mean, and from then on, he was completely online. He was already online before that, but always the thing to point out, 9-0-4 for Aaron Shiki.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, Bruno has already been proven to be quite busted, and you give it to one of the best in the business. Aaron Shiki. Yeah, I feel like giving Aaron Shiki one of the best heroes that you can use in this patch. Team Spirit has used the Beatrix to handle the Bruno as well. But I kind of feel like the Bruno itself isn't the problem. It's just that the Bruno in the right hands, in the right team, is allowed to do whatever he wants. And you kind of don't want a good player like Aaron Shiki to do whatever he wants.
Unless you can like heavily focus that lane and find some sort of answer. But even here, we see Aaron Shiki go complete damage build, no defense at all. Hiko also goes for a big damage build, which maybe was the overconfident thing to do. Maybe should have picked up the tenacity or something of that nature for at least some of that mid game.
I feel like he should.
Kid Bomba as well picks up the concussive blast, goes for Wilderness Blessing, Thrill, so kind of a hybrid between the damage. But Kid Bomba fell a little short that game. We've seen him do so great on the glue, but other than that, you know, a lot of big misses that game.
Yeah, and I think TLID had relatively tanky heroes, so even up against the R-Lot, who can serve as a hybrid XP lane that has a little bit of damage, we know that for a fact, especially up against squishy heroes, TLID, they didn't really feel that there was such a threat that could come in from Kid Bomba. Aside from the fact that all the final slashes almost did not connect every time Kid Bomba tried to go for an attempt, Aaron Shiki was just able to move away from all those chaos, all those skirmishes in the early stages. And by the time that he was able to join in, just expect Aran to find the right targets already. Just expect the real world manipulation to already set the space where they're able to fight. And then all the other members could just handle things pretty much by themselves.
Okay, like a lot to talk about, but first we gotta jump into our MVP of the game. It's Aaron Shiki, 906 GPM and 65,000 total damage dealt, 9-0-4. And I kind of feel like TLID, they understood how Team Spirit plays. I feel like Hiko doesn't have a choice. He has to go full damage because that's how Team Spirit plays. They all play for Hiko, where everyone else is utility. They're the protection and the enabler. And then if we see what TLID did, they shut down the protection and the enabler, right? So we're starting to see a pattern of how Team Spirit plays. And TLID just like, okay, we don't have to deal with Hiko. He's good. But he can't be all that great when everything around him starts to crumble.
Yeah, if there's no bodyguards, the president goes down, right? And that's exactly what happened. And Aaron Shiki was able to just have free realm over things completely. Overall, build nothing too crazy. Yeah, has a Purify, wins straight damage. Taking a look at some of these highlights. I mean, we're 7 minutes in right here, and Team Liquid ID is already 4,000 ahead. And at this point of the game, it just felt like they were completely in control. I love what you said, Lavelle. They took down Kid Bomba, they take down Sawo, so the main tanks have already had a very rough start. So once Aaron Shiki actually gets involved in these fights, they're just getting, I mean, even the tanks are getting 3-shot.
Yeah, I just really think Team Spirit and their lineup, it would have worked if they did not entirely let go of that aggression that they tried to establish in the early stages. I think it would have worked really well if they were able to just force the fights against Team Liquid ID, but they let TLID breathe and regroup themselves enough to buy time for them to set things up whenever they wanted to. And as we're seeing in the highlights right now, each and every time they just find the target, they just can't take them out every single time. There was just too much pressure here for TLID and almost no reach. Almost no reach for Aaron Shiki.
Something that we have to start discussing, and it's Kid Bomba. One of the things that I want to talk about is his hero style, because this is Team Spirit style. Look at every single hero that he has used so far. He used the glue. We just saw him use the Arlet. He's used the Akai before. He uses the hero that can start the fight, that can initiate the fight. And maybe TLID is seeing through that. And usually if those kind of heroes cannot do anything, then the entire composition crumbles. It's kind of like going in with a draft that has an Estes, and if the Estes is not there, the entire draft loses its core component.
It's Team Bomba, Kid Bomba. He felt heavily punished. No, it's because
it's a long day. It's a long day.
It's because he mentioned something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, Kid Bomba. He really has to get the setup heroes." But yeah, he feels really heavily punished. in that game, so they might want to find a workaround for that.
Before that, I have to let the audience know we have encountered some technical challenges today, and as a precautionary measure, we will proceed with the current series without any skins enabled. Thank you for your understanding and support as we prioritize a smooth and uninterrupted experience for all players. And just an explanation for you guys. If you guys feel like it's weird, that's the reason why. We're making sure no skins so that everything runs smoothly. But then, what are your thoughts, Trex, on the composition of Team Spirit?
I think the major pick there was the R-Lot, right? That seemed to be the one that kind of messed everything up. I think that whenever we were watching the draft and we saw the glue get picked up first phase, I was like, oh, that's such a good steal right now. And I think we're seeing why the R-Lot isn't as meta. A while back, it got that nerf, which first kind of hurt it, where the ult, you know it's coming.
Yep.
And we've seen so many teams dodge that final slash with the simple flicker. And I think that is probably the sole reason of why so maybe it's not exactly Kid Bomba's fault, because at this point, it's a hard ult to land.
It is.
It's very easy to see it coming. You have to, almost be in mid-fight and then run it. Have the rest of your team fighting and then hit the final slash so that they don't have the reaction time to hit the flicker. So he tried a few times, and then once he missed that first time in mid lane, takes a shot for it. I felt like from that point it just went downhill. So I think they need to prioritize getting Bomba on something maybe a bit bulkier. Maybe he needs to play a slower
Maybe even
pace.
something like a Terizla. Terizla can initiate a fight, yeah.
I think so too. The Terizla, Edith.
Yeah. And right now, looks like we're preparing on Team Spirit's side. So we're going for a side interview. Looks like with Poji. So, Poji, the floor is yours.
We have Destroyer and as well J Little. How are you right now? Привет.
Привет, by the way. Hello, everyone. Malaysia, we love you, bro. Guys, everyone, you are amazing. First of all, Kuala Lumpur, really appreciate to be here. And как ты ощущаешь себя здесь, в Малайзии?
Волнительно, тут так много энергии, так заряжает зал, и это мега круто.
It's so exciting to be here. It's so charging, like a lot of energy at the venue. Guys, it's all because of you.
Thank you, Rich. But as for those who don't know, Destroyer is also a caster from the MCC, and as well J Little is a streamer. For those who don't know, maybe J Little can introduce herself more to the audience.
Yes, of course. Можешь немножечко представить себя и рассказать, чем ты вообще занимаешься в Mobile Legends?
Я J Little, я стример по этой игре уже как 5 лет, по-моему. И мне очень нравится эта игра, я ее обожаю.
Yeah!
Как думаю, мы все.
So actually, she's a streamer. Already 5 years, by the way, guys. 5 years. And she really loves Mobile Legends. She's like, it's part of her life.
Nice. Thank you very much for loving Mobile Legends. There's a big part of me in my heart also love you as well because you love Mobile Legends so much. But here now, a question for you as well, Destroyer. Because just now, Team Spirit has lost the game. What do you think that can make Team Spirit to bounce back to win against Team Liquid ID?
First of all, come on, give one shot funny. Boy, guys, give one shot funny. First of all. The second thing, respect Bruno. Respect Bruno. It's definitely the thing that you should respect. And you know, in our region, the Team Spirit is nearly all the time going to the lower bracket. Even if they go right now, we are pretty sure they go to top 4. But Kid Bomba, actually, he promised us to go top 1 for our region. We trust him. Kid Bomba, we trust you.
Kid Bomba rocks! Now as well, there's a question as well for J Little. I love your spirit for just now, but there's a question as well for Team J Little. For you, what do you think for this matchup? Because previously, Team Spirit wins against TLID in the best of 1. For this round, it's best of 3. Do you think Team Spirit can win against Team Liquid?
В общем и целом, понятное дело, что наши парни обыграли в БО1, но сейчас Best of 3. Это очень тяжелое противостояние. Насколько наши ребята, думаешь, смогут победить? Насколько ты уверена в их победе?
Наши ребята могут, всегда могли и всегда будут мочь. Поэтому верю в них и верю в их победу, и верю в следующие 2 катки, которые нас
предстоит увидеть.
So basically, guys, we trust in them, we believe in them, and no problem. 2 games more, just 2 match, 2 maps you're gonna see. Best of 3, full.
True. Udachi to Team Spirit as well. But for now, maybe for both of you can cheer a bit to your team as well because they need the spirit, they need the energy. Maybe you can give the crowd a little bit of cheer to raise their energy.
Definitely. Давай как-нибудь поддержим. Начнем с тебя. Как ты хочешь поддержать Team Спиритов сейчас для всего чата, для всех зрителей, которые смотрят онлайн и офлайн?
Я хочу попросить чат, бросайте драконов больше в чат, поддерживайте команду и свой регион до конца. Ну и, ребята, выигрывайте, мы вас верим все.
So guys, in the chat, everywhere, please support Team Spirit. And from my, personally, I want to tell, зверя нет сильнее дракона. Spirit, гордость региона. Team Spirit, let's go!
That's a very, very nice cheer, and I love it very much. But now, we have turned it back to the panels. Let's go.
Love the energy. That's what we need, man. That's the kind of energy we need. And shout out to Destroyer, man. Very good translator. I approve. I approve.
You know, whether Team Spirit wins or lose this, Destroyer just made me a super fan.
Oh yeah.
Just he's got me on the train with
Oh,
him
he's
right
got
now.
the T-Bliss.
He's got me on the train with him right now. I am riding.
You know, dude, it's been a long day. We need it. You know what? We should invite him to the talent room, right? Just to give us some of his energy. Fill your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate or strawberry. The ultimate snack to keep you energized. Lay Destroyer. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Yeah, dude. We need more of ECA. We need more of Destroyer.
I think I
He's hyped us up. He will. You know, it's been.
He hyped us up.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Come on. We're professional. We're professional.
Oh yeah.
It's been a long day. And I just want to thank. I want to thank Destroyer.
Are you crying?
Are you crying? Yes.
You want to thank Destroyer?
Thank you.
I'm gonna cry too.
Oh my god.
All right.
Don't cry. Celebrating 1.5 billion registered MLBB players from the 6th of December to the 23rd of December. Join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free. Thank you for your unwavering support. We all love MLBB. You love MLBB?
Yes.
I love MLB.
I love MLBB.
You know, several years ago, I'm just glad to be here, man.
This is an amazing job to have. Let me just say that.
So
what was it several years ago?
Let's get back to the game. Full screen quote, Kid Bomba.
Yeah, sorry. So
He
now
promised he was going to be #1.
Kid Bomba said they are going to be #1.
Yep.
So we'll see what he has to say here. A renewed spirit. Everyone's been talking about other teams because of their legacy. But why did people stop talking about Team Spirit? Just because of one bad run in MSC? We came into M5 with 2 newcomers and achieved so much, but suddenly all the attention disappeared after MSC. That's why I'm feeling fired up and ready to prove ourselves again.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, like formerly Deus Volt, formerly Unique Devo, they've come a long way, definitely. If we were like to recall their previous standings way back in M1, I mean, I know they've undergone a lot of changes lineup-wise, but then every single M series that they've been in, their rankings seem to keep getting higher.
Yeah.
And the last one we've seen them was 4th. That was the Dark Horse run that they've shown us in M5. So the ranking that he set for themselves right now, he mentioned it, they're aiming for top 1. So let's see.
One step at a time. If they want to go top 1, they got to take down TLID. And if they're able to take down TLID, it's the next match, the next match, the next match. The thing about M6 is there's a lot of matches because this is going to be the final best of 3. After this, it's all going to be best of 5s. And we reach out to CEW. Chewe. M-Chat, which team do ID teams need to look out for as the biggest rivals? For team fights, Indonesian teams should keep an eye on Team Spirit and Falcon.
their team fights are really solid. When it comes to putting pressure in the jungle, FNOP is the team to watch out for with their aggressive play. Oh, now that's an interesting insight.
Yeah, I think we saw it in action earlier. The way,
don't remind me.
Sekai's was denied during their series against SRG. That was a struggle for the junglers. But I like how he pointed out the Team Spirit's team fighting capability, because I think Team Liquid ID, they knew how to play around that. Even when during times where Kid Bomba felt like he wanted to go for a setup on the Arlot, you wouldn't necessarily see them grouped up together. So let's see how it goes for this time around, because this is crucial for Team Spirit, definitely. They wouldn't want to give the 2-0 away to TLID.
Yeah, I think it's really important for Team Spirit to at least take a game here, right? To at least pull something off and show that they're really here to compete. Team Spirit will be on blue side once again, right? That's back-to-back blue sides right there. They decided to take this where so many teams have been favoring the red side. Maybe they do ban out the Bruno this time, so there's the change-up. They don't want to play for it. My guess is they really want that Suyo, but they don't want to have to sacrifice something in exchange.
It's back to the same bans that we've seen earlier, actually. So,
Butterflies born by the
oh, wait. I think this is one of the differences. So let's see if the Suyo will remain as a priority here
Oh, this is
for Team Spirit, because it's kind of like exactly the same.
No, this looks like a bait, because TLID, they ban out the Joy, and the Joy is good against the Suyo. So it's actually saying, if you guys don't get it, we're going to get it. But the thing is, now that they take the Suyo, what is the other counter? I'm looking at the likes of Cho. Is that going to be the other priority here for TLID?
I mean, they just played the Alpha, right? They just played the Alpha, did well with it for TLID. They go for the Eve and the Glue once again. I mean, there's no point in changing anything. They still get the steal away from Kid Bomba. It's going to be TS that has to find the answer here, right?
I mean, they've been reserving Kid Bomba's picks always for second phase, for last even, for like how many games now in a row, but we've seen how it could go wrong for them in game number 1, when they were just forced to pick up the Arlot, and I mean, at the time there was the Khalid still available, I think, but they really went or chose to go for the Arlot. So let's see this time around for Team Spirit. There's the gold laner still available. What do they still want to go for? Like,
I think the Granger's still good. I think the Granger's still really good. They just need to have the right EXP laner in to hold down the front line. And they get the Hilda. We didn't even notice it.
Oh,
that's huge.
Oh,
paired up with the Gatot, and now they have. Hiko can play wherever he wants now at this point.
Yeah, now it's like it's harder for you to take down the bodies in the front. Though, just saying, Hilda should be in the EXP, but that kind of just changed it a little bit, where Sao is usually the front line and Kid Bomba is the setup for the team.
Yeah.
So I do see the Hilda going to the EXP, but that's going to be a little bit different. And now the counter, true damage, the Alpha coming in is a good answer towards Team Spirit's lineup.
This is so similar to what we've seen earlier. So if they do wanna deny that, even if you, I think actually if you give Hiko any of the gold laners, he'd be pretty much fine. Like in terms of how they just played the earlier rotations for Team Spirit, I think they'll be more capable to give that space and to prioritize the lane here for Hiko at least. But they take out the Sicilian.
Which I think is clean. I think TLID just continues. They know, they feel comfortable. It's like, whatever, if Hiko gets a different gold laner, we can still try to counterplay. We get last pick here. Let's focus in on to Sunset Lover, because like it or not, Sunset Lover can definitely be a game-changing player. And once again, just like last time, you get rid of some of those late game possibilities. You completely cut off the head of like, oh, if this gets to 20 minutes, it's a guaranteed loss with Sicilian on the field, you know?
I feel like if they want to maintain tempo, they should try to consider something with a little bit more damage coming in mid. Like if you want to fight range for range, you can start considering something like the Farsa as well. Because I feel like between the Farsa and the Xavier has a lot of control, but it takes a lot of time. Where Farsa, you get level 4, and then that's most of your damage there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they'd still consider the Louis if we were to look at that. Since compared to earlier, I think they have a lot of decent front. Like they can be a lot more aggressive when they go in with the diversion plays, but they have to make it work this time around. So they take out the 1-1-2.
My mission.
Run, take out the 1-1 for Hiko.
Well, because the thing is, this TLID is gonna. My thought is maybe carry, so you just get rid of some of that range. They can still go Granger. They do pick up the Granger, so there's the Granger, and then pretty much the 1-1's the next, like, the only other poke marksman other than the Beatrix, of course, but.
They definitely want to go into, but Hiko will get his hands on the Beatrix once again. So what will be the hero for Sunset Lover?
Could go the Lu Yi again. I mean, I don't think it's bad. The problem is you get so outranged from this Eve.
Yeah,
I almost want to
like
Veil.
the Fares, the what?
I almost want a Veil.
A Veil? Oh,
Yeah.
we saw a Veil before.
Yeah, like a little bit
And against
longer
the
range.
glue and-
Yeah.
I mean, it's not completely out of the question, and it has been working for teams.
It's just that whether he uses it or not. The Vexana is open if he wants to pick up the Vexana.
Yeah.
But I want a little bit more control, a little bit more damage.
Even when all is forlorn.
They're going for
Yeah,
the
Vexana, yeah. Go for the safer pick.
And then last pick for the side of TLID.
Aaron.
Still need a roamer.
Is the Khalid still good here?
Tig. Khalid, you could go what? Khalid roam?
I mean, they did in game number one.
they
It
did in
was
game number
clearly
one.
effective, yeah.
Surprisingly,
It just might not be as good
against
against the taunt and the Hilda. The Khalid might have trouble against the Hilda and the taunt from the Gatot and everything, but...
What else is there? The Tigreal?
Edith?
Tigreal, Edith.
I mean, again, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, there's a lot of options.
A lot of
I can
options.
Name them all. I'm just kidding. You just go on a list and name every
All right, the one that
we wouldn't have named.
Carmilla. Without the Sicilian. Without the Sicilian. Well, it's going to be very dangerous if the Curse of Blood hits, and then you get hit by the Rhapsody. There's a lot here. Thank you very much to the bros, and now we're sending over to the other bros.
Yeah, that would have been on my list. That wouldn't have been. The Carmilla locked in here. Thank you for breaking it down, panel. Once again, this is the last look at the lineups here. Mirko, what do we think?
It would be on my list, actually.
The Carmilla?
Because this is a witty special in MPL Indonesia. When all the other picks are banned out, or if it's not viable up against these opponents, go for the Carmilla. The good old for witty man. And hey, Witty the Wise has a Revitalize.
It's got the Revitalize too. We'll see if this lineup that Team Spirit is bringing to Game 2 will fare better, because they've got to make it work to get to Game 3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game number 2, Team Spirit versus TLID, the fight to stay in the upper bracket, of course. Again, no teams exactly getting knocked out today just yet, but it's match point right now for TLID. And this time, like I said, you know, Team Spirit, they had a rough start in the previous game, and things just kind of got out of control from there. This time around, we'll see how it plays. Look at how this rotation is happening, by the way. Kid Bomba and Sawo staying together. They put the Sunset Lover down to handle and get that XP on the bottom side.
Yeah, good damage down here. Back to Kid Bomba. Yeah, you're right. There's going to be a lane swap here, actually. Tenacity is the choice for Aaron Shiki in the gold lane on the Granger. It is the Master Assassin for Hiko on the Beatrix. One shot with a stun. A lot of damage onto Witty. Revitalize already. Aran will just respect the damage here that TS can provide, and it will be the lethal take for one shot.
Yeah, one shot gonna rotate too. Gets the shot off from Fabian. Fabian almost level 4, so once that's online, they actually might go ahead and try to start something. But yeah, interestingly enough, the choice of laning right now from Team Spirit, we'll see if that actually ends up giving them somewhat of an advantage and how long they actually maintain this. They already got that Revitalize out early on, so maybe they actually go ahead and try to make a play off of the fact that Witty doesn't have it, but still, it's going to be Team Liquid idea. It just kind of plays defensively. They know that they're better off just waiting for that first turtle to come up and then go from there.
This lane, though, a flicker out from Sunset Lover. The respect instantly to a possible pickoff from Witty and Aran, knowing that Aran could have possibly just slam flickered into him.
So turtle coming up. Sunset Lover not level 4 just yet, but you can already see the damage coming out from one shot. Sawa 2, Kid Bomba, almost the level 4 himself, the Unbreakable. Tempting, goes in.
Whoa, Vengeance is going to be caught. Bomba, Sawo, and one shot. Oh, Eternal Guard from Sunset Lover. TS are finally awake.
They're awake right now. That's also going to be an objective for them. So interesting. The way that how they're playing this early game might have been enough to go ahead and switch things in their favor based off how things are going. And great start for Team Spirit. even with the fact that you already saw, you know, I was wondering if Sawa would actually go in with the Unbreakable. He charges it up, gets the taunt off right on Fabian. And then we already know how the damage is with a Suyo early on. So great start for them. Also the kill going over to Sawo allows them to go ahead and build up. Kid Bulma just going to go ahead and just be a nuisance. His whole job is really to just be a nuisance around the jungle. If he can, put pressure where he can. And one shot will just follow the rest of the team. Even Hiko now on this side. We'll see how Team Liquid responds. They want to go ahead and secure the buffs the best they can. Kid Bulma once again just kind of given that vision. He's quite tanky, but he's going to be able to withstand this. 4 members.
With Fabian coming in, I don't really think he will be able to survive. Pops in a sprint, actually able to survive for a bit. Fabian finally goes in for the Spear of Alpha, and they will be able to catch him there. So, 1 kill on the board. Liquid have equalized the kill lead. It'll just be the gold lead next.
And with that, still a minute away on the objective, Sawa's going to go ahead. Spots Fabian out. They want to go ahead and put pressure. This is now, you know, now that Sunset Lover, he'll go ahead and park himself in the mid lane. Just wanted to get that level 4 earlier on. Kid Bomba too, the fact that he is just continuing. Hold on,
Flicker out from Yehezkiel. Great usage of the AOG right after spotting Yehezkiel. And now that's a big resource as they will just wait for the next neutral objective.
Yeah, looking at this too. Oh, Aram might get caught.
Slam, pass, now the Terrify. And the Eternal Guard, Aran with a flicker around the Power Wilderness. Aran pops in the split just in time. Meanwhile, on the back line, Fabian catches Sunset Lover as a flicker around. Fabian will continue the chase. Sunset has baited Fabian in towards one shot and Sawo, and it will be a kill back from TS.
Kid Bomba now focusing on Witty, gonna force him out. Sawo, I'm not sure if he's gonna go for a taunt, so they back off. Turtle being up. TS will go ahead and start this up. Again, a great usage of the flicker earlier on from Sunset Lover. So things definitely going in their favor this time around. A lot of different things happening here where it's almost looking like, you know, Team Spirit, they might get caught out, but then it ends up playing in their favor. Even the amount of time that Kid Bumble bought earlier on, it was enough time to go ahead and make all that happen. So they find themselves with a minor lead now at this point. Some key items being picked up here too. Hiko just got the BOD, Hunter Strike now for one shot. And they'll continue to play around the fact that they've got the momentum. They can put pressure on the jungle. And it's up to TLID to kind of rise to the occasion and adjust now to this point. It could be here.
Nope, great stun over. Aaron's looking for the Rhapsody. Doesn't find the last Rhapsody down. Eternal Guard now over to Witty. Hiko going in AOG. Just the last shot. Hiko, Nibiru's passion to take him away. Aaron shaking in the taunt down. Aaron getting the last hit. Sonata over to Hiko. Now the RWM to lock Sunset Lover down as Aran walks over as well, but Sunset is able to get away from the real world manipulation.
I can't believe Aaron Shiki survived that. I mean,
me neither. Without a flicker.
Without a flicker, and gets the shot right in between the marks and then finds Hiko. Great response. Meanwhile, now in the bottom lane, Team Spirit will go ahead and work on this bottom turret. Aaron Shiki's gonna get sent there. Kid Bumble will block those shots, trying to get the turret. Won't get it though. Woody might go for this stun, but Kid Bumble gonna be fine on this Hilda, so that turret eventually will go down. It's one hit away. But still, Team Liquid ID showing some fight in them throughout this portion of the game. And adjusting, again, 30 seconds away from the turtle. Kid Bumble will have to hold his own against two there. AOG.
Whoa! Puts a Spear of Alpha forward. And now he's going to be caught in the bad spot. Sawo, there you go, the chain CC. Fabian taken down to give that kill over to Hiko.
Trading right now, 10 seconds on this. TLID in position. That turret down to the bottom did go down, so it was worked on, and now it looks like Kid Bumba is going to go ahead and get that last hit as that turret falls, and now the fight for the turtle.
RWM over to Sawo. Oh, forward-man Eternal Guard from Sunset Lover. That was massive. It stopped any way from Liquid actually go in. Fabian's back up, but Yehezkiel has to recall. TS have full control over the neutral objective thanks to Sunset Lover.
Literally, that Eternal Guard changed the course of that fight, breaking out. Able to just keep them zoned out from committing to that. So right now, I gotta say, Team Spirit's pretty much locked in across the board. We'll see if they can continue to maintain it. Just barely holding on to that gold lead, but everything in their favor is working out. I mean, even Sawo able to just zone out members of Team Liquid ID with an AOG alone. Avatar of the Guardian. They're gonna break out possibly here in the jungle. Kid Bomba, tanky enough, does back off. You know, he's nearly, I mean, his only completed item, at least for right now, is the Athena shield, but that's enough, you know, to keep him tanky enough, to keep him healthy enough, and he can rely on Sawa to do the rest. He has the antique harass, so they're working together here. And now Warax and Hunter Strike now for a one-shot. Turret finally going down there. Mid lane might be the next focus for both teams as they try to get in position once again, but I gotta say, Team Spirit is in a comfortable position to lead themselves into that first Lord about a minute away.
It'll just be a waiting game now as Team Spirit are actually positioned to go for the ambush. Bomba walks up forward, beating up Slam here. Taking a bit of poke. That's an out of two. Witty with the stun. Real world manipulation. The Eternal Guard whiffs, and that's going to be Oran. Takes the kill over onto Kid Bomba. Snipe. Last shot. Oh, Witty. Jiggling back and forth, getting away from the Renner's apathy of Hiko.
Not landing those shots. Would have been great if he could have, because then they could go ahead and try to focus down on the tier 1. But right now, TLID, that's playing around the strength of the real world manipulation. You know, you can go ahead and get that slow in, get the damage off. No extra slow just yet. Only the glowing wand right now for Yeheziel. And then even this, you know, Aaron Shiki building in, already hit BOD, Hunter Strike, working on the next. Defensively, you can already see it. The glue alone, I mean, Aran is actually able to do quite a bit just by being a glue. But now this Lord is up. And with the lead that Team Spirit has, they should be able to go for it. Malefic Gun there too for Hiko. So we'll see if the spacing is right. He's only got that flicker really to rely on, so. But they got a double revitalize. It's always something that Team Liquid ID has to worry about. The amount of sustainability and healing that Team Spirit has on their side. So they'll take their time going and starting this up. Hiko will clear out that top side, and this will be a full-on 5 versus 5. They look for the right positioning. They jump in. Witty.
We'll take the Terrify. The Eternal Guard will connect that Aran. The Bennett's Rage too. It actually clipped the Yeheziel. Half HP taken away. Team Spirit with the resource advantage now. And they will just look to get the Prime in the mid lane. Sunset Lover, that's a Wishing Lantern, a Sea Halberd for Hiko.
They know a lot is down already. A lot committed to that, and then still it's Sawa kind of checking things out. He could jump in if he wants to. The Avatar of the Guardian, Kid Bomba, will play that front side too. It's up to them how they want to play around this. But it's more so just a standoff. Either team has multiple options to go with, and it might be better if they focus on the tier 1 turret. Looks like Team Spirit will go ahead and do that, put pressure, open up the map a little bit, but here's the clap back.
Good Terrify down, Aran with a slam. That's the AOG defensively from Sawo. And TLID go back towards the neutral objective after clearing the wave in the mid lane. Sawo stunned again. No one wants to go in. It's just a battle of poke, and Hiko's winning it. Curse of Blood. Renner's apathy from Hiko. Now he finds his mark. Fabian forced to go with the Spear of Alpha Stun over the Yeheziel, and one shot almost takes him down. But Fabian goes in. Aaron Shaggy does the same to Sawo. 2 for 1 in favor of the Cavalry.
Man, both gold laners just playing a part in these team fights. You know, what is a standoff and just a range check from both. Able to capitalize out, but TLID comes out top. Sunset Lover in trouble, has to get away. Aaron!
Hiko! Now that was a mistake. The dash forward into Fabian's spear. Liquid have taken down Hiko. That should be the green light to actually go onto the Lord, and that they do. Aaron in the mid lane just shoving it back in again. One shot getting poked down by Yeheziel, and Aaron has gotten the Sky Piercer. Witty, look at the screen, one shot. Look at his zone him away from this neutral objective, forcing him to use that skill 1, and it will be a free Lord towards Team Liquid ID.
A mistake punished. And TLID will go ahead and swing it in their favor now. Even then, Team Spirit still in a position to go ahead and defend this. It is that first Lord, of course. But they'll lose some turrets, lose some space to work around with, and that's what they really needed leading into that fight, was to be able to move around the map a little bit more. Hiko not even burning that flicker earlier on, just out of position. So now TLID, they'll go and take whatever they can. I'm not sure if they have enough to actually knock on the base turrets yet. Like, to get the shields down, they might at least get a tier 2 down if they can continue on in the mid lane once those waves match up here as Lord makes its way down the bottom. But Hiko will be sent there, one shot just around the corner. And the rest of the team will try to hold on to the mid turret. As you can see, Hiko's just going to clear this out. Fabian making his way, though.
Wow, with the Spear of Alpha, Retribution to slow him down. Aran cutting him off, flicker from Hiko. Trying to run away, gets caught by the real world manipulation! And Yeheziel just drops him together with Aran. Aran from the side, one shot taken down! That's a Spear of Alpha over to Sawo. And now the Rhapsody, the full dive onto Sawo as Aran gets the double.
They'll clean up the kills under the turrets. The cavalry is out, and right now, looking now at the base turrets. Even after that Lord was taken out, it's up to Sunset Lover and Kid Bomba to try to defend against this.
Spear of Alpha over to Bomba. Unstoppable. Aaron Shiki. Just Sunset Lover left to defend. Team Liquid ID. That's Flavor Flav. That's Aran, who is running towards the side of Team Spirit.
The cavalry charges forward, trampling the Dragon of the North with the unstoppable force on Team Spirit falls as Liquid marches on towards their next opponents. It's a sweep for Team Liquid.
It's getting hot in here. Whew. This reminds me of M5 Geek Fan Deus Volt. Only a different generation of Indonesian stars. It's Fabian, not Nael. And man, it's Aran, not Luke.
It's got to be heated, man. It is day one of the knockouts. Still fighting for their lives. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break it down.
It started off honestly pretty good for Team Spirit, but King Aaron Shiki, man, like, how do you take him down? Like, the spacing this guy has for himself, it's insane.
I don't know. They got all 3 turtles. They were able to rotate a lot more, and they were able to look for targets a lot more compared to like the past game. But Aaron Shiki, he seemed to not care again. It's similar to game number 1. I don't care. I'm just gonna play my early game, and then later on, I'm joining you, and I'm bursting everyone down.
King Aaron and Yehezkiel the Ghost. Both of them completely unkillable right there. 0 deaths. And I think it's... TLID is just... They do such a good job at biding that time until that power spike hits and then snapping back. And that's something we see in almost every year in M Series. The teams that always make it to the grand finals, it's something we normally see. They can wait till that first Lord. They can be behind in 2,000 gold. We saw it from FCAP all the time last year. They would let that lead escape a little bit, and then first, second Lord, boom, it's their game all of a sudden.
Yeah, honestly, that's something that we do have to look into. But after this, we do have an interview with Rose on stage on how they're feeling after the game, which visually, they look like they're feeling good. They're in high spirits.
Yeah.
Oh. Pun unintended. Get it? High spirits.
Team Spirit.
Pun not intended.
Yeah. Oh!
That was not on purpose.
Oh, but it was good.
Thank you. While we're waiting for them to set up for the interview, Aaron Shiki did amazingly well. But again, Team Spirit, I kind of feel like there was just a small mistakes here and there where I feel like Hiko, he wanted to make a play, but the timing wasn't really correct where he got caught.
Yeah, and I feel like we felt the effect of like all the power picks that went into their hands, right? They're
the Hilda
being more aggressive with the Hilda on the XP lane, the Gatot Kacha setting things up, and them having a clearer response to the real world manipulations here and there, to all the team fights that were happening here and there. But when it mattered the most, why is it so that Aran finds his way to Hiko and then Aaron Shiki remains untouched by every single member of Team Spirit?
Well, I think, you know, a lot of teams, when you get 2,000-3,000 ahead, it's like, all right, let's try to close this out before it's too late. But the problem is up against a Granger, up against a Yve with so much range and so much poke, it's hard to try to close it out. And I think that's where some of those mistakes, it would have been better for them to just continue the slow roll, turn that 2,000 into 3, 4, translate it into towers, instead of trying to force an end or force these big fights and Hiko trying to make these big plays. They could have just kind of slow played it because it's so hard to close the distance against a Granger and a Yve.
Essentially, they know how to force out mistakes. With that being said, looking at the stage, looks like Rose is all ready. So now we're going over to the stage with the interview with TLID to see how they feel with their win.
Team Liquid Indonesia has just dropped Team Spirit to the lower bracket with a clean sweep. And right now with me, we have Fabian and Aran from TLID. Hello guys, how are you guys doing?
Good.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Well, you're fine. Thank you. You're very welcome. Are you tired?
A bit because the taunting.
A little bit. Okay, now Fabian, we know that the reason why you guys played a lot of games in the Swiss stage was because Team Spirit beat you guys, right? What did you guys learn from the match with Team Spirit in the Swiss stage that you guys applied today to get a clean sweep?
Maybe dia kat Swiss round tu lucky je.
Whoa! You're saying that Team Spirit was just lucky in the Swiss round?
Yes.
Why are they just lucky?
Because best of one.
Because best of one, I see. So now you think you know how they play already?
Ya, udah tahu.
Udah tahu.
Sudah.
So, was it easier?
Yeah.
It was easier.
Easy.
You like it?
Yes, I like it.
You like it? Okay. You know what? Fabian is getting there. Fabian is getting PR trained. I like it. Okay, now Aran. Now that you've beat Team Spirit, do you feel like you've gotten revenge? Udah puas kah dapat balas dendam?
Ya, sikit.
Sikit saja? Why just a bit?
Better if they go airport.
Whoa! Better if you send them home to the airport?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I think he's getting a bit personal here. You just don't want to send them to the lower bracket. You want them to go home. That's what Aran is trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay, spicy. Okay. Now, Fabian, we know that your Swiss stage journey was not smooth. But now that you guys are playing a best of 3, do you think you guys are going to win more from now on?
Ya, kita lebih bagus main kat best of 3 and best of 5 and best of 7.
I see. Okay, now Fabian said that he actually feels more confident and he said TLID plays best in best of 3s, 5s, and 7. Now, good question. Okay, I have a good question. Next match, because you guys won this match, you will be going up against RRQ Hoshi tomorrow, right? Now, it's gonna be like an MPLID Grand Final rematch. Do you think you guys can win against RRQ Hoshi once again?
Mungkin bisa.
Mungkin bisa.
Confidence lah.
Confident. Okay, you think you can win against RRQ Hoshi. How many % are we talking about? How confident are you?
98.
98%. Why not 100?
But the people tidak sempurna.
People are not agreeing to it. Aran, how confident are you?
100.
100%. This is what we like to hear. How come Aran is more confident than you?
What?
He's more confident.
Yeah, because he not like apa? dia tak makan nasi, jadi dia confident.
Because he doesn't eat rice, that's why he's confident. What?
Yeah.
You eat a lot of rice.
Yeah, but dia tidak.
You don't eat rice, Aran?
No, I don't.
Oh, why? Kenapa gak makan nasi? How come you don't eat rice?
Ya, nggak suka.
You don't like rice, not his style. Okay, I guess we learned a fun fact today. Aran is the Asian I know that doesn't eat rice. Fun fact for everybody. Okay, Aran, Dairon said that he's 95% confident that he can beat you tomorrow. What do you want to say to Dairon?
I confident 96% to beat him.
You're confident 96%.
Yeah.
What do you want to say to Dairon though?
Good luck besok.
Good
Dairon.
luck tomorrow. Okay, before we wrap this up, okay? You mentioned last time, King Kong, I want to solo kill you. But before you even get a chance to do that, you need to solo kill Sutsujin first. What do you want to say to Sutsujin tomorrow?
Watch out, Susujin.
Watch out, Sutsujin! All right, Fabian. I'm liking his answers today. He's spicy, he's ready. Anything you want to say to the TLID fans?
Buat Tim Liquid, buat The Cavalries yang udah dukung, thank you. Yang di Indonesia yang udah datang juga, thank you so much.
Wow, there's a little kiss at the end. To all the Calvaries who have come to the stadium and those who are watching in Indonesia, thank you for supporting, and a little kissy emoji at the end. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this clean sweep up against Team Spirits.
You want to do the kissy thing?
What?
No? I can't believe Aaron doesn't eat rice. I can't believe he doesn't eat rice.
Same.
Do you eat rice?
I do eat. It's not obvious, but I eat rice.
So are you saying it's obvious that I eat rice?
No, why would I say that? Why does he keep giving meaning to everything? I'm not saying.
Wanna go with the post game stats? Like let's Strikes. Do you want to jump into the game?
You want me to handle this?
Let's check items because
yeah.
I don't want to talk to Brogita.
No, let's check items. Come on,
bro.
Okay,
again, talking about items here. Honestly, if we look at the difference, there's not that big of a difference. The only thing that is very confident by Aaron Shiki is actually building the Sky Piercer on his Granger, which, to be fair, not every single Granger player does use it, but it does help out with the team because when it comes to the burst damage, they're more like a damage over time kind of team instead of a clear burst damage. So I feel like the Sky Piercer really helps out in this draft.
Yeah, and honestly, I see some glimpses of game number 1 as well. Even though Kid Bomba gets hold of like one of the power picks in the XP lane, it seems like he's been too much of the recipient of the damage here from TLID or even the burst damage. A lot of them have prioritized building physical defense, even for Widdy and Aran. We see even the blade armor being picked up here, so I feel like they were just really ready to tank everything, so Aaron Shiki could just only think about hitting those heroes from afar.
And this time, little spice here. Aaron Shiki does pick up the tenacity, does go on the more defensive side, but Hiko continues to go for this full damage emblem set. And I'm just wondering, you know, with the rest, I'm hoping that maybe as he moves in towards, as we go into bracket, they realize that some of these other teams are ready to play, ready to go, and that sometimes your EXP laner isn't always going to be able to protect you. Sometimes your jungler and your tank aren't always going to be able to protect you. So just that little bit of help can make the difference.
This might be like out of game kind of stuff, but I feel like it's relevant. Maybe because, you know, still young, very, very fired up. He has this idea that he has to do everything. You know, like I have to carry, I have to do this, I have to do that. So maybe it's a journey for Hiko as well to find the balance where damage is good, but sometimes you got to find ways to protect yourself.
Yeah, fair enough. He did deal a lot of damage there. Not as much as Sunset Lover, though. I feel like he was almost always forced to use the Eternal Guard even to add just a little bit more of pressure and defense for all of the members. But what's new? I mean, we're seeing the second MVP for Aaron Shiki in this entire series. And
Something interesting to note as well. We've seen many different Granger players pivot between using the Fire Emblem and the Assassin Emblem here. So I feel like this is also something to study with stats after this to see how many players actually went for Fire Emblems, how many went for Assassin Emblems, and who are they, you know? And then we can start to see how they play differently.
And how tanky was the enemy composition. And
that's true, yeah.
I think this works well against like the Hildas, some of those bigger tanky boys. You get a little bit of that burn-in. He also picks up, I mean, just like as the nail in the coffin, right? The Sky Piercer and everything. And I think it just all goes to show that it's just kind of biding a little bit of time. And at this point of the game, we're 5 minutes in. Team Spirit kind of felt in control of this. Hiko making good plays. They're moving as a unit. But even there, Aaron Shiki's always... One thing is for sure, Aaron Shiki always got the one-up over Hiko.
But Hiko did have a lot of highlights here. Yeah, even the
Highlights
Renner's
don't always
apathy.
win games, though.
Yeah, that's, I think, one
He
of the
got the
things.
first Savage,
Yeah.
but... You know,
that's one of the things we mentioned. Like in the long run, really, the fights that matter should be the ones that they clearly get the upper hand of. But this was the moment where we were just suddenly surprised that things were shifting so abruptly into Team Liquid ID's favor. Like they were able to suddenly turn things around
in a matter of minutes. Like
I don't know, in the matter of less than 2 minutes or 1 minute after Team Spirit felt like they were so in control. So I think it's that's one other thing, right? Like, how do you hold and maintain that lead and not make the risky decisions that could give those openings to it?
I mean, I feel like this is a sign of great team where they can find the holes in your armor, right? They find the kinks into it and then they just destroy it. This is the experience, even though they are rookies, and that speaks to how fast that they adapt. They're rookies, and yet they're able to see weaknesses in enemy formation and start breaking it apart. Where we saw in the final clip, everything was used by Hiko. The flicker, the dash, and everything, and they still caught him.
And they turned that moment into essentially a win. I mean, quickly got a 3K goal lead and knew immediately, okay, this is time to win. And I think seeing the things in the formations is huge in the coach's sense, but finding those small moments in game where it's like, we can close this out, comes down to just their ingenuity, you know?
Yeah, now we got to look at the brackets here, where for tomorrow is going to be the upper bracket matches. FNOB going up against FCON, and then RRQ will be going up against TLID. So a bit of revenge from the previous MPLID, and then going down to the lower bracket where they'll be playing on the 10th of December. SRG will be going up against NIP Flash, and Vamos will be going up against Team Spirit, where, you know, home ground, SRG as well as Vamos. Every single game after this for them is elimination. And to note for everyone, all the matches after this, it's a best of 5.
Yep. For those teams in the lower bracket, they'd have 1 or 2 days actually to prepare for their upcoming match, since we won't be having any games on the 9th as well. So that should be
That's the longest any teams.
Yeah.
Because with Swiss Stage, it was all back to back to back to back, you know?
At most, it was 1 day if you're not scheduled to play on the next day. So like now that they're in a very tight spot, they need to make use of that time well.
Yep, now we got to look at tomorrow's schedule, and we're starting at 3 p.m. FNOP going up against FCON, which we saw from CW saying that Fnatic Onic Philippines are good at pressuring jungle, and Falcons, they're very good in the team fight. And then RRQ going up against TLID, which is the rematch of the grand finals of MPL Indonesia, where instead of a best of 7, they're going for a best of 5.
And Fabian already had a message for Sutsujin earlier. I mean, I can't count the number of people he already announced messages to whenever he had some winner.
Putting targets on everybody. He's letting them all know that what he's here to do.
He's just excited to go up against everyone. So
look, as long as he doesn't target us,
yeah,
I'm good. It's like, I got a message for Trex. I'm like, oh, okay, buddy. You win. You win.
No, I don't think we will fight against Fabian. Like,
no, you win. It's all good.
No.
Brigitte wants to catch you in the EXP lane.
Why EXP?
I don't know.
She's a Franco main.
Oh yeah, she's a Franco main.
She's a Franco main. So I don't know how you would do a 1v1 for that one. And for you guys around here, again, we want to make M6 the best experience for all of you guys, and we want to make it better for M7. So thank you for supporting M6. Your feedback is valuable for us to keep on growing. So we have a QR code here. Please scan the QR code and give us your honest opinion on how we can improve production-wise, you know, maybe the format. Although I gotta say, the Swiss format so far has been amazing. Like at least I can say it's entertaining.
Yeah, I liked it. It like gave way for all of these teams to suddenly surprise us. And now we're seeing a version of the top 8 that I think none of us got right in our own individual predictions.
I was pretty close.
Did you?
I don't remember my top 8.
I think I got 6 out of 8.
Okay, but it's not 8 out of 8.
Don't miss M6 Battle Night happening from December 28th up until 29th. Again, it's a bit of ways away, but make sure you guys remember, enjoy exclusive bonuses, including a limited time 25 epic skin trials and all hero free trial. So make sure you guys log in on 28, 29. Though to be fair, you should be logging in every day, right?
Yes.
Right? Log in every day.
Every day.
Although to be fair, make chess go. Balance it out. Now we got to look at the play of the day. We had like 4 best of 3s for today. So even I'm curious to see what is the play of the day.
Okay.
It's between Falcon and NIP Flash.
Oh, the toss.
Oh, this is the Roger game.
And then Royal Milk just pops off here, I think.
Yeah, Royal
back.
Oh, look at that. Lycan pounce onto 2.
Dude, the fact that a Roger was picked up.
Yeah.
And Dax piloted amazingly. Though I gotta say, if you're going up against Falcon, you gotta be careful of Royal Milk, man. Something about Royal Milk, he controls the pace of the game.
Chewe mentioned it. The team fight, the pacing, and not to mention the surprises that they could potentially show. Roger in this meta?
Whew.
I never thought I would see it.
And it worked. It worked. I mean, it worked very well, and it worked in the whole playstyle that they had. They brought what they needed, and we've seen so many teams try things and fall short, but they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, it's risky but necessary to bring out these niche picks, these pocket picks here in the M6 World Championship, because if you keep on doing the same old, people will start to read it. By the way, I gotta say, bros, I enjoyed my time with you guys. If I could have spent today with anyone, it would be with Brigitte as well as Trex. We're the bros, we're the Jurassic Park, and we're ending it today. We'll see you guys for more matches tomorrow.
lost in the shadows, feeling so small. But I've got a fire, won't let myself fall. Every hit taken, every scar earned, lessons in pain from which I've learned. When the world says I'm done, I'm just on in my run. Through the darkest of nights, I